Prologue. On Divine Secret Mountain, Cloud's End Cliff was the most harmful of the 4 deadliest places on Azure Cloud Continent. Cloud's End Cliff was often called the Grim Reaper's Cemetery. During the countless years, people that fall off this cliff were far too many to count. None survived, including 3 god-tier overlords whose power could lead them into the sky. At this moment, on the edge of this cliff, a black-haired black-eyed youth leaned on the side of a rock that measured 2 people in height. There was blood everywhere on top of his black clothing with many open wounds on his person. He was on the rock for just a few breaths worth of time, yet under his feet was already a pool of blood. His chest heaved, and it could be said that the pace at which he breathed was heavy enough to cause fear in a person. On his entire body, every one of his muscles trembled slightly, indicating his exhaust and loss of strength. If it weren't for this giant rock, he probably would not even be able to stand on his own. However, both of his eyes were cold and calm like 2 cold blades, shining with the ferocity of wolves. The edge of his mouth sneered with extreme disdain. In front of him stood a dark crowd of people that have blocked all his escape routes. Yun-Che, you're cornered. If you obey us and hand over the Sky Poison Pearl, perhaps we may allow you to live. Today we're going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven to get rid of this scourge. If you hurry up and quickly surrender the Sky Poison Pearl, we can let you die a happy death, or you will taste the pain of 1,000 blades in your heart. Yun-Che. Stop being so stubborn. Your only way out is to hand over the Sky Poison Pearl. You're unworthy of such holy object. Waves of roar came from the crowd, with everyone there shouting words like justice and righteousness. If anyone from the Azure Cloud Continent passed by, they would be stunned by this scene. This dark crowd of people consisted of the strongest clans of the Azure Cloud Continent. The leaders of the clans were all present, and even some of the forgotten old members were there as well. It is not too far-fetched to say that if you pick anyone out from this crowd, he would be someone that can shake any region. Now, they were all gathered for this youth who has been pushed to the edge of this cliff. Specifically, for the Sky Poison Pearl in his hand, the #1 holy object of Azure Cloud Continent. While slowly approaching, the crowd shouted with threatening menace. When the Sky Poison Pearl finally showed up again, they were faced with this irresistible treasure once more. After hunting for 3 full days, they could not wait to harvest the fruits of their labor. You guys want this Sky Poison Pearl? Yun-Che laughed coldly. As he slowly raised his right hand, a jade-green ball with a dim radiance appeared in his hand. The moment this pearl glowed, everyone stopped in their tracks. Staring tightly at the green pearl, their eyes shone with greed. To Yun-Che, these people who were strong enough to scare the world looked filthy and sly. He slowly raised his eyes. Although cornered, his pupils shone with arrogance and mockery. There is clear hatred deep in his eyes. My master spent his life trying to save the world. He saved countless people. Seeking neither benefit nor fame, but because of this Sky Poison Pearl, you guys from the so-called Justice sect killed my teacher 7 years ago. I hate myself for being so useless. That I didn't finish all of you dogshit Justice sects off in these 7 years. Every word of his contained deep-seated hatred. Although it has been 7 years, just thinking about the death of his teacher still made bloody tears stream down the edge of his eyes. Yun-Che did not know who his parents were, for when his teacher found him, it seemed like he was only a few days old. It was deep in the springtime when his teacher picked up Yun-Che. The clouds were scattered, the wind was light, the mountain spiritual, and the water crystal clear. He named the child Yun-Che, in hope his heart would be as pure as clouds and as clear as water, so that when he grows up, he will inherit his craft as a healer to rescue the dying and cure the injured with a heart void of corruption. No matter how serious the disease or trauma, teacher could clear them all. This was due to the Sky Poison Pearl hidden in his body. The 2 words, Sky Poison, meant that this pearl was highly toxic, but medicine and poison are of the same origin. Teacher never used its poison, he only used alchemy to extract, melt and in the end produce holy medicines to save millions of lives. He taught all his medical skills to Yun-Che thoroughly, but 7 years ago, word of his Sky Poison Pearl was spread. He gave it to Yun-Che and told him to escape. Shortly afterwards, he died at the hands of the major sections. When news of his teacher's death reached Yun-Che, he cried for 3 days and 3 nights. The root of hatred was firmly planted inside his heart, and he no longer practiced in the medical, but instead he absorbed poison from the pearl. Revenge became his only belief. After 7 years he mastered the poison and bared the fangs of revenge. In less than 10 days the poison spread not only thousands of miles, killing countless people, but also panic and horror throughout the Azure Cloud Continent. It attracted the strong and mighty, for they were fascinated by this treasure, This started the hunt of Yun-Che in order to obtain the sky poison pearl, to the situation right now. He glared at everyone in his field of vision with hatred in his eyes and laughed coldly. As soon as his laughter reached the level of ice, he roared, "You son of AB** cheese, you want my sky poison pearl? You are all daydreaming." After making this deep proclamation, Yun-Che suddenly raised his hand and threw the sky poison pearl in his mouth. He then pushed the pearl down his throat and it instantly rushed straight into his stomach. What? What are you doing? He actually swallowed the sky poison pearl. Yun-Che, do you want to die that badly? It's fine, no big deal, we will kill him and take the pearl. The sky poison pearl entered his body, but the poison didn't spread out in his body and kill him like they thought it would. A faint green light emitted from the surface of his body. Kill him now. Otherwise the sky poison pearl may change inside his body. That would be a huge problem. Roaring, a dozen people in the front row went for Yun-Che at the same time. Looking at the bodies of people that he wanted to destroy, Yun-Che began to laugh. His laughter was weak and dry but still very arrogant. I don't have the ability to kill you guys, but don't think that you can kill me. You pieces of trash are not worthy of this sky poison pearl, but even more unworthy of killing me. If I die, I would die by my own hands. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, Yun-Che used every bit of his last strength to jump backwards. Stop him. Several hands reached out to Yun-Che after realizing his intent but could not even grasp half his shadow. They could only watch as his body free fall down into the valley. Clouds End Cliff, it is very suitable for Yun-Che's grave. TL, Yun equals cloud. There is nothing to hold me back, for I no longer have ties in this world. Unfortunately, I could not avenge my teacher, nor find my biological parents. Yun-Che gently held the silver pendant in front of his chest. It was the only thing he had on him when his teacher found him. The wind screamed past his ears as he slowly closed his eyes and let his body plunge deep into the seemingly endless dark abyss. Chapter 1, Yun-Che, Xiao-Che. Yun-Che's consciousness gradually awakened. What's going on? How is it that I have not died? I vividly remember that I jumped off Cloud's End Cliff. How can I still be alive? Somehow my body is not in pain. And I do not even feel the slightest discomfort. How is this happening? Yun-Che suddenly opened his eyes and quickly sat up. He found himself in a comfortably soft bed, with a red banner hanging above him, rendering a festive atmosphere. Ah. Xiao-Che. You woke up. A girl's gasp of surprise was heard from his ear, and the same girl appeared in his line of sight. At a glance, the girl dressed in green looked to be 15 or 16 years of age. She was as fair as snow with charming rosy lips and a delicate nose. A touching look of deep surprise was expressed by eyes as clear and transparent as a pool of translucent spring water. Her face exuded a dazzling gentleness and softness. At this young age, she already exhibited such charm. Who can possibly imagine what sort of beauty she would be in the future? Staring at the nearby girl, Yun-Che took a closer look and unconsciously let two words escape his lips, "Little ant." The fair girl lifted her jade-like hands onto Yun-Che's forehead and relaxed soon after. With a joyful expression, she spoke, "How delightful, your temperature is almost back to normal. You nearly scared me to death. Xiao-Che, are you okay? Tell me if you feel uncomfortable anywhere." In the face of the girl's eyes that filled with deep concern, Yun-Che woodenly shook his head. He stared openly into space with a vacant gaze. "Rest here for a while, I'll go and tell your grandpa that you're awake. Today is your day. When you fainted, your grandfather almost went crazy and personally went to find Dr. Sito for you." The girl was in such a rush that she did not notice the abnormality of Yun-Che's current state. She pushed Yun-Che's shoulders, signaling him to lie back on the bed, and hurriedly left. As the door shut, Yun-Che sat up on the bed, hands clutching his head. This was one of the cities in the Far East, located in one of the 7 empires of the profound sky continent, Floating Cloud City. And he was the only grandson of the 5th elder in the Xiao clan, Xiao-Che. He had just turned 16 this year. That was his current identity. Suddenly, his memory overlapped with Azure Cloud Continent's 20 or so years of memory, and he burst into confusion. If I am Xiao-Che, then why do I have memories of Azure Cloud Continent? Is it because I traveled to this body after I died in Azure Cloud Continent? No. I am obviously Xiao-Che. This entire room is familiar to me and I clearly remember all the events of my childhood. Everything from my memory was from personal experience and there is no way I would steal another's memory. Then was everything from Azure Cloud Continent all just a dream? Was it only after I jumped off Julian Cliff that I truly woke up? But the memories of living in Azure Cloud Continent were as clear as day. How could those 24 years of love and hatred be only just a dream? What the hell is going on? Yun Che. The now Xiao Che stilled for a long time as he slowly calmed down and settled his thoughts. It was still early in the morning and the sky has not fully brightened. Today was his and Xia clan's big wedding day. 2 hours ago he was woken up by his little aunt and put on his red wedding robe. He ate the porridge his little aunt personally made and lost all the strength in his body. He did not remember anything that happened after that. He did not wake up until now. A strange smell came from his lips and Xiao Che's lips tucked slightly. His expression darkened. This is murdering heart powder. In those years that he lived on Azure Cloud Continent, with the sky poison pearl in his body, Yun Che learned about all the poisons present in the entire world and it could be said that there is no poison he was not familiar with. He could identify a poison's name and effect with just a whiff. At the same time, because the sky poison pearl, he was impervious. He could not be hurt by any poison, no matter how toxic it was. Murdering heart powder was made by combining a unique soul grass and the purple striae from a cherry apple tree. If dissolved in water, the poison is colorless and tasteless. A person would lose his life 10 seconds after the poison entered the body and nobody would know the cause of death for it. Was also a traceless poison. Xiao Che's eyes clouded over and instantly understood what had happened. In fact, he did not really faint but instead he drank the porridge containing the murdering heart powder, but was poisoned to death. He was born in Azure Cloud Continent but after he leapt off Julian Cliff. He was actually reincarnated in this world inside a dead body. If one were to hear this, it would sound like it came from one of the stories in Arabian Nights but that was the only reasoning Xiao Che could imagine. Wait a minute. If it really was like that, then this body should have no antitoxin ability. How come he was safe from the murdering heart powder on his lips when the previous body's owner died not too long ago? A slightly strange feeling came from the palm of his left hand. Xiao Che lifted his left hand and was surprised to find that there was a circular green imprint on his palm. This shape, this color, this size, was clearly the same as the sky poison pearl. Before jumping off Julian Cliff, he had desperately swallowed the sky poison pearl but he did not actually know what would happen to him. This mark on his hand was unexpectedly the sky poison pearl and it actually crossed over with him to this world. As if in a trance, Xiao Che stared at the sky poison pearl and subconsciously whispered, "Sky poison pearl." As his voice dropped off, the green mark on his palm suddenly released a green light. Immediately, a slight dizziness came over him and he unconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened them, his entire world was flooded in green. This world of green was wide and open. There were no boundaries to be seen and there was a faint scent of the sky poison pearl throughout this space. After a long daze, Xiao Che understood that he had entered the world inside the sky poison pearl. Who would have thought that inside the sky poison pearl, there would be such a wide and open world? What was even more unimaginable was that after he'd ate the sky poison pearl without thinking of the consequences, the sky poison pearl had actually traveled along with him, and even seemed to have become a part of his body. If there was a way in, there must be a way out. Xiao Che closed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts. Suddenly, the world of green hastily dissipated, and when he opened his eyes again, in his vision, was the room he was familiar with. Staring at the faint green mark in his palm, Xiao Che slowly smiled. Even though it was not known why this ridiculous event occurred, not only had he reincarnated, but also retained memories from both lives. Maybe, even the gods couldn't watch the suffering of the two lives, took pity, and gave him a chance to live again. Yun Che was the victim of persecution from Azure Cloud Continent's countless strongest individuals. Although he died in the end, he shook the world by himself. How awe-inspiring and astonishing was that? However, his body right now was only average. No, speaking without restraints, it could be considered the epitome of weakness. In profound sky continent, profound strength was most important. Although Xiao Che was born in the Xiao clan, and was even the grandchild of the strongest fifth elder Xiao Lai, his profound power was still at level 1 in the elementary profound realm, even though he is already 16. He started training his spirit power when he was 7.5, entered elementary profound level 1 at the age of 8, and then didn't improve for an entire 8 years. he was mocked by all of the Xiao clan. Afterwards, Xiao Lai invited Floating Cloud City's top-class doctor Dr. Sito to examine his body, and shockingly found that Xiao Che was born with damaged profound veins. The damage was so severe that it was almost impossible to recover from. In this state, Xiao Che would stagnate at first level of the elementary profound realm, and could never improve further no matter how hard he worked. Even if he trained with his life on the line, he would stay at first level of the elementary profound realm his entire life. This kind of person was unquestionably the lowest existence in the profound sky continent, and was a total laughingstock within the Xiao clan. If not for his grandfather Xiao Lai being the strongest in the Xiao clan, who also could even be said to be the strongest in the Floating Cloud City, no one would bat an eye against him. Even if he died someday, not many except a few would care. But there were some today that actually tried to murder him using the extremely hard to get and expensive murdering heart powder. Xiao Che clearly knew the reason why now. Because today was the wedding day between him and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, being the same age as him, was also 16. However, at such a young age, her profound strength was stated to have reached the 10th level of the elementary profound realm, almost breaking out of the elementary level and stepping into the nascent profound realm. She was the only one in 100 years that has reached this level of profound strength at the age of 16 in the Xia clan. There are even rumors that, if she continued to develop this way, a few decades later she would be the first person in the history of the Xia clan to ever step into the Earth profound realm. Or may even be able to reach the Sky profound realm that no one in Floating Cloud City had even thought of reaching in the past few centuries. More importantly, she was not only shockingly astute, but also extremely beautiful, and was considered to be the most beautiful girl by the entire Floating Cloud City. All of Floating Cloud City's youths with some level of competency drooled over her. If the Xia clan started to look for grooms, the line waiting would probably be long enough to stretch between the south and north gates of Floating Cloud City. This pinnacle of a girl with both intelligence and beauty in the Floating Cloud City, was actually marrying the generation's most worthless youth with no future at all. Who knew how many people were stomping their feet in anger and jealousy? This was wholly a case of a dazzling lotus flower, planted on a pile of manure that no one would even bother to look at. The ones that had unrequited love for Xia Qingyue of course held both extreme jealousy and hatred towards Xiao Che. Even more were unwilling to give up, and would try to assassinate him by poison. As the current Xiao Che thought about it, this situation didn't seem to be bizarre at all. Women are really the root of troubles. Xiao Che got off the bed, stood up, and soliloquized. But as he thought of the beauty and charm of Xia Qingyue that could tip over a whole city, he opened his mouth and laughed heartily. Still, I get to marry such a bride, this really was a good beginning. Chapter 2, Losing Control. At this time, he was wearing a red wedding robe in a room plastered everywhere with double happiness red cloth. Last night, his grandfather Xiao Lai and his aunt Xiao Lingxi personally arranged this handiwork. His bedroom had been transformed into a wedding room. Suddenly, the door opened and an ethereal figure hastily came in. Xiao Che immediately stood up and smiled. Aunt, is grandfather back? Xiao Lingxi was Xiao Lai's daughter from when he was middle-aged. Although she was Xiao Che's aunt, she had only turned 15 this year and was 1 year younger than Xiao Che. She was still quite young, but her beauty was already charmingly touching. Her profound strength level was at the early 6th level of the elementary profound realm, but even though she is not on par with Xia Qingyue if compared, her spirit level wasn't that bad since she was an important asset to the Xiao clan and was held in high regard. Oh, Cheer, you have finally woken up. A gentle voice spread across the room as Xiao Lai entered. Seeing Xiao Che already out of bed with a normal complexion, Xiao Lai relaxed a bit. Behind him followed his housekeeper Xiao Hong and the #1 doctor in Floating Cloud City, Dr. Sito. It's good that you have woken up and you do not look ill anymore, but let Dr. Sito examine you. Today is your wedding day and we cannot have the slightest error. Dr. Sito, please go ahead. Xiao Lai stepped aside during his speech. Dr. Sito put his medicine chest onto the table and sat in front of Xiao Che, lifting his hands to finger the pulse on Xiao Che's wrist. After a while, he took his hands off Xiao Che. Dr. Sito, how is Xiao Che's condition? Is it serious? Xiao Lingxi asked worriedly, with fearful nervousness etched on her face. Although he did not speak, Xiao Lai appeared solemn and had a fierce look on his face. How could he not be aware that Xiao Che's sudden collapse was strange? Dr. Sito's face slowly lit up and eased into a smile. Elder Xiao, you do not need to worry, your grandson's physical condition is excellent. He has no major ailments or even the slightest cold. Perhaps your grandson fainted because he was so nervous and excited that his blood rushed to his head. After all, your grandson is marrying Xia Clan's daughter, the #1 beauty in Floating Cloud City. Ha ha ha. Although Dr. Sito tried to conceal his contempt, his words revealed his regret. A talented woman marrying a useless good-for-nothing with no future was truly hard for someone to accept. That's great news. Xiao Lai sighed in relief and nodded in thought. It must be hard on Dr. Sito to be pulled over so early in the morning. Hong, escort Dr. Sito to the living room to rest. It's fine, Dr. Sito replied with a wave of his hand and lifted his medicine chest. Since your grandson is all right, I will take my leave. Congratulations to Elder Xiao on meeting Floating Cloud City's most outstanding granddaughter-in-law. I do not know how many people must envy you right now. Ha ha. Farewell. You must remember to come to the wedding for a drink. Hong, escort Dr. Sito out. Chair, are you really all right? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Xiao Lai was still not assured after Dr. Sito left and scowled in thought. When Xiao Che suddenly collapsed, his temperature dropped and his vitality faded away. This cannot only be a result of being too excited. Looking at Xiao Che's present healthy condition, he indeed looks fine right now, but Xiao Lai still could not shake off that small doubt deep in his heart. I really am all right, grandfather, you can rest assured. Xiao Che said with an easy expression. His nose could not help but suddenly sour as he looked at Xiao Lai and he see a worried face with a head full of white hair. The Xiao clan consists of 5 elders, and although Xiao Lai was the 5th elder, he was the strongest in the clan. 5 years ago he entered the border of the Spirit Profound Realm's 10th level. He was now at the peak of the Spirit Profound Realm's 10th level and has an opportunity to break past the Profound Realm, a level that countless people dream of. Xiao Lai was only 55 years old this year with the strength of the 10th level in Profound Spirit Realm, but all his hair had already turned white. Every time Xiao Che saw this head full of white hair, his heart became bitter at the sight. The reason why Xiao Lai had white hair since his middle-age years was known to all the people living in Floating Cloud City. His only son, the father of Xiao Che, Xiaoying, was called the #1 genius of Floating Cloud City. At the age of 17, he broke into the nascent Profound Realm. At 20, he reached the 5th level of the nascent Profound Realm. At 23 he broke through the nascent Profound Realm and entered the true Profound Realm, shocking all people of Floating Cloud City. He became the Xiao clan's pride, as well as Xiao Lai's pride and joy. Almost everybody believed that when Xiaoying became middle-aged, he would be the best candidate qualified to inherit the leadership of the Xiao clan. Unfortunately, perhaps God was jealous of the elite, for there was an assassination attempt on Xiao Ying's life only a month after Xiao Che was born. A few days before that, Xiaoying also saved the life of Xia Clan's daughter. After this rescue, Xiaoying only could fend off the assassins with half his usual strength and drew his final breath. His wife's heart broke in grief for the loss of her love and went to meet him soon after. Xiao Lai's hair became white overnight due to the heavy blow of losing his son. 9 months later, Xiao Lingxi was born. Her mother also suffered from the tortured pain of losing her only son and died of depression a month later. Nobody knew how Xiao Lai lived his life the years after both his son and wife passed away. His pale white hair contained immeasurable grief, hatred, and a deep unspeakable sorrow. To this day, Xiao Lai still has not found his son's murderer. Later on, he put all his hopes and wishes onto Xiao Che. But the brutal truth of him being born with a damaged profound vein entered and left his life out of the blue like a bolt of lightning. However, facing his hopeless grandson, Xiao Lai never showed any signs of disappointment nor fury. In his point of view, being born with a broken profound vein meant that fate had been unfair and that he should not be condemned because such injustice. He should not be indifferent or ridicule Xiao Che, but instead should love him more to compensate for it. Over the years, he has always been seeking any possible ways to repair a damaged profound vein. However, the profound vein is the lifeline of one's profound strength. How can it be easily repaired? Although Xiao Che was ignored by others and was faced by the mocking eyes of others growing up, he still felt lucky to have such a grandfather. Looking at Xiao Lai's piercing white hair, Xiao Che's eyes gradually sharpened. Since the gods gave me this second chance and let me have both my memories, even if it is to only comfort my grandfather, I have to live vigorously. So what if my profound vein is broken? I am a medical saint's successor. As long as I find the right medicine, in a short span of 3 weeks, I could fully restore my profound vein back to normal. You're all right, that's wonderful to hear. Watching him, Xiao Lai was finally rest assured. Glancing at the brightening sky he spoke, Che heir, the hour is nigh. Go make your preparations while I go arrange the wedding team. Oh right, do you want to ride horseback or sit in the carriage? If he was yesterday's Xiao Che, he would definitely have answered, the carriage. Although he was the only grandson of an elder, without that status, he could be called a good-for-nothing with a world's difference between him and Xia Qingyue. On his bridal path to the Xia clan, there would be no doubt that he would suffer countless finger-pointing but also bear numerous glances of envy and regret. One can imagine what feelings would surface if one met face-to-face in front of such negative emotion. Xiao Che laughed with a slight smile. Of course I'm riding on the horse. You do not have to worry about me, grandfather. Xia Qingyue may be nobility, but she is already fated to be our Xiao family's daughter-in-law. I will openly wed her home with dignity and honor to not let you lose face. There was a delay in Xiao Lai's expression, for he would never have thought that his grandson would say such a thing. His face then broke into a gentle smile and he slowly nodded, good. With just one word, his deep satisfaction came through. Xiao Lai stepped out of the room and gently closed the door. As soon as Xiao Lai left, Xiao Lingxi stood in front of Xiao Che and curled her lips. Her face warped in unhappiness. She spoke, so you actually are excited for this marriage and made me worry for you in vain. You obviously have not met Xia Qingyue that many times, but you are already fond of her. Oh right, she is our floating cloud city's #1 beauty, huh? Xiao Che quickly waved his hands back and forth. How's that possible? Xia Qingyue is quite beautiful, but I think little aunt is prettier. If I really fainted because of her, then I would not know how many times I would have fainted in this lifetime, because little aunt always accompanies me every day. Hee hee. Xiao Lingxi's face immediately broke into a sweet smile and giggled. You know just the thing to say to make me happy. It is fine if Xiao Che fainted in his rush to marry her because Xia Qingyue is beautiful as she is talented. The Xia clan is also the wealthiest clan in Floating Cloud City, so there is quite a lot of people who dream of marrying her. However, she eventually is about to marry my family's Xiao Che. At this point, Xiao Lingxi wore a proud look on her face. Then her eyes became wistful as her voice gentled. I feel like this day came so quickly. Xiao Che is already about to be married. Pound pound, a knock on the door was followed by the voice of old housekeeper Xiao Hongzong. Young master, it is almost time to go and meet your bride. Ah. Already. Xiao Lingxi glanced at Xiao Che's clothes and suddenly looked anxious. Uncle Hong, wait a little while longer and we will come out right away. She walked in front of Xiao Che and a pair of soft hands began to quickly tidy his wedding clothes. This outfit is quite hard to put on. Your clothes are in a mess because of the events earlier. Stand still, I will finish this right away. A pair of snow-white delicate hands began to work hurriedly. She flipped his collar back to the proper face and refastened his loose belt. Her actions were jerky, but she took it seriously and paid careful attention to what she did. Xiao Che silently looked at her and his eyes gradually became misty. Today he was going to marry Xia Qingyue, but he knew for sure that Xia Qingyue was not marrying him because she sincerely loved him. If it wasn't for their fathers, Xiao Xing and Xia Hongyi's agreement that March, Xia Qingyue would not even have bothered to take a glance in his direction. The only people in this world who were kind to Xiao Che are only his grandfather, Xiao Lai, and his little aunt, Xiao Lingxi. During his earliest childhood, Xiao Lingxi stuck to Xiao Che like a piece of candy. She followed him wherever he went. It was hard for him to shake her off. If she did not see him for a while, she would cry loudly. However, when Xiao Che turned 10 years of age and it was confirmed that his profound vein was damaged, Lingxi seemed to grow up overnight. She knew the consequences of having a broken profound vein and then understood the concept of her identity as his little aunt. This started her regime of training in the ways of the profound to protect the life of the weaker Xiao Che. After Azure Cloud Continent's 24 years of dreams, Xiao Che felt that his time here with Xiao Lingxi's kindness was as luxurious as it was precious. Although Xia Qingyue was about to become his wife, she would only be like the sky's coldest moon, something to only be seen but not touched. If I marry a girl like little aunt, it would be perfect. These kinds of thoughts uncontrollably popped up in Xiao Che's state of mind. After completing the complex motions of dressing Xiao Che, Xiao Lingxi let out a sigh of relief. Tippy-toeing, she lifted her hand and tousled his hair. With an expression of tender affection clearly printed on her face, her pink lips slightly parted like petals of a flower. With a supernatural speed, Xiao Che instinctively tilted his head and pressed his mouth against Xiao Lingxi's lusciously pink lips. Chapter 3, Marry Me. Ah. Xiao Lingxi cried out and sprang backwards like a frightened rabbit. Her fingers touched her numb lips as her beautiful eyes widened in surprise and a touch of red quickly spread from her fair face to the nape of her neck. You. You kissed me again. You have the same reaction as usual. The innocent Xiao Che had a heartbroken expression on his face. When we were younger, we always played your favorite kiss-kiss game. These days, you go into shock every time I try to kiss you. You knew that was when we were kids. Xiao Lingxi's face flushed into the color of a red rose. We're now adults and cannot afford to mess around. You are soon to have a wife. In the future you can only kiss your wife. Why? Because I'm your aunt. Xiao Lingxi stomped her foot as she lost her breath. Then, what do I do if I want to kiss you? Smiling mischievously, Xiao Che put his hand under his chin. Then, you should marry me. Xiao Lingxi turned her nose up in anger. Hey! You're my aunt, how could I possibly marry you? Xiao Che said with his voice lowered as his eyes widened. Even you know that. If you dare steal another kiss, I'll let your wife know and let her handle you. Humph. Xiao Lingxi looked at him triumphantly, with her nose in the air. Xiao Hong's voice came from outside once again. Young master, are you ready? It's about time to go get the bride. Yes, I'm coming out now. Xiao Che looked at his current outfit, and got ready to leave. After 2 steps, Xiao Lingxi grabbed his hand and said with a serious face, Xiao Che. Before leaving, repeat the promise we made yesterday, word for word, or I won't let you go. Yesterday's promise? Xiao Che thought for a while and cannot help but say, all right. After entering the marriage with Xia Qingyue, I won't forget about little aunt just because I have a wife. I'll spend the same amount of time with little aunt like before. I will listen to little aunt's calls and would arrive as soon as I'm called just like before. I don't think I forgot a word. Hui, what a good boy. Xiao Lingxi smiled sweetly but did not release Xiao Che's hand. However, we will be adding another one today, the one I forgot yesterday. Although Xia Qingyue is about to become your wife, in your heart she cannot outweigh me. Repeat that right now. Hurry. Xiao Che gazed at her beautiful eyes and said, if you kiss me, I will make that promise. Then, marry me. Xiao Che was defeated. Young master, are you still not ready? It's forbidden to be past the auspicious time. Xiao Hong's urgent voice came from outside again. Xiao Che put his hand on the door but did not push it open yet. He whispered, I can't make that promise because in my heart, you are already my number one. Even if there are 100 Xia Qingyues, she cannot catch up to you. You are irreplaceable. As his voice faded, he pushed the door open and left. Xiao Lingxi stood still, frozen in place for a while. An arc formed at the edge of her lips and she joyfully skipped out afterwards, like a girl who was given her favorite candy. As Xiao Che walked out of the room, his gorgeous wedding team awaited him. Xiao Hong kindly smiled at him, young master, please get on the horse. On the way I will be protecting you with everything I have. But of course, today is young master's big day. I should not worry that much since there would only be good things that are waiting to happen. Thanks, Grandpa Hong. Xiao Che smiled at Xiao Hong and got on the horse. A gentle voice suddenly came from his left. Looks like I came at the just right time. Is brother Xiao Che going to retrieve his bride now? Felicitations. Xiao Che's eyebrows furrowed slightly at that sound and saw 2 young men slowly walk to his side. The person who spoke was a 20-year-old young man of medium build. He was as handsome as he was elegant. His eyes were crystal clear on top of a refreshing face and he wore a bright smile. At his rear was a thinner younger man. His footsteps followed quickly behind the speaker. Watching them, Xiao Che smiled, oh it's brother Yulong and brother Xiao Yang, did you guys especially make this trip here to see me off? Xiao Yulong was the son of the leader of the Xiao clan. At the age of 20, regardless of his appearance, his talent, use of speech and wisdom was at the top of the younger generation in the Xiao clan. His profound strength had reached the 3rd level of the nascent profound realm at the moment. He is his father, Xiao Yunhai's, pride and joy and is also the future hope of the Xiao clan. The clan had high expectations for him because he would become the next leader if no accidents should occur. He possessed many good qualities but he had never been arrogant. He is one who was kind and polite to everyone. Even towards Xiao Che, who was considered to be disabled in everyone's eyes. He has never mocked Xiao Che but instead was as gentle as he was polite. Not only that, he frequently expressed signs of concern when faced with Xiao Che's damaged profound vein problem. Xiao Che had always liked Yulong. He admired and appreciated Yulong's kindness. Of course, those feelings came from the previous Xiao Che. The identity of the person behind Xiao Yulong was also not that simple. He was not just an ordinary Xiao clan disciple, he was the second elder's youngest grandson, Xiao Yang. At the age of 19, he was at the 9th level of the elementary profound realm. Ever since he was a child, he always followed Xiao Yulong around and listened to his every word. However, he wasn't as kind to Xiao Che as he was to Xiao Yulong. Even though they were both grandsons of the elders, he never cared for Xiao Che. Whenever Xiao Che tried to strike up a conversation, he would either ignore or respond with an upturned nose. As the grandson of a Xiao clan elder, not only did Xiao Che have his own housing, but he also owned a separate little courtyard. Aside from his grandfather Xiao Lai, his aunt Xiao Lingxi, and his one best friend, very few people actually came to visit. At this time Xiao Yulong came with Xiao Yang with the purpose of watching him go on his wedding journey. Haha, of course. Xiao Yulong approached with a hearty laugh and said, "The person you are marrying today is our Floating Cloud City's #1 brightest jewel. This is not only our Xiao clan's big event but is our Floating Cloud City's big event. Since you have the chance to marry this treasure, your brother here is very happy for you. Of course, I am also envious and ashamed as well." Ha 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 ha. Xiao Che also laughed. Brother Yulong tells such a funny joke. With Brother Yulong's talent, the entire women population of Floating Cloud City is yours to pick from. Young master, we must get going. Xiao Hong warned. Brother Xiao Che, hurry up. We eagerly await for you to spectacularly bring in Floating Cloud City's brightest jewel into the Xiao clan. Xiao Yulong said with a smile. Xiao Che nodded and immediately sat tight. The wedding escort team rode through the courtyard to the sound of the beating drums and gongs straight towards the Xia clan's home. The moment Xiao Che disappeared from sight, Xiao Yulong's smile froze and darkened. He suddenly turned around and fiercely slapped Xiao Yang hard in the face. In a low voice he hissed, "Pathetic." Xiao Yulong's slap was a direct hit and Xiao Yang's left cheek began to swell. He hurriedly scrambled at the foot of Xiao Yulong and fearfully spoke, I clearly threw in the murdering heart powder and the message I received confirmed that he did collapse. I also do not know what is going on here. Xiao Yulong's eyebrows tightened and distorted his face. I spent so much money to get the poison that not even Dr. Sito has the cure to, but you screwed it all up. Don't tell me you want me to personally see Xia Qingyue marry that wastrel Xiao Che. Boss, that kid has only just left. We will have an opportunity on the wedding road. Although we cannot personally take care of this for fear of being seen, we can instigate a resistance army from the Yuan clan and others. There are other men of nobility who covet Xia Qingyue. Just listening to people speak about Xia Qingyue's marriage to Xiao Che would make their teeth itch. If we encourage them a little and go out together, we would be able to. If it was really that simple, why did I spend so much time getting the murdering heart powder? Xiao Yulong coldly interrupted Xiao Yang and continued, Xiao Che is a good for nothing but his grandfather is at the 10th level of the profound spirit. Who would dare to offend him? Also, Xia Qingyue's father did not object to this marriage at all. Who would dare to openly offend the Xia clan and Xiao Che? Even if the Yuan clan's boys grouped up with the governor's boys, their family would obviously prevent them from doing anything. And didn't you see that old bastard Xiao Hong personally escort him? With him around, how could any trouble start? While speaking, Xiao Yulong clenched his hands. The sounds of bone being dislocated popped in the air. The first time he saw Xia Qingyue, he thought that he encountered an angel and was already lost. From then on, he swore to make Xia Qingyue his woman in this lifetime. But Xia Qingyue was actually going to marry Xiao clan's most despised Xiao Che. How can he ever willingly accept that? Boss, in fact, you do not need to worry that much. Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Yulong's facial expression and carefully spoke, think about it, with Xia Qingyue's temperament that never even bothered to glance at any of the talents in Floating Cloud City, would she even like that kid Xiao Che? The only reason why she is marrying Xiao Che was because of an agreement made 16 years ago. If she marries into the family, it is absolutely impossible for Xiao Che to even touch her finger. After she has entered our Xiao clan, the chances of boss meeting her would be greatly increased. The good-for-nothing Xiao Che is not comparable to the boss's natural handsomeness and talent. After a while, how could not impress that Xia Qingyue? By that time. Listening to Xiao Yang's words, Xiao Yulong's gloomy scowl began to stretch while his narrow eyes squinted. He touched the tip of his nose with his finger and whispered, "You made a pretty reasonable point. Looks like not being able to poison that wastrel to death can also be a good thing." Chapter 4, The Wedding Procession. Floating Cloud City was the smallest city of the Blue Wind Empire. It was so small that it wasn't even suitable to be called a city. Perhaps calling it a town would be far more appropriate. Floating Cloud City was not only the smallest city but was also the most geographically remote in terms of location. The population, economy, and even the average profound strength was the lowest of the low. These days, Floating Cloud City's residents often mocked themselves for being a forgotten corner in the Blue Wind Empire. Floating Cloud City was particularly lively today, for it was Xiao Che and Xia Qingyue's big wedding day. Nobody would care if it was only Xiao Che's wedding, but Xia Qingyue's marriage was Floating Cloud City's biggest sensational event. The Xia clan was not a clan that solely trained in the arts of the profound. It was a clan that specialized in business for generations. Although they could not be said to be wealthy amongst others of the Blue Wind Empire, on Floating Cloud City's list of the most prosperous clans, the Xia clan was at the top. However, this did not mean that the Xia clan was weak. With their abundant wealth, they could naturally afford to hire experts to protect their vast fortune. The leader of the Xia clan had two children, Xia Yuanba and Xia Qingyue. Both his son and daughter had no interest in the family business. They solely focused on training in the ways of the profound. Xia Hongyi had never opposed to their decision and instead allowed them to continue their path. After Xia Qingyue surprised Floating Cloud City with her talent, it was even more unlikely that he would prevent her growth. Due to Xia Qingyue's amazing God-given gift, Floating Cloud City's major families were on their best behavior in their presence. After all, it was widely acknowledged that Xia Qingyue may reach the Earth Profound Realm or even the Sky Profound Realm someday in the future. At that point, the Xia clan would not only have the most wealth, but would also be the most dominating force in Floating Cloud City. However, that Xia clan had let the city's most brilliant girl marry Xiao Che, a good-for-nothing with no possible future. Who knows how many people regret that decision? Of course, there were more people with feelings of envy and jealous hate. Since it was the Xia clan marrying off a daughter, the spectacle was indeed not too shabby. As soon as Xiao Che went out, he saw a long line of red carpet that began from his door's entrance. This red carpet was the Xiao clan's starting point, and it extends and twists and turns towards the direction of the Xia clan. As soon as the Xiao clan's wedding team appeared, Floating Cloud City street started to bustle with noise. The street was full with spectators on both sides of the street. As Xiao Che kept pace with the team, various whispers from the crowd entered his ears. "Look! That is the grandson of Xiao clan's fifth elder. I heard rumors that his profound vein is damaged and he would never in his life be able to break through into even the first level of the elementary profound realm. Oh, this is the first time I've seen him in person. It's normal if you haven't seen him before. With such a stubborn bull for a grandfather and the fact that he is a good-for-nothing himself, would you even have the face to go out? Oh, for Xia Qingyue to actually be married to such a person, God must really be blind." It is said that his father Xiaoying and Xia Hongyi became sworn brothers when Xiaoying saved Xia Qingyue's life after using most of his profound strength. Xia Hongyi then promised that on his daughter, Xia Qingyue's 16th birthday, she would become Xiaoying's daughter-in-law. Not long after, Xiaoying fell to an assassin. Due to his previous exertion, he was unable to fight back. The news hit Xia Hongyi like a meteorite and he felt extremely guilty, now that Qingyue had finally turned 16 today, and although Xiaoying's son is a moron, Xia Hongyi was not willing to break his promise because of his heavy feelings of remorse and gratitude. If not for that, how could that guy even marry Xia Qingyue? What? Xia Qingyue is our Floating Cloud City's greatest treasure. If he did not have his status of being the fifth elder's grandson, he could not even measure up to the mud on the floor. I am probably 100 times stronger than him. This world is so unfair. The goddess of my dreams is about to marry such a wastrel. I rather die than accept this fact. Ah! The Xiao Che on horseback had bright serene eyes that conveyed a deep character. He had on an elegant expression and exhibited a light grace. His long hair fluttered behind his dazzling red wedding robe and his entire body emitted an air of elegance. The sounds of murmuring from the crowd contained all kinds of malicious undertones. However, the envy, resentment, prejudice, ridicule, scorn, and disdain from the crowd seemed to not faze him at all. He seemed to be unconscious of the crowd, a beautiful smile still on his face. It was not known how many girls lost their hearts as their eyes misted over in adoration. Although Xiao Che's profound strength was the lowest of the low, his looks were actually not that bad. He could even be said to be beyond Xiao Yulong. Coupled with the fact that he rarely went out due to his low profound strength, he looked very white and delicate. Just like a living doll. So even if the countless youths hate Xiao Che enough to make their teeth itch, in the depths of their heart, they also had to admit that he looked as if he was truly worthy of Xia Qingyue. I thought that Xiao Che would ride in the carriage today, but unexpectedly he is riding horseback. With that temperament. It seems as if the rumors were not true. TCH. The wastrel that people typically look down on is about to marry our floating cloud city's greatest treasure. Of course he should be proud. How could he be afraid of losing face? Rang a bitter voice. I heard that Yuan clan's young master as well as other young masters from other families are taken with Xia Qingyue. Do you think they will come to stop this procession? Yeah, right. Xiao Che is nothing but his grandfather is Xiao Lai. The experts of our floating cloud city all have to respect him in his presence. His son is already dead and he only has one grandson left. He tended to his grandson from the very beginning of his life. If anyone were to cause trouble, they will meet Xiao Lai's wrath. Whoever dares to do that will lose his head. Moreover, this is not a forced marriage. Who would dare to cause trouble to incur the wrath of the Xia clan? I estimate that right now, all the lovesick youths who would actually disrupt the procession are firmly locked in their own house. The wedding procession went on in a casual manner, not too fast but not too slow. The journey of 10 miles took nearly 1.5 hours. Brother-in-law. As soon as he saw the Xia clan's main entrance, he heard a wild cry. A tall sturdy figure ran over to Xiao Che. This person was not that old, but he was at least 2 meters tall. His body was as strong as a bull and the ground trembled when he came over. As Xiao Che watched him approach, he gulped bitterly and spoke with wide eyes, Yuanba. I have not seen you for only a month. How could you already have grown that much taller yet again? This man. It was more accurate to call him a boy, for he is Xia Qingyue's little brother, Xia Yuanba. He became 15 this year. Yes, he was really only 15 years old. However, if you take a look at his body, nobody would even imagine that he had just turned 15. 2 meters tall. Xiao Che on his horse is the same height as Xia Yuanba standing up. Yuanba weighed over 175 kilograms. This number was definitely not that high because Yuanba was fat, but instead was because of his big strong muscles. His muscles were of a dark tan metallic luster and broadcasted his astonishing strength. His profound strength was only average, at 4th level of the elementary profound realm, but his physical strength was a force to be reckoned with. He could fight on par with those at the 6th level of the elementary profound realm. Xia Yuanba was Xiao Che's best friend, his only friend. From a young age he had always called Xiao Che his brother-in-law, and they often played together when they were children. The days before he turned 8, Xia Yuanba was actually a dark and skinny child. He was often bullied, but ever since he turned 8, it was like he ate something wrong and had an enormous growth spurt. His height, weight, and appetite all soared, and the increase in his strength was absolutely stunning. Now at the age of 15, his face has not fully matured, for it was still quite childish, but his size. It was of a monstrous proportion. After hearing Xiao Che's exclamation, Xia Yuanba rubbed his head in embarrassment. This. Even I cannot help it. My father tells me to go on a diet every day. However, letting myself starve and go hungry would be far worse than the feeling of being killed by another. Xiao Che became speechless. At that moment he was only 15 years old. Once he becomes an adult, he didn't dare to imagine that. Xiao Che knew that Xia Yuanba had a huge appetite. Fortunately he was born in the Xia clan, for if he was born in an ordinary family, his consumption would dissipate their entire fortune. Hee, brother-in-law, today you can finally become my brother-in-law. Xia Yuanba's smile was honest because he had been happily looking forward to this day. In his opinion, with such a strong sister for a wife, nobody would dare look down on Xiao Che. Hurry up and come in, my sister is already ready. He slapped his head. Oh, I'll go open the door. After that, Xia Yuanba turned in the direction of the Xia clan door and ran like a mobile mountain of meat. The procession came in the Xia clan's entrance. At the door, Xiao Che saw a smiling Xia Hongi. He quickly dismounted and stood before Xia Hongi. He respectfully greeted, Uncle Xia. Haha, after all this time you still call me uncle. Xia Hongi laughed. His stature was not tall, for he looked like normal slightly overweight middle-aged man. Although if one were to look at him and the words, simple and honest, came to mind, nobody in the entire city of Floating Cloud would dare look down upon him. Xiao Chei's eyes brightened and politely replied, "Father-in-law." He had always been respectful towards Xia Hongyi, for Hongyi was the sworn brother of his father. From a young age he suffered through the scornful glances of many people, but Xia Hongyi had always tenderly cared about him. Even though he was born with a disabled profound vein, Xia Hongyi had never violated the agreement he made with his father, the agreement that Xia Qingyue would marry Xiao Chei once she became 16. Haha, good. Xia Hongyi nodded. He reached out his hand and patted Xiao Chei's shoulder. "Cheier, starting today, I will give Xia Qingyue to you. Although you are not a big hero, you are Xiao Ying's son, so I can have a peace of mind when I give you my daughter. Your father Xiao Ying was an amazing man. Becoming his sworn brother is something I would never regret in this lifetime, for he was a passionate and righteous man. You are Xiao Ying's son. Even though your profound vein is damaged, I do not believe that you will stay an ordinary person in the future. Treat my daughter well. For those who talk nonsense and can only flap their mouths in malice, screw them all." Xiao Chei's eyes smoldered in anger. He firmly nodded his head slowly. "Father-in-law, have no worries. Although people hold me in contempt now, once my profound vein is fixed, a sleeping dragon will be awakened from the abyss. I will make those people who look down on me and those who think that the Xia clan took in a wastrel for their son-in-law obediently shut their traps." Xia Hongyi was surprised at his outburst. He had always known Xiao Chei to be weak-minded with a mild temper and an unconscious inferiority complex. Xiao Chei's fearless utterance, sharp eyes, and calmness made him see Xiao Chei in a brand new light. One that was completely different from his previous attitude. "Good." Xia Hongyi nodded and patted Xiao Chei on the shoulder again. "I knew that Xiao Ying's son would not be an ordinary child. I will wait for the day this dragon surfaces. Alright now, Qingyue is waiting for you, go on." Chapter 5, The Wedding Ceremony. Xia Qingyue appeared between the arms of two bridesmaids. She wore a red phoenix coronet on top of her head. A fine curtain of beads hung down from the phoenix coronet to completely cover her entire face while also hiding her current expression. Her soft and shiny black hair fell gently behind her shoulders. Her straight scarlet robe was decorated in the "For Happiness" cloud pattern, and the belt displayed her slender narrow waist nicely. On her belt hung a charm made of exquisite jade while pearls dangled at its tassels, matching her golden shoes. These significant details made her magnificent outfit even more dazzling than ever. Xia Qingyue slowly came to Xiao Chei's side in the arms of the bridesmaids, and every step she made was light and elegant, as if she were walking across the clouds. An ordinary person would look like they were walking, but if they were in her body, they would look like a fairy riding on top of a cloud. Her usual posture was already that beautiful, and Xiao Chei saw such a feast for the eyes. Xia Qingyue finally came to the front of the carriage, and the two bridesmaids walked away bowing backwards. In accordance to the Blue Wind Empire's wedding tradition, the groom will bring the bride onto the bridal chair. Xiao Chei stepped forward and stretched out a helping hand at Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue elegantly lifted her hand. However, as Xiao Chei took Xia Qingyue's hands in his palm, a piercing cold energy unraveled onto Xiao Chei's hand, and his entire right arm stiffened in pain, half immobilized. The biting cold sensation slowly disappeared as Xiao Chei put his arm down with a silent, indifferent expression. Aside from a frown between his eyebrows when the icy cold hit him, he did not make any other expression nor the slightest sound. If one opened Xia Qingyue's curtain of fine beads, one would see her beautiful eyes flash in surprise and then hastily become cold once more. Xiao Chei sat on the horse, and the wedding procession went on with great strength and vigor. The Xia clan's wedding team followed in the direction of the Xiao clan shortly after. After another hour and a half, the procession returned to the Xiao clan's main entrance. This long journey was smooth and calm, to the disappointment of those who looked forward to the development of any drama. Xiao Lai was already at the doorway and stood to welcome their guests. Sadly, the number of people who came for Xiao Chei can be counted with one hand. Most of the guests came for Xiao Lai and the Xia clan. With Xiao Lai's fame and Xia clan's connection, many guests were seen. Outside the entrance of Xiao clan house, people who came to see the event was next to infinite. The streets were so filled up that not even a water droplet could get through. All these people came for the marriage of the number one beauty in Floating Cloud City. Xia Qingyue's bridal carriage slowly stopped in the middle of the noise. A corner of the curtain was opened as her maid Xia Dongling gently spoke, "Miss, we have arrived." Afterwards, a hand reached out and Xia Dongling gently lowered her arms. As soon as she got out of the carriage, the deafening atmosphere suddenly quieted to replaced by deep breaths that followed one after another. It was almost noon. The soft sunshine reflected against her phoenix coronet while her robe charmingly glittered against the breeze, making one's eyes blur if they looked too long. Her hair was wrapped up high into a bun on top of her head, and the phoenix coronet that framed her head was that of 4-inch layers. The top layer was adorned with fine golden hairpins, while the bottom had several golden phoenix engravings. The satin red golden phoenix coronet extended into a fringe of swaying pearl tassels. Although her face was not laid bare, with her eyes and lips partly hidden yet partly exposed, her beauty was exquisitely flawless. The sound of irrepressible breathing overlapped against one another as many people stared straight ahead, unable to snap back into reality. That is the power of Xia Qingyue's charisma, for this all happened without the revealment of her face. Based on her aura and posture alone, she still seemed like a fairy that had walked out straight from a painting. Her beauty was so immense that none could take their eyes off her. Xia Dongling wrapped a red silk sash around Xia Qingyue's hand. Naturally, the other end of the sash was tied to Xiao Chei's hand. As he got off the saddle, Xiao Chei smiled as he walked over to lead Xia Qingyue across the brazier. They cruised over the doorstep of the Xiao clan and stepped directly into the hall. TL, more info about why they walking over it. As they entered through the main entrance of the Xiao clan, the noise did not abate. Xiao Chei's expression did not change as he kept pace, but he naturally wanted the wedding to end as soon as possible. This was Xiao clan's center hall for important meetings. The only people who were allowed to use this place for a wedding are the leader of the Xiao clan and its elders. For this wedding the room underwent a large-scale transformation. It was truly a vision that should be seen. As far as one could see, the pillars were all embedded with yellow topaz and the walls had been painted with dragons that were inlaid with rare precious pearls. A red carpet spread across the center of the hall in a straight line and stopped at a short golden staircase. A subtle golden light filled the atmosphere, making the already beautifully decorated hall more dazzlingly eye-catching. The Xiao clan was not willing to invest such a large amount of money for Xiao Chei and mostly came from the Xia clan. Xia Hongyi was willing to spend as much as needed for his darling daughter's wedding. Xiao Lai and Xia Hongyi sat on the highest seat of the hall, smiles plastered all over their face as they watched Xiao Chei and Xia Qingyue enter. On both sides of the red carpet were 3 rows of rose sandalwood chairs, all already filled with people. Xiao clan's leader, Lord Xiao Yunhai, was there as well, along with the other 4 elders of the Xiao clan. As Xiao Chei walked in with a happy smile, their expressions stilled on the surface, but in the depths of their heart, they sneered in disdain. The Xiao clan was a clan that practiced in the ways of the profound for many generations. To have Xiao Chei with a crippled profound vein born in the clan was a shame for the Xiao clan. If he were not the grandson of the 5th elder, Xiao Lai, he would have already been expelled instead of remaining inside like he was now. And if it weren't for the fact that he was about to wed the high-profile daughter of the Xia clan, they would not even have bothered to show up in person, let alone be present at the scene. Regarding Xiao Chei, if they hear his name, they could only think of the word trash and not pay attention, for they do not even remember how he looked like. In the profound sky continent, one did not deserve dignity if one does not have the skill to back it up. It was a harsh reality and a universal truth followed by many, even towards members of the same clan. The expressions on the faces of the younger Xiao generation were unsurprisingly consistent as well. They all had their sights on Xiao Qingyue and their eyes belied their insuppressible infatuation. As their eyes transferred towards Xiao Chei, their eyes almost erupted with naked envy. The Xiao clan's outer disciples had always looked down on this permanently disabled person and never in their dreams thought that he would actually marry Floating Cloud City's unattainable #1 treasure. The uncomfortable feeling that those 2 people in the marriage hall evoked was similar to eating dead flies raw. The person in charge of the wedding was logistics manager Xiao De. The wedding ceremony began at the cry of his voice. The master of ceremonies first introduced the bride and groom and then read names from a list of distinguished guests that have came to visit. As he went on, Xiao Chei's expression remained neutral, but in his heart were clashing waves of water. Whatever else the master of ceremonies said after that was something Xiao Chei could not bother to listen to, for he was repeatedly ruminating over a problem that he actually cared about. What was that sudden weird feeling he felt at Xia clan when his hands met with Xia Qingyue's? Was it some kind of profound power? But he had never heard of such a mysterious power in Floating Cloud City. For Xia Qingyue to reach the 10th level of the elementary profound realm at the age of 16 was truly an amazing feat. But she was still at the lowest point of the 10th elementary profound realm. How was it possible that she could soundlessly release such an ice-cold aura that actually completely immobilized his entire arm? What was that astonishing, mystifying power which was displayed at such a level? Or Was this the hidden strength of the Xiaqing Yue who had reached the pinnacle 10th level of the elementary profound realm? The voice of the master of ceremonies stopped. After a brief pause, his voice became 8 octaves higher. First bow to heaven and earth. Xiao Chei's mind rapidly rotated as he glanced at Xiaqing Yue through the corner of his eye while bowing in the direction of the doorway, to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the elders. The two people made an 180-degree turn towards the seated Xia Hongyi and Xiao Lai and bowed. Xiao Lai firmly nodded and smiled lovingly at Xiao Chei and his new granddaughter-in-law. Xia Hongyi also smiled and beamed in content. Husband and wife, exchange bows. Xiao Chei's body turned towards Xiaqing Yue and at the same time Xiaqing Yue also turned to face him. This swift action that did not withhold any hesitation nor delay made all members of the younger generation of the Xiao clan clench their teeth. In their thoughts, they believed that Xiaqing Yue did not willingly enter this marriage with that crippled bastard but was instead forced to come by the Xia clan. To their disappointment, even up to this moment, there was no resistance at all from Xiaqing Yue. There weren't even rope lines of her supposedly failed escape that they imagined to have happened. The two people bowed and as they both bent towards one another, Xiao Chei saw cold eyes peeking through the gaps of the bead curtain. Cool icy eyes that revealed no traces of emotion. Usually at moments like this, the crowd would burst into enthusiastic applause, loud laughter, and cheers. But only a few people authentically clapped for the married couple. It was quite awkward. Indeed, the fifth elder should be congratulated. The first elder, Xiao Li, who was sitting next to Xiao Yunhai, said with a cynical strangeness in his words, "I congratulate you in representation of all the 5 elders' well wishes." Even the first elder, Xiao Li, who was sitting next to Xiao Yunhai, heard the strange cynical scorn in his words. Second elder Xiao Bo laughed with the same strangeness that came from the leader of the Xiao clan earlier and slowly continued, "Fifth elder, getting such a talented granddaughter-in-law has added glory to the Xiao clan. As for the Xia clan, getting such a son-in-law, haha, is also quite acceptable. Congratulations." The atmosphere in the hall immediately cooled. If one were not an idiot, they would clearly hear the apparent irony in the words "congratulations" that came out of their mouths. Chapter 6, Peerless Beauty. When Xiaoying was alive, Xiao Lai's position in the Xiao clan was second to none, for even the leader of the Xiao clan at that time was respectful towards him. There was a clear reason. Xiao Ying's talent at that time gave him the potential to be one of Xiao clan's strongest experts in the future. In this world that respected those with power, as Xiao Ying's father, Xiao Lai was held in high regard. However, after Xiao Ying's death, Xiao Lai's only grandson was born with a damaged profound vein. Although he was the strongest in Floating Cloud City, who would fear him? His son was dead, his grandson disabled, and he had no other successors. His position in the Xiao clan was now suffering a disastrous decline. Xiao Lai did not get angry, for he had already become accustomed to these cynical jabs of wordplay. With an indifferent smile, he spoke, "Thank you all for personally coming today. Be sure to drink more than a few cups of wine to celebrate this event. I have already given you face by personally coming here today, so I do not need any wine. My grandson Xiao Qingji has now reached the 7th level of the elementary profound realm. I have been here for quite a while now. I must personally go stabilize him." Third elder said as he stood up. TL, give face equals give somebody respect, especially when in public. Qingji has already reached the 7th level of the elementary profound realm. To be only 17 and have such success, his future is truly limitless. No wonder you were positively glowing today. That is surely gratifying. The other 4 elders rose to congratulate him with a surprised look on their face. Although well-disciplined, Xiao Lai's face had a look of condensed anger. His 4 brothers had always showered him with respect, but ever since Xiao Ying's death and the confirmation of Xiao Chei's damaged profound vein, their attitude changed for the worse. Basically, they do not bother to show respect for him anymore. They typically bragged about their own grandsons in front of him, but now, in his own grandson's wedding hall, they still fearlessly flaunted their own grandson's achievements. His brothers used their own grandson's success to rip out the deepest scars in his heart. All of a sudden, the atmosphere that could make one sweat bullets shifted. The master of ceremonies, Xiao Da, hurriedly tried to speed up the wedding process and exclaimed in a squeaky high voice, "The bride and groom, go into the bridal chamber. Distinguished guests, please go to the banquet." In the midst of the sound of gongs and joyful drum beats, the couple who many were watching finished their rituals of worship and started to walk towards Xiao Chei's small courtyard. The bridal chamber was the room where Xiao Chei usually lived in. It had been decorated entirely in red. The carpet on the floor was finely embroidered with a dragon and phoenix that flew upon clouds, an auspicious symbol for a blissful marriage. The room full of red silk also contained a large, double happiness sign, and 2 red candles were shining brightly between a golden lamp. The dragon and phoenix engraved on the candle seemed to sway in the twinkling light. The flickering candle touched upon golden glazed curtain and seemed to fill the room with a dreamy hazy color. It was isolated from the outside world and gleamed in such a way that would make one's eyes soften. Xia Qingyue's maid, Xia Dongling, escorted Xia Qingyue to sit in her bed and then soundlessly stepped out of the room while closing the door. The room became silent and they could only vaguely hear the soft sound of their breathing. Xia Qingyue sat there quietly, soundless and motionless. Xiao Che did not approach her but instead stood near the doorway and stared past it with a shadowy look in his eyes. "Your grandfather was disrespected during your own wedding, you must be really upset, right?" A soft clear voice entered Xiao Che's ear and his expression changed. Although Xia Qingyue's words stung his ears, she left him in awe, for she took the initiative to talk to him. Xiao Che glanced to his side and hesitantly spoke, "You can take down that phoenix coronet now. That thing is too heavy, and if you wear it for too long, it would become uncomfortable." According to the wedding traditions of the profound sky continent, the groom must take off the coronet for the bride. A while back, as he was trying to help her off the carriage, she stung his hand with her mysterious cold aura. Xiao Che was too prideful to touch her again because he was fearful of that happening again. Besides, he did not think the cold Xia Qingyue would even be willing to accept his offer if he were to actually try to help her with her coronet. After a slight pause, Xia Qingyue raised her hands and silently took off the phoenix coronet. At that moment, a beautiful breathtaking face appeared in Xiao Che's line of sight. As she raised her charming eyes and met Xiao Che's in contact, he immediately became stunned. A pair of indescribable magnificent eyes met his. It was as if the world's essence lay deep within her eyes. Not even the world's most brilliant painter nor the most precious of words could accurately portray her beauty. Her jade-like skin and creamy face was as white as snow under the dim lights in the room. Her lips were like the world's most delicate petals and her nose was of the most beautiful of sculpted white jade, high and proud with an innate nobility. "Your reputation precedes you," Xiao Che murmured, measuring her with his unblinking eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes peered back at him. An endless gravitational abyss drew his every attention and thought, making it difficult for him to move his eyes elsewhere. Although this was an arranged marriage decided since they were born, aside from the occasional glimpses he took when he was young, this was actually the first time he truly saw Xia Qingyue since the age of 10. This was because Xia Qingyue rarely left her home and the disabled Xiao Che had low self-esteem that evolved into an inferiority complex. He only heard about Xia Qingyue from the hearsay of others, and after hearing that Xia Qingyue had grown up to become a peerless beauty, he pictured her in his heart. The shadowy figure in his illusions faded as he looked at Xia Qingyue, realizing that he was in the face of true beauty. Xia Qingyue's allure was beyond his imagination, for he could not describe this peerless beauty. The Xiao Che with clear memories of 2 worlds could not help but forget his thoughts when faced with such a sight. Xia Qingyue was called the number 1 beauty in Floating Cloud City, but if anyone were to say that she was the 1 number beauty in Blue Wind Empire, Xiao Che would not dispute the claim. He could not think of anything that would surpass this beautiful spectacle before his eyes. The girl in front of his eyes was yet only 16. Girls at that age have not fully blossomed, but it is impossible to imagine what would happen to Xia Qingyue after a few years. Perhaps she would reach a transcendent level by that time. A girl whose every movement and smile that could move the world was born in Little Floating Cloud City. And this girl has become his wife today. Xiao Che could not help but question the authenticity of his reality. "And you are not what the rumors say, nor what I had imagined as well." Xia Qingyue rose and her touching curve of her body was exposed as she approached Xiao Che. Her eyes shone like water as she slightly parted her lips. "Rumors say that your vein was disabled, so you can only stay at the first level of the elementary profound realm. Because of that, you have a weak physique and low self-esteem since you only stay at home. Your only friends are your little aunt Xiaolingxi and my younger brother Yuanba. The only thing on your body that can be regarded as an advantage would be your appearance. Your profound aura is not only weak and murky, but your profound vein is indeed disabled. However, your personality is completely different from what the rumors claimed you to be." Xia Qingyue stopped at a distance of 3 steps before Xiao Che as she stared straight at Xiao Che with her beautiful eyes. "Although you deliberately hide and pretend your true character, I sensed your arrogance ever since I laid my eyes upon you. You are completely the opposite of those rumors. Earlier at my place, I froze your hand with my profound power, but your calm reaction surprised me. If your hand wasn't so still, I would have doubted that I failed to use my power. In the wedding hall you and your grandfather Xiao Lai were mocked during such an important occasion, but it only looked like you were angry for a quick second and then your anger disappeared. Your expression and heart rate showed no signs of abnormal fluctuations at all. It is difficult to achieve that mental state of mind even for a middle-aged profound spirit practitioner. When you look at me, there is an obsessed glint in your eye that has not diminished even now. Your disabled profound vein is fact, but your true personality and state of mind has fooled everyone. Xia Qingyue whispered, as her boundlessly deep eyes stared at Xiao Che. Xiao Che startled in surprise. With Xia Qingyue that close to him, one would usually be in ecstasy when in the presence of the perfume of her floral scent, but Xiao Che could not be bothered to be moved by that. His heart had completely went in shock as he stared back at her in awe. It was true, he was indeed a proud person regardless of who he was in the presence of, because back when he was in the Azure Cloud continent, he was one of the proud warlords there. Anyone living in Floating Cloud City at the moment was not on par with those legendary warlords of his time. Although his strength went through an extreme decline, his state of mind stayed the same. He did not deliberately set out to appear that way, but it was the natural attitude of his previous life. However, he had to keep his prideful self hidden because of his current lack of strength and situation. What Xia Qingyue said had perfectly described his personality in one go. On the road from Xia Clan back to Xiao Clan, he always thought that she held him in contemptuous disregard, for she was a heavenly treasure and he was the mud on the floor that people despised. It was a typical common thought. But he had never been aware that she had been watching him during their journey back. Xiao Che suddenly saw Xia Qingyue in a new light as he looked into her extremely beautiful eyes. Those clear eyes that saw through his mind and heart in meticulously fine detail left him in shock. You know. This Xiao Che with 2 memories of experience was a person that could not be moved in the face of all the world's heroes and even in the face of death. Yet she already saw him through. Was she really only a girl who had just turned 16? How can this 16-year-old girl possess such a monstrously keen eye and mind? Xiao Che had a suspicion that maybe Xia Qingyue was like him, a person reincarnated into this world. Are you enduring it? Xia Qingyue asked after a pause. Enduring it? Xiao Che let out a seemingly self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps. The truth of my damaged profound vein won't change. In the profound sky continent, living a life with a disabled profound vein has made people look down on me like I am the scum on the bottom of their shoe. Is there a difference between a cowardly self-blame and a silent endurance? Enduring it. More like he was tolerating it. Yesterday Xiao Che was exactly as what the rumors had said he was. No matter how clever Xia Qingyue was, she could not have thought that today's Xiao Che would have another lifetime's worth of memory. His temperament and mental state had also changed along with it. Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she suddenly lifted the jade-like palm of her hand and stretched out 2 fingers to touch his chest. Suddenly, a cool but not entirely cold aura hit Xiao Che in the chest and spread throughout his body. As Xiao Che was about to ask her what she was doing, the cold feeling instantly disappeared and Xia Qingyue opened her lips that were like the soft petals of a flower. Your profound vein is indeed disabled, but it is not a congenital deformity. You were probably attacked when you were very young and someone directly destroyed your profound vein. Chapter 7, Frozen Cloud Asgard. Was destroyed. Xiao Che frowned. Ever since he was a child, his grandfather and everybody else all said that he was born with a damaged profound vein. He even believed that himself when he got his memories of rebirth back, since his memories included the mastering of all the medical books during his lifetime. But Xia Qingyue said he wasn't born with a damaged profound vein, but instead it was damaged by an external force. In truth, no one in the Xiao clan had been able to see through this guise. Xia Qingyue had only looked at him within a few breaths of time, and to her, that fact was as clear as crystal. This woman. Yes. Xiao Qingyue creased her eyebrows and gently spoke. It was heavily damaged during your childhood and your family did not notice. Because of that, it was never repaired, and now that you have already grown up, the damaged profound vein has fully formed into its disabled state, and lost all hopes of repairment. Xia Qingyue said that last statement with absolute confidence. If an adult's profound vein became damaged, their power would leak, but there were a variety of methods to repair that. However, if the profound vein broke in the early stages of infancy, the growth of the vein would start from a bad foundation and will only become worse. At Xiao Che's age, the vein had already become badly shaped, so it was impossible for it to be repaired back to normal. Xiao Che's expression did not change and simply said, "That may not necessarily be true." Xia Qingyue gently inclined her head to glance at him. Looks like you always had the notion of repairing your profound vein. I'll definitely fix it. Xiao Che said blankly. Xia Qingyue looked at him deeply. She saw not only confidence and arrogance but a deep layer of coldness in his eyes. She sighed in her heart and softly spoke, the profound sky continent is a big place with numerous amounts of talented people, perhaps there really may exist a person who can repair your damaged vein. I should not have said what I had said earlier with such assertion, you can just take it as my ignorance. In those few words, Xiao Che's impression of her improved dramatically. He hesitated, then asked, the icy cold power you used earlier, what was that? I have never heard of anyone in Floating Cloud City with that skill. Your master is not a person from Floating Cloud City, am I right? Of course, it's up to you whether or not you want to tell me. Xia Qingyue was silent for a while and right when Xiao Che thought she would not answer, she calmly replied, Frozen Cloud Arts. Frozen Cloud Arts. Xiao Che slightly shivered at the name as he felt a vague sense of familiarity. When he suddenly remembered the name of the concept, his paled and words uncontrollably escaped from his mouth, Frozen Cloud Asgard. Xia Qingyue tilted her beautiful head and looked at Xiao Che with a surprised expression. When he shouted out, Frozen Cloud Asgard, Xiao Che had already lost his cool, but in her eyes, he was still too calm. Even if the Lord of Floating Cloud City heard that name, his body will weaken and his legs would tremble in fright. She lightly said, my master is indeed from Frozen Cloud Asgard, so I can be regarded as a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. This fact, the only person in Floating Cloud City who knows of that is my father. You are now the second. I tell you this because you are my husband now, and this is the most basic of my respect for you. Xiao Che's racing heartbeat could not calm down. The words Frozen Cloud Asgard burst into his heart like a huge bomb. Because it was the most powerful out of Blue Wind Empire's 4 major sects and also the holy land of that many yearn and long to be in. Even the Blue Wind Empire's royalty must worship their transcendent existence annually. Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Asgard, Xiao Sect, Burning Heaven Clan. Out of the 7 countries in Profound Sky Continent, the Blue Wind Empire was currently the smallest. Although they had the lowest overall strength, they have never been annexed by the other countries. A large part of the reason why was because of those 4 major sections. Those powers that be are not afraid of the Blue Wind Empire's strength but instead fear the 4 major sections. There is no doubt about the strength of those 4 major sections. The process in which they recruit disciples was very strict and they did not care about background in their selections. The most important thing they want in the end was talent. Everyone living in the Blue Wind Empire dream and aspire for that kind of great fortune. If you get into one of these major sects, even the lowest of disciples will bring honor and prosperity to their family. They would even be the guests of honor at court and be presented with the rank of a marquis. No one of this little Floating Cloud City had ever heard of anyone being admitted into one of those major sects, and no one would even dare dream about it. If the previous Xiao Che heard the names of the 4 major sects, it would be like hearing the existence of the Heavenly Sky Kingdom. He would never have expected to be touched by those words. But he did not expect that the wife he had just married was one of the disciples of the top-ranked sect, behind Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Asgard. Xiao Che quickly calmed himself down and asked, since you are one of Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple, why don't your family reveal it to the public? With your identity, Xia clan can freely walk through anywhere in Floating Cloud City and nobody would dare offend them. All the rich people, including the city's main clan, will seek to curry favor from you. The growth of your Xia clan will also develop at a rapid pace. Because of you. Xia Qingyue answered. Because of me? Xiao Che stilled in silence. Those 3 words had reminded him why. I married you with the identity of a girl from Xia clan and the entire city of Floating Cloud is in an uproar. If I married you within Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple status, not only our small city of Floating Clouds would be in an uproar. No matter what, there would be a lot of unpredictable consequences between you and my Xia clan. After all, the difference between you and I is far too vast. Xiao Qingyue said in a light voice with clear eyes. Although she only stood there silently, she was already brilliantly dazzling. Xiao Che slowly let out a sigh, then why did you marry me? You know precisely why. My life was saved by Uncle Xiaoying. I am the reason why he died during an assassination attempt soon after. Since I was born, my father arranged a marriage between us in order to repay Uncle Xiaoying's kindness. Although it was my father's promise, I have no reason to disobey him and thus I have no reason to not marry you. Xia Qingyue raised her glittering cold eyes. The reason why I told you that I belonged to Frozen Cloud Asgard was to let you know that in order for me to continue to practice the Frozen Cloud arts, my heart must be like a frozen cloud. Frozen Cloud Asgard only accept women and they must be pure and uncontaminated for life. Although I did marry you, I cannot love anyone in this lifetime. You must understand my commitment. Even if you aren't a disciple of the Frozen Cloud Asgard, I don't think you would fall in love with me anyway. Xiao Che said with a self-deprecating smile. Xia Qingyue slowly shook her head. Maybe you have misunderstood me. I have never despised you nor have looked down on you. My master had told me many times that people of a higher level should never overlook someone else, nor underestimate them. Besides, I have just reached the starting point of my journey up. The profound sky continent respects the strong, so there are countless doctors around. Just because your profound vein was broken does not mean that your life is completely ruined. Xiao Che was moved. Floating Cloud City bragged about Xia Qingyue's beauty and talent, but perhaps nobody knew about the elegance in her state of mind that not even the countless number of middle-aged people in this world can achieve. And she was really only 16. After a few years, one could not imagine how she would be. No wonder she caught the fancy those from Frozen Cloud Asgard. This woman with such beauty, talent, and mind of a fairy had really just became his wife not too long ago. It felt like that was only just a dream. If he did not have 2 lives worth of experience and memory, he would feel a sense of inferiority and could probably not even muster up the courage to look her in the eye. Thank you for telling me this, Xiao Che said with a passionate sigh. His eyes then became focused as his voice changed. Then, can you tell me the level of your current profound strength? Entering the 10th level of the elementary profound realm at the age of 16 was talent amazingly enough to stir the entire city of Floating Cloud. However, Xiao Che did not believe that Xia Qingyue was only at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm anymore. Because this unrivaled level of talent in Floating Cloud City should not catch the eyes of those of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Xia Qingyue became silent and did not answer Xiao Che's sudden question. However, her silence had indicated that her strength was higher than that of the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. You should go to the toast. Xia Qingyue slowly replied with a glint in her eye. As her voice fell, the sound of slow footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Hong's old gentle voice came from the door. Young master, it is time for you to propose the toast. Grandpa Hong, I'll be right there. Xiao Che promised. With one last look at Xia Qingyue and after patting his clothes of any dust, he walked out of the room. As soon as Xiao Che left, a bright ice aura surrounded the room and a white figure dreamily appeared in front of Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue lightly stepped forward and spoke with a gentle and respectful voice. Master Qingyue, do you wish to return to Frozen Cloud Asgard with me? The beautiful gentle voice was as misty as a cloud and as gentle as a breeze. It was enough to make even the world's coldest heart completely melt. Xia Qingyue gently shook her head. Master Qingyue intends to stay a while. If I leave as soon as I got married, he will suffer even harsher of endless ridicules. I ask Master to give me a month's time so I won't hurt him nor allow others to make fun of him by the time I leave. The woman dressed in white looked at her. After a while she nodded slowly and smiled faintly. All right. It is the first time in hundreds of years that a Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple was allowed to be married. Since it had been an exception, another month's worth of wait is nothing. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, Master. Xia Qingyue's body lowered again as she hesitantly whispered softly, Master, is it really impossible to repair his profound vein? The woman in white shook her head without delay. There are no such things as absolutes in this world. But at least to me, it seems to not be possible. Qingyue, it is good that you are a kind and compassionate person with a giving heart. However, I really cannot help you with this issue. Chapter 8, The Wedding Night. Xia Qingyue did not ask again. Since even this white-robed woman with such high pedigree and exalted status was sure that it was not possible, then there should not be even the smallest chance of it being possible. Qingyue, I know you are eager in repaying your debt of gratitude since your life was saved at a young age, to even go as far as delaying your return to Frozen Cloud Asgard, but you marrying him should already be enough to repay that obligation. When you return to Frozen Cloud Asgard, your identity will be revealed. Although he may suffer more ridicule after your departure, his status of being the husband of a Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple would still be intact. At least in this little floating cloud city, with that kind of prestigious status, no one would dare to cause him physical harm. The lady in white said with a comforting tone of voice. Xia Qingyue softly nodded. I hope so. His profound vein is disabled and he also has no other strengths. He will never be able to achieve any accomplishments perhaps in his entire life. But you are beautiful and smart. Talents of your nature are born once every hundreds of years. Otherwise, our mistress would not have let you break the rules like that and get married. Marrying you was his greatest fortune and luck in his entire life. You taking this step is justice enough. If his father was still alive and smart enough, he would have cancelled this wedding. I have to go. I will pick you up a month later. During this period, I will not go anywhere far. If you encounter any unresolvable problems, write me a letter to keep me informed. I bid teacher farewell. The white-robed woman's chin turned around. Suddenly, a beautiful face with a hint of coldness on it was seen. She wore no makeup for her skin was as smooth as a snow-white piece of jade. People cannot help but think of the terms, a beauty with flesh of ice and bones of jade, and a face of snow, with lips of pearls, to describe her as they laid their eyes upon her. Her facial features were as exquisite as they were perfect. She was charming in a way that made people unable to even dare look at her. One would think that she was as holy as she was lofty when gazing into her eyes. She was like a fairy who had ascended above nirvana, untainted by anyone of the human realm. She opened the window and her body slightly trembled. As if accompanied by an invisible cold ice spirit, she looked as if she had dissolved right at the place she once stood. Shao Clan Main Hall, a full guest house. 7th Uncle Lu, please have a drink. Xiao Che respectfully presented a cup in front of a gentle-looking middle-aged man. The person who was called 7th Uncle Lu stood up as he started to laugh. He raised his cup and drained it of its contents. He spoke with laughter, "My nephew, I was best friends with your father. Now that I see you have formed your own family and have married to such a good wife, my heart is happy for you. Thank you 7th Uncle Lu. First Elder, please have a drink." Shao Clan's first elder Shaoli took the cup and gulped the entire mouthful. He then heavily slammed the cup of wine onto the table. During this entire process, aside from saying through his nose, he did not say a single word nor look Xiao Che in the eye. Even with that attitude, drinking Xiao Che's cup of wine had already expressed the large amount of face he gave Xiao Che. Xiao Che did not speak as well and moved to the next table. Just as he walked 2 steps, Shaoli spit on the floor and opened his mouth as he spoke in a cold harsh tone of voice within Xiao Che's hearing range. Such a delicate flower has now been inserted into poop. Bah. Xiao Che's expression remained unchanged. His consistent footsteps had not paused and it was as if he had not heard him. That was only if one did not look closely, for his eyes hardened and a deep cold condensation hid behind them. He came over to the second elder, Xiao Bo's side. Xiao Che bowed slightly. "Second elder, Xiao Che offers you a cup." Xiao Bo did not bother to look Xiao Che in the eye but he opened his mouth to lightly say, "Yang dear, help me drink it." "Yes, Grandpa," Xiao Yang said without hesitation. He took Xiao Che's offer of wine and drank it all, only making a guru sound. A cup of wine presented to an elder but drank by his children did not show only contempt anymore. It was a sort of public humiliation. After drinking the wine, Xiao Yang put the cup down and sat back on his seat, his eyes filled with undisguised scorn and ridicule. Xiao Che did not say anything again. He only nodded slightly and moved on to the next table. Just like before, as soon as he took 2 steps, a cold grunt was heard. "Humph, trash is trash. Even if trash climbed into Xia Clan, it is still trash. Shall I that old bastard is actually going to depend on his granddaughter-in-law?" Bah. The voice contained deep disdain, sarcasm, and of course jealousy. Even if one did not mention the wealth of the Xia clan, if one can still brag about Xia Qingyue's amazing talent. If she had not been married to Xiao Che but instead to his grandson Xiao Yang, his laughter that came from his dreams may actually become audible. Xiao Che pretended to not have heard and walked away smiling. Xiao Che finished his toast and sent out the guests. The long night of banquet was over. During this entire process, the people who displayed genuine heartfelt congratulations and best wishes were so few that Xiao Che could count them on his 10 little fingers. Countless people were very polite towards him. After all, today was his wedding day, but he clearly saw contempt in almost all of their eyes. Some people sighed, some people were jealous with anger. The rest had unconcealed scorn and other negative thoughts like trash and worthless written all over their faces. His profound vein was disabled, so it was a fact that he would not achieve any greatness during his entire lifetime because of that. So they don't have to be friends or be polite with Xiao Che. They did not care if they offend him because even if he got offended, he could not do anything against them with his disabled profound vein. Before this wastrel they could be unscrupulous and not care, readily dripping in the show of their superiority. They felt strong as they looked down on this person who would never become anything but one who was weaker than them. That is the ugly reality of human nature. Take an early rest. Xiaolai patted Xiao Che on the shoulder with a gentle smile on his face. Xiao Che did not know what was hidden under his grandpa's smile at this time. As Xiaolai became older and older, his temper had become more and more gentle. But when he was young, he was like a candle that could easily be ignited. If someone made him upset, he would make that person 10 times angrier and no one dared to provoke him. Xiao Che knew all too well that his grandfather's temper did not become soft due to old age, but was instead because of him. In order to protect his useless grandson, he had to become kind and soft. Even if they were looked down upon, as long as the bottom line had not been crossed, he would endure it as best as he could. This way, there wouldn't be any enemies that would come back to get revenge on his grandson after he had passed away. As the most powerful person in the floating cloud city, the fifth elder that everyone used to be afraid of, was now not respected nor feared by the other elders anymore. This was true in the case of the younger generation as well. Watching Xiao Lai's back, images of disrespectful and laughing faces appeared in Xiao Che's mind. Xiao Che clenched his fists slowly as they gradually became pale. His eyes sharpened and radiated an image of an ice-cold blade. Subsequently, the corner of his mouth slowly opened and revealed a smile that would make one's hair stand on its end. Xiao Che was definitely a vengeful person. As someone who held long grudges, in the last 6 years in Azure Cloud Continent, his heart that was filled with hatred remembered everything. He remembered everyone who had been nice to him but also all the people who had not been nice as well. He kept it in deep in his heart, until it was time to seek revenge for even the smallest of grievances. You guys will be sorry. A deep guttural noise slowly overflowed from Xiao Che's mouth like a vicious curse. Since God gave me this chance to be another person, how could I let my grandfather and I suffer through this bullying? Back in his little courtyard, the moon was still hanging high against the sky. Xiao Che walked to the corner of his yard and stretched out his left hand. Suddenly, water arrows shot out from his palm. During today's wedding, he could not avoid drinking a lot of wine. In the end, he drank so much that it looked as if he could barely stand on his own. In reality, he was actually clearly awake. This was not him having a high capacity to hold his liquor but was instead because of the sky poison pearl. All the wine he had drunk transferred into the sky poison pearl. Since the pearl had become one with his body, he manipulated it as if it was like his own body. The sound of Hualala was heard for a long time until all the wine had been removed from the sky poison pearl. Xiao Che lifted his wine-covered left hand and smirked. He rubbed the wine directly onto his face and held his breath until his face turned red. Stumbling, he pushed his bedroom door wide open as he wobbled to his left and right, as if he was drunk. The door was pushed open and the smell of wine followed Xiao Che as he staggered into the room as if he were about to trip any second. He awkwardly lifted his head and looked at Xiaqing Yue. Xiaqing Yue sat on the bed with her beautiful eyes closed. It was extremely quiet. The dim candlelight flickered across her beautiful soft face, adding a bewitching mystical feel that one could not possibly resist. Xiao Che's eyes brightened and his feet shook as he walked towards Xiaqing Yue. He, my wife. I have let you wait for a long time, let's go, we can now use the bridal chamber. Xiaqing Yue suddenly opened her eyes and casually waved her right hand. An irresistible cold force suddenly swept up Xiao Che and pushed him out of the door. Xiao Che fell on his bottom and had almost knocked over the stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Che was in pain and rubbed his butt. It took him a lot of effort to get up and then he angrily roared, "Damn! I was only joking, you don't have to be so ruthless. I am so feeble yet you hit me as hard as you could, anyone would think that you are planning to murder your husband." The door slammed. Xiao Che pushed forward but discovered that the bedroom door was firmly shut. Xiao Che suddenly became depressed. This woman, don't even speak of flirting, even jokes are taken so seriously. Can I really live happily this way? I was really only joking. Besides, I am only at the lowest first level of the elementary profound realm. Even if I wanted to do something to you, that would be impossible. Xiaqing Yue did not respond. Xiao Che stood at the door for a long time but the door showed not the slightest sign of opening. Xiao Che's small courtyard only had one housing. There was no point in mentioning if he had other rooms for he did not even own a workhouse nor a stable. If it was a normal day, he could sneakily slip into his little aunt's place to sleep. But tonight was his wedding night, so it was not appropriate for him to sleep anywhere else. As a cold night wind passed by, Xiaoqie shivered and it looked as if he had become smaller. He knocked the door again and Weak spoke. "Hey, you're not really letting me sleep outside, are you? You should know that there are many people in the Xiao clan who would want to lay their hands on you. They are very upset that tonight is our wedding night. They have realized that someone as talented as you are would not let me touch you even if we are married, so they must be waiting for something to happen for an excuse to laugh at me. If they come over and see that I was locked outside, I would forever become a laughing stock. No matter what, I am still your husband. Do you really have the heart to helplessly watch me get laughed at?" The room was still completely silent. Right when Xiaoqie had the notion of kicking the door, the closed door finally slowly opened. Xiaoqie rushed in as quick as lightning and shut the door with a bang. Xia Qingyue remained in bed with the previous attitude from before. Although she was just sitting on the bed, she emitted a hazy noble elegance. Her beautiful eyes slightly turned, looked at the flustered Xiaoqie and spoke in a faint voice, "You are not allowed to be within 5 steps from me." "Then where would you let me sleep?" Xiaoqie rubbed his chin. The room was small, it only had a bed, a reading table, an eating table, and 2 cabinets. If one walked from east to west across the room, at most there would only be the size of 7 of 8 paces of distance in between. "You sleep on the bed." Xia Qingyue stood up from the bed. "No need." Xiaoqie flatly refused and sat in the corner furthest away from Xia Qingyue and closed his eyes. Although Xia Qingyue was perhaps 100 times stronger than him, his dignity as a man refused to let a girl sleep on anywhere but a bed if he had a choice. Chapter 9, Wife, Are You Asleep? He had married such a beautiful wife, yet on his wedding night, he could not touch, caress any part of her body, or even sleep on his own bed. He could only silently hug his knees as he leaned against a wall in the corner of his room. Xiaoqie now had really felt the maliciousness of this world. The red candlelight reflected against this newly transformed room, making it seem lovely. The 2 people in red dress entered a long silence, one sat at the edge of the bed and the other huddled pitifully in the corner. The only sound heard during this dragging silence was the vague sound of their breathing. After a while, Xiaoqie finally could not help but say, "You will not really make me stay here all night." Xia Qingyue's long eyelashes fluttered and the graceful curve of her body turned slightly to lie down on the bed. She released the scarlet curtain and it fell, hanging down. Xiaoqie could only make out her vague blurry shadow under the dim candlelight. Suddenly, Xia Qingyue waved her hands and a cold windy breeze extinguished the 2 red candles simultaneously, making Xiaoqie sit in the dark shadows of the room. If it wasn't impossible for him to beat this woman, even though she was as cold as her appearance, he still would have jumped her. "I was just joking earlier. Not only am I not drunk, I did not even drink 1 sip this entire afternoon. You can't even take a little joke, you have no sense of humor." Xiaoqie resentfully muttered. "I knew you weren't drunk." Xia Qingyue replied coldly, "But I really hate men who could defecate and urinate anywhere." Defecate and urinate, anywhere? Could it be, when he was trying to get the wine out of the sky poison pearl? F***CK. Xiaoqie's eyes widened as he jumped up from his corner. "You said that I indiscriminately urinate anywhere. Which eye did you see that with? You only heard the sound of me pouring wine." "Pouring wine, pouring the wine. As a dignified man of the Xiao clan, I would never do something as uncultured and filthy as that. You are allowed to look down on my profound power but not insult my noble character and personality." A little white after Xiaoqie roared at her, he heard the leisurely sound of Xia Qingyue's voice, "I was only joking too." $. Xiaoqie had almost vomited out his blood. Depressed, Xiaoqie went back to his corner and became silent again. This woman really knew how to joke around. Usually he would sleep comfortably in his bed, but on his wedding night, he had to sleep in a corner. There was no way he could fall asleep. After holding in for a long time, Xiaoqie let out his voice again. "So, when are you going back to Frozen Cloud Asgard? Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow?" Xia Qingyue. Xiaoqie laughed with a light expression and calmly explained, "Although I know very little about the ways of Frozen Cloud Asgard, I do know that they only accept women. Emotions of love are forbidden and they all have to be chaste. There are countless beautiful women in Frozen Cloud Asgard and I have never heard of anyone there getting married. But you married me. Looks like even among the people of Frozen Cloud Asgard, your talent and gifts are a rarity." You are perhaps a talent that they have only seen once in hundreds of years. Otherwise, why else would they break such a precedent in your favor? Xiaqing Yue. Xiao Che raised his head and looked up at the darkness of his ceiling and continued, for someone like you, they would do all they can to recruit you into their frozen cloud Asgard in the shortest time possible. There must be countless strong practitioners that study the way of the profound that an ordinary person would never see in their entire lifetime, and countless treasures as well. Under these circumstances, your profound power and status would skyrocket. You are probably going to leave soon, am I right? Xiaqing Yue remained silent for a long time. After a while, she answered in a vague voice, in a month. A month. Xiao Che's surprised expression became a smile as he lowered his head and whispered, thank you. Xiaqing Yue. You must have asked them for this month. I doubt that Frozen Cloud Asgard would willingly let you delay your recruitment and let you stay with a useless person like me against your wishes. 1 month is quite a long time and you are their treasured talent. In the future, you may even reach the same level and even be on par with the mistress of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Others may laugh at me, mock me, and never put me in their eyes, but someone like you who would improve to unimaginable lengths in the future, was willing to marry me. You tried to protect and maintain the pride of a laughable man like me. Although I know you are doing this to repay my late father's kindness, I thank you just the same. No need. Xiaqing Yue answered unemotionally. But her heart slightly shifted inside her as she became slightly moved by what he had said. He was not wrong at all, for even her master told her that talents like her were as rare as can be even in Frozen Cloud Asgard. Her master even said that once Xiaqing Yue entered Frozen Cloud Asgard, she was confident that she could break through the profound spirit realm and even reach the profound earth realm. A level that not even the #1 practitioner in Floating Cloud City, Xiao Lai, could reach. Reaching the profound earth realm before the age of 20. To the people of Floating Cloud City, that was an unimaginable feat. Before I married you, I thought you would be like all those people who hold me in contempt and ignore me, but you are better than I thought you would be. Not only are you beautiful, you are also talented and kind. As a woman, you can be considered to be flawlessly perfect. Xiaqing Yue. Well, since you are so kind, you certainly won't let your husband sleep in the corner on your wedding night, right? My bed is quite large and it definitely would not be crowded if 2 people slept on it. Before Xiao Che even finished his sentence, a cold and murderous aura blew across the room and he shivered. If you keep talking rubbish, I'll throw you out. Xiao Che crooked his mouth and obediently shut up as his stiff bottom bitterly went back to where he sat before. Somebody's here. Xiaqing Yue suddenly exclaimed. After a while, Xiao Che heard the soft faint sound of footsteps. If he did not deliberately try to hear it, he would never have noticed those footsteps. The owner of those footsteps seemed to have suddenly stopped in front of his courtyard. The careful footsteps stopped right in the middle of the courtyard and went no further, because in the room was the untouchable Xiaqing Yue. After sneaking around the courtyard for what seemed like half a day, the owner of those footsteps left as quietly as they could, the same way they quietly snuck in. It was night and Xiao Yulong could not sleep. He looked out his window with a frantic expression on his face from time to time. The door opened and Xiao Yang's hurried footsteps had come in. Xiao Yulong narrowed his eyes and asked, "How is it?" This, Xiao Yang carefully looked at Xiao Yulong's expression and spoke with great care. "I just came from Xiao Che's place. Xiao Che seems to not have been locked out." Xiao Yulong's hopeful expression dropped off his face. Xiao Yang's heart thumped and he hastily said, "But you don't have to worry, boss. Xiaqing Yue even views the guys from the governor's mansion and the Yuan family with a contemptuous disregard. How could she even like the Xiao Che of a wastrel? Although he had not been driven out, it's probably because she pitied him. She probably does not want him to get laughed at. Although he is in the same room as Xiaqing Yue, I doubt they are lying on the same bed. He's probably laying on the ground right this minute, that must be it." Xiao Yulong's dark uncertain face cast his eyes in the direction of Xiao Che's courtyard. He clenched his fists. "Xiaqing Yue is the woman I want, and no one can meddle in my affairs. I will personally check out what had happened. Absolutely do not let him touch Xiaqing Yue." "Yes." Xiao Yang quickly answered. The small dwarf like Xiao Che who was rolled up in a ball was still awake in the corner of his room in the middle of the night. He opened his eyes and raised his left hand to look at the center of his palm. In the darkness, there was a striking faint green light that came from the sky poison pearl. In Azure Cloud Continent, with only the power of the sky poison pearl, he alone stirred the world's wind and storms, but also incurred the wrath of the entire Azure Cloud Continent. However, This had almost used up all its poisonous power. The sky poison pearl had fused with his body to become a part of him, and he could hardly feel the presence of its usual toxicity. Before his death on his killing field, he had used the sky poison pearl's power to slaughter many strong practitioners. He had overdrawn the sky poison pearl's power and its poisonous powers ran dry. Overdrawing and exhausting are two different concepts. If exhausted, it could slowly recover. However, overdrawing directly depleted the source of the power, making it perhaps virtually impossible to restore it to its original strength. Today's sky poison pearl only had the most basic of detoxification, refinement, and fusion capability. Of course, its storage remained as well. With his profound vein disabled and the sky poison pearl's strength depleted, he would never be viewed as an important person in this small little city. The most intolerable fact was that he did not even have the ability to consummate his marriage with his own wife. If he wanted to have strength, the most basic step he should take would be first to repair his destroyed profound vein. Repair his profound vein. Xiaoqing Yue was certain that his profound vein could not be restored in ways an ordinary practitioner would use. But for him, this was not an impossible feat because he was the successor of a medical saint. His teacher had told him many times of the healer's theory in medicine. When in the face of a problem, one must remember that there is cause and effect. If there is a problem, there must be a solution. If there are people suffering, there must be healers. In this world, there is no incurable disease, and if people say there one, it was only the healer's own lack of ability. Regarding how to repair his profound vein, Xiaoqing had been thinking about that to this very day. His profound vein had not been an inborn disability, but was damaged by another at birth. After growing up, his profound vein has now been thoroughly crippled, making him unable to even use the most conventional of methods to restore it. In order to destroy his old disabled profound vein and recultivate another, he needed at least three things. "Wife, are you asleep yet?" Xiaoqing asked. After a long period of silence, he still did not receive a response. Cough cough, wife, you aren't really asleep, right? Xiaoqing asked again. "My name is Xiaoqing Yue." Xiaoqing Yue replied in a cold soft voice. "I know your name is Xiaoqing Yue." Xiaoqing scratched his eyebrows and strangely asked, "Wife, I have something to ask you." "Call me Xiaoqing Yue," she said in anger. "Oh, okay." Xiaoqing nodded. With a poker face on, he asked, "Wife, after you go to Frozen Cloud Asgard, are you able to obtain the 7 profound gem grass, a purple-veined heaven crystal, and a beast core of the earth profound realm? Are you able to get a hold of those 3 things?" Chapter 10, Star Concealing Grass. The 3 things Xiaoqing asked for made Xiaoqing Yue phoenix-like eyes instantly open. "What are you trying to do, Dot? Does this mean you actually have a way to get your hands on them?" Xiaoqing asked hopefully, after seeing that Xiaoqing Yue had not immediately outright rejected him. Xiaoqing Yue slightly furrowed her eyebrows, and started to slowly speak. "I have never heard of a 7 profound gem grass, but a earth profound realm beast's core can only be obtained after killing the beast. And how many people in the Blue Wind Empire could actually successfully hunt a beast training in the ways of the profound? Even in Frozen Cloud Asgard, one who could do that would certainly be quite rare. And a purple-veined heaven crystal is a priceless immortal treasure that even the 4 major sects would go crazy for. Even one would be worth more than 10 years of a person's lifetime cultivation. Those 3 things, don't even mention me. Even if it was the mistress seeking those things, it would still be almost impossible to obtain." Xiaoqing's chest heaved up and down as he closed his eyes, silent for a long time. "What are you planning to do with those 3 things?" Xiaoqing Yue asked spontaneously. "Repair my profound vein," replied Xiaoqing. "I am unable to help you." At the same time, Xiaoqing Yue said that she did not believe that those 3 items could repair a profound vein. Otherwise, there was no way her master would not know this method. Xiaoqing shook his head as if it did not matter. "Those 3 items are not things that an ordinary person could obtain. I was only casually asking about them." After a small pause, he spoke again in a little small voice. "Wife, after you return to Frozen Cloud Asgard, will we ever meet again? Do not call me wife again. My name is Xiaoqing Yue." Xiaoqing Yue said as her voice pitched higher and her voice got colder. Indifferent, Xiaoqing spoke in a carefree tone. "I married you and you married me. We have already bowed in the face of heaven and earth with thousands of people as our witness. We have also went through the entire wedding process. I am now your husband and you are my wife. If I don't call you wife, what else would I call you?" Xia Qingyue became speechless. After a while, she indifferently spoke, "Whatever, suit yourself." Xiao Che suddenly grinned broadly. This wife was untouchable, but had no conversational skills. "You still haven't answered my previous question. When you return to Frozen Cloud Asgard, will we meet again?" Xiao Che asked again. "No," Xia Qingyue replied. "Good." Xiao Che nodded his head and leaned his head against the wall as he closed his eyes. "In fact, you should return to Frozen Cloud Asgard as early as possible and not have to worry about me. For someone as talented as you are, you should not stay in this little floating cloud city and also not be tied down by me. When you leave, your status of being a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard would become public. At least in this floating cloud city, no one would dare to hurt me and I would live more comfortably. Oh right, you should not have any objections about my opinion." "As you wish," Xia Qingyue said, expressionless. This is more like it, since you would never see me again. If you do not let me get a concubine, I might really divorce you." The forgiving Xia Qingyue's heart was as calm as water, but she had a spontaneous urge to kick him out of the room. At the same time, she suddenly saw Xiao Che stand up and walk to the door. She hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "Can't sleep, I'm going out to watch the stars." As Xiao Che answered her question, his heart groaned. "This woman, how about you squat down here in the middle of the night? Let's see if you can sleep that way." Xia Qingyue did not speak anymore and Xiao Che opened the door as he proceeded to walk outside. It was in the middle of the night and all was still. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Xiao Che looked at the sky full of stars with a determined expression in his eyes. However, deep inside, he was at a loss with an unsettling and perplexing unease. Today was the first day he had been reborn. Although his mind had changed greatly if compared to the past, with a change that could even be said to have turned the world upside down, even his strong mind could not find a way to get out of his current damaged profound vein situation. If he could obtain the 7 profound gem grass, purple-veined heaven crystal, and the core of an earth profound realms beast, he would have more than a 50% success rate when repairing his profound vein. However, with his current ability, to even get one of the 3 items he needed is prohibitively difficult. After all, only the strong were respected in this world. Without enough power, achieving what one wants was but only just an illusion. What was he supposed to do? Suddenly, a slight throbbing sensation came from Xiao Che's left hand. He subconsciously raised his left hand and saw impressive glimmers of rapid flashing faint light come from the sky poison pearls pattern in his palm. Xiao Che's eyes contracted as he turned around, facing north. This is... In addition to being poisonous and having a strong refining capability, the sky poison pearl had an additional ability. It had the special kind of ability that could sense nearby toxic medicinal herb ingredients. If within a certain distance from a highly toxic ingredient or drug, it would perceive where it would be, emit flashing light, and point in its target's location, but its prerequisite was that the material must be one of the highest of qualities. The level of sensing that the sky poison pearl had was unrivaled. If compared, the highest level that a person could achieve would not even reach that of the sky poison pearls. On the Azure Cloud continent, the sky poison pearl had only flashed 6 times, each time letting him find the rarest of the most exotic treasures. Although this was its first day on the profound sky continent, the sky poison pearl actually had such an induction. Even this place hid a secret hidden treasure. The sky poison pearl's targeted direction was to the north, which was the direction of Shao Clan's mountain. Xiao Che had his own little courtyard. Its location could be said to be the most dangerous out of all the Shao Clan's property. This is because over his courtyard walls lay the mountains. This mountain was still actually the private property of the Shao Clan. The occasional wandering low-level profound beast would break into the courtyard by climbing over its walls. And if one wanted to come from the back of the mountain and sneak in to make this area its own, that would be a very good choice. However, in the face of the Shao Clan's power in Floating Cloud City, no one has ever dared to have done that to this very day. Xiao Che did not hesitate and directly climbed over the wall. Although his profound strength was low, climbing over a wall of 3 meters was no problem. The mountain area was quiet and somber, and if it was the previous Xiao Che, he absolutely would not come here in the middle of the night. The moon in the sky was still hanging up high and the countless stars there were also not that dim. Xiao Che glanced all around him and when he was sure there was no one in sight, he tread softly in the direction the sky poison pearl was pointing toward. The mountain under the light of the moon seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making it seem both mysterious and dangerous. Not long after, Xiao Che arrived at the foot of the mountain. In this place, the sky poison pearl's flickering light was at its highest frequency. Xiaoqi stopped and wondered, was it around here? But this was clearly only the foot of the mountain area. Xiao clan pharmacists must pass through here every day, so how could it even grow here? Whether it be a heavenly treasure or a somewhat decent type of medicine, it would have been found. Already, why would it wait for him to find it for harvest? However, the sky poison pearl had indeed reached this rapid frequency, which meant that the target would be at least 10 footsteps away. In the moonlight, Xiaoqi's brow tightened as his eyes slowly and carefully searched every inch of the land around him. Under normal circumstances, the more precious the medicinal herb was, the more dangerous and extreme the place it grew would be. At first glance, this area at the foot of the mountain was covered entirely in weeds, and Xiaoqi could not help but be tempted to suspect that there was a problem with the sky poison pearl's natural sense. As his eyes carefully scanned the ground in a circle, aside from only weeds, Xiaoqi could not find even the most common of medicinal herbs. Right when he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly landed on a place with some kind of indistinct variety. The Xiaoqi of today had a sharp intuition. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the uncomfortable feeling that he suddenly felt for the first time in this world. There was a mass amount of weeds there as well, but a certain weed at the edge of a rock that had not been trampled had caught his attention. Xiaoqi walked to the rock's side and squatted down next to it and stared at the mass of weeds for a long time. Firmly locked in the middle of all those weeds were smaller weeds with a tenacious amount of vitality. Without interference, one can say that they are clinging on to dear life by rooting at every opening available. In the middle of those untrampled weeds was an even smaller chasm. The hole was very small, for only 2 blades of grass grew there. However, if one looked closely, it was apparent that the grass there was significantly different than that of the other weeds around them. A gust of the gentle night breeze blew by, swaying the small weeds in the area. At this time, Xiaoqi's eyes had been firmly locked onto the small hole and suddenly saw the bizarre form of those 2 blades of grass. They appeared in a blink of an eye and then disappeared, without a trace. Xiaoqi's eyes widened and he was suddenly filled with ecstasy. He quickly stretched out his left palm that contained the sky poison pearl towards the little hole. Under the faint green light, the 2 blades of grass slowly appeared again. Star-concealing grass. It really is star-concealing grass. And there were even 2 of them. Xiaoqi excited growled in a low voice as he lowered his left hand with the intention of uprooting them. The sky poison pearl flashed and the 2 blades of star-concealing grass were recovered, in the palm of Xiaoqi's hand. The high quality the medicinal herb was, the harder it was to harvest, for even the slightest mistake during harvesting may cause damage to the materials and lower its efficiency or even completely destroy its effectiveness. But with the sky poison pearl, no matter how complicated the herb, one had no need to worry. The sky poison pearl could harvest a herb without bringing any possible harmful side effects by using its aura, completely wrapping around a herb without any sort of spiritual power leakage. Instead of saying that it was a surprise, it's better to say that this was a miracle. Looking at the 2 blades of star-concealing grass that were partly hidden in the palm of his hand, Xiaoqi's arm quivered in excitement. In his entire 24-year life, he had traveled almost everywhere on the Azure Cloud continent and only found 1 star-concealing grass. However, on only the first day that he came to the profound sky continent, he had actually found 2. And it was in his own family's back mountains. One could say that there was no difference when comparing the differences between a star-concealing grass and the common weed, for it was almost impossible to differentiate between the 2 even if one tried. At the same time, it had a very unusual ability: it could become invisible. In a way, it meant that if one wanted to find one, it would be even more difficult to do. His teacher had once told him that the star-concealing grass was a treasure of the heavens and earth, but there were few who knew of its existence. The amount of people who had the ability to identify it were no more than 5 in the Azure Cloud continent. In addition, the only thing in the world could completely refine this heavenly treasure was the one and only sky poison pearl. This is truly the heavens' grace assisting me. Owning these 2 blades of star-concealing grass is equivalent to having a surefire trump card. After refining them into star-concealing pills, my life would be insured even if I wanted to kill or rob people. I could do whatever I wanted to. Xiaoqi laughed as he clenched the star-concealing grass in the palm of his hand and sent it into the interspatial storage within the sky poison pearl. The flashing light that came from the sky poison pearl stopped completely after he did that. The happy Xiaoqi no longer had a reason to linger any longer and turned to go back home. As he was turning around, a cold light suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye. Xiaoqi stopped in his tracks to turn in the direction of the cold light. In the not-too-dim moonlight, he saw a vague blurry mass less than 50 meters north of him. It was an obscure white shadow. What was it? Chapter 11, The Red-Haired Girl. If it was a normal person, even with a decent amount of profound strength, one would still not dare venture forward in this scenario. But Xiao Che did not hesitate one bit as he walked directly toward that abnormal mass of white shadow. As he gradually approached, he suddenly discovered that it was actually a person. A very quiet person was lying there. "Who are you?" When he saw that the blurry image was that of a human, Xiao Che stopped walking and asked. The silhouette did not respond, and there was not even a single tiny bit of breathing movement coming from it. Had this person fainted? Or had died? Who was this guy? Why did this person collapse here? Wait. If this person had fallen in the daytime, someone would have already come upon this individual. Yet it seemed as if Xiao Che was the first to discover this guy, which meant that this person had only appeared here just now. The earliest time would be after night completely fell. Xiao Che did not hesitate and quickly walked closer. As he came before the body in front of him, he stared at the figure while in a daze, under the moonlight. This was actually a girl. The girl looked to be either 12 or 13 years old and wore a messy dress. Her daintily cute and petite body was curled up like a frightened kitten. Below her skirt's hem revealed two slender snow-white legs, but upon closer scrutiny, there was actually a distribution of little fine scars. She wore one black shoe on her foot, with the other shoe nowhere in sight. Her naked foot was like a delicate ice lotus, and her exquisite toes were as clear and translucent as a jade carving. The most striking detail on her body was her hair. It was unexpectedly like that of an evil demon's uncanny bright red color. The cold flash of light saw in the corner of his eye was actually the reflection of her head. A girl. How could a girl be here? And how could it be possible that she had that many scars on her body? What was the reasoning behind her hair color? Did the profound sky continent have people who were born with such red hair? Xiao Che bent over and stretched out his hand to gently shake the girl's shoulder. "Little girl, little." Xiao Che's voice suddenly stopped after he cried out in surprise. As quick as lightning, he retrieved his hands back from the girl's shoulders. This was because through her thin clothes, her body was completely cold, without the heat that a living person should have. The most shocking feeling of all was when he came in contact with the girl's body. It emitted an extremely poisonous aura. Yes. It was highly noxious, to a point that it scared him, for it was a kind poison that had the highest level of toxicity he had ever met, far exceeding that of all the poison knowledge he acquired from his past world. It was so terrible that once his hands came in contact, all the hairs on his body stood erect. At the same time he backed away, Xiao Che startled in surprise yet again. The weed and vegetation around the girl under the presence of the moonlight was not dark because of the lack of light. It was not dark green, but rather a horrible black burnt color. Even the land around her had become a pitch black. Xiao Che's heart thumped in piercing terror. If it weren't for the sky poison pearl's all-purpose poison detoxification in his body, the instant he touched the girl's body, he would have had already been poisoned to death. In this world, how could there be such a terrible poison? The most malicious of all poisons, wasn't that the sky poison pearl? Even back in the days when I used the sky poison pearl, it did not release such a horrible toxin. In fact, it was by far lower. Could it be that in this world there is something even more poisonous than the sky poison pearl? How did this little girl have such a terrible poison within her? And why was she lying in this area? Numerous doubts surfaced in Xiao Che's mind, but it was undoubtable that this little girl was dead. With this kind of severe poison, not even mentioning this little girl, even a strong sky profound realm practitioner would die instantly. Xiao Che took a deep breath, and after a slight hesitation, he again put his hand on the girl's shoulder and slowly turned her lifeless body over. Under the moonlight, the girl's face appeared in his light of sight. He froze in shock as he looked at her, as if he had lost his soul, unable to return back to reality. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Xiao Che's soul let out an uncontrollable tremorous cry. This girl was so beautiful, a monstrous beauty, so beautiful that she could probably steal souls. If he was not seeing her with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a young girl could unexpectedly release such thrilling charm. As red as a demon, a face of white jade, each of her facial features were all beautiful to the extreme, and all of them combined together made her unbelievably perfect. Xiao Che could not find any words to describe this girl's exquisite appearance. He was obviously looking at her from a close distance, but in his heart, he felt as if she was an illusion come to life, because in his subconscious mind, he did not dare to imagine that there existed someone in this world who had such a perfect face. Xiaoqing Yue was the #1 beauty in Floating Cloud City, and even in the Blue Wind Empire, there probably wasn't anyone that could compare to her. However, when Xiao Che saw this girl's face, he was stunned, as if his soul had been punched heavily. He never would have thought that he would be so strong, affected to the depths of his soul by only a person's face. She only looked like 12 to 13 at the moment. If she grew up to the age that Xiaoqing Yue was at, that would be simply unimaginable. Maybe then, she could cause chaos with only just a smile. But such a beautiful girl was killed by a toxin that a poison expert like Xiao Che had never seen before, and she had died on the land of the Xiao clan. Xiao Che could not figure out what poison it was and why it was here. He only felt that it was such a misfortune. It was unfortunate that this beautiful girl had been so brutally destroyed. What kind of people would actually be cruel enough to have the heart to kill such a beautiful girl? Xiao Che looked at the contaminated black vegetation and land around him. He hesitated for a moment but still ended up stretching out his left hand to press his palm against the girl's cold chest. The sky poison pearl then quickly started to detoxify the poison in her body. This was the Xiao clan's back mountain. Judging from the power of the poison in her body, if it continued to spread, the entire mountain could end up a dead mountain. Although the sky poison pearl's power had almost disappeared, it still had the ability to detoxify poisons. The sky poison pearl in his palm continued to shine, purifying the poison in the girl's body. Soon after, Xiao Che felt a slight fluctuation in the girl's chest and saw the girl slowly open her eyes, one by one. She had a pair of exceptionally very black demonic-looking eyes that flashed mysteriously as she blinked. As Xiao Che met her eyes, he felt a horror equal to that of falling down a deep abyss that gave his heart a fright. This girl, who was extremely poisonous, without any breath, and had a deathly cold body, had now opened her eyes. The girl reached out her right hand slowly and firmly seized Xiao Che's left wrist when he was still in shock. She moved her lips and let out a voice. The voice clearly said, "Sky. Poison. Pearl." Xiao Che's quivered as if hit by an earthquake. He could not believe his ears. Sky Poison Pearl was an object brought here by him from the Azure Cloud continent. It did not exist in the Profound Sky continent, but this girl had just said the name Sky Poison Pearl. Did he hear that wrong? Or was it just a coincidence? "Little girl, you, ah." Followed by the sound of Xiao Che's sharp moaning pain, the girl opened her lips and firmly bit on his left finger. Blood then started to stream down Xiao Che's middle and index finger, all flowing into the girl's mouth, without a drop on the ground. Alarmed, Xiao Che tried to pull his hand back. Although the girl's little snow-white hand looked delicate, her grip was as strong as iron as she bit him while holding his hand tight. Xiao Che had used his full strength, but he was unable to withdraw his hand. His eyes gradually widened as he felt as if all the blood in his body flowed to his left hand by an irresistible force, to then end up being sucked into the girl's mouth. "She's sucking my blood." The girl closed her sinister dark eyes and sucked on his finger greedily, like an infant drinking milk. Who was this girl? This girl had obviously been poisoned to a deadly degree, yet she left him unable to break free of her grasp. After desperately trying to pry himself free many times, he finally gave up as he helplessly watched her suck his blood. Xiao Che was already born with a weak body, but after losing such a huge amount of blood, his head started to feel dizzy. As he wondered if his blood would be sucked dry by this unknown girl, the pain from his left-hand finger suddenly disappeared, and the hand that tightly gripped his wrist had slowly loosened. Xiao Che stepped back, looking at the perfect girl with a dark expression, who was just sucking his blood. But after a while, the girl didn't do anything. Just like when Xiao Che first saw her, she was just laying there with her eyes closed and no breaths. Xiao Che took a few steps back and looked at the perfect girl with a dark expression on his face. Just now, the girl had been clearly sucking his blood, but after a while, the girl did not move at all, looking just like the time Xiao Che first met her. She was just quietly lying there with her eyes closed, soundlessly and breathlessly. Who? A cold gust of night wind went by, brushing against Xiao Che's back and the girl's body. In the cold wind, the girl's body scattered with the wind like mist, completely vanishing from sight, leaving only a broken white skirt, a pair of black princess shoes, and a red butterfly clip. Xiao Che disappeared. A weird sensation came from his left palm. His heart immediately shivered with an astonished expression. He then closed his eyes and spiritually moved his conscious into the space within the Sky Poison Pearl. The green interspatial storage within the Sky Poison Pearl was supposed completely empty. When he entered inside this time, he saw a quiet floating snow-white jade body in front of him. Xiao widened his eyes as he used his hand to cover his nose for the first time in his life. This girl was that little girl who had sucked his blood. The only difference was that she had not a strand of thread on her body, and her entirely naked body appeared in front of his eyes. Her eyes were closed tight and her snow-like face was tranquil. Her long bloody hair fell down, dancing by itself without the slightest breeze. Her skin were as tenderly smooth, moist, and as white as an infant's, with delicate baby fat. The girl's eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her waist was thin, and her legs were daintily straight, as if made of jade. Although she was young, her upper body had considerably matured. Her snow-white breasts were like two jade pearls on her perfect body, as soft as the springtime shoots of bamboo. A beautiful, breathtaking sight. This was a body that was still not matured yet, but there was still the release of a stunning charm that would steal souls in her immaturity. It was as if all the beauty in the world had been mustered inside this body of ultimate perfection. Xiao used his will to concentrate as hard as he could to move his eyes away from her body. He turned around while still clutching his nose. The instant he saw the girl's body, he felt as if his blood would flow upwards. He believed that if he continued to watch her, his blood would definitely spurt out. Why was she not wearing clothes? No. That wasn't the main point. She had clearly disappeared before, so how did she suddenly appear inside his sky poison pearl? The sky poison pearl had fused with his body, so I should be the only one who could control it. How could she appear in here without my command? Was it because she sucked my blood? What the hell was going on? Xiao brain became a total mess. Even with his 2 lifetimes worth of academic experience, he was unable to understand what had happened. Chapter 12, If You Weren't My Little Ant. Xiao withdrew his consciousness from the sky poison pearl and picked up the girl's clothes from the ground. He purified the poison on them before sending the clothes back into the sky poison pearl, then quickly covered the girl's body with them before letting out a small sigh of relief. What kind of person was this girl really? Why did she appear here? Why did she suck his blood? How did she know about the sky poison pearl? And how did she enter the sky poison pearl? Xiao could not think up of an answer for any of these questions. He silently watched this girl for a long time and then stretched out a hand to lightly touch her upper lip. His fingertips immediately felt a tiny bit of warmth, a contrast to the earlier icy coldness. A weak breath could also be felt, evenly brushing against his fingertips. These were all signs of life. "Little sister," Xiao called, shaking her body. No matter what the time, a woman's appearance was her strongest bargaining chip and most powerful weapon. If this girl wasn't as beautiful as a fairy, but instead horrendously ugly to a point that one would throw up for 3 days with just a glance, Xiao would absolutely, without hesitation, kick her out from the sky poison pearl. But this girl was not only thoroughly shrouded in mystery, but had also just then bit his finger and forcefully sucked his blood, causing his body to break out in a cold sweat. She even strangely appeared within the sky poison pearl. However, when Xiao looked at her, rather than the previous sense of danger, he instead felt an undeniable sense of pity. This was because this girl was such a beauty, so beautiful that it was impossible for anyone to associate her with the word danger. Rather than a man's natural instinct, it was more appropriate to say that this would be countless men's most base of nature. Xiao shouted for a long time, but the girl did not respond at all. He stepped back a few paces and then silently gazed at her. This girl was definitely not normal. Xiao thought to himself. From the scars that were on her body, and her ripped-up clothing, it was easy to see that the poison on her body wasn't accidentally spilled, but rather forcefully applied by someone else. For this young girl, the most ordinary poison would have been enough to kill her, but her enemy instead used a poison so strong that it alarmed even him. The person able to use this kind of poison was definitely a very frightening person. What was even more frightening was that, even with her entire body covered in this poison, she still had not died yet. Then, what should he do with her? Should he just let her quietly sleep inside the sky poison pearl? Xiao pondered for a long time before silently leaving the sky poison pearl, leaving the girl inside. Although this girl had just then sucked his blood, it seemed to be an unconscious behavior. A girl this beautiful, how could she possibly be evil? If he took a step back to think about it, at such a young age, how could she become a threat? He also had no idea when she'll wake up. After purifying the poison on the ground to the best of his ability, Xiao started to leave. In the dead of night, he could only hear his own footsteps. When he was only about 100 steps from the Xiao clan's back wall, he suddenly saw a shadow walk directly towards him. His footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked ahead. Who was sneaking out here this late? The shadow in front of him also discovered him and stopped, vigilantly asking, "Who is it?" This voice caused Xiaoqie to immediately stare, involuntarily saying, "Little ant." Ah. The shadow let out a quiet gasp, then quickly ran over. Coming closer, the moonlight revealed a dainty but charmingly elegant cheek. It was precisely Xiao Lingxi. Upon clearly seeing Xiaoqie, she opened her eyes wide. "Xiaoqie? Why are you here?" Xiaoqie scratched his head. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out to stargaze." "Stargaze? Tonight is your wedding night, you aren't with your Xiaqingyue consummating your marriage, but instead came out here to stargaze." Xiao Lingxi grabbed Xiaoqie's arm, an angry pout on her face. "Don't you know that it's dangerous here? From time to time, profound beasts will come out, and when it's this dark, sometimes bandits will come here. What would happen if you carelessly ran into them? I have told you many times now, if I or your grandfather aren't by your side, you absolutely can't come out here, even if it's during the day. You actually did not listen to my words." As she talked, Xiao Lingxi also angrily pinched Xiaoqie's arm as punishment. "Ah. It hurts, it hurts." Xiaoqie hurriedly yelled and then apologetically said, "Little ant, I know I'm in the wrong, next time I definitely won't dare." "You want there to be a next time?" Xiao Lingxi glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "There definitely won't be a next time. If I want to come to the rear mountains in the future, I definitely will call for Little Ant to come with me." Xiaoqie solemnly vowed. With that said, if it weren't for his extra life's worth of memories, he definitely wouldn't dare to come out to this place alone at night. That's more like it. There's not allowed to be a next time. Then, "Little ant, why did you come here? It's this late already?" Xiaoqie asked, confused. Xiao Lingxi's voice lowered, her eyes appearing a bit hollow. "I don't know why, but I couldn't sleep tonight. Then I saw that the stars were really bright tonight, so I wanted to come to the rear mountains to take a look." Xiaoqie looked up at the sky, then said with a smile, "In the past, Little Ant and I would frequently sneak out here at night to enjoy the evening wind and look at the stars. And would frequently get caught and scolded by grandfather." Xiao Lingxi responded, then quietly said, "I also thought about that, so I thought I'd see how it felt to come out by myself to stargaze. Because in the future, I might not be able to stargaze with Little Che." "Ah. Why?" "Stupid. Because Little Che is married. In the future, you should be accompanying your wife, Qingyue, to bed at night, rather than coming out to enjoy the evening wind and stargaze." Xiao Lingxi coldly glanced at him and then pouted for some reason. "That's not true. As long as Little Ant is willing, no matter when, I would willingly come here with Little Ant to stargaze. See? Aren't I doing that with you right now?" Xiaoqie said with a smile. "You're still saying that? Sneaking to the rear mountains during your wedding night? Ah. You weren't forced out here by Xiaqingyue, were you?" Upon thinking of that, Xiao Lingxi's face filled with rage and she stamped her feet. "Humph. That's too excessive, I'm going to go find her." "You don't need to worry about her." Xiaoqie grabbed Xiao Lingxi's hand. "I wasn't forced out here by her. I came out by myself. Maybe I just carelessly predicted that I'd meet Little Ant here. Come on, let's go to that place." "Ah." Leading Xiao Lingxi by the hand, Xiaoqie jogged through the cool evening wind towards that familiar place. This was a small hilltop covered by soft and tender grass. Xiaoqie and Xiao Lingxi leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder, bathing in the occasional evening wind, their hearts at peace. "I thought that after Little Che got married, I would lose a large part of you. Xiaqingyue is so beautiful, better than me in every aspect. I was afraid that once you had her, you would always stay at her side, leaving me with less and less time with you." Looking at the night sky, Xiao Lingxi's eyes overflowed with a wavering light that was even brighter than the stars. "Little Ant really didn't believe my words at all." Xiaoqie bitterly replied, "I clearly said this morning that in my heart, 100 Xiaqingyues won't compare to Little Ant. Little Ant forced me. Wait no, promised with me. I firmly remember, and will definitely willingly comply. After I marry Xiaqingyue, I won't forget about Little Ant just because I have a wife. I'll spend the same amount of time with Little Ant like before, I will listen to Little Ant's calls and would arrive as soon as I'm called just like before." And lastly, although Xia Qingyue is now my wife, in my heart, she definitely won't outweigh little aunt. I guarantee that I remembered every word right. Xiao Lingxi had a dumbfounded expression on her face and the look in her eyes blurred. I know that was a bit excessive. I was just playing around. You really kept it in your heart all along. Of course. Xiao Che nodded without hesitation. Because little aunt and grandfather are the most important people in my life. Other people can't compare. Little aunt, I promise you, even though I'm now married, you won't ever lose me, just like I hope to never lose you. Hee hee, Xiao Lingxi happily smiled, her hands hugging Xiao Che's arm. She rested her head on his shoulder. As expected, my little Che is the most well-behaved, most obedient. A dark cloud floated through the sky, temporarily blocking the full moon, immediately dimming the surrounding lighting. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time. No, it seems like it's been quite a few months since we came out here to stargaze together. When we were little, whether it was winter or summer, we would frequently sneak out here. I remember one winter night, at this very spot, of course the sky was filled with many stars. We watched for a long time, then accidentally fell asleep against each other. Turns out that it unexpected snowed that night, and we were frozen while sleeping. When father found us, we had already become 2 little snowmen. Afterwards, we only recovered after staying next to the stove for 2 days and drinking a lot of bitter medicine. Father was really angry, but was reluctant to spank me, not to mention you. So after we got better, he made us shovel a large patch of snow as punishment. Xiao Che continued with a smile, and then, we only shoveled for a bit before we started playing in the snow. We even made a big snowman that really looked like grandfather. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Once he started laughing, he completely forgot about our punishment. Aha. Father was always like that. He usually looks really fierce, but he could never bring himself to spank us even once and would only put on a show to scare us. No matter what, as long as we threw even a small tantrum, he would obediently listen to us. Xiao Lingxi's face was full of warm laughter. One time wasn't like that. Xiao Che's smile became vague. On my 12th birthday, when you were 11, grandfather got you a small courtyard, and forbid you from sleeping together with me in the future. I remember you would beg grandfather every day, crying and shouting, and even angrily stopped eating. But grandfather was extremely unyielding. No matter what, he wouldn't let you sleep in the same bed with me. As time passed by, you could only obediently follow his order. That's because I was really young, and had a lot of things that I didn't understand. Xiao Lingxi lightly pinched Xiao Che's shoulder. Some girl things I only learned after growing up, What things? Xiao Che widely opened his eyes, his face full of suspicion. That boys and girls can't sleep together after they grow up. I can't believe you didn't know. Thinking about what had happened before, Xiao Lingxi added another sentence. Also, they can't randomly kiss like when they were little. Ah, so it's like that. Xiao Che glanced at Xiao Lingxi's lovely cheek, dyed jade under the bright and beautiful starlight. He quietly leaned closer. But, I always want to kiss you, what should I do? Then marry me. Xiao Lingxi replied with a proud face, her pink cheeks raising slightly. If you weren't my little aunt, I would definitely marry you, Xiao Che said without thinking. After saying that, Xiao Che immediately stared blankly ahead. Xiao Lingxi's expression also froze as she vacantly stared at him, as if they had both been struck dumb. Chapter 13, The Dangerous Haze. Little aunt, why are you looking at me with such a strange expression? Suddenly realizing that the atmosphere had become a bit awkward, Xiao Che held his breath for a while before cautiously asking. Only then did Xiao Lingxi's beautiful eyes, which had a dazed look for a long time, tremble slightly. She hastily rested her gaze away and lowered her head, softly spitting out, "Aren't you afraid that your wife Qingyue will hear those words that you said just now?" Xiao Che put on a show of looking around, and then innocently said, "It doesn't seem like there's anyone around us, so what are you afraid of? But even if she did hear me, I still don't have anything to fear. You did not know that she actually doesn't sincerely want to marry me, and I also do not really want to be married to her. If it was little aunt though, I... Don't talk. Don't keep talking." Xiao Lingxi reached out her hand and forcefully pressed them against his lips, firmly sealing his next words. Only after a long time did she release him, once again resting her body against Xiao Che's shoulder, peacefully saying, "Little Che, even though I'm younger than you by a year, I am truly, without a doubt, your little aunt. There are some words that you can say to other girls, that you cannot say to me. In this lifetime, you cannot say them. I know in your heart, you really think like this, but that's enough. At the last two sentences, Xiao Lingxi's voice had become very, very quiet. Within her muttering contained a sense of bitterness and sadness that would break the heart of anyone listening. Xiao Chei's heart also heavily shook. He didn't say anything else, closed his eyes, and peacefully listened to the breathing and heartbeat of the girl beside him. When I was young, I was thin, dark, and short. Everyone called me an ugly duckling and always made fun of me. Believe me, Xiao Lingxi snuggled against him, a dreamy voice escaping from her mouth, only you would play with me. When someone bullied me, little Che would always rush up to fight with them and chase them away. You were always covered in cuts and bruises. The injuries you received at that time were all because of me. I got used to, and also enjoyed the feeling of little Che's protection. I believed that you would always be able to protect me this way. Xiao Lingxi's words reminded Xiao Che of the younger Xiao Lingxi. At that time, she truly was thin, dark, and short as she had just described, in every sense an ugly duckling. But because she was his little aunt, as a man, and also because he was older than her by a year, he would always, as if it was his mission, protect her with all his might. Who could have thought that this young woman would become very different from the little girl she once was? The once ugly duckling had transformed into today's beauty. Who knows how many young men of the Xiao clan would water at the mouth while longing for her. TL, idiom, this girl changed 18 times between childhood and her coming of age. Afterwards, little Che found out that his profound veins were deformed. I started to bitterly cultivate my profound strength right away, because it was my turn to protect little Che. At that time, I thought whether it was little Che protecting me, or me protecting little Che, it was all one and the same. Either way we could be together. It wasn't until I slowly grew up that I understood that little Che would find a wife, and that I would also have to get married. By that time, we absolutely could not be as we were before. In addition, out of all the girls in the world, the only 1 inch little Che could not marry was me. Out of all the boys in the world, the only one that I could not marry was little Che. Xiao Che. After such a long time, I thought I had already completely accepted it. Today little Che got married. I should be really happy, but from morning to evening, it was like something had been stuffed in my heart. It was an indescribable pain. When I wanted to sleep, I couldn't fall asleep, no matter what I did. And little Che, when you said those kinds of words to me, I was somewhat happy, yet also really sad. What has happened to me? Xiao Che's stomach heavily lurched. While he still had not spoken at this time, he also had no idea what he should say. The dangerously hazy feeling between him and Xiao Lingxi was born a long time ago. When they became conscious of these kinds of dangerous, forbidden feelings, they still stayed together night and day, but never had even a bit of honest conversation about it. Rather, in their hearts, they blamed it on familial affection. The him without the lifetime of memories from Azure Cloud Continent had a cowardly and self-abased personality. Even until death, he would only try to escape the words that were impossible for him to say it out loud. Until those kinds of feelings were completely buried. Xiao Lingxi had not revealed her feelings before today, even once. But the Xiao Che of today was not the Xiao Che from yesterday, and he said those earth-shattering words. In response, the indecisive Xiao Lingxi, at this isolated rear mountain hilltop in the depth of night, had let out her insuppressible feelings that she was forbidden to say. Xiao Che's heart began to beat at an erratic pace. As he inhaled this enrapturing girl's fragrance, he extended his right arm, lightly embracing Xiao Lingxi's body. Xiao Lingxi's body quivered slightly, but did not resist. She closed her eyes, quietly nestling on top of him with her entire body weight. The girl's lovely body was soft, as if without bones, was like warm, fragrant and soft jade. Her tender and satiny skin, though separated by a few layers of clothing, could still cause a person's soul shake. Xiao Che did not dare to embrace her too strongly, afraid that he would carelessly frighten or hurt her. However, immediately, he felt a pair of jade-like arms stealthily wrap around his back, taking the initiative to hold him closer and closer. A gust of faint, aromatic scent from an unknown place also entered his nose and then continued deep into his heart. Xiao Lingxi's willingness dissolved the hesitation in Xiao Che's heart. He extended his left arm to embrace her slender waist, but his mind suddenly froze. His arm's destination had accidentally changed. Upon landing, the feeling of a soft and warm lump was transmitted to his hand. Ah! Xiao Lingxi's mouth let out a moan. Xiao Che's mind was a mess. He immediately wanted to remove his hand, but Xiao Lingxi's soft, jade arm rested on top of the hand that had grabbed her first. At first, Xiao Che thought she wanted to swat away the hand that had accidentally violated her, but her jade-like hand only grasped his palm and rested there, not moving away, but not allowing him to flail about. Between these proudly towering breasts, Xiao Che still could clearly feel her wild heartbeat. The sound of Xiao Lingxi's breath was rough and heavy. A blush had long ago extended from her face to her snow-colored jade neck. She tightly closed her eyes and burrowed her head against his chest, completely motionless, as if trying hard to prove that she had already fallen asleep. Xiao Che also closed his eyes, completely still and completely silent, the two of them peacefully cuddling against each other. At this point, neither of them were willing to talk, for that would break this completely undisturbed dream. The night had grown deeper. When Xiaqing Yue found them, they were still the same position, but had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiaqing Yue had come out to look for Xiao Che. She originally thought he had just left to take a breath of fresh air. While he was out, taking a breath of fresh air, she had also left the bed and laid out the blanket in that corner so that he could safely sleep there upon his return. But after waiting a long time, he still had not come back. Instead, from the direction of the earlier sounds, he seemed to have climbed over the wall toward the Shao clan's rear mountains. With his weak profound strength at only the first level of the elementary profound realm, he had gone to the rear mountains, for such a long time without coming back, in the middle of the night. Xiaqing Yue finally was unable to hold back and came out to look for him. Thus, letting her witness this scene before her, that caused her to stare dumbfoundedly. Today was her and Xiao Che's first day as a married couple. When he picked her up on the road to the Shao clan, his tranquil attitude contained proudness. In the assembly hall, he held back his anger and hatred. In the bridal chamber, though he said all kinds of things and had a vulgar mouth, his expression and the look in his eyes unceasingly swayed fascinatingly between confusion, unwillingness and despondence. There was even a desolate loneliness that even she could not understand. But now, the him nestled together with Xiao Lingxi was sleeping with incomparable steadiness. The corner of his mouth was raised very slightly, clearly revealing a warm smile. His five senses were completely relaxed, his expression loose, tranquil, and peaceful like a baby sleeping in his mother's bosom. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling floated up in Xiaqing Yue's heart. Of course, this didn't mean that she had any feelings towards Xiao Che. But she and Xiao Che had become a married couple. She had always believed that this marriage was just a formality for her, that the status as husband or wife were also mere titles, and that nothing could cause even the slightest ripple in her heart. However, in some things, the heart does not always follow a person's expectation. This was especially true for women, who, unless they had no heart, were more prone to sentimentality. After all, she and Xiao Che were already husband and wife. Although, in her thoughts, she didn't care at all about this kind of union, but the fact that Xiao Che was now her husband would still be distinctly imprinted in her subconscious. Since he was her husband, he should rightfully belong only to her. Instead, on his wedding night, he had cuddled with another woman until they had both fallen asleep, with such a warm and content expression on his face. Her subconscious naturally would raise that kind of unfamiliar reaction. Even if the girl was his little aunt. This kind of uncomfortable feeling caused her usually tranquil and frozen fairy-like heart to twinge slightly. This sense of irritation allowed her to immediately wake up from her reverie, and quickly focus all her attention to still her heart. After a long while, the prickly feeling gradually disappeared and her heart had already completely cleared. She did not disturb Xiao Che and Xiao Lingxi and, with light footsteps, left without a sound. After a short while, Xiaqing Yue unhurriedly returned, with a crimson blanket in her arms. She carefully laid the blanket on top of Xiao Che and Xiao Lingxi's bodies and once again left without a sound. When Xiao Che woke up, it was already dawn. Nestled against his chest, Xiao Lingxi was still sleeping soundly, her sleeping posture charmingly sweet, if one ignored the large glob of saliva on his chest. His sleep-fogged mind gradually cleared up, and bit by bit, last night's scene replayed in Xiao Che's head. Though his shoulder was numb and sore after an entire night, he didn't dare move even a little as to not disturb Xiao Lingxi's peaceful sleep. It was also at this time that he suddenly discovered the crimson blanket covering his body. Well, F***ck, as he raised his hand to grab the blanket, a low, uncontrollable roar spewed out of Xiao Che's mouth. This clearly was the blanket that was just prepared yesterday, and had been laid out on the bridal chamber bed. Xiao Che looked up in the direction of his own courtyard, his heart letting loose a groan. On the wedding night, not only was he not in the bridal chamber, but had also went out and slept with another woman, all night. His newlywed wife had also personally run over to deliver a blanket. This scenario was truly thrilling. Chapter 14, Letter from the Shao Sect. It was early morning. The sky had barely begun to brighten when the master of the Shao clan, Shao Yunhai, was woken from his deep sleep by the sound of urgent knocking on his door. Clan Master. Clan Master, are you awake? Shao Yunhai opened his eyes, took a glance at the light outside and then asked, with a frown, this early in the morning, what happened? It's the Shao Sect. A letter from the Shao Sect. From outside the door came this excited, trembling voice. What? The Shao Sect. This master of the Shao clan, one of the most powerful people in Floating Cloud City, sprung up from his bed as if stabbed by a dagger on the butt. He haphazardly threw on his clothes and, not even bothering to straighten his hair, threw open the door hastily, grabbing the Shao clan disciple that was outside. He bellowed with wide eyes, "You said the Shao Sect." The Shao Sect. Yes. It's definitely the Shao Sect. That Shao clan disciple swallowed with great difficulty, nodded with all his strength, and then presented the letter in his hand to Shao Yunhai. This letter has the eagle seal of the Shao Sect. In this Blue Wind Empire, no one would dare to forge the Shao Sect's insignia. As soon as he saw the Sky Hawk seal on the letter, Shao Yunhai's entire body shook. He fiercely grabbed the letter, then, with violently shaking hands, quickly but carefully tore it open to reveal the paper within. Although the Shao Sect's name had only one word of difference if compared to his Shao clan, that one word was like the difference between the clouds and mud. The Shao clan barely counted as the leading presence in Floating Cloud City, but on the profound sky continent as a whole, it was simply a nameless existence. However, the Shao Sect is one of the 4 strongest sects in the Blue Wind Empire. They have the same level of prestige as the Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Asgard, and the Burning Heaven clan. They were an existence that the Shao clan could not even hope to look up to. To put it bluntly, a useless servant in the Shao Sect would not even find it necessary to respect the Shao clan's master. However, there was a connection between the Shao clan and the Shao Sect. That is because the person that founded Floating Cloud City's Shao clan 160 years ago, Shao Bieli, was at the time a person from the Shao Sect. To be more precise, he was an abandoned disciple, and, as rumor had it, the son of one of the elders at the time. However, Shao Bieli was the result of that elder raping one of the Shao Sect's serving girls while drunk. Since childhood, his appearance was ordinary and his talent was lacking. Furthermore, he attracted a large amount of gossip, causing that elder a great amount of displeasure. Upon reaching adulthood, his profound strength was the lowest among all of his peers. To let him remain at the Shao Sect would only cause that elder more humiliation, so he found an opportunity to send him to that piece of shit place, the rural Floating Cloud City, and helped him establish the Shao clan. From then on he paid no more attention to Shao Bieli and cut off all contact between them and the Shao Sect. But Shao Bieli nevertheless was born in the proud Shao Sect. He spent his entire life painstakingly cultivating his profound strength, hoping to gain recognition, and thus one day earn their approval and one day return to Shao Sect. After he died, this desire was passed down through the Shao clan from one generation to the next, and became ultimate goal of every generation of the Shao clan. Especially among each generation's clan master, all without exception hoped that they could rely on the tiny bit of Shao Sect blood in them to establish a relationship, no matter how fragile, with the Shao Sect. But after all these years, the Shao clan never produced a person that could fulfill this wish. Talk of the Shao Sect to them was like that of the Celestial Palace, something that they couldn't even hope to reach. However, today, the Shao Sect had taken the initiative to send a letter. This couldn't fail to send Shao Yunhai into joyful hysteria, the excitement making him feel as if he was in a dream. After reading the letter's contents word by word, Shao Yunhai's face was completely red, his breathing erratic. He pointed a trembling finger outside, hoarsely saying, quickly inform the elders to immediately gather at the main hall. Tell them we need to discuss big news concerning the future of our Shao clan. Go quick." "Ah. Yes." The Shao clan disciple immediately answered and ran off in a panic. Shao Che carefully opened the door, crimson blanket in hand, only to find that Xiaoqing Yue was already sitting beside the bed, awake and dressed. Her beautiful eyes that were as calm as water, watched him without even a tiny ripple. Shao Che immediately tossed the blanket on the table. With a face not red and a heart not racing, he calmly asked, "Wife, you're up so early. Did you sleep well last night? You're not going to first tell me where you went last night?" Xiaoqing Yue faintly asked, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. No need. Xiao Che stretched his body and then started to straighten his hair using the mirror, because I know you definitely aren't interested. Xia Qingyue. Although he fell asleep at the rear mountains with Shaolingxi last night, when he woke up, his mood was unusually good. After he straightened out his clothes and hair slightly, returning to his pretty boy image, Xiao Che stood up to leave and said, "Let's go. It's the morning of the first day, we have to go pay our respects to grandfather. This you won't refuse, right?" Xia Qingyue stood without a word and stepped out of the door ahead of him. Xiao Che loosened his shoulders and quickly followed her out. Xiao Lai woke up early every day, and today was no exception. Upon entering Xiao Lai's courtyard, the first thing they saw was him watering his flowers and plants. As he saw Xiao Che and Xia Qingyue enter, he gently smiled. "You came." Under Xiao Lai's attentive gaze, Xiao Che quickly reached out and held Xia Qingyue's small hand in his own. Xiao Qingyue's hand was soft and smooth, yet also cool to the touch, perhaps because she was trained in the frozen cloud arts. Xia Qingyue's entire body stiffened. Right before she was about to yank her hand free from Xiao Che, she noticed Xiao Lai's gaze, and had no choice but to quietly tolerate it. She let Xiao Che walk to Xiao Lai with her, hand in hand. Her father was always very respectful towards Xiao Lai and she was no different. In front of just Xiao Che, she could show him not a single bit of affection, but if she were to shake off Xiao Che's hand in front of Xiao Lai, then she can only imagine how ugly his face would become. This despicable scoundrel. "Grandfather, you're up so early today again." Xiao Che led Xiao Qingyue over and naturally greeted Xiao Li with the courtesy of a junior. Qingyue pays her respects to grandfather. Qingyue lightly curtsied, her posture gentle and dignified. The fact that it was her first time being led by the hand, and used by such underhanded methods, left her both angry and helpless. If it weren't for the fact that her profound strength would be detected by this elderly man at the apex of the spirit profound realm, she would have definitely used the frozen cloud arts to freeze Xiao Che until he grimaced. "Haha, you two also woke up very early." Seeing Xiao Che and Xiao Qingyue's intimate appearance, Xiao Che's face revealed a cheerful expression. "Che heir, Qingyue, even though the age of 16 is a bit early to get married, it also set a part of my heart at ease. Qingyue, you should already know about Che heir's condition. Frankly speaking, this wedding honestly was not fair to you. But our family will spare no expense to make it up to you. Right now, my greatest wish is to see the two of you peacefully live your lives." Xia Qingyue had not managed to reply before Xiao Che hurriedly said, "Grandfather, don't say that. I, Xiao Che, am your grandson. There isn't a woman under heaven that I'm not fit for. Where did we wrong her? After joining the family, of course she'd come pay her respects to grandfather and then carefully take care of me as the days pass. If she doesn't do it right, then I'll divorce her and find a better wife. Don't you agree, Qingyue, my wife?" If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Lai was standing right in front of them, Xia Qingyue would definitely have forever frozen Xiao Che's mouth shut with a gust of the frozen cloud fairy's secret arts. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lai burst into laughter, helplessly shaking his head. He looked at Xiao Che with a pampering look. "Oh, you, Qingyue had only just joined the family and you're already bullying her like this. Qingyue, don't listen to his nonsense. Che heir, this brat, hasn't had an honest mouth since he was young. You two should not have eaten this early, right?" Knowing that the two of you would come, old Hong already had the kitchen send over breakfast. "Come, let's eat together." "Yes, grandfather." "That's right, should we call for little Anne to come as well? She had always loved to sleep since she was young. Since it's still early, let's not bother her." The dining table inside the house was indeed already laden with 3 just-cooked portions of breakfast. Xiao Che never let go of her hand and dragged Xia Qingyue, who was with great efforts trying to look natural, to sit shoulder by shoulder on one side of the table. Xiao Lai began to take his seat opposite them. He had only touched his seat when the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, accompanied by a coarse voice. "Fifth elder. Is the 5th elder here?" "What is it?" Xiao Lai stood up and slightly wrinkled his brow. "Clan. Clan master's order. All elders are to immediately go to the main hall to discuss news concerning the future of the Xiao clan. You must immediately go." Xiao Lai stood up, grabbed the jacket offered to him by Xiao Hong and then spoke to Xiao Che and Xia Qingyue. "Looks like it's an emergency. You two eat first. There's no need to wait for me." There wasn't a single time in Xiao Lai's memory wherein such urgent summon came so early in the morning. He draped his jacket over his body, then quickly left. Xiao Lai had only just left, but Xiao Chei's hand left Xia Qingyue as fast as lightning. His body also jumped backwards with a whoosh as his eyebrows slanted slightly. He said with a grim face, "Qingyue, my wife, you are very clever, so you should definitely understand that the reason I held your hand was to give grandfather some peace of mind. I definitely don't have any other intentions. Even though I didn't get your approval beforehand, you definitely wouldn't lash out in anger, right?" Xia Qingyue's expression had indeed become a bit icy. She coldly spoke, "If you dare to randomly touch my body again, then I won't be this polite anymore." "Hey! You wouldn't go that far, right?" Xiao Chei watched her with wide eyes and a depressed look on his face. "I only held your hand and you're already so angry. We are still a genuine couple. Even if you're only married me to repay a debt of gratitude, we're still husband and wife. Since we're a married couple, it's normal for me to touch everywhere, not to mention the hand. No, rather, that's how it's supposed to be. You've been married to me less than a day and yet have always been cold and indifferent. You wouldn't even let me sleep on the same bed on the wedding night. Now even holding your hand causes you to get so angry. Sobs, what kind of wife did I marry? It's practically even worse than taking an empress for a wife." Xia Chei's temperament was more and more giving Xia Qingyue a feeling of helplessness. The first time she saw him, she felt that he was cold and proud. Gradually, she also felt that his disposition was not ordinary, and even held a touch of mystery. Many times, he gave her the feeling that this wasn't in fact a 16-year-old, but rather an adult man with many years of experience. Save for his uncouth nature that would be revealed whenever he wasn't careful. And now, even though he clearly had shamelessly violated her, he still acted as if he had done no wrong. Instead, like a little brat, he brazenly complained, firmly turning her from the victim to the villain. For a moment, she was dumbfounded and didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. Even the anger in her chest had unwittingly dissipated by a large amount. "Forget it, let's sit and eat," Xia Qingyue said powerlessly. "In other words, my wife Qingyue isn't angry anymore. Hee, that's more like an obedient wife. Come, let's eat a lot." Xiao Chei immediately climbed across the table and then sat back down, next to Xia Qingyue, passing the green bean cake on his plate to hers. Xia Qingyue began to suspect that the request she had made to her teacher to stay by his side for 1 month was both an erroneous and dangerous decision. Chapter 15, Xiao Yulong's Probing. Only after Xiao Chei and Xia Qingyue finished eating breakfast did Xiao Lai return, an unprecedentedly heavy look written on his face, along with a bit of shock that had yet to completely disperse. "Grandfather, what happened?" Xiao Chei promptly stood up and asked. "A major event. For the Xiao clan, this is an enormous matter," Xiao Lai said, yet his furrowed brow loosened. "But, it shouldn't have much to do with us." "An enormous matter? What kind of matter is it?" Xiao Chei was even more astonished. "It's the Xiao sect." "The Xiao sect?" This time, not only Xiao Chei, but even Xia Qingyue raised an eyebrow. About half an hour ago, the clan master received a letter from the Xiao sect. The letter said that the Xiao sect will immediately send a group of people here. Not only that, but the leader of that group is the Xiao sect's current sect master Xiao Juetian's youngest son. Xiao Lai said slowly. This news caused Xiao Chei to fall quiet for a long while before saying, "If that's true, then something doesn't make sense. While our Xiao clan did come from the Xiao sect 160 years ago, the Xiao sect has always treated us with contemptuous disgust. With more than 100 years of separation, there couldn't be anyone in the Xiao sect that would care about our tiny Xiao clan. Why would they suddenly send people here? But to say that they're plotting something, the Xiao sect's influence covers the sky, why would they need to plot against us? To say that they're granting us a favor, is even more impossible." Xiao Lai shook his head and said, "Of course there's a reason. Our Xiao clan's founding ancestor, Xiao Bieli, was secretly expelled from the Xiao sect because his talent was just too poor, but his father was, at the time, the Xiao sect's enforcement hall's elder, Xiao Zheng. Not long ago, Xiao Zheng died. In the year before he died, his thoughts no longer were of chasing power and fame, but rather that he still had Xiao Bieli as a son. After 100 years without contact, his heart was ashamed. He left behind a dying wish, hoping that the Xiao sect could, after his death, find Xiao Bieli's descendants and from their youth select the most talented candidate to take back to the Xiao sect to cultivate. This also serves as an apology for the disregard that he had shown Xiao Bieli and the subsequent expulsion. An ordinary person can't live to be over 100. But when one's profound strength reaches a certain point, living for a few hundred years wasn't out of the question. It's said that once one breaks through to the Emperor Profound realm, their life expectancy would span thousands of years. After listening to Xiao Lai's words, Xiao Che first pondered and then felt relieved. No wonder the Xiao sect would suddenly voluntarily send people to visit. Turns out it was this kind of thing. It seemed that the deceased Xiao Jing still had some status among the Xiao sect, so the Xiao sect honored his final wish. He also realized why Xiao Lai said that this had nothing to do with them. Select the most talented candidate to take back to the Xiao sect to cultivate. There was no way this most talented candidate any relation with Xiao Che. However, it was obvious that the inner thoughts of the other elders, after hearing this news, should be surging greatly. To be taken back to the Xiao sect to cultivate. What kind of idea was that? If any of their sons or grandsons were picked and taken back to the Xiao sect, then it would be like an earthworm rising from the mud to become a golden dragon floating between the clouds overnight. All of their relatives would take flight behind them. They would be able to arrogantly walk without fear of consequence not only among the Xiao clan, but among all of Floating Cloud City. Anyone who dares to disagree, if told, Xiao sect, those two words, even the city governor wouldn't dare to talk back. TL, literally means, wouldn't dare to fart half a fart. This obviously doesn't translate well. Xiao Lai's expression looked to be truly peaceful, but the disappointment that was hidden with great effort still couldn't escape Xiao Che's eyes. Within the Xiao clan, there wasn't anyone who didn't have the desire to go to the Xiao sect. Even the him of today was like this. And with the Xiao sect coming there, this was no doubt the best opportunity to get close to them, because now was when they can directly interact with the Xiao sect's people. The other Xiao clan members all possessed that sliver of hope. Only Xiao Lai did not even dare to hope, because there's no way that Xiao Che would be the person that the Xiao sect would pick. Xiao Che opened his mouth to say something to comfort his grandfather, but after mulling for a long time, he couldn't think of a single word to say. His profound veins condition was clearly well known. Even if he said something pleasing to the ears, what was the use? Even though this does not have anything to do with us, that can also be a good thing. The Xiao sect is as large as the sky. Even if we did go there, we'd be among the lowest ranked people. How can it compare to freely and peacefully being on top in Floating Cloud City? Xiao Lai easily laughed, sitting at the dining table. Come, help your grandfather finish breakfast. After coming out of Xiao Lai's courtyard, Xiao Che immediately realized that the entire Xiao clan's atmosphere had distinctively changed. Normally at this time, there would be quite a few people doing their morning training. However, now, as far as the eye can see, there were only scattered shadows, most of them moving with hurried footsteps and faces full of excitement. It looks like everyone thinks they can climb onto the high branch that is the Xiao sect, but is leaping to the heavens in one step really a good thing? No one is thinking about what would happen if they truly did enter the Xiao sect. I'd guess that they'd just be the lowliest of messengers. Xiao Che said cynically. Jealous? Xia Qingyue expressionlessly asked. Definitely not. As soon as he said that, Xiao Che realized that the Xia Qingyue by his side was a disciple of the Frozen Cloud Asgard, and in no way inferior to the Xiao sect. He only curled his lips and said, "You aren't the same as them. Forget it, pretend like I didn't say anything." Xia Qingyue no longer minded him and stepped forward. Although it was a really slow step, her body still moved 7 or 8 body widths away. Another step, and she was even further from Xiao Che, leaving him behind. Xiao Che's footsteps stopped, entirely focusing on this gracefully stepping, phantom-like Xia Qingyue. He muttered, "Don't tell me this is the legendary Frozen Cloud Asgard's frozen snow dance steps." This woman's profound strength was not that simple, it should not merely be at the elementary profound realm's 10th level. Yo! If it isn't Brother Xiao Che. A voice called from the right. Xiao Che turned his head and saw Xiao Yang walking towards him. This Xiao Yang normally had his nose pointing at the sky in front of him and treated him with complete disdain. For him to voluntarily greet him was definitely an unusual first time. "Brother Xiao Yang. You're up early." Xiao Che turned towards him and greeted good-naturedly. "What a coincidence, I was just about to go look for you, but who knew that I'd run into you here?" Xiao Yang walked over while laughing. "Brother Xiao Yang needed to find me for something?" Xiao Che asked, his face full of astonishment. Xiao Yang nodded. "It's actually Big Brother Yulong who had me come call you. He said that you're the youngest among us, but the first to get married. As your fellow clanmate, he wanted to hold a little celebration for you, no matter what." Plus, there were too many people at the wedding yesterday, so it was hard to enjoy the wine. It's best to drink a little and eat a little this morning, how about it? Do you have time? Inviting him to drink this early in the morning, it turns out that Xiao Yulong's patience was really only just average. Xiao Che sneered in his heart. He was perfectly aware of the reason why Xiao Yulong came to find him. At that moment, his face revealed an overwhelmed expression, and he emotionally replied, "Is it really Brother Yulong calling for me?" Of course. Of course there's time. Since it's Brother Yulong calling for me, how could I not have time? Then, do we go now? Xiao Che's expression caused Xiao Yang to secretly sneer in disdain. He nodded. Of course, let's go. Xiao Yulong's courtyard was bigger than Xiao Che's by about 4 or 5 times. Not only was it overwhelmingly luxurious, but it also had a dedicated serving girl. Slightly north of the courtyard center sat a square pavilion. The table inside was laden with food and wine. Xiao Yulong raised a wine cup with a warm smile on his face. "Little brother Xiao Che, you married our floating cloud city's #1 jewel. Once again, I congratulate you. As your big brother, I'll have to try harder from now on." "Thank you, Brother Yulong." Xiao Che also hurried raised his wine cup, his face red from excitement. "Actually, regarding that, my marriage is not a big deal at all. Really, it should be me congratulating Brother Yulong." "Oh." Xiao Yulong's face revealed his suspicion. He asked with a smile, "Congratulating me? I don't understand." Xiao Che replied with a serious face, "It can't be that Brother Yulong doesn't know about the group coming from the Xiao sect whom will select one the most talented youth to take back with them. In this generation of our Xiao clan, as far as talent, position, looks, and character, who could compare with Brother Yulong? So this time, Brother Yulong will definitely be the one taken back to the Xiao sect. It's an enormously happy event." "Right. That's right, Brother Yulong will definitely be selected to go to the Xiao sect this time. With Big Brother here, other people shouldn't even think about it," Xiao Yang also promptly said. His aptitude within the Xiao clan was only middling high. On this matter, knowing his chances, he didn't dare to have any ideas. The person with the best chance in the Xiao clan was none other than Xiao Yulong. Since he had spent the last few years following Xiao Yulong around, if Xiao Yulong enters the Xiao sect, it could only benefit him. He began to feel that these few years spent fawning on Xiao Yulong was indeed the right decision. Wearing a modest expression, Xiao Yulong shook his head. "You guys praise me too much. Our Xiao clan has many outstanding brothers and sisters. While I can be considered the best as far as profound strength goes, when it comes down to my qualification, I can't say for certain. But I will try my best for this. Come, Brother Xiao Che, a toast to yesterday's happiness." While his words were very carefree, hidden in the depths of Xiao Yulong's eyes was a glowing fanaticism greater than anyone else's. After downing a cup of wine, Xiao Che's face flushed. At this time, Xiao Yang drew his face close, and asked with a face full of smiles, "Brother Xiao Che, the woman you married yesterday is truly the most beautiful woman in our floating cloud city. Your luck with women is the envy of all of us brothers. The taste from the bridal chamber last night, must be equally pleasurable, right?" Xiao Yulong raised his wine cup, a smiling expression on his face, but his gaze was dead set on Xiao Che's face and eyes, prepared to see what expression he would reveal. However, as soon as Xiao Yang finished his question, Xiao Che's eyes glowed brightly, his face revealing a wanton smile. Understandable by all men. He leaned his head closer to Xiao Yang and lowered his voice, smiling, "Absolutely. Brother Xiao Yang, I'll let you know, all women are the same. Xia Qingyuan normally looks like a proud peacock, but in bed, she's an absolute slut. Ah, her moaning, her flavor, definitely was pleasurable. Xiao Che narrowed his eyes as he talked, his entire face red with intoxication. Ping asterisk. The wine cup in Xiao Yulong's hand was crushed into pieces, scattering all over the table. Chapter 16, Young Master Xiao, Looking for Death. Brother Yulong. What's wrong? Xiao Che quickly stood up with an alarmed look. Xiao Yulong revealed a completely stiff and ugly smile as he shook off the pieces of the broken wine cup from his hand. "It's nothing. I wasn't careful and lost control of my strength." Xiao Yang's expression wasn't better than Xiao Yulong's by much. He looked like someone who had just eaten a dead insect. After hearing Xiao Yulong's words, he quickly interrupted, "I know, it's definitely because Big Brother had another breakthrough in his profound strength. Right after you make a breakthrough, the growth of the profound strength will cause it to occasionally go out of control. Then it's like that. Xiao Che seemed to have suddenly realized, then quickly said, Big Brother Yulong unexpected had another breakthrough, congratulations. I heard that Brother Yulong advanced to the 3rd level of the nascent profound realm 3 months ago. It's only been 3 months, and you actually had another breakthrough. It's not for nothing that you're the ace of our generation. It seems like besides Brother Yulong, there's no one else that the Shao sect could pick. Xiao Yulong's face twitched. He stood up, strongly suppressing his heart's turmoil and spoke with a forced smile, Brother Xiao Che is flattering me. But it's true that I just had a breakthrough, and that my profound strength is a bit unstable. I must immediately stabilize it and can no longer continue to entertain you. No problem, no problem. Xiao Che quickly waved his hand, nodding with understanding. Of course Brother Yulong stabilizing his profound strength is more important. Then, I won't continue to bother Brother Yulong. Thanks you for today's invitation and hospitality. After a few days, when Brother Yulong is selected by the Shao sect, I'll definitely be the first to congratulate you. After saying that, Xiao Che very politely left. Xiao Yang also pretended to leave with him, but after Xiao Che was far away, he quickly turned around and rushed back. As soon as he entered the door, he could see Xiao Yulong's gloomy and frightening expression. Big brother, about this thing, seeing Xiao Yulong's expression, Xiao Yang fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and approached with trepidation. Oh! Xiao Yulong let out a bellow of rage as if he was insane. He swept all of the wine and teacups off of the table. After everything broke into pieces, he gave a ferocious kick, knocking over the stone table. His hands were clenched tight, his breath heavy with panting, and his eyes burned with flames of jealousy and hatred. An incomparably low voice escaped from his mouth, didn't you tell me? Xia Qingyue would never let Xiao Che, that waste of a person, touch her. Xiao Yulong very rarely went out of control. His current state caused Xiao Yang's scalp to go numb and his back cold. He said in a panic, it must be Xiao Che, that fellow making things up. Xia Qingyue couldn't possibly have fallen for that fellow. Bullshit. Xiao Yulong said with a low roar, is there anything about that piece of waste, Xiao Che, that I don't know? You think he can lie to my face? What kind of person do you think I am? Xiao Yulong had a considerable amount of shrewdness and vision. He has known Xiao Che for 16 years, and believed that he knew him like the back of his own hand. He firmly believed that when it comes to this lacking profound strength, cowardly, and self-abased person, no change of his mood could escape from his eyes. When Xiao Yang had asked him that question just now, whether it was the look in his eyes, his expression, or his subconscious behavior, none of them had any signs of guile. Xia Qingyue was the woman that he has vowed to definitely obtain. One reason why he allowed them to marry was because he was helpless to stop it. The other was that he was convinced that even if Xia Qingyue married Xia Che, she would never give herself to him wholly. Instead, it would make things more convenient for himself. But he had never thought that on the second day of getting married, the result would be that Xia Qingyue had already been sampled by Xiao Che. The anger in his heart right now, along with his jealousy and resentment, was almost enough to cause his chest to burst. Xiao Yang stood there with his neck shrunk back, not daring to even breath loudly. In the past, Xiao Yulong was slated to become the next clan master. He was always very loyal in front of him. Now that Xiao Yulong was most likely going to be a member of the Shao sect, he even more so didn't dare to oppose him. After a long while, Xiao Yulong was still panting heavily. It was obvious how large of a blow this was to him. He suddenly said in a deep voice, where did Xiao Che go after leaving this place? He went to the east courtyard. He might be going to the kitchen area, Xiao Yan replied with great care. Xiao Yulong angled his eyebrows, a dark cloud hanging over his features. He muttered under his breath, I always thought that Xia Qingyue had an exceptionally gorgeous complexion and talent, and also a dignity and aloofness that other women couldn't compare to. I didn't expect that even the most despised of the Shao clan members could catch her interest. Xiao Yulong let out a cold snort and with a fierce shake of his arms, walked towards the courtyard's exterior. Just as Xiao Yang was about to catch up, he suddenly realized where he wanted to go and immediately stopped obediently. Afterwards, he slowly wiped the cold sweat off of his forehead. Xiao Che left Xiao Yulong's courtyard and walked towards the kitchen at a normal gait to pick up some breakfast. Afterwards, he leisurely walked towards Xiao Lingxi's courtyard. If anyone got close, they would be able to hear him talking to himself, Xiao Yulong should be hurrying over to my place. Right. Oh. I wonder if my wife Qingyue will break his leg. Or both legs. Or 3 legs. TL, 3rd leg is his D. He reached Xiao Lingxi's courtyard, but the door was securely closed. Xiao Che knocked on the door. "Little aunt, I brought a light breakfast." The door opened and Xiao Che walked in, shutting the door shut with a bang. Xiao Lingxi was sprawled on the table, her hands resting below her chin, and her eyelids drooping, a thoroughly weak and dispirited appearance. Xiao Che placed the light breakfast on the table, then waved his hand in front of her face a few times. "Didn't sleep well last night." Upon hearing Xiao Che mention last night, Xiao Lingxi let out a low whimpering noise and buried her entire face in her palms. "You can still talk about last night." Xia Qingyue came to deliver a blanket. She must have seen everything. What to do, what to do? I'm too ashamed to see anyone, sob sob sob. It's not that bad, is it? Xiao Che rubbed his forehead, then sat at her side. He said with a smile, "Rest easy. You're my little aunt. What's wrong with us sleeping while snuggling together?" "It's exactly because I'm your little aunt." Xiao Lingxi shook her head as if she was being driven mad. "Also, all of last night, your hand was on my sob. She must have seen everything. What should I do if she tells someone? What should I do?" "Relax, she definitely won't tell anyone else. Besides, you're my little aunt. What's the big deal if, when going to sleep, I accidentally touched your breast?" Xiao Che very calmly stated. You aren't allowed to talk anymore." Xiao Lingxi shook her head even harder, her entire cheek blushing. The reason why she acted that way last night must have been because they were alone, in the dark, and her heart was in a state of confusion. Thinking back now, she even more so believed that she must have been insane at that time. "I'm 100% sure. Even if she did see, she absolutely won't tell anyone. To begin with, she wouldn't think in the direction that you're thinking of." "Alright, come quickly eat breakfast or it'll get cold," Xiao Che comforted her with a light laugh. When thinking about the same thing, a woman's heart was after all, different from a man's. "Oh," Xiao Lingxi at long last lifted her face from her palms and began to tearily eat the breakfast that Xiao Che brought. As Xiao Che expected, Xiao Yulong headed straight towards his courtyard as soon as he left. As soon as he entered, he spotted Xia Qingyue currently standing in the center of the courtyard. Xia Qingyue calmly stood under the pomegranate tree in the center of the courtyard with her arms raised high. Her expression was calm and serious, clearly she was quietly cultivating her profound strength. Her long hair naturally spilled over her shoulders, soft and glossy under the morning light. On her lovely face were 2 black thin and curvy eyebrows, similar to a pair of crescent moons. Her 2 tranquil pupils, clear like crystals, were like the radiance of a flowing dream. Her entire body was covered by a red dress, her faintly discernible curves slim and beautiful, a contrast to the creamy, white jade-like skin. This was Xiao Yulong's first time seeing Xia Qingyue's full peerless magnificence up close and personal like this. In that instant, he was thoroughly stupefied on the spot, all of his attention drawn to this exceedingly beautiful scene in front of his eyes. The rest of the world, in a blink of an eye, lost its color. Upon noticing Xiao Yulong's arrival, Xia Qingyue's posture didn't change at all. Her eyes continued to gaze ahead while a calm voice left her mouth, "Xiao Che is not here." Her voice was cold and indifferent, yet was as sweet and comforting as that of a fairy. Xiao Yulong only then returned to his senses, but there was no way to suppress the stunned and infatuated look in his eyes. He immediately adjusted himself to his best mode and bowed slightly towards Xia Qingyue, saying with a smile, "Hello Lady Xia. I am Xiao Yulong, Xiao Che's elder brother." Xia Qingyue was not an excessively cold and haughty person. The other person's mild language and respectful posture and voice caused her to glance at him. Also, it's not as if she hadn't heard of the name Xiao Yulong. After all, he is the son of this generation's Xiao clan's clan master. Just as she was glancing at him, preparing to politely respond, she saw the overwhelming infatuation in Xiao Yulong's eyes, and his obscene desires. Immediately, her fine eyebrows twitched. Her trace of goodwill to the previous polite behavior and refined appearance of this man turned into disgust in a flash. Even though Xiao Che would frequently cause her heart to erupt into anger with his vulgar mouth and uncouth hands, but at the very least, she never saw any trace of obscene desires in his eyes. But this Xiao Yulong on the other hand. Xia Qingyue's dull voice suddenly contained a hint of coldness, her words became even more to the point, "Xiao Che is not here." In the face of Xia Qingyue's clear coldness, Xiao Yulong seemed to be in disbelief. He nodded his head, saying, "That's really too bad. However, I've heard many good things about Lady Xia. To be able to see Lady Xia makes this trip worth it." As he spoke, Xiao Yulong's movements, facial expression, look, and voice all changed to the most perfect state, showing off his own charm. He was confident that he was thousands of times stronger than Xiao Che. If Xia Qingyue can fall for even Xiao Che, how could she resist him once he puts forward the effort? "I'm currently cultivating, forgive me for not being able to receive visitors." Xia Qingyue's eyes were tranquil, but her voice already carrying a tinge of annoyance. A truly beautiful woman would warm the heart and delight the eyes regardless of their posture or expression. Seeing the seemingly fairy turn to human Xia Qingyue, Xiao Yulong's eyes grew more and more passionate. The jealousy in his heart also burned hotter and hotter. This kind of fairy among humans actually became that waste, Xiao Che's wife, but had also been seized by a pig. It was simply a complete waste, something he could not accept nor forgive. Upon hearing that Lady Xia had just turned 16 this year, but had already cultivated to the 10th level of the elementary profound realm, Yulong has always admired you, and been fascinated without end. I believe that when Lady Xia reaches my age, you'll definitely be considerably stronger than me. Xiao Yulong moderated his mood, his face gentle as he spoke. However, even though there's only one level between the 10th level of the elementary profound realm and the first level of the nascent profound realm, but without a path, it is still quite hard to cross that gap. Though I dare not compare my talent with that of Lady Xia, with my experience, I still have quite a bit of insight towards breaking past the elementary profound realm. How about I exchange pointers with Lady Xia for a bit? As he finished speaking, Xiao Yulong walked forward with a smiling expression, his hands gathering his profound strength before reaching for Xia Qingyue's snowy hand. Xia Qingyue may be astonishingly talented, but she was still only in the elementary profound realm. Xiao Yulong was already at the 3rd level of the nascent profound realm and so definitely had the qualifications to teach Xia Qingyue. At least that's what he believed. Seeing that Xiao Yulong not only had obscene desires in his eyes, but had also moved his hands, Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a blue light. She abruptly held out a hand, empty-handedly pushing in Xiao Yulong's direction. Seeing that Xia Qingyue's hand had unexpectedly extended her jade-like hand out of her own will, Xiao Yulong's eyes revealed a happy expression. He was just about to grab her when he suddenly felt an irresistible force ruthlessly slam into his stomach. With no chance to make a sound, his body flew straight out, flipping in the air once, before falling head-first onto the ground. At the same time, his 2 front teeth were knocked free. Xiao Yulong's standing amongst the Xiao clan was extremely high. If a woman that had married into the Xiao clan were to receive his sexual harassment, even if she could overpower him, she wouldn't dare harm him. However, what kind of backing did Xia Qingyue have? Behind her was Frozen Cloud Asgard. Even if she beat him until he fell flat on his face, even if she asked for his life, once her status as a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard came to light, Xiao Yunhai wouldn't dare complain, but would rather be forced to apologize with a smiling face. Chapter 17, Would you believe that I'm a doctor of miracles? Xiao Che was very clear on whether or not Xia Qingyue's profound strength was truly at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm, but of course, Xiao Yulong had no idea. Xia Qingyue had gotten truly angry and used at least 70% of her profound strength just now. Looking at the Xiao Yulong sprawled on the ground, she retracted her palm and then indifferently said, "It looks like young Master Xiao isn't that great at exchanging pointers, please go back." Laying on the ground, Xiao Yulong was stupefied. He originally believed that with his 3rd level of the nascent profound realm's profound strength, taking advantage of Xia Qingyue would be as easy as reaching out with his hand. No matter what, he didn't think that upon meeting, he would end up on the ground with his entire body bruised and battered without even a chance to react. He stared with wide eyes in shock at the 2 bloody incisors that had fallen on the ground in front of him. Xiao Yulong immediately picked himself up, his face twitching. He knew how battered and exhausted he looked at the moment. It could be said that with his status as the Xiao clan's young master, he had never in his lifetime been in such a sorry state, and also in front of the woman that he admired and longed for the most. However, young Master Xiao was still young Master Xiao. He forcibly swallowed the blood in his mouth, his face revealing a what could be considered warm and elegant smile. Lady Xia's 10th level of the elementary profound realm strength is deserving of its reputation. Just then I was casually testing and had somewhat underestimated you. Then this time, Lady Xia must pay careful attention. With his 2 missing front teeth, Xiao Yulong's words were punctuated by the sound of whistling air. After speaking, he had already raised his hands and mobilized all of his profound strength. He naively believed that the reason he ended up at a disadvantage just now was solely because he carelessly acted, whereas Xia Qingyue had reacted ruthlessly with her entire strength. With his 3rd level of the nascent profound realm strength, how could he not handle Xia Qingyue's 10th level of the elementary profound realm? Xiao Yulong walked forward. 3 steps later, both hands simultaneously shot out, seeking to immediately wrap around Xia Qingyue's arm. His actions caused Xia Qingyue to loathe him even more. With all her patience exhausted, her right arm abruptly swung out, her red sleeve fluttering along. A gust of profound strength carrying a tinge of icy coldness swept across Xiao Yulong's face. This bit of profound strength didn't carry any trace of the frozen cloud arts, but still wasn't something that Xiao Yulong could handle. With a ping sound, Xiao Yulong's right cheek sank downwards and his entire body flew backwards. He spun in the air at least 7 or 8 times like a top before landing heavily outside the courtyard. 3 bloody teeth also were knocked free, 2 of them stabbing into Xiao Yulong's face. The exchange of pointers is over, I won't see you out. Xia Qingyue didn't even glance at him, her fairy-like voice ice cold. Xiao Yulong's entire right face was a patch of red, as if dyed with blood. Right now, even if he was an idiot, he would still understand that his 3rd level of the nascent profound realm strength was, from the start, insufficient in front of Xia Qingyue. He held the throbbing part of his right face and gave Xia Qingyue a look dyed with a tinge of terror. Taking in a rough breath, he staggered away without another word. Xiao Yulong had reached the infirmary and was about to enter when he saw Xiao Che just then leaving, his left hand hold a medicinal pot and his right, a package. Upon seeing Xiao Yulong, Xiao Che promptly greeted him warmly, "Brother Yulong, why did you come here?" Brother Yulong, your face, what happened?" Seeing Xiao Che, Xiao Yulong clenched his teeth, let out a cold snort, and immediately rushed into the infirmary. Shortly, the astonished sound of the Xiao clan's chief doctor, Xiao Gu, could be heard from inside. "Young master. Who would be so bold to do this kind of evil thing to you? No harm done. When I was at the rear mountains training, I wasn't careful and fell down." Xiao Yulong's voice was clearly riddled with pain. Of course he could not admit that his current state was because he was given a lesson while trying to take advantage of Xia Qingyue. "How is this no harm done? Your cheekbone has been shattered to no small extent, you've lost 5 teeth, and another 3 have been snapped in half. None of these can be grown back." Xiao Che had not walked too far away. The voices that floated into his ear sent a cold chill up his spine. This woman, her actions were far too ruthless. The murdering heart powder that had killed him most likely came from Xiao Yulong. Originally, Xiao Che wanted to borrow Xia Qingyue's power to give him a little lesson, but how could this be considered a lesson? It was simply beating him half to death. Thinking about how he had used his grandfather as a shield to lead her by the hand early in the morning, Xiao Che couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. When he returned to his own courtyard, Xia Qingyue was calmly standing in the courtyard center. Seeing him return, she indifferently spoke. Xiao Yulong came over. "Ah, yes, I know. I just saw him at the infirmary." Xiao Che carefully took a look at Xia Qingyue's expression before prudently responding. Xia Qingyue no longer paid any attention to him. She lightly closed her eyes and a layer of ice-cold air surrounded her body. "Qingyue, my wife, can I ask you a question?" Xiao Che opened his mouth to ask as he took a step forward. Xia Qingyue didn't react in the least. "What level is your profound strength really at?" To be able to force Xiao Yulong into such a sorry state, she should be at least at the 5th level of the nascent profound realm. To be at the 5th level of the nascent profound realm at the age of 16, if this was revealed, floating Cloud City would truly explode. Xia Qingyue still did not react in the least. She didn't seem to have any intention of answering him. The ignored Xiao Che had a face full of gloom. Looking at Xia Qingyue's appearance, she should be silently practicing Frozen Cloud Asgard's exclusive profound technique, the Frozen Cloud Arts. He no longer spoke. After placing the things in his hands on the ground, he leaned his body back, crossed his hands over his chest, and leisurely watched the peaceful Xia Qingyue. He watched until a quarter of an hour had passed. Xia Qingyue generally stayed in her room in the past. While training in the Frozen Cloud Arts, besides her master occasionally giving tips to her from the side, the rest of the time she was by herself, with absolutely no one else to bother her, not to mention a man who fixedly watched her with both eyes. Even though she was calmly standing there with her eyes closed, firmly concentrating on her training with the Frozen Cloud Arts circulating through her body, she could still feel Xiao Che standing there watching her. Moreover, it was a constant stare, his gaze hardly ever left her for even a moment. That piercing gaze over and over again swept over every part of her body, giving her no way of completely calming her heart. Her entire body was uncomfortable. After all, she was still only a 16-year-old girl. To expect her heart to truly be like still water was simply asking for too much. After an entire quarter hour, Xiao Che was still standing there, his gaze firmly on her. Xiao Qingyue finally could not restrain herself and opened her beautiful eyes to glance at him, coldly saying, "What are you doing, always staring at me?" "Waiting for you to voluntarily speak to me," Xiao Che innocently replied. Xia Qingyue had the urge to kill someone. Actually, I had something really important to talk to you about. But I was afraid of interrupting your training just now, so I had no choice but to wait. Xiao Che got up, his expression sincere. "What is it?" Xia Qingyue asked, strongly suppressing her anger. It's like this." Xiao Che's expression became serious. He took a few steps forward until he was standing in front of Xia Qingyue, then confidently said, "Early this morning, when I held your hand, don't do anything. I'm talking about serious business, serious business." Upon seeing Xia Qingyue suddenly reveal her killing intent, Xiao Che promptly retreated several steps, a wary expression appearing on his face. The miserable state Xiao Yulong had just been in provided a bloody lesson. Seeing that Xia Qingyue didn't, in fact, do anything, Xiao Che let out a small sigh of relief and continued, "When I held your hand, I felt your pulse in passing and found a big problem. An extremely big problem." His words didn't cause Xia Qingyue's gaze to waver even a bit. She didn't believe him from the start. Though she did feel him secretly measuring her pulse when he led her by the hand this morning, how could the men from the Xiao family that all of Floating Cloud City knew to be weak know anything about pulses? But Xiao Che's following words nevertheless caused Xia Qingyue to tremble slightly. "Isn't it true that you wake up every day at 3 in the morning? And not only that, but for the next half hour, your entire body would be ice cold, and your 4 limbs sore?" Xia Qingyue's gaze wavered, unwittingly asking, "How do you know?" Xiao Che continued to speak. "Also, after training in the Floating Cloud secret arts, every time your profound strength makes a breakthrough, within the next 2 or 3 days, isn't it true that your entire body would be ice cold, your 4 limbs sore, and you'd be unable to eat or sleep peacefully?" Xia Qingyue's gaze once again violently shook, because what Xiao Che said was not wrong at all. Also, Xiao Che's feet moved straight in the direction of the courtyard door. Not until half his body was outside the door did he say with a serious face, "Your last, period, wasn't it late by about 7 or 8 days?" Xia Qingyue. At #UN%. Only when he didn't feel any killing intent from Xia Qingyue did Xiao Che cautiously walk back from the courtyard door. "Do you believe me now?" "How do you know all of this?" Xia Qingyue's eyebrows drooped as she asked. "From your pulse. You can measure pulses. Would you believe me if I said I am a doctor of miracles?" Xiao Che asked with a sincere face. "If you want to joke around, then go find your little aunt." Xia Qingyue glanced at him without expression. Of course, Xiao Che didn't expect Xia Qingyue to believe him. It would be weirder if she actually believed him. These are all very serious symptoms. You don't want to know how to treat them. No need. Xia Qingyue let out a cold voice. "The Frozen Cloud Arts is the Frozen Cloud Asgard's exclusive profound technique, subtle yet inexhaustible. Once you start practicing the Frozen Cloud Arts, your entire body will have a hard time adjusting to the cold and will more or less show some negative side effects. In the Frozen Cloud Asgard, this is common sense that's known to all the disciples. Even Master and Master's ancestors experienced this. Once the Frozen Cloud Arts have been trained to a certain extent, these negative side effects will disappear completely on their own." Yes, what you said isn't wrong." Xiao Che nodded with deep consideration, then said with a chuckle, "But I also finally have some understanding of why Frozen Cloud Asgard teaches to prohibit emotion and suppresses desires, because even if the women of Frozen Cloud Asgard had lovers, they still wouldn't be able to have children. If this were to be leaked, it would be very harmful to Frozen Cloud Asgard's prestige. It's better to prohibit the disciples of Frozen Cloud Asgard from seeing men and at the same time, protect this pretty disgraceful secret." Xia Qingyue's eyebrows suddenly slanted and her gaze abruptly became cold. For the first time, she was truly angry at Xiao Che. "Shut up. I can tolerate your nonsense, but I won't allow you to insult my school." If you continue with even half a sentence more of that kind of talk, then I won't forgive you. Now, the previously cautious and cowering Xiao Che had not even a hint of a fearful expression. Instead, he faintly smiled and said leisurely, "Whether or not I was wrong, I know very well. I can also tell you, the more powerful the profound strength, the longer the life expectancy. However, from your pulse, I am absolutely certain that the life expectancy of members of your frozen cloud Asgard is 1/3 less than that of someone else with the same level of profound strength, if not more. Am I right or am I wrong?" Xiao Che's words were like a clap of thunder next to Xia Qingyue's ears and caused her two beautiful pupils to contract for an instant. Chapter 18, A Silver Needle to Release the Cold. Who did you hear that from? Xia Qingyue coldly asked, her thoughts startled. At the same level of profound strength, the life expectancy of members of Frozen Cloud Asgard was shorter than other people's by a large amount. This was the cruel truth. Even within Frozen Cloud Asgard, this was a secret that had always been suppressed by the Frozen Cloud Asgard's leadership. The reason why Xia Qingyue knew about it was because her master had absent-mindedly mentioned it to her after one of her breakthroughs. Furthermore, she told her that this was Frozen Cloud Asgard's biggest flaw and strictly ordered her not to tell anyone, including her fellow disciples. Yet here, Xiao Che had readily said it out loud. If I were the master of the Frozen Cloud Asgard, I would use all my might to hide this flaw and prevent outsiders from finding out. Do you think I could have possibly heard this from anyone? Xiao Che said, curling his lips, I really came to this conclusion from measuring your pulse, that's all. From your reaction, it seems that everything I said was right. I don't believe you. Xia Qingyue resolutely shook her head. To be able to infer Frozen Cloud Asgard's biggest secret just from a pulse. That's ridiculous. If it was that easy, with the countless number of spirit doctors in Blue Wind Empire, Frozen Cloud Asgard's secret would have been exposed who knows how many years ago. However, everything Xiao Che had just said went straight to the crux of the matter, without any flaws at all. There was no way Xia Qingyue would not be bewildered. I knew that you won't believe me. Xiao Che picked up the medicinal pot and package from the ground and walked into the house. Follow me. Xia Qingyue's gaze swept over the items held in his hands. After a bit of hesitation, she followed him into the room and closed the door behind her. After setting down the medicinal pot and package, Xiao Che ordered Xia Qingyue, sit down. What do you want to do? Xia Qingyue looked at him with suspicion. Obviously, I want to treat you. There's no need. Xia Qingyue immediately shook her head. Whether it's necessary or not, it's best if you wait until afterwards to decide. Hey! You shouldn't be unwilling to even try it, right? Xiao Che opened the package and took out a silver box. He let out a sigh, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on his face. I know you basically don't believe anything I say. But at the very least, I don't have the ability, nor any reason, to hurt you. The reason I retrieved these things from the infirmary early in the morning is only because I wanted to give you treatment, that's all. If it works, then that's good, if not, you still won't lose anything. Since you don't want to believe me, and don't want to give it a try, then forget it. Just pretend it's unrequited affection. Xiao Che's words startled Xia Qingyue and a bit of guilt grew in her heart. It was true that what he said before, and what he was saying now were all to help treat her. He didn't request anything from her or raise any conditions. He also, as he said so himself, had no reason or ability to harm her. No matter what the result, to outright reject him was really a bit excessive. Xia Qingyue let out a sigh in her heart and then sat down next to Xiao Che. How are you going to treat me? You're willing to receive treatment. Xiao Che gave her a look and then turned his face away with a snort. His attitude of a wrong child left Xia Qingyue unable to decide whether she should laugh or cry, and her voice relaxed. I want to see how you'll treat me. Now that's more obedient. When Xiao Che turned his face back, his expression was all smiles. This caused Xia Qingyue to stare distractedly at him. This guy's mood swings were really too quick. Extend your hand. Xiao Che sat in front of Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue also accordingly extended both arms, resting them horizontally on the table. Her red sleeves pushed up to her elbows, exposing a pair of creamy, snow-white arms. Xiao Che opened the silver box. Surprisingly, arranged inside were several tens of thread-thin silver needles. Silver needles. Don't tell me you are going to use acupuncture. Xia Qingyue's moon-like brows raised. Eh? You actually know acupuncture? Xiaoqie gave her a somewhat surprised look. Back on Blue Cloud Continent, there weren't even 10 people that could perform acupuncture, even if he and his medical saint master were included. However, on Profound Sky Continent, this apparently was among one of the more popular medical treatments. It was even possible to find a set of acupuncture tools in the Shao clan's infirmary. Of course I know. I also know that to be skilled in acupuncture techniques requires a lot of time. You need tens of years to have even a little bit of success. I've never heard that you were studying medical techniques, not to mention acupuncture. Also, your room doesn't have the smell or mark of traditional medicine. What exactly are you going to do? Xia Qingyue's eyes all along were wary and suspicious. Xiaoqie took out a silver needle, gripping its base with 2 fingers. When Xiaoqie picked up the silver needle, Xia Qingyue's gaze became slightly distracted. That was because in Xiaoqie's hands, that silver needle had a kind of indescribably feeling of harmony, as if it had been naturally grown from Xiaoqie's hands. This feeling was very subtle and indescribable, yet it clearly and truly existed. Xiaoqie opened a small bottle and carefully dipped the silver needle inside. Whether or not I know how to perform acupuncture, you'll immediately find out. Of course, if you feel that there's something wrong, or feel that I'm playing around, you can have me stop whenever you want. What's inside that bottle? Xia Qingyue's gaze fell upon that small bottle. Ordinary juice from the scarlet sunflower. Xiaoqie responded without thinking, his gaze falling upon Xia Qingyue's snowy arms. The left hand holding the silver needle flickered slightly. Xiaoqie's movement was exceedingly fast, so fast that Xia Qingyue couldn't react. When Xiaoqie's left hand withdrew, the silver needle between his fingers could no longer be seen. Instead, on her right wrist, a silver needle was inserted vertically, accurately landing on the yang qi acupuncture point. There was no pain, it could be better described as no feeling at all. If it weren't for the fact that she was staring blankly at this silver needle, she wouldn't have known that there was a silver needle piercing her wrist at all. Xia Qingyue was moved. So quick. No, this was quick. But rather skillful. A kind of skill that had reached an astonishing level, to the point where it could be said to be at its peak. The second silver needle was picked up by Xiaoqie and dipped in the scarlet sunflower juice. As he leaned towards Xia Qingyue's right wrist, his wrist shook slightly and the second silver needle accurately pierced the Yanggu acupuncture point. The third and fourth needle were pierced into the Zhongzhu and Igu points respectively. After the right hand, another 4 silver needles pierced the left hand's Yangqi, Yanggu, Zhongzhu, and Igu 4 points. Each time, his movements were so quick that Xia Qingyue could only see a faint shadow pass by. The astonishment in her heart also accordingly rose with each silver needle's pierce. Ra said her astonishment overlapped with the needles or something. She didn't know if Xiaoqie's treatment would have any effect, but Xia Qingyue fundamentally couldn't believe that this technique, skillful to the point of bewitchment, was performed by a 16-year-old boy. Relax your hands and breathe steadily. Under no circumstances are you to use profound strength. Xiaoqie's voice echoed next to her ear. She cooperated with him, her hands loosened and her breath calmed. At this moment, she suddenly felt ice-cold air condense within both hands. Then, as if finding a drain, it quickly rushing towards the 4 Yangqi, Yanggu, Zhongzhu, and Igu points that had been pierced by silver needles. Suddenly, wisps of white mist slowly rose above the 8 silver needles, the cold air stored within quickly lowering the surrounding temperature. Upon feeling the cold air fleeing from her meridians and the quickly rising white fog, Xia Qingyue's snowy face violently twitched. It took a few minutes for the white fog to completely stop rising. At this time, Xiaoqie suddenly reached out and flicked both his hands, his fingers moving like a mirage. In a split second, all 8 of the silver needles that had been pierced into Xia Qingyue's hands had been returned into his, and then placed in a different case. This cold air was even heavier than I thought. It's good that you met me. Xiaoqie muttered in a small voice, then closed the silver needle case and said, Qingyue, my wife, how do your hands feel now? Xia Qingyue raised both of her hands, her eyes wavering. Light, cozy, warm, that was how her hands felt right now. As if she was suddenly freed from some kind of heavy restraint. It was the first time since she started cultivating the Frozen Cloud sacred arts that she had felt this kind of warmth. In her palm and arms. She lifted her eyes to look at Xiaoqie, asking in astonishment, what exactly is this? It's actually really simple. I just released the cold air inside your hands and the meridians in your hands. At the same time, I unblocked the clogged meridians. That's all. Xiao Che humbly said, your frozen cloud Asgard's profound technique can allow profound chi to become ice cold and thus greatly increase your power. The reason the ice cold profound chi is more powerful is because cold air is very harmful to people. Your enemies are people, but you are also a person. Before harming someone else, you inevitably harm yourself first. This is a very obvious principle. This morning, when I touched your palm, I found that your palm's temperature was much colder than that of a normal person. Perhaps the members of your frozen cloud Asgard really believe that this is the expected result of cultivating the frozen cloud arts, but from a medical standpoint, it would be weird if this kind of body temperature was considered normal. Normally, when you don't use your profound strength, the profound strength collects in your profound veins and won't influence your body. However, as soon as it's used, the frozen cloud profound chi links with your entire body, injuring it when it's released. When it's circulating, it will also harm you. You should not have been cultivating the frozen cloud arts for more than a few years, but a large amount of cold air has already permeated your 5 viscera, 6 bowels, blood, bone marrow, and dantian, and it is still accumulating. Over time, it will continually cause severe harm to your internal organs. It would be strange if it didn't shorten your life. These negative effects really are things you would never come across normally. Please Google these medical things yourself. Xiaoqing Yue. In addition, under the cold air, the body's many meridians will frequently spasm and then close up, greatly affecting your ability to use profound chi. You can try to transfer profound strength to your hands and see how it compares to before. Xiao Che spoke with a stern face. Xiao Che's confident opinion was stated reasonably from start to finish and was presented with cause and effect. Not only that, but the reasoning was so easy to understand that even an idiot listening could understand. Once Xiao Che's earnest reactions were added, it was basically impossible to question or refute him. As Xiao Che was speaking with that stern face, his heart was actually grimacing, because while everything that he had just said was actually true, but it was both true, and yet also nonsense. That cold air amassing within would harm the body was true. The fact that it would close the meridians was also true, but if the frozen cloud arts were as unbearable as he stated, how would frozen cloud Asgard be worth anything? Not to mention being at the peak of the Blue Wind Empire, it wouldn't even be able to last another 800 years. After cultivating the frozen cloud arts for a while, the body will have completely gotten used to it. Then, the cold air in the body, while it used to be harmful, would not only stop harming them, but also provide assistance. The congested meridians would also naturally clear. However, Xiaoqing Yue has only been cultivating the frozen cloud arts for 3 or 4 years. She naturally couldn't be at the completely adapted phase. With his words combining with her own experiences up to now, in addition to the feeling after the treatment, Xiao Che's arguments sounded fundamentally flawless to her. Treatment was only an excuse. The frozen cloud arts flaw was also only an excuse. What he wanted to accomplish, only he knew. Chapter 19, Opening the Profound. After hearing Xiao Che's words, Xiaoqing Yue tried to concentrate her profound strength into her hands. Immediately, her heart once again skipped a beat. That was because compared to before, the profound strength flowing into her hands was unobstructed by a large margin. Its speed was also faster by 20 or 30%. Seeing Xiaoqing Yue's reaction, Xiao Che nodded in satisfaction. Don't you feel that it's much less congested and faster than before? If we release the rest of the cold air in your body and clear your meridians, you'll have the same body temperature as a normal person's when not practicing the frozen cloud arts. None of the negative side effects will manifest, and the speed at which you can use your profound strength will increase by at least half. Not only that, from now on, the speed at which you cultivate the frozen cloud arts will increase by at least 30%. Oh, I'm only just casually speaking. If you just listened casually too, then that would be fine, because you would never allow me to do these things. As Xiao Che spoke, he already started cleaning up the things that he had brought from the infirmary. Did you just say that the speed at which I cultivate the frozen cloud arts will increase by 30%? Xiaoqing Yue suddenly turned her head. Xiao Che's statement absolutely shocked her, so much so that she wanted to believe him, yet couldn't bring herself to do so. A pill that would allow a person to, for 1 or 2 years, advance 10 or 20% faster would be, without contest, classified as a rare treasure, so much that it would cause a huge scramble that would give rise to a battlefield drenched in bloody rain. Yet the meaning of Xiao Che's words was actually a permanent increase of 30%. This sentence was far more than astonishing. If there was something, or some condition, that allowed a person's cultivation speed to permanently increase as much as 30%, Xia Qingyue believed without a doubt that all of the world's heroes would flock out to obtain it with all their power. Yes. Xiao Che nodded. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. On the contrary, Xiao Che's believe it or not attitude caused Xia Qingyue to believe in him some more. That, coupled with the effects of his treatment that she had personally experienced, meant that she was unable to question much when faced with the astonishing things that he humbly said. Afterwards, this feeling surprised even herself. The huge frozen cloud Asgard had been in existence on Blue Wind Empire for thousands of years, but had never heard of the existence of a method with this kind of shocking result. In this small floating cloud city, a youth of only 16 years age with a deformed profound vein could say this confidently, and also had her unable to stop herself from faintly believing in him. If it really has the effect that you claim, then why would you say that I wouldn't agree to have you do it? Xia Qingyue asked. Well, Xiao Che lifted the corner of his mouth and deadpanned, it's really simple. If you think about it, you'll understand. To extract the cold air from your entire body and clear the meridians, then you definitely need to have needles all over your body. Since you need to have needles on your body, then of course you'd have to undress. At the very least you would have to show me your entire back. You won't even let me touch your hand, are you willing to undress in front of me? Xia Qingyue. Alright, the silver needles have been used. I should take these back to the infirmary. Xiao Che gave Xia Qingyue a faint smile, no need to thank me. After all, you are my wife. Yesterday, in the dead of night, you ran out to bring me a blanket, so whatever I do for you is only to be expected. Watching Xiao Che's back as he packed everything, Xia Qingyue's expression continuously changed. Finally, she once again voluntarily spoke, I've always known about the accumulation of cold air in my body. I also know that the early stages of the frozen cloud arts will congest my meridians. If scattering the cold air and clearing the meridians really can relieve the body's discomfort, and will also definitely improve the use of profound strength, what does it have to do with increasing the speed at which I cultivate profound strength? This touches on very complex medical knowledge. Very complex, so I don't really want to talk about it. Also, I bet that even if I did explain, you wouldn't be able to understand, Xiao Che vaguely replied. His forehead almost breaking out into cold sweat. He originally believed that the earlier words coupled with the acupuncture treatment had already succeeded in convincing Xia Qingyue. He didn't expect that she would suspiciously ask about it, and straight about the crux of the matter to boot. That was because there wasn't the slightest bit of relationship between the speed of cultivation and the cold air and meridians. Fortunately, Xia Qingyue didn't continue her line of questioning. Right when Xiao Che finished wrapping everything up, she spoke again, these things, where did you learn them from? From your acupuncture technique just now, you definitely have the qualifications to join those huge medical schools. If you really have the ability to do what you just said, then not to mention this small floating cloud city, all of Blue Wind Empire would know your name. How could you remain unknown, and instead have this reputation as a cripple? Join those medical schools. Xiao Che curled his lips in disdain. He then turned around and serenely stated, these things were all taught to me by my master. Your master? Xiao Qingyue's moon-like brows twitched. She had never heard of Xiao Che having any kind of master. My master was a great medical saint. His entire life was spent using his knowledge to help people, and he saved countless dying and injured people. I met him when I was very young. He taught me the 4 ways of medical diagnosis, how to use the needle, and the principles of pharmacology and toxicology. He taught me that under heaven, there was a countless number of medicines and poisons, pests and herbs. I am his only successor. His kindness to me was as heavy as a mountain, impossible to repay in this lifetime. That is why I know some medical techniques. As for the rest, you shouldn't ask too much. Also, don't tell any outsiders that I practice medicine. Even my grandfather and little aunt are unaware. Aside from myself, you're the only other person who knows. TL, 4 ways of medical diagnosis equals look, smell, ask, and cut. As he thought about his dead master, Xiao Che could not stop his face from showing a sad and nostalgic expression. This was his most sincere emotion, without a shred of falsehood or artifice. This sincere emotion also affected Xia Qingyue, who, with complete conviction in Xiao Che's words, gently said, for you to be this young and yet have such shocking skill in acupuncture, it seems that your master definitely is a great doctor. He was the world's greatest doctor, without peer. Xiao Che firmly said. Xiao Che's appearance caused Xiaqing Yue's inner doubt to unconsciously lessen by a bit. After hesitating for a bit, she finally made her up mind. Then, you are sure that what you said about letting me permanently cultivate 30% faster is true? Since I said it, then I wouldn't disgrace my master's name as a doctor. And you wouldn't be thinking about trying it. Xiao Che turned around and looked at her with a face full of astonishment. Xiaqing Yue let out a small sigh of relief, glancing over. You're sure you only need to see the back? Xiao Che's eyes lit up and his face moved closer. He smilingly said, if you really want to show everything, then that's okay too. Xiaqing Yue's eyebrows drooped and her red sleeves unfurled. A sudden gust of cold wind assaulted Xiao Che's entire body, causing him to shiver. She walked towards the bed, faintly saying, let's start. Let me see if your medical techniques are as miraculous as you say. However, if you get any ideas, I definitely won't forgive you. Xiao Che gave a wily smile. You could kill me with a slap. Even if I had ideas, I wouldn't dare try. The box of silver needles and jar of crimson sunflower juice that had just been put away were once again brought out. Afterwards, he walked to the bedside and said with a solemn face to the Xiaqing Yue already sitting on top the bed, undress. It was a pure word, but when shouted by Xiao Che, it gave an impression of an evil tyrant forcing himself upon an innocent woman. When thinking about this, the inner heart of even the incorruptible and world-defiant pure lotus that was Xiaqing Yue, upon hearing this word, had some kind of reaction. However, the temptation of a permanent 30% increase to her cultivation speed was too much to bear. So much that it's safe to say that no profound practitioners would be able to resist. This was because if it really succeeded, it's the same as saying that with the same talent and comprehension, the same profound arts and profound skills, and the same environment and resources, the advancement from cultivating 3 years would be equivalent to the opposition's cultivation of 4 years. After a century, you would exceed the opposition's advancement by 30 years. Xiao Che also was certain that even though Xiaqing Yue had to undress, she still wouldn't refuse. That was because Xiaqing Yue clearly was girl seeking to climb to higher heights of profound strength. If not, she wouldn't have joined Frozen Cloud Asgard without care about the consequences of abstaining from both emotion and passion. If everything were to happen as he said, then this kind of price would be absolutely worth it. To say nothing of the fact that it was only the back. Xiaqing Yue thought of it like this and turned her back to Xiao Che. She gently laid down on her stomach, her heart as still as a mirror. She closed her eyes and unbuttoned her dress. Her crimson dress slowly slid along the lines of her fragrant shoulders and jade-like arms. The dazzling white back of a beautiful girl, without a stitch to cover it, appeared in front of Xiao Che's eyes. She pulled over the quilt, holding it at her bosom. The red dress continued to slide down, revealing an ample and alluring bottom, exposing the liquid curve of her jade-like back. Her back was slender, yet not scrawny, clear and lustrous without peer. The skin of her neck and shoulder were flawlessly soft and seemingly pink, as if it had been lubricated. Xiao Che's rapt gaze widened, as if he was in a trance. Start immediately. You're not allowed to have any other ideas. Xiaqing Yue closed her eyes, her voice cold. Isn't a woman's body supposed to be seen by her husband? Xiao Che carefully muttered, then closed his mouth and picked up a silver needle. The moment the needle was in his hand, his expression became heavy with concentration. As Xiaqing Yue felt the steadying of Xiao Che's breath behind her, she swallowed her retort and no longer spoke, lightly closing her eyes. Although even now, she still couldn't quite believe that what Xiao Che said was the truth, but she couldn't resist the temptation of a 30% increase to her cultivation speed, no matter how small of a chance it was. The sound of wind could be heard accompanying the sway of Xiao Che's wrists. A silver needle lightly and accurately pierced the Tianzong acupuncture point on Xiaqing Yue's jade-like back. His finger didn't touch her skin at all. Xiao Che began to move his fingers as if they were flying. The silver needles were picked up by him one by one, rapidly and accurately piercing Xiaqing Yue's back. It was almost to the point where all that could be seen was a swaying shadow. Xiaqing Yue closed her eyes, all of her attention on her back. She began to notice that every time a silver needle pierced into her back, there was always a trace of profound strength accompanying it. This discovery immediately caused Xiaqing Yue's heart to skip a beat. She was perfectly clear about the condition of Xiao Che's body. With his deformed profound veins, he could only stop at the first level of the elementary profound realm. The only profound chi that he could use was the most basic and smallest kind. However, as each needle was inserted into her back, Even though the accompanying profound chi was minute, it was still at the upper limit for the first level of the elementary profound realm. She did not know why Xiao Qie needed to add profound strength to the needles. However, this clearly meant that with every needle, he was using all of his strength. She didn't notice for the first 8 needles because they were placed so quickly and her concentration was all on Xiao Qie's technique. This awareness made it momentarily impossible to calm the waves in her heart. At this point, her back had been pierced by 23 needles. Xiao Qie's speed also noticeably decreased. If Xia Qingyue had looked back at this moment, she would have seen that his entire face was faintly red and his brow was beaded with sweat. Chapter 20, this is really interesting. For the first 20 or so needles, Xiao Qie's handling was very effortless. However, when sweat started to appear on his forehead, the left hand holding the needle also started to tremble. In addition, his movements clearly slowed by quite a bit. Before, he could pierce one needle in the space of a breath, but then it gradually turned into several breaths. After 30 needles, it took longer and longer each time. If Xia Qingyue looked back, she would notice that while Xiao Qie was giving acupuncture treatment, he always used his left hand. He wasn't left-handed at all, and it's even less true that his left hand was more skilled. Rather, it was because the sky poison pearl was contained in his left hand. Whenever a silver needle pierced down, the sky poison pearl in his palm would lightly flicker once. Following the silver needles, the sky poison pearl's power silently entered Xia Qingyue's body. Of course, this power wasn't some kind of poison, but rather was a purifying force. The sky poison pearl had the ability to purify the world's tens of thousands of poisons. In addition, this poison didn't necessarily have to be a life-ending kind of poison, but also included poisons that damaged the body's interior, as well as superfluous impurities. However, this wasn't necessarily as simple as washing the marrow and cutting the artery. To use the power of the sky poison pearl was the main reason that he racked his brains today figuring out how to give Xia Qingyue acupuncture treatment. To disperse the cold air and clear the meridians were only side effects and pretenses. What he was really doing was opening the profound for Xia Qingyue. 1 minute passed, 10 minutes passed, a quarter of an hour passed. Wisps of cold air slowly rose from each and every silver needle. After a full half an hour had passed, Xia Qingyue's back had been pierced by a full 54 needles. Xiao Qie's hands finally stopped moving at this point, but after stopping for not even half a minute, he once again reached out. Both hands dancing. He removed each and every needle from Xia Qingyue's back with incomparable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, all of the 54 needles had vanished from Xia Qingyue's back. Xia Qingyue's jade back was still luminously snow-white, like the purest of white jade. Under Xiao Qie's extremely skilled technique, not a single mark was left. It's done, Xiao Qie, having recovered all the needles, breathed a long sigh of relief. The moment all the silver needles were removed, Xia Qingyue felt as if she were floating through heaven, her entire body indescribably warm and cozy. It made it hard for her to believe, through her stupor, that this was indeed her own body. She threw her clothes back on and immediately used her profound strength. As the frozen cloud arts rushed forth, she almost jumped in fright, because her profound strength transferred practically the moment the thought crossed her mind. The speed at which it circulated within her body was a cause for joy, as it was many times faster than it was before. Even after practicing the frozen cloud arts for 4 years, she still frequently had moments when she couldn't completely control it. However, now, feeling the frozen cloud arts circulating through her body, she was completely certain that with her body in its current state, she could completely control it. The speed at which the frozen cloud arts circulated also, as a natural result, improved by a tear. She did not have many hopes to begin with, so she was pleasantly surprised from the bottom of her heart at this kind of result. At the same time, she was also overwhelmingly shocked that everything that Xiao Qie had spoken of had in fact been achieved. Furthermore, the results were even better than he said they would be. She believed that her current body state would even startle her own master, if she were to see it. Now, do you believe me? Xiao Qie's voice echoed next to her ear, but seemed to be especially hoarse and weak. Xia Qingyue returned to her senses and looked towards Xiao Qie. He was powerlessly leaning against the headboard. His forehead and all of his clothing had already been soaked in sweat and his complexion was pale. Enough to frighten, like he had just survived a severe illness. Thinking about how every needle had been accompanied by profound strength, an aching feeling suddenly appeared in her heart, a feeling similar to being pricked. This feeling threw her mind into disorder, because she shouldn't have any feelings of heartache for this person that she could only share the status of being married, and nothing else, with. I believe you. I believe that you really are a spirit doctor. Xia Qingyue gave him a complex look. It turns out that you, who had been looked down upon by everybody in Floating Cloud City, actually had such an shocking ability. But, you clearly know that I don't have any kind of affection for you. After 1 month, I will still forever leave you. Why expose all of this to me? Why grant me such a large favor and try so hard for me? Favor, this was really an incomparably immense favor. 3 reasons. The powerless Xiao Che panted and was gasping for breath, but still smiled with his entire face. Almost everyone looked down on me, and you had even more reason to look down on me. But you didn't, and instead have always protected my pathetic dignity to the best of your ability. Last night, you went out to look for me because you were worried, and also silently delivered a blanket for me. Everyone who treats me well, I will forever treat them even better. Xia Qingyue. The second reason. You are, all in all, my wife. Xia Qingyue opened her mouth a few times, but couldn't find the words. The third reason is also the most important reason. The smile on Xiao Che's face turned vague. I thought that your appearance after undressing would be a lovely sight to see. Whenever Xiao Che took liberties with her using his vulgar mouth, she would always treat him with a cold indifference. However, this time, watching the vulgar smile on his pale face, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. The explanation is over. Xiao Che extended a hand towards the medicinal pot that he had brought. Qingyue, my wife, go pour out the medicine in that medicinal pot and drink it. Xia Qingyue gave him a very deep look, then walked over without asking what kind of medicine it was. She poured the concoction from the pot out and swallowed it in one gulp. This is the first treatment. If you want to keep this current state forever, you need a total of 7 treatments. The best time is at 3 in the morning because this is the one time in the day when the yin qi is the heaviest and result of the treatment, the best. Of course, whether we proceed or not, the decision lies with you. After saying all of that, Xiao Che closed his eyes in exhaustion. It definitely wasn't an act, his physical strength had truly been gravely overtaxed. Have a good rest. Xia Qingyue's gaze became even more complex. After she quietly spoke, she walked outside and soundlessly closed the door. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Xia Qingyue raised her hands and looked at her palms, the expression in her eyes hazy. What kind of person is he really? At the very least, I've always judged him wrongly. All of Floating Cloud City have also judged him wrongly. After Xia Qingyue left, Xiao Che's body had also fallen completely and crookedly onto the bed. He rested there, not wanting to move at all, his mouth occasionally uttering a vague mumble. Hoo-hoo. My current stamina is too poor. I almost collapsed from fatigue just opening the profound. If Master knew that I actually had the other person take off her clothes, he might be angry enough to come down from heaven to teach me a lesson. After all, I could practice acupuncture through clothing at the age of 13, and could practice acupuncture through clothing with my eyes closed at 15, hoo-hoo, to sleep. The entire Xiao clan had been immersed in an extremely different atmosphere ever since they received the letter from the Xiao sect. Clan master, elders, performed their duties each day with great diligence. From morning to evening, they prepared to greet them for fear of showing the least bit of neglect. The younger generation, as if on steroids, trained even harder. They all dreamed of having a breakthrough in these next few days, thereby increasing the chance of being brought back to the Xiao sect. However, all of this clearly had nothing to do with Xiao Che. He could be counted as the most leisurely person in the entire Xiao clan. Today, at the Xiao clan's rear mountain. This was the cemetery opened up in the rear mountains by the Xiao clan. After a member of the Xiao clan died, it was more than likely that they would be buried here. Xiao Lai quietly stood in front of a gravestone, his white hair, the result of having been through many changes and sorrow, fluttering freely in the wind. The wind whistled. Everything else was desolate. On this gravestone, the 2 words, Xiaoing, were engraved. Ing heir, I know that ever since childhood, you dreamed of fulfilling your ancestors' hopes and returning to the Xiao sect. To shake off this abandoned blood of ours. Now, this opportunity has finally arrived, it's just, an entire 16 years too late. The expression in Xiao Lai's eyes was misty. He stiffly stood there, his mouth uttering an involuntary sort of mutter. I know, even though so many years have passed, that you still have many concerns. Che Heir's profound veins have been deformed since his childhood. This is also fine. Even though he's destined to be mediocre all his life, but without action, there won't be struggle and hatred. Now, Che Heir is already married. I hope from now on he can always live on peacefully. Even though he's not your real child, he is still the one that you two spent your lives, and the life of your child, to protect. I will also protect his peace to the best of my ability. Asterisk snap asterisk. A quiet snapping sound entered Xiao Lai's ear, startling him. He returned to his senses in a flash and turned his head, shouting in a low voice. Who? Following his shout, Xiao Yulong's figure walked over from behind a thick and solid tree at the center of the courtyard. He looked at Xiao Lai distractedly, walked forward a few steps and assumed the proper etiquette of a junior. Yulong greets Fifth Elder. I did not think that Fifth Elder would even be here. Did Yulong disturb Fifth Elder? Xiao Lai's eyes revealed his turmoil. His heart was just then filled with sorrow and he was despondent for a time. It was unexpected that he didn't discover someone approach this place. He also didn't know if this Xiao Yulong had heard his monologue just now. He furrowed his brows and asked, Yulong, what are you doing here? Xiao Yulong promptly responded, Xiao Sect's emissaries will arrive tomorrow. Father believes that this is a large event that will change the Xiao clan's fate, and believed that he should inform his grandfather. So he had me come. To accidentally disturb the Fifth Elder, Yulong made a mistake. Then did you hear what I just said? Xiao Lai's voice became cold and stiff all at once. An imposing aura abruptly pushed against Xiao Yulong. The strength of someone at the peak of the spirit profound realm was more than what Xiao Yulong could withstand with his current ability. As his complexion paled, he immediately shook his head. Yulong also just arrived. If Fifth Elder hadn't just then spoke, I wouldn't have discovered Fifth Elder. I definitely didn't hear Fifth Elder say anything. If Fifth Elder does not wish to be disturbed, Yulong will immediately leave. Xiao Lai couldn't spot any gaps in Xiao Yulong's expression. His thoughts relaxed a bit and his aura retracted. His expression also eased. Forget it, it's nothing. The Xiao sect emissary will arrive tomorrow. You are the most likely to be selected. When that time comes, you will be reviving our blood's greatest wish. Fifth Elder's words are heavy. Yulong doesn't deserve them, Xiao Yulong humbly said. Xiao Lai nodded towards him and turned around to leave this place. After he left, Xiao Yulong's expression gradually changed subtle. He rubbed his chin with his right hand and muttered with a frown, Don't tell me, if this is true, this would be really interesting. Chapter 21, Sharing the Same Bed. Habit was a frightening thing. It could inconspicuously and quietly tamper with a person's heart. During the marriage ceremony, Xiao Che wanted to lend an arm to Xia Qingyue and had his arm mercilessly frozen by her. The first time he called her wife, it almost sent her into a rage. The first time he led her by the hand, Xiao Che could feel the ice-cold killing intent coming from her. However, during these few days, the Qingyue my wife call coming from Xiao Che's mouth became more and more smooth. No matter what she thought in her heart, she appeared on the surface to have wholly come to accept this form of address. Even undressing in front of him wasn't that awkward anymore, not to mention him leading her by the palm. These few days, Xiao Che without a doubt slept in the corner, but it wasn't that uncomfortable with the thick blanket spread on the floor. Whenever 3 in the morning came about, he would wake up by himself and use the silver needles to give her treatment. These few days, she also became more and more aware of how much her physique had astonishingly changed. The lighting was dim, but Xia Qingyue's back was like jade, her skin brighter than snow. Xiao Che held the silver needles in his hand as his fingers fluttered. Before long, he was covered in sweat. Half an hour later, another session of Opening the Profound had finished. Xiao Che removed all of the silver needles, a long sigh of relief escaping from his mouth. Exhausted, his mind suddenly felt dizzy and his body swayed before collapsing on top of Xia Qingyue's bare back. An indescribable feeling of warmth and softness spread across his chest. Xia Qingyue abruptly opened her eyes, a look of anger passing through them. She was just about to use strength push Xiao Che far away when she felt that his current breathing was unexpectedly, incomparably weak, weaker by several factors than any time before. Xia Qingyue withdrew her profound strength and used only a small bit of power to push aside Xiao Che. She then dressed in a flash before extending a hand to support Xiao Che's body. Looking at him, she asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Che's complexion was so pale that not even a trace of blood could be seen. His eyes were half open as if he had lost the strength to open them completely. He nodded slightly, then weakly said, "It's nothing. I had just overused my strength and energy a bit. Let me rest a little and I'll be fine." Xia Qingyue's eyes wavered, a feeling of an ache that she shouldn't have once again appearing in her heart. After the first acupuncture treatment, his entire body had lost strength. Every time it happened, he was able to recover relatively easily. However, these last few days, he had to perform acupuncture on her every day. Every needle required the limit of his profound chi. His body was originally weak. To be continuously weakened like this, how could he afford that? It was possible for this to cause his body irreparable harm. You don't need to put in so much effort for me, Xia Qingyue said with a complex look in her eyes. Xiao Che grinned as he laughed. No, you're worth it, because you are my official wife. Xia Qingyue. Xiao Che closed his eyes and slowly gathered his strength. Using a very quiet voice, he said, even though you married me to repay a debt of gratitude, you never considered me your husband. But there's no way for me to act like you're not my wife aside from divorcing you. Treating his woman well is also the most basic responsibility and most important honor for a man. After saying this, Xiao Che's chest started to feel warm. I say. Even I was touched by those words. I don't believe that you with your womanly heart felt nothing. For a long time, he didn't hear any Xia Qingyue say anything. He opened his eyes, lightly took a few breaths, and then said with a pitiful expression, Qingyue my wife, I might not be able to walk very well. Can you help me over there? His eyes looked towards that corner, the place where he slept. Xia Qingyue gave the blanket covering the ground a look, the aching feeling in her heart that she shouldn't have intensifying a sliver. She shook her head, her body turning to the bedside. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep there. Upon hearing this talk, Xiao Che was suddenly alarmed. Borrowing strength from who knows where, he quickly reached out and grabbed Xia Qingyue's arm. Out of the question. That's definitely out of the question. Even though you are stronger than me in every respect. I'm a man, you're a woman. As a man, how could I sleep on the bed and let a woman sleep on the floor? If you want to sleep there, then I'd rather sleep in the courtyard. His voice was urgent, and contained an irrefutable kind of resolution. As he finished speaking, he also struggled to get up, as if he wanted to get off the bed. A complex expression appeared on Xia Qingyue's face. She lightly bit her lip and, after a brief struggle, finally made a decision. She reached out and gave Xiao Che's weak body a light pushback, grabbed the crimson blanket, and covered both his and her own body with it. You're not allowed to touch me. Xia Qingyue laid down on the outside half of the bed, her back facing Xiao Che, hiding her current expression from him. Xiao Che silently smiled. He quickly adopted a snug sleeping posture and happily closed his eyes. Rest easy. With your profound strength, even if I wanted to, I still won't be able to do anything to you, who, sharing the same bed, only like this can we be considered husband and wife. Xia Qingyue. Alright. Qingyue my wife, I'll sleep first, woo, tomorrow I'll have little aunt make me some ginseng and chicken soup to recuperate, woo. Xiao Che's voice became more and more quiet. As his voice completely faded, his breathing also became exceptionally steady, he peacefully fell asleep in the midst of his immense exhaustion. Xia Qingyue quietly turned towards him. Seeing Xiao Che's face close at hand, her gaze trembled with a complex expression. Ever since she joined Frozen Cloud Asgard, she had decided to suppress her feelings and desires for a lifetime. Never did she think that there would be a day where she would be sleeping in the same bed as a man. Before marrying Xiao Che, she wouldn't allow even his slightest touch. But now, she was sleeping in the same bed as him. Not only that, there wasn't much unacceptance in her heart. What's wrong with me? Don't tell me it's because I feel guilty towards him. Maybe. Her thoughts agitated, she unwittingly also sank into her dreams. She didn't realize that being able to fall asleep so quickly with a man clearly laying right next to her meant that unconsciously, her heart already did not hold any feelings of wariness or rejection towards Xiao Che. This nap had Xiao Che sleeping until 3 hours after sunrise. When he opened his eyes, Xia Qingyue was already gone from his side. Her figure was also nowhere to be found inside the room. Even though he rested for an entire night, his body was still stressed, and it felt as if he had a grave injury. Xiao Che got up, letting out a heavy sigh and thought out loud, if this continues, there's a chance my body really will break down. I seem to have excessively showed off a bit too much. However, this is the only way to have her willingly look for those 3 things for me. Xiao Che got off the bed and changed his clothing. After taking off his outer garments, he held the pendant hanging around his neck, momentarily dazed. On the first day of his rebirth, the overlapping memories gave rise to an immense suspicion concerning this pendant. That's because in his life on Azure Cloud Continent, he also had a pendant around his neck that was exactly the same as this one. The pendant appeared to be made of silver, and could be opened to reveal a bright and clean mirror on each side. However, that was it. There was nothing else special about it. On Azure Cloud Continent, his master told him that this pendant was around his neck when he picked him up. In addition, the one on his neck now has also been around his neck for as long as he could remember. Grandfather told him that this was something that his father, Xiaoying, got from who knows where. Ever since he was born, it has been around his neck and has also served as a memory of his father. 2 lives, the exact same pendant. What exactly is going on here? After changing his clothes, Xiao Che immediately entered the Sky Poison Pearl. Inside the emerald green world, the scarlet-haired girl was still peacefully floating in a protective posture, showing no signs of waking up. These 2 days, he tried to roundaboutly ask grandfather and Xia Qingyue if there was any place that had red-haired people. The response he always got was, "This is the first time hearing of it." This caused Xiao Che to have an even greater interest and suspicion towards this girl's identity. Having changed into a set of casual clothing, he gave his body a stretch. Suddenly, an alluring and delicious smell passed in front of Xiao Che's nose, causing him to momentarily salivate. He followed the smell and, upon seeing a pot of soup on the table, rushed over with all speed. As he opened the lid, a gust of steam accompanied by a seductively delicious smell slowly rose up. Ginseng and chicken soup. Ah. Little Ant is the best after all. Xiao Che's stomach immediately rumbled. He picked up the chopsticks and started gulping down the food. After he ate for a while, the front door was pushed open, and Xiao Lingxi, dressed in all light yellow, charmingly walked in. Upon seeing Xiao Che's table manners, she opened her mouth to say, Chicken soup. It smells delicious. And it seems to have the smell of ginseng. Little Che, who made this chicken soup for you? Hee, and you didn't tell me, sneakily eating here by yourself. Xiao Lingxi's words gave Xiao Che a moment of pause. Little Ant, don't tell me that you didn't bring this over. Of course not. As Xiao Lingxi finished speaking, the expression in her eyes suddenly became strange. Who else in this Xiao clan would make chicken soup for you besides me? It can only be your wife, Qingyue. It seems that the relationship between you two as husband and wife is fairly good. Xiao Lingxi's words obviously carried a sense of sourness. Xiao Che set down his chopsticks and muttered, She. How could she make chicken soup for me? This definitely wasn't possible. It doesn't matter who made it for you. To begin with, you like chicken soup, just drink it all. I came here to tell you that the Xiao sect people will arrive in the afternoon. Right now, the entire Xiao clan is preparing for it. When the time comes, you have to be a bit careful. You must not carelessly offend the Xiao sect people. Xiao Lingxi solemnly said. I know. If worse comes to worst, I just won't go outside. They couldn't possibly select me anyway. Xiao Che answered indifferently. You can't stay inside. Xiao Lingxi shook her jade-like finger at him, sternly saying, from what the clan master said, the young master from the Xiao sect wants to review everyone in the Xiao clan. Not one can be missing. At that time, you must not forget your manners. Then there's even less to worry about. It's not like Little Ant doesn't know that I always have been the most well-behaved. Xiao Che answered with a smile. He then started to gulp down the food again. All right. Then I'll go to Daddy first to help. It'd be good if you joined us after you finish eating the chicken soup. Xiao Lingxi turned and left as soon as she finished speaking. Chapter 22, Upheaval, 1. Not long after Xiao Lingxi left, Xia Qingyue returned. Today she had traded her red clothes for a water blue dress embroidered with a phoenix design. In her hair was a sapphire pin, from her ears dangled a pair of pearl earrings, and around her neck hung a sapphire blue pearl necklace. The visible neck skin was lustrously snow white, transparent to the point where it seemed that even the bones underneath could be seen. It radiated light and was an extremely beautiful sight to behold. Xiao Che stared at her with an overwhelmed expression, his eyes intensely lighting up. This kind of uniquely beautiful scene, wasn't it just like a picture of a fairy descending to the mortal realm? Xia Qingyue walked through the door, every step light and graceful as if she were stepping on clouds. Her snow-white face and pale neck were not only beautiful to the extreme, but also exuded a kind of nobility and cold proudness that would bring people to shame. No one who saw her would believe that she was merely the daughter of a small-town merchant, but would rather think that she was an aloof and untouchable empress. Xiao Che stared at her in a daze as his heart sighed 1,000 times. This room was the only place that she could have changed. He must have been sleeping soundly and actually missed the beautiful scene of her changing. Ah, it was simply unforgivable. Blue clothing suits you even better than red, Xiao Che heartfeltly praised as he watched her, delighted beyond compare. Xia Qingyue was not moved in the least by his admiration. Seeing the empty soup pot on the table, she walked over and picked it up, preparing to go outside. "Did you make that chicken soup?" Xiao Che asked out loud. "Did it taste bad?" Xia Qingyue asked in an ice-cold manner, her back facing him. However, within the depth of her eyes was a subtle emotion that even she, herself, did not understand. "It was really good. That was when I knew that you're exceptional even when it comes to making soup," Xiao Che said with a smile. He stood up and stretched, then said earnestly, "In order to repay my wife Qingyue's chicken soup, tonight on the bed, I'll put in even more energy." Xia Qingyue had already become accustomed to his occasional flirting. She said expressionlessly, "The Shao sect people will arrive this afternoon. The leader is the youngest son of the Shao sect's master, called Shao Kuangyun. I heard master say that this Shao Kuangyun's profound strength cultivation can only be considered average among the younger generation of the Shao sect, and his reputation abroad is extremely poor. However, he is excessively spoiled because he's the youngest son. There's no one in Floating Cloud City that dares to provoke him. It's best to try to avoid meeting him face to face." Shao Kuangyun. "All right, I understand. Thank you for warning me, Qingyue my wife," Xiao Che said, beaming. Today was the day of arrival for the people from the Shao sect. News of the Shao sect's arrival not only affected the Shao clan, but had also immensely affected all of Floating Cloud City. Floating Cloud City was situated at the bottom of Blue Wind Empire in every respect. On the other hand, the Shao sect was situated at the very summit of the Blue Wind Empire. The number of levels between the two were innumerable. People from the Shao sect, and also the youngest son of the Shao sect's master coming here in person was no different than the emperor visiting the lowest rural family. All of Floating Cloud City had been enveloped in a kind of nervous atmosphere. Some people faintly looked forward to it, hoping to use any kind of method to establish even the tiniest bit of connection with the Shao sect. Even more people were alarmed in their hearts. Upon finding out that this afternoon is when they would arrive, they all locked themselves inside for fear of accidentally offending the other party. If the Shao sect's people wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be much different from stepping on an ant. For them, laws were just a joke. The Shao clan's main courtyard had been put in neat and tidy order, with not a speck of dust to be found anywhere. As early as 2 days ago, the Shao clan's largest and most luxurious courtyard that Xiao Yunhai had always lived in had again been swept and decorated. Even the bedsheets, blankets, and furniture had all been replaced. In addition, Xiao Yunhai had moved himself to the smaller courtyard next door. Even the next few days' worth of food had been personally arranged by him. Although he was weary to death, his heart stayed incomparably exuberant. That's because he was 100% confident that his son Xiao Yulong would be the one selected by the Shao sect this time. At that time, his son would soar into the sky. And he, himself, would become someone that no one would dare provoke in Floating Cloud City. No. Rather, within a radius of 100 li. TL, li equals 0.5 kilometer. Starting from 10 in the morning, Xiao Yunhai had personally led all of the elders to wait at the clan entrance, ready to greet the guests. They waited all the way until noon, then, until the afternoon. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon when a Shao clan disciple ran back shouting from a distance, "Clan master! They've arrived. Shao sect's people have arrived. That loftiness, it's definitely the Shao sect." Everyone's body shook. Xiao Yunhai took a quick step out, bellowing in a low voice, "Quick! Immediately notify everyone to make ready. I definitely won't forgive anyone who messes up and offends the noble guests. Fellow elders, follow me out to meet them at once." Xiao Yunhai madly rushed out. Only after forging straight ahead for more than a li did he finally see 4 people unhurriedly walking in their direction. Of the 4 of them, in the lead was a young man that looked to be about 20 years old with luxurious clothing, a normal build, and mediocre features. His white face contained a trace of sallowness, his appearance that of an excessive hedonist. As far as looks went, he wouldn't stand out in the midst of a crowd. However, even such an ordinary face was full of wild arrogance and haughtiness. His hands were behind his back as he walked, his eyes looking upwards, not even glancing at the occasional passerby, as if even a look would dirty his eyes. Following behind him was an elder in black clothing, his features calm like water. Even further back were two similarly black-clothed youths. And silver eagle pattern was embroidered onto each of their shoulders. Xiao Yunhai took a deep breath and then quickly walked up to welcome them. He cupped his fist in greeting, his body leant forward, and carefully and respectfully asked, "Excuse me, are you for the noble guests from the Xiao sect?" The young men in front stopped, glanced at them lazily, then said with half-closed eyes, "That's right, this noble one is the Xiao sect's Xiao Kuangyun." Xiao Yunhai's attitude immediately became even more respectful. He reverently said, "It turned out to be 4 noble guests, that's great. We have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Your humble servant is Floating Cloud City's Xiao clan's current clan master. The 5 behind me are the Xiao clan's 5 esteemed elders. For 4 noble guests to come out all this way for our Xiao clan, we are extremely grateful and humbled. There's no need to continue with the nonsense." Xiao Kuangyun's gaze flickered across all 5 elders. He then lazily shook his arms out, "Lead the way." "Yes, yes. Please follow me." Xiao Yunhai promptly nodded and then turned his body to personally lead the way back to Xiao clan. "I'm afraid I don't recognize the senior." "Xiao Moshan." The black-clothed elder replied indifferently. His face was without emotion, much like that of a corpse. Xiao Yunhai didn't dare to speak any further, his heart full of apprehension. He could make out Xiao Kuangyun's level of profound strength cultivation, but couldn't sense even a sliver of profound strength from this Xiao Moshan's body. This could be because this Xiao Moshan hadn't cultivated, which was clearly not possible. Either that, or his profound strength cultivation surpassed his ability to detect it by far. By the time they returned to the Xiao clan, a large group of people were already standing at the entrance. Upon seeing the respectful attitude of Xiao Yunhai in the front, their hearts thumped. Their eyes all fell upon that haughty young man, and then they all tripped over one another to welcome them. "May I ask if this is the young master from the Xiao sect?" A heavy-set, middle-aged man at the very front asked respectfully. "Who are you?" Xiao Kuangyun slanted his half-open eyes to look at him. I am the governor of Floating Cloud City. My lowly name is Situnan. When I heard that the noble guests from the Xiao sect were arrival, I came to greet you." Situnan's voice started to tremble and cold sweat ran across his forehead. As Floating Cloud City's governor, he had seen many important figures, but none of the important figures that he had seen amounted to anything in front of this young master of the Xiao sect. The arrogant young man in front of him was only mediocre in terms of appearance, but just a word from him would spell his death. "This humble servant is Yuan Ba. I've been good friends with the Xiao clan master for many years. I came to admire the gracefulness of the Xiao sect young master. I also brought a few meager gifts, I hoping the young master will accept them." The Yuan family head, equally famous among the Xiao clan and Floating Cloud City, also rushed forward, his face full of respect. His hands offered a small and delicate jade box. Xiao Kuangyun passed his gaze over the jade box and then swept his hand towards the 2 people behind him. "Receive it." One of the people behind him immediately stepped forward and expressionlessly took the jade box into his hands. Seeing that the Xiao sect young master had actually accepted his gift, Yuan Ba's face filled with happiness. Other people looking to establish some small bit of relationship with the Xiao sect scrambled forward to present their own gifts. Xiao Kuangyun didn't refuse anyone and accepted all the gifts without question. Then, with slanted eyes, he carelessly spoke, "All of you withdraw. It's already a bit late today. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Right. Young Master Xiao traveled over land and water to come here. He must be exhausted. We'll come back tomorrow once young Master Xiao has rested. Governor Situ said as he nodded his head. Only then did the crowd disperse. Xiao Yunhai and the 5 elders respectfully introduced Xiao Kuangyun to the Xiao clan. Xiao Yunhai said to them, "The 4 noble guests from the Xiao sect have traveled at this way and must be exhausted. Would you like to have short rest first? An elegant residence has already been prepared." "There's no need, my body isn't that weak." Xiao Kuangyun swept his gaze across the Xiao clan as the corners of his mouth stretched, exposing a hard-to-hide disdain. He then unenthusiastically said, "If it weren't for Elder Xiao Zheng's death, I wouldn't even have known there was this kind of place. I heard that the ancestor of this place was a piece of trash that our Xiao sect had expelled. However, no matter how trashy, it's still someone from the Xiao sect. Even if he's a piece of trash that the Xiao sect didn't want, he was still able to become a lord in this kind of place. To be able to grow like this over these many years, it's still not bad. Yes, yes. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Xiao. Faced with Xiao Kuangyun's naked contempt and disdain, Xiao Yunhai still nodded his head to express his thanks. How could he dare retort even a bit? The dead are important. The reason I personally came here is also to fulfill Elder Xiao Zheng's final wish. We clearly stated our purpose to you in our letter. Tomorrow morning, have everyone in your clan assemble in this courtyard. Not one of them must be missing. I will personally select one to take with us back to the Xiao sect. After saying this last sentence, Xiao Kuangyun held his head high as if he were announcing heaven's fortunate edict. Chapter 23, Upheaval, 2. Yes. Tomorrow morning, everyone in the Xiao clan will gather here. I promise not one will be missing. Xiao Yunhai promptly pledged. Great. Our time is really precious, we only have tomorrow. I don't want there to be any unexpected issues. Xiao Kuangyun indifferently said, then tilted his head. You are all the esteemed Elder Xiao Zheng's descendants, it's only right to bring this gift. Xiao Ba, deliver the gift. The one called Xiao Ba stepped forward and expressionlessly placed a wooden box in front of Xiao Yunhai. Xiao Yunhai's hands trembled as he received it with a terrified expression on his face. I thank the Xiao sect for its gift. I'm very grateful. The thing inside is called profound opening powder. It can clear a profound vein, letting a person cultivate much faster for a certain period of time. It also has a very good restorative effect on profound veins that have been damaged for any reason. Even among our Xiao sect, this is considered a very effective medicine. The implication was that, since it was an effective medicine to the Xiao sect, then to them, it would be considered a first-rate magical elixir. It also has a very good restorative effect on profound veins that were damaged for any reason. This sentence caused the expression of the up-to-now taciturn and silent Xiao Lai to suddenly spasm. His eyes leaked a strange light, but then he immediately sighed inwardly as his expression dimmed. Xiao Yunhai carefully put the wooden box aside, and then said with a face full of gratitude, since it is the Xiao sect's medicine, then its effects must be beyond my imagination. I don't know how our Xiao clan will be able to repay young Master Xiao's great favor. Since young Master Xiao doesn't need to rest, how about I have a few people take you gentlemen for a tour around our Xiao clan or floating cloud city? Even though this is a small town, we have a few places that may brighten your eyes. Seeing that Xiao Kuangyun didn't shake his head, Xiao Yunhai immediately reached out and dragged Xiao Yulong over. This is my son, Xiao Yulong. His age is similar to young Master Xiao. Why not have him take everyone out for a stroll? Xiao Yunhai's intention was very clear. He wanted to, as much as possible, have Xiao Yulong be the first to mingle and get familiar with Xiao Kuangyun. That way, the chances of him being taken back to the Xiao sect would further increase. If he could make a good impression on Xiao Kuangyun, then it was possible that he may earn Xiao Kuangyun's protection once in the Xiao sect, thereby rapidly rising in position. This lowly servant is Xiao Yulong. To be able to witness the elegance of the noble guests from the Xiao sect surely is the fortune of a lifetime. Xiao Yulong stepped forward, his face humble and modest. Xiao Kuangyun gave Xiao Yulong a look over and indifferently said, fine, then take us for a stroll. I've stayed at the popular places for a long time, it's not bad to get a look at the remote areas. The rest of you can disperse. I don't like being followed by too many people. I will find you when I need you. Yes, yes. Xiao Yunhai replied as he promptly nodded, if you gentlemen need anything, then please immediately tell anyone here. Yulong, please take good care of these honored guests. Yes, father. Xiao Yunhai and the 5 elders left respectfully. The people from the Xiao sect arrived later than expected, so naturally the official business will be delayed to tomorrow. Xiao Yulong stood to the side of Xiao Kuangyun and bowed, showing a relatively humble attitude. His face revealed a smile. Young Master Xiao, even though this floating cloud city is small, but it has everything you'd expect it to have. I don't know if young Master Xiao wants to first experience the beautiful scenery, fine delicacies, or the beautiful women. Seeing the vague smile on Xiao Yulong's face, Xiao Kuangyun's eyes brightened, his face also revealing a trace of a lewd smile. As men, what do you say we should first experience? How could Xiao Yulong not know what kind of person he was from his sallow face? He immediately gave a heh kind of laugh and said, you can tell young Master Xiao is a true man from a glance. As a true man, obviously we should first experience the things that a true man enjoys. Even though our floating cloud city is a small town, our city's heavenly fragrant house is known far and wide. More than a few people travel hundreds of li because of its reputation. Let us first take a turn there. You, boy, are pretty sensible. Xiao Kuan-yun, his lips curling, looked into Xiao Yulong's eyes for a moment. Let's go. Xiao Yulong's footsteps were swift as he walked ahead to lead the way. When they were just about to leave, the silhouette of a beautiful girl appeared in Xiao Kuan-yun's line of sight. The girl's figure was wonderfully moving and delicate to the extreme. Looking from afar, her physique was so graceful that it was simply too hard to describe. Under the azure long skirt, one could faintly make out a pair of exquisite and slender legs. Her dress floated in the wake of her slow walk and her jewelry occasionally twinkled on her delicate, womanly figure. The perfect arcs of her waist, breasts, and buttocks were indescribably lovely. She radiated an incomparable, soul-shaking charm and had a kind of proud appearance and attitude that transcended this world. Xiao Kuan-yun's mouth gaped widely and his entire body froze on the spot. His eyes unwaveringly stared at the exquisite silhouette in the distance. Inwardly panicking, he almost believed that he was seeing a river nymph from the legends. As if noticing his stare, the girl angled her face towards him, gave him a cold look, then turned her head and walked into the courtyard. Even her complexion, from the glimpse that Xiao Kuan-yun got when she turned her head to glance at him, caused his body to shake, as if all the bones in his body had turned soft and melted. He still hadn't returned to his senses even long after Xia Qingyue had left his sight. Upon Xia Qingyue's sudden and inopportune appearance, Xiao Yulong's heart gave off a thump sound as he prayed that she wouldn't be spotted by Xiao Kuan-yun. But unfortunately, Xiao Kuan-yun saw her and had also shown the same reaction that the majority of men had the first time they saw Xia Qingyue's true face. No, the reaction was even more exaggerated. Xiao Yulong's heart began to immediately twitch. In this small floating cloud city, how could any woman that Xiao Kuan-yun had set his eyes on escape? And once Xiao Kuan-yun had set his eyes on her, it also meant that he wouldn't be able to obtain Xia Qingyue in this lifetime. However, he immediately clenched his teeth lightly and, standing next to Xiao Kuan-yun, waved his hand in front of his face. He quietly whispered, "Young Master Xiao." "That girl, who is that girl? Who is she?" Xiao Kuan-yun's expression was in turmoil and even his voice was trembling in excitement. This world actually had a woman this beautiful. All of my wives and concubines, all of the women I've played around with, added together wouldn't be a match for her. A fairy, she's simply a fairy. Xiao Kuan-yun had been moved to such a state of excitement that he had become incoherent. The light in his eyes was hot almost to the point of combustion. Xiao Yulong changed to well-intentioned attitude and said with a face of smiles, "She's called Xia Qingyue and is our floating cloud city's most beautiful woman. She truly is a fairy-like person. Xia Qingyue. Xia. Then she isn't a member of the Xiao clan. Right?" Xiao Yulong nodded his head as his eyes narrowed. He clearly stated, "She isn't a member of our Xiao clan, but is rather the daughter of the richest merchant in our floating cloud city. She only married into our Xiao clan 3 days ago, marrying the grandson of the 5th elder, Xiao Che." "What? She's married?" Xiao Kuan-yun's expression belied his disappointment. In a flash, it then turned into a burning jealousy and an extremely intense desire. "She's actually married. And married into your Xiao clan. That's absolutely ridiculous. How could the grandson of a puny Xiao clan elder be worthy of this kind of fairy?" "Right. Young Master Zhao's words are too true." Xiao Yulong promptly agreed. "Only a person with a dragon's amount of talent like young Master Xiao can be worthy of this kind of fairy. Young Master Xiao doesn't know that even though the person she married is the grandson of an elder, he is actually our Xiao clan's most useless person. His profound veins have been deformed since his childhood. Even now, he's still only at the first level of the elementary profound realm. He's an absolute disgrace to our Xiao clan." What? Xiao Kuan-yun's expression turned ashen and his hands began to tremble. This beauty is unexpectedly married to that kind of trash. This is absolutely unforgivable, unforgivable. That kind of woman should belong to me, Xiao Kuan-yun. How could a piece of trash from the Xiao clan be worthy of her? Xiao Kuan-yun growled in a low voice, the flames of his jealousy igniting. He immediately walked towards the courtyard that Xia Qingyue had just entered. He had walked only 2 steps when a forceful and dignified voice sounded from behind him, "Young master. The sect master appointing you to come out here is also a kind of learning experience. The sect master specifically warned you that you mustn't do anything that will lower the reputation of the sect. Especially snatching away someone else's wife. Xiao Kuangyun stopped moving, his entire face full of lust and disagreement. However, he still obediently stopped moving. Xiao Yulong glanced at the elder called Xiao Moshan in bewilderment. It seems that he came here not only to accompany and protect Xiao Kuangyun but was also his overseer. Just one sentence was enough to scare Xiao Kuangyun into inaction. Furthermore, from his words, it was evident that this Xiao Kuangyun had already snatched other people's wives quite a few times before. Xiao Yulong's gaze wavered. He quickly walked next to Xiao Kuangyun and said in a low voice, "Young Master Xiao. If you have set your eyes on that Xia Qingyue, you may not have to use force to take her. There are many methods to do this." Methods? What methods? Xiao Kuangyun turned his head and stared at him with his burning gaze. Xiao Yulong immediately leaned towards his ear and quickly whispered into it. After he finished talking, Xiao Kuangyun's eyes immediately lit up. The corner of his mouth also revealed the trace of an impatient, lewd smile. "This is something that I just learned. I haven't told anyone else. I didn't think that it would happen to be able to help young Master Xiao. It truly can't get any better." Seeing Xiao Kuangyun's lewd smile, Xiao Yulong's heart was filled with loathing, but his face still obediently held a smile. "Very good. Extremely good." Xiao Kuangyun slowly nodded his head. "It seems like young Master Xiao has a similar taste in beautiful women. Actually, within our Xiao clan, there are more beauties than just Xia Qingyue," Xiao Yulong said in a low voice. "Fifth Elder Xiao Lai has a daughter who just turned 15 this year, but is already an outstanding beauty. She isn't worse than Xia Qingyue by much. I don't know if young Master Xiao has any interest. 15-year-old, and is almost as beautiful as that fairy from just then." Xiao Kuangyun's eyes fiercely widened, revealing a wolf-like glint. Upon seeing the look in his eyes, Xiao Yulong knew what he should do next. He once again leaned towards Xiao Kuangyun and said in a low voice, "If young Master Xiao is interested, then this is even easier. The method is really simple, we just have to." Xiao Yulong leaned close to Xiao Kuangyun's ear and again whispered into it. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Xiao Kuangyun started to laugh wildly as the obscene look in his eyes intensified. "When I return, I should really thank my father for letting me meet two stunning beauties. I really didn't come here to this faraway place in vain." His gaze turned towards Xiao Yulong. He then slowly nodded his head. "You're called Xiao Yulong, right?" "Yes, yes. This lowly one is Xiao Yulong." Xiao Yulong showed excitement on his face. For Xiao Kuangyun to remember his name was his greatest honor. "You are pretty good, not bad at all. If these two things are taken care of successfully, then after we return to the Xiao sect, you should just stick to my side," Xiao Kuangyun said with narrowed eyes. "Ah." Xiao Yulong's entire body shook. He was moved to where his eyes were opened widely. After he recovered, he knelt in front of Xiao Kuangyun with a putong sound and heavily kowtowed. "Yulong thanks young Master Xiao for his large kindness. If it's possible to stay by young Master Xiao's side, then Yulong will definitely loyally, with all my heart take care of young Master Xiao." This result caused Xiao Yulong's heart to wildly throb in pleasant surprise. To be able to enter the Xiao sect is already a delight equivalent to reaching heaven in one step. Yet to be able to follow the son of the sect master is an entirely different thing. It's something that Xiao Yulong would have never dared to imagine before. Chapter 24, Upheaval, 3. Xiao Lai originally had great expectations for the people from the Xiao sect. The son of the Xiao sect's master presumably should be like a celestial dragon god. However, at first sight, he was instead greatly disappointed. He didn't see the aura, grace, self-restraint, and appropriate loftiness that the direct disciples of a great sect should have. Rather, he only saw condescending arrogance and a tyrannical look in his eyes that left an uneasy feeling. It was just like that of a pampered and spoiled playboy that had grown up among sycophants. But upon thinking carefully, he was also relieved. After all, the Xiao sect couldn't possibly care about this small Xiao clan. How could they send some great person over? The status of the son of the sect master was also merely to express a superficial respect to the dead Xiao Zheng. "Daddy, I just heard them say that you and the clan master headed off to welcome the Xiao sect's people. How come you're back so soon?" Xiao Lingxi had just happened to stop by to deliver food to Xiao Lai. With a face full of curiosity, she asked, "Have the people from the Xiao sect already arrived? What kind of people are they? Do they have a really frightening aura?" Xiao Lingxi's questions reminded him of the elder standing behind Xiao Kuangyun. He nodded. "Of course, the people from the Xiao sect are unfathomable. However, you should avoid the Shao sex people as much as possible in the few days that they're here. The young man leading them isn't some kind of benevolent person. If you can avoid them, then you should do so. Ah. Xiao Lingxi blinked her eyes in disbelief and then nodded lightly. I know, Daddy. In fact, I was already a little bit afraid of them. After all, they are from the Shao sect. They must be super powerful. Even if you're curious, you should try to stay away from them. Xiao Lai once again warned. He lightly breathed in and, with a heavy load on his mind, walked into the courtyard. Daddy. Why do you look like you have something on your mind? Did something especially big happen? Xiao Lingxi asked nervously. As a daughter who knew her father well, with just a glance, Xiao Lingxi could see through Xiao Lai's facial expression. Xiao Lai froze for a second, and then shook his head. It's nothing. He paused for a moment as he realized that if he didn't say it out loud, then this clever daughter of his may not feel at ease for the rest of the day. He could only slowly respond. The Shao sect brought a gift called the profound opening powder. From what that Xiao Kuangyun said, this profound opening powder has a great restorative effect on damaged profound veins. So. It can fix damaged profound veins. Is that true? Xiao Lai hadn't even finished talking, but Xiao Lingxi was already crying out in excitement. All of a sudden, her small hands tightly clenched the edges of her clothing. Fixing Xiao Chei's profound veins had always been her greatest wish. These past few years, she had non-stop diligently searched for every possible method with Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai's words were no different to her than the celestial sound of heaven granting her wish. The effects of the Shao sex medicine can't be compared to that of ordinary medicine. It may really be able to provide surprising results. Saying this, Xiao Lai's expression slowly dimmed. However, the profound opening powder's most important use is to accelerate the speed of cultivation for a certain amount of time. Right now, the clan master and the rest of them all consider this profound opening powder as a treasure. To convince them to use the profound opening powder on the body of Che heir, who's considered a good for nothing in their eyes. It truly was a slim hope. Xiao Lingxi's expression became sluggish. Xiao Lai's words were like a pail of cold water that extinguished all of her excitement. She bit her lips and resolutely said, no matter how, we must obtain the profound opening powder. Little Che definitely isn't a good for nothing. He's the one that needs the profound opening powder the most. I'll try with all my power to fight for it. Seeing her daughter's expression, Xiao Lai let out a long sigh. However, in his heart, he was perfectly clear how little hope there was of getting the profound opening powder. In other words, it was absolutely impossible. Nightfall. I saw the Shao sect's Xiao Kuangyun today. Candle light faintly swayed inside the room. Xiaoqing Yue sat at the side of the bed and lightly said, "Oh, what kind of person is he?" Xiao Che yawned before casually asking with an indifferent look. He is like his name. Xiaoqing Yue's eyebrows drooped as she remembered the look in Xiao Kuangyun's eyes as he looked at her. A look of disgust passed through her eyes. Her master had told her that of the Shao sect master's 4 sons, the other 3 all could be considered as having dragon-like talent. Only the 4th son was an 100% idiot. However, he nevertheless was doted on the most by the sect master, possibly because he was the youngest and was the legal wife's only son. TL, Kuangyun translates to wild/violent cloud. That's pretty normal. If you think about it, it's pretty obvious what kind of people the Shao sect would send to this place. But either way, it still has nothing to do with me. At the most, I just have to go tomorrow as a formality. Xiao Che shrugged as he spoke. His eyebrows suddenly twitched, and his expression sharpened slightly. He raised his head and asked, "Qingyue, my wife, you said you saw him. Then did he also see you?" "That's right, why?" Xiaoqing Yue raised her eyebrows. Xiao Che raised his hand to rub his chin, then suddenly said, "You said before that he was a piece of trash with an exceedingly bad reputation. This kind of trash, sigh, Qingyue, my wife, if I haven't guessed wrong, your master should be near Floating Cloud City, right?" "How did you know?" A trace of astonishment flashed across Xiaoqing Yue's face. Xiao Che didn't explain. He said with a serious expression, "Since it's like that, think of a way to communicate with your master. It'd be best to have her come to this place tomorrow." After thinking for a moment, his expression once again relaxed. "Since your master is nearby, then I guess there won't be any big problems. Let's sleep." Xiaoqing Yue's delicate brows raised slightly, and she then quietly pondered for a moment. She once again thought back to the expression in Xiao Kongyun's eyes as he looked at her this afternoon and finally understood the meaning behind Xiao Chei's words. Her expression suddenly spasmed, and she unconsciously reached out to pinch the icicle-shaped sound-transmitting device at her waist. Seeing Xiao Chei preparing to spread the blanket at the corner, her gaze faintly swayed. Her lips continuously moved quite a few times before she finally let out a voice, "Come sleep on the bed." "Ah." Xiao Chei turned his body towards her and said with wide eyes, "Qingyue, my wife, what did you say?" Xia Qingyue immediately turned her face away to hide her current expression. She coldly replied, "If you didn't hear it, then forget it." "I heard it." "How could I not have heard it?" Xiao Chei immediately nodded like a chick pecking rice. He threw the blanket in his hand away and quickly threw himself onto the bed, then looked at Xia Qingyue with a happy smile. "Qingyue, my wife, will you sleep on the inside or outside tonight?" Xia Qingyue didn't reply. With a wave of her snowy hand, she extinguished all of the red candle in the space of a second. The room was immediately pitch black, and her heart also secretly let out a sigh. She reached out and pushed Xiao Chei to the inside, pulled the blanket over, and covered both of their bodies with it. Laying down sideways with her back to Xiao Chei, she said in a quiet and cold voice, "You don't need to think about it too much. I'm only doing this to make it more convenient for you to treat my body at 3 in the morning. You're not allowed to do forbidden things. Otherwise I won't ever let you sleep on the bed again. As you wish, my beloved lady wife." Xiao Chei elatedly spoke as he gave the blankets a tug and sniffed the remainder of the young lady's fragrance that was still held in it. Now, she was being called wife by Xiao Chei several dozen times a day. From the initial sulking up to now, not only did hearing it feel incomparably natural, but also at the same time gave her a kind of indescribable feeling of, "I am his wife." This subtle change caused her to be flustered and more so left her at a loss. She closed her eyes and strove to avoid thinking about these things that set her heart into disorder. Not long after, she peacefully fell asleep. It had unwittingly become 3 in the morning. This was the darkest time before dawn, and the entire Xiao clan was peaceful. The only sounds that could be heard were the occasional buzzing of insects. In the darkness, from Xiao Lingxi's courtyard came a light creak sound and, following that sound, the securely closed house door slowly opened. A petite shadow slowly snuck out and, after peering at the surroundings for a while, quickly fled outside. The shadow hadn't been able to step outside the courtyard gate when a tall, gray figure suddenly dropped from the sky, landing in front of her. The sound of a girl's cry of alarm rose up, then soon after came a solemn voice, lowered with great effort, "Where are you going this late at night?" "Ah. Daddy." The greatly frightened shadow pulled down the shroud covering her face, revealing a lovely and touching girl's face. It really was Xiao Lingxi. Looking at the Xiao Lai that had suddenly appeared in front of her, her soul shook momentarily. Ah. Xiao Lai let out a long sigh, then said in a low voice, "You want to go steal the profound opening powder, right?" "I." Xiao Lingxi lowered her head as she faltered. "You are my daughter. How could I not know what you're thinking in your heart?" Xiao Lai once again let out a long sigh and then patted his daughter on her shoulder. "After you left me this afternoon, I thought you had a strange look in your eyes. I felt uneasy, so I came here to stand guard. Sure enough, you had the thought to go steal the profound opening powder. You really are too willful. Do you know how dangerous this is? That profound opening powder isn't something ordinary. It is a gift from the Xiao sect. If your tracks were discovered, then it would be in the Xiao sect's jurisdiction. At that time, if those 4 from the Xiao sect decide you're guilty, not to mention me, there's no one in this floating cloud city that could save you." Xiao Lingxi lowered her head and bit her lips. I know all of that. But. Little Che is too pitiful. He's clearly a good person, yet is always laughed at by people, looked down by people, and treated as trash by everyone. If he could fix his profound veins, then he won't be ridiculed anymore. He wouldn't fall short of anyone. Xiao Lai opened and closed his mouth, a look of remorse flashing across his face. I always wondered, why Xiao Che was the one with the deformed profound veins, and not me. This world is really too unfair to him. Daddy, did you know? Whenever I see little Che being laughed at, and that he still tries to adopt an uncaring look and instead come comfort me, my heart is filled with so much unease. If I could fix his profound veins, even if I have to become a thief, even if I receive the penalty of death, I would still be willing to do it 100 times. As she talked, Xiao Lingxi's eyes were already filled with tears. She covered her face with her hands and finally couldn't help but start sobbing. A violent spasm passed across Xiao Lai's face. As he looked at his sobbing daughter, his heart was also grieving. He quietly consoled, "She heir, I know you are wholeheartedly doing this for Che heir. But, you doing this, leaving aside the consequences, Xiao Yunhai didn't give that box of profound opening powder to anyone after receiving it. He should be carrying it on his body. With your strength, how could you steal anything from Xiao Yunhai? Listen to me, go back and sleep. Concerning the profound opening powder, I will spare no effort to think of something. Even though I haven't argued about anything these few years, among this Xiao clan, I, on the whole, still have a voice. Obtaining the profound opening powder isn't necessarily a completely hopeless cause. You aren't allowed to do this kind of silly thing in the future. If something really happened to you, who will take care of and protect Che heir afterwards?" Xiao Lai's last sentence gently struck Xiao Lingxi's soft heart, leaving her heart with a sudden, lingering fear. That's right. If I didn't succeed, was caught, and received a large punishment, what would happen to little Che? I understand. Xiao Lingxi removed her black clothing and dropped them to the side. She wiped the tears from her face and said with a guilty face, "Daddy, I'm sorry. I did a stupid thing and had you worry again. I'll obediently go sleep now and won't do something like this again. Daddy, you should quickly go back and rest. I promise I won't go steal the profound opening powder." Chuckle asterisk, it's good as long as you listen. Xiao Lai nodded his head and smiled warmly. But before leaving, he still worriedly picked up black clothing on the ground and took it with him. Chapter 25, Upheaval, 4. Today could be said to be the Xiao clan's busiest day. Early in the morning, the Xiao clan entrance was already densely crowded. All of the influential families of Floating Cloud City could be seen here, and furthermore, they were represented by their heads. Although there were many present, none dared to be loud. They all whispered to one another in the smallest voices possible for fear that they would disturb the important guests amongst the Xiao clan. I heard a long time ago that the Xiao clan's founder came from the Xiao sect. It looks to be unexpectedly true. The Xiao clan will be soaring to new heights. We have to maintain a good relationship with them from now on. Good thing I've never offended the Xiao clan, otherwise I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Old Mu, why did you come too? Oh, everyone was rushing to be the first here, so I couldn't not come. They're here to establish a relationship, but I'm here just in case. What if that brat from the Xiao sect checked how many influential families were in Floating Cloud City and then saw that no one from my Mu family came here? If they find some fault with that, then my entire family would have to bear the consequences. Xiao clan's entrance remained closed, and everyone outside all waited with great care. Not one of them dared to leave. They waited until 9 in the morning. Before dawn, a platform had been set up in the empty ground in the middle of Xiao clan, with chairs, tables, and all kinds of equipment set up around it. At 8 in the morning, Xiao clan sounded an urgent order for all of its inhabitants to assemble. At once, the Xiao clan's inhabitants gathered together as they immediately rushed to the rendezvous spot. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone in the Xiao clan, be they young or old, were in their designated positions with not one missing. Today would be the Xiao clan's most significant day. They all clearly knew what was going to happen today, and the vast majority had looks of excitement and anticipation. There were even some with mediocre talent who still wished in their hearts for the chance to be chosen by those from the Xiao sect. Xiao Che was basically the last to arrive. When he walked in leading Xia Qingyue by the hand at a pace that was neither fast nor slow, he instantly became the focus of everyone present. Of course, if it was just him alone, chances were that no one would even want to look at him twice. What was important was the Xia Qingyue at his side. She had an exquisitely graceful posture and a complexion that was alluring enough to conquer not only a city, but the world as well. The people there acted as if they were seeing an incomparably beautiful river fairy slowly walking towards them. This was especially true for the young men, who stood there with glazed eyes and wildly beating hearts. Some even had drool unconsciously streaming down the corners of their mouths. In contrast, Xiao Che at her side. His face was pale, his eyelids drooped, his eyes seemed soulless, and his footsteps lacked strength. He had not even walked a dozen steps and had already yawned 3 times with the appearance of someone who had had excessive sexual intercourse and now yearned for sleep. Excessive sexual intercourse. As they thought of this and also saw the two of them hand in hand, quite a few people clenched their teeth as they trembled all over. Their eyes radiated a deep dissatisfaction and a flaming jealousy. Upon thinking about this heavenly beauty, a goddess who they yearned for in their dreams being pressed down every day by the piece of waste that they looked down on the most, their stomachs almost split open with anger and jealousy. Xiao Chei's half-asleep and extremely fatigued appearance was not an act, but it obviously couldn't be because of any excessive intercourse. It would be strange if he had energy when he woke up at 3 in the morning for a regular acupuncture treatment, worked himself half to death, and then was again woken this early in the morning. As for their clasped hands, it definitely couldn't have been Xia Qingyue's doing. Rather, when they were walking over, Xiao Chei suddenly grabbed her under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Since Xia Qingyue couldn't impolitely free herself, in addition to the fact that she had gotten used to him holding her by the hand these past few days, she could only let it be. Everything within the Xiao clan is excellent, except the fact that we have an unnecessary and unsightly piece of trash. As Xiao Chei walked past a youth, a mocking voice that was loud enough for him to hear came from his side. Xiao Chei raised his eyebrows slightly and saw third elder Xiao Zei's grandson, Xiao Qingji, intently squinting ahead. An undisguisable sneer hung from the corners of his mouth, and on his face was a look of envy that he vigorously tried to hide. He said those words to the person in front of him, but even an idiot knew that he was mocking Xiao Chei. At once, the sound of laughter rose from the surroundings. Each and every young disciple looked at Xiao Chei with a ridiculing expression in their eyes. "Brother Qingji, were you talking to me just now?" Xiao Chei's footsteps paused as he asked Xiao Qingji with a harmless smile on his face. "Oh, brother Xiao Chei, you misunderstood. I was clearly talking to a piece of trash just now." For brother Xiao Chei to ask this, does that mean you consider yourself to be a piece of trash? Xiao Qingji turned around and said with a smile. As his gaze touched Xia Qingyue's beautiful snowy face, a difficult-to-disguise look of zeal flashed through his eyes. "Oh. So that's how it was." Xiao Chei nodded with sudden understanding. He then pulled Xia Qingyue's hand along with him. "Looks like he wasn't talking about me. Qingyue, my wife, let's hurry up and return to our position." "Tut-tut, as I look at a pathetic toad dreaming about eating swan meat, I'd rather be a piece of trash that sleeps holding the swan every night. Qingyue, my wife, what do you think?" "What did you say?" Xiao Qingji suddenly turned around, a dark expression on his face. "Huh?" Xiao Chei paused and looked at him in surprise. "Brother Qingji, what's wrong?" "I was just talking about a toad, so why do you have such a strange reaction? Don't tell me that Qingzi has some special relationship with the toad I was talking about." "You." Xiao Qingji's trembling lips revealed his immense fury, yet he couldn't think of anything else to say. "Qingyue, my wife, we had better go quickly. A toad will bite when it gets anxious. If we were bitten by this thing, wouldn't we be disgusted to death?" As Xiao Chei talked, he pulled Xia Qingyue far away. Xiao Qingji's face muscles spasmed as he almost puked out blood. Qingyue, come over here." In the midst of the crowd, Xiao Chei quickly saw Xiao Lai beckoning to him with Xiao Lingxi by his side. He and Xia Qingyue swiftly walked over. After Xia Qingyue underwent Xiao Chei's acupuncture treatment, not to mention her physique, even her face showed a great change. Ignoring her physique, her complexion had become more delicate, rosy, and luminous. However, this change of complexion held a different meaning under Xiao Lai's eyes. Seeing Xiao Chei clearly exude a spiritless attitude, Xiao Lai lowered his voice and said with a chuckle, "Chei, you're still too young. You're only half-grown, and your body is still developing. Concerning these matters between men and women, you should control yourself as much as possible, or else it may harm your body." "Ah." Xiao Chei stared at him. After recovering, he could only nod his head in embarrassment. "This. I understand. In the future, I'll definitely control. He uttered a sound of pain. The small hand held in his suddenly pricked him mercilessly with its nail. Xia Qingyue turned her face away, but one could faintly see a patch of pink slowly spread across her cheeks. She actually blushed. Xiao Chei was about to quietly explain himself when he once again grimaced in pain. It was Xiao Lingxi's small hand that had fiercely pinched his left arm. "Little ant, why did you pinch me?" Xiao Chei said as he looked at Xiao Lingxi, a wronged expression on his face. "Humph." Xiao Lingxi pouted and also faced the other way, ignoring him in a fit of anger. "Young Master Xiao has arrived." At this time, a loud and clear shout erupted from the front of the crowd. The crowd immediately quieted as everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the sound, wanting to catch a glimpse of the elegance of the Shao sect's members. Not long after, a luxuriously dressed young man with a proud demeanor walked over through the crowd. Xiao Moshan was not more than half a step behind him, and Xiao Yunhai was in front personally leading the way. Both his expression and posture were differential, with not even a hint of disrespect. Under Xiao Yunhai's guidance, Xiao Kuangyun walked up the erected platform and sat on the seat of honor in the middle. He swept his gaze over the Shao clan members beneath him with a haughty look, like an emperor overlooking his subjects. A moment later, he nodded to Xiao Yunhai to indicate that they may begin. Is this the big shot from Shao sect? If we don't talk about anything else, his appearance is still a bit too unsightly. Aren't the genes of the great Shao sect supposed to be formidable? He shouldn't be adopted, right? Xiao Che muttered quietly. 100 of him can't compare with little Che. Xiao Lingxi echoed in reply. As soon as she said that, she remembered that she was supposed to be mad at him. She once again quickly let out a humph sound, and turned her face to ignore him. Cheer, Sheer, don't spout nonsense. Xiao Lai said in a low voice. Oh. Xiao Che answered, as he stopped talking. Is everyone from Shao clan here? Xiao Kuangyun slowly said with half-open eyes and a bored tone of voice. However, both his eyes were rapidly spinning about searching the crowd for the figure of the fairy he saw yesterday as well as the girl whom Xiao Yulong claimed to on par with that fairy. It has already been confirmed. Everyone is present, there won't even be one missing. Xiao Yunhai said with a serious look in his face. Very good. Xiao Kuangyun nodded. His gaze then slanted towards the main entrance. Who are those people standing outside the door? Reporting to young Master Xiao, they are all powerful families within Floating Cloud City. They've been gathered here since early this morning, hoping catch a glance of young Master Xiao's elegance. Xiao Yunhai replied as he half rose out of his chair. Ah, it's like that. Xiao Kuangyun nodded and then said with a wave of his hand, since they are guests, we can't let them wait outside like that. Let them come in. Having the people outside of Shao clan witness today's matter is also a good thing, otherwise others may later say that I was being biased. Xiao Yunhai promptly sucked up to him. Young Master Xiao is truly worthy of being the son of the sect master of the Shao sect. You're this young and are already this open-minded. It's enough to make me blush with shame. Xiaoda, quickly, invite our guests in. The main entrance opened and all the powerful inhabitants of Floating Cloud City orderly walked in, each and every one with a reserved demeanor. All of them brought a heavy gift. Amongst the crowd, Xiao Che also saw Xia Qingyue's father, Xia Hongyi. Very good, now we can start. Xiao Kuangyun straightened in his chair and finally assumed what could be considered a normal sitting posture as he looked down and lightly spoke. My name is Xiao Kuangyun and I am from the Shao sect. Regarding the great name of the Shao sect, you all should be very clear. In the Blue Wind Empire, there's nothing that my Shao sect can't resolve. All of you ought to feel honored and proud because even though you are a bit weak, you can still be said to be related to the Shao sect. The founder of the Shao clan was the son of one of our Shao sect's elders. However, although your founder was the son of an elder, he was actually born from a female servant. His status was so low it wasn't worth mentioning, and his profound strength was really too lacking. As a piece of trash, he wasn't fit to remain in the Shao sect. Your founder was thus banished by that elder to this place, and that's how your Shao clan came into existence. Xiao Kuangyun's extremely harsh words did not hide his disdain for both the entire Shao clan and their founder. A few Shao clan members scowled upon hearing this, but no one dared to make a fuss. Chapter 26, Upheaval, 5. Xiao Kuangyun was really wild, but within the Shao clan, he truly had the right to be wild. Not to mention his ear-piercing speech, even if he had called the entire Shao clan dogs, everyone in the Shao clan would have to obediently listen. There definitely wouldn't be anyone who would dare to retort. It may even be possible that some would wag their tails accordingly. Before Elder Xiaojing died, he remembered his affection for his son, and left behind a dying wish. He hoped we would find the one with the best aptitude amongst the younger generation here to bring back to the Shao sect. Xiao Kuangyun picked up the roster that Xiao Yunhai had prepared overnight, looked all around him, and then arrogantly said, Today, I will personally check that. In a while, anyone whose name I call will come in front of me and show your profound strength. However, aptitude isn't decided by the level of your profound strength, but by your foundation and potential. Before I came here, my honorable father had me bring a batch of profound opening powder. The person selected not only will be brought back to the Shao sect, but will also receive this profound opening powder as a reward. Good medicine can only be enjoyed by those with enough aptitude. It would only be wasted if used on the body of trash. Saying this, Xiao Kuangyun's gaze slanted towards Xiao Yunhai. Clan Master, bring out the profound opening powder. Even though this is a gift to the Xiao clan, you shouldn't have any complaints about giving this to the one with the best aptitude as a reward, right? No matter how ridiculous Xiao Kuangyun's words were, Xiao Yunhai still wouldn't dare to have any reservations. However, upon hearing his words, Xiao Yunhai's expression all of a sudden became pale, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't move to retrieve the profound opening powder, but rather stood there in a fluster. What's the matter? Xiao Kuangyun's expression darkened. Clan Master Xiao, you wouldn't be unwilling to part with the profound opening powder, right? No, no, of course not. Xiao Yunhai promptly shook his head with a terrified expression. It's only what? With a putong sound, Xiao Yunhai immediately knelt on one knee with both hands trembling. He said with a face full of terror, I deserve to die. The profound opening powder that young Master Xiao gifted us yesterday, I left it in our Xiao clan's infirmary and made it clear to the person there that they must guard it well. But this morning, the person from the infirmary suddenly ran over to tell me that the profound opening powder in the infirmary had unexpectedly disappeared. Wah! The crowd below immediately broke into chaos. To steal the treasure brought by the Xiao sect, who could have the nerve? Huh. Xiao Che frowned slightly as a burst of suspicion appeared in his heart. Based on his 10-some years understanding of Xiao Yunhai, he would consider him a cautious person. Knowing his character, for him to put the treasure that the Xiao sect brought in the infirmary after receiving it from them instead of keeping it on himself was a bit unreasonable. Knowing that the infirmary only had Xiao Gu, who had wholly devoted himself to medicine and had practically no profound strength, the infirmary could be considered the most weakly defended area within the Xiao clan. Not only that, the profound opening powder was brought by the Xiao sect. Even if someone craved it, at the very least they should have waited until the people from the Xiao sect left to act. Why would they unexpectedly pick such a dangerous time? Even if they stole it, would they even have a life to use it afterwards? Xiao Lai's entire body shook. He immediately glanced towards Xiao Lingxi, only to find that Xiao Lingxi also had a face full of astonishment. Noticing Xiao Lai's pointed look, Xiao Lingxi promptly shook her head forcefully to indicate that she had nothing to do with this. Xiao Lai withdrew his gaze and inwardly took a deep sigh of relief. What? Xiao Kuangyun violently stood up from his seat as his expression turned incomparably dark, his body radiating a baleful aura. He looked at Xiao Yunhai and said fiercely, "You're saying that there's actually someone who would steal the profound opening powder? Your humble servant couldn't protect it. I request young Master Xiao administer punishment." Xiao Yunhai lowered his head, a look of shame and fear across his entire face. This is ridiculous. Xiao Kuangyun violently took a breath as his chest heaved. His complexion became more and more dark. He had evidently been extremely angered. Someone actually dared to steal our gift to the Xiao clan. Good. Very good. I've really underestimated this floating cloud city. You all are actually quite bold. Xiao Kuangyun's anger and killing intent had extended to almost the entire Xiao clan. This caused everyone's spines to shiver and their hearts to convulse. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and, unable to cope with their panic, hung their heads low for fear that Xiao Kuangyun would look at them. Xiao Che half closed his eyes, his gaze directly on Xiao Kuangyun's eyes. A short while later, he poked Xiao Lai and asked in a small voice, "Grandfather, the clan master didn't defend this Xiao Kuangyun yesterday, right?" Xiao Lai was startled, then shook his head. Xiao Yunhai was always prudent. He shouldn't have gone that far. Then that's strange. Xiao Che rubbed his chin and then said quietly, "This Xiao Kuangyun's anger is clearly fake. If the clan master had offended him, and he had planned to steal it himself and then blame the clan master, then that would make sense. If that's not the case, don't tell me this Xiao Kuangyun is acting out a monkey show by himself. Watch your mouth." Xiao Lai didn't understand the meaning of his words and so quietly warned him. Xiao Kuangyun's eyes became sinister and his expression darkened to the color of a storm cloud. "Yesterday, when I took out the profound opening powder, there were only members of the Xiao clan around. I don't think that you Xiao clan people would be stupid enough to let the fact that you've obtained a high-grade medicine spread to the ears of outsiders. In addition, your Xiao clan's defensive abilities can't be considered weak in Floating Cloud City. If someone wanted to break it, it wouldn't be easy. Then, the thief should be from your Shao clan. Xiao Kuangyun's words caused the expression of all of the Shao clan members to change. The sound of whispers grew even louder. Xiao Yunhai also quickly nodded, right. Young Master Xiao sees clearly. After I knew the profound opening powder had been stolen, I also thought that it was stolen by someone from our Shao clan. The infirmary's Xiao Gu is almost 60 years old and is unconcerned with worldly affairs. He simply wouldn't have any kind of desire for the profound opening powder, so it shouldn't be him that stole it. Everyone else should probably be viewed with suspicion. Humph. The insignificant Shao clan simply isn't worth mentioning in the eyes of our Shao sect. Any lowly person from our Shao sect could single-handedly wipe out your entire clan. This time, we graced you with our presence and trekked thousands of li to your Shao clan. That gave you an immense amount of prestige and was a great show of kindness, yet you instead gave me such a large surprise. This is practically a slap to the face of our Shao sect. A slap to the face of the Shao sect. This incomparably strange and large accusation caused Xiao Yunhai's face to immediately turn ashen. Xiao Kuangyun's eyes were like that of a viper, sweeping from one face to another. Everyone touched by his gaze lowered their head as if trying to avoid being struck by lightning. No one dared to look him in the face. However, this absolutely didn't mean that Xiao Kuangyun's eyes were incredibly penetrating, or that his aura was that fierce. It was only because he was backed by the enormous Shao sect. Xiao Chei's gaze turned to Xiao Yunhai's face and his expression became even more downcast. He said in low voice that only he could hear, "This Xiao Yunhai's demeanor is also unexpectedly fake. What exactly do they want to do?" In Xiao Chei's 2 lifetimes worth of memories, particularly those from the life on Azure Cloud Continent, he had experienced countless designs of good and evil and skirted past the boundary between life and death multiple times. The amount of people he had encountered was even more innumerable, from the most ordinary of people to the overlords of the world. Not even a profound practitioner that was hundreds of years old would necessarily be able to compare to the viciousness seen by his eyes. Xiao Kuangyun once again swept his gaze around. His tone suddenly became mild. "Forget it, even though it's truly regrettable, I can't be bothered to get upset with you people from this small place. The person who stole the profound opening powder, I'll give you 15 seconds to obediently come out and hand over the profound opening powder. I may show you mercy for the first offense. If you continue to be obstinate, then don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Ba, start counting." After Xiao Kuangyun finished speaking, he let out a cold snort and sat back down on his seat. The black-dressed young man on his left stepped forward and started the countdown in a low voice. Xiao Yunhai immediately turned around and said in a loud voice, "The vermin that stole the profound opening powder, did you hear that? Young Master Xiao is magnanimously tolerant to give you a way out. Quickly mend your ways and come apologize. If not to mention young Master Xiao, the entire Xiao clan will never forgive you." 12, 11, 10, 9, the black-clothed man called Xiao Ba continued to count down. Everyone in the Xiao clan turned to look at their neighbors, one after another guessing at who was reckless enough to dare steal something the Xiao sect had brought. Although Xiao Kuangyun's mouth had uttered mercy, from his expression, no one believed that they would earn his mercy after voluntarily admitting guilt. 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up. Xiao Ba's voice dropped off, and he then stepped back. Xiao Kuangyun once again stood up, his gaze dark and cruel as he sneered, "I already gave you a chance. Since you don't know a good thing when you see it, don't blame me for being ruthless after I catch you." Xiao Jiu. Yes. In the wake of Xiao Kuangyun's shout, another black-clothed young man stepped forward and then immediately raised his palm. A whirlpool of profound strength began to condense in his palm. "Xiao Clan Master, the profound opening powder was stolen with the black box, right?" "Yes, they were stolen together." Xiao Yunhai nodded. His face revealed a suspicious look, as if he didn't understand why he was asking this question. "Very good. On the black box containing the profound opening powder is a mark of our Xiao sect's unique profound strength, the Eagle Mark. As long as we use our Xiao sect's unique profound strength, we can very quickly determine the whereabouts of every Eagle Mark in the vicinity." As soon as Xiao Kuangyun finished speaking, Xiao Jiu's hand suddenly lowered as a growl of, "It's there," escaped from his lips. His body then turned into a gale as he rushed towards his right like lightning. His speed was exceedingly fast, in a blink of an eye he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Asterisk chuckle asterisk, it seems we've already found it. Xiao Kuangyun sneered, a deep sense of self-satisfaction flashing through the depth of his eyes, as if he was very pleased with his own performance. Wonderful. As expected of the Shao sect, not one drop of water can leak out. Xiao Yunhai's face also revealed a happy expression, which then darkened once again. He solemnly said, "Young Master Xiao, the nature of this matter is too vile." Not only did it provoke young Master Zhao's wrath, but also caused our Shao clan to lose quite a bit of face. So no matter who the thief is, even if it's my son, young Master Xiao need not have any apprehension. You must severely punish them. Humph. Of course. No one who has offended my Shao sect has met a good end. At this time, a gust of strong wind blew over. Xiao Jiao had already hurried back, his hands holding a wooden box. The eagle mark on the wooden box was still faintly radiating light. This wooden box really was the box holding the profound opening powder that Xiao Guangyun had given Xiao Yunhai yesterday. "Young master, I found it." Xiao Jiao delivered the wooden box into Xiao Guangyun's grasp and then stepped back without a sound. All the whispers stopped. The surroundings became so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. The atmosphere turned completely cold. Everyone widened their eyes and held their breath, waiting to see who was the one that had enough courage to dare steal the profound opening powder. They could all guess how tragic the fate of that person would be. "Xiao Jiao, where did you find this box?" Xiao Guangyun asked with a sneer. "The 66th courtyard, under the owner's pillow." Xiao Jiao clearly replied with an expressionless face. The 66th courtyard. Everyone's gaze all at once converged in one direction, unbelievingly staring at the girl who looked as if she had been petrified. Upon hearing the words, the 66th courtyard, Xiao Lingxi was stunned on the spot. Seeing pair after pair of eyes turn towards her, she stepped back and hysterically shook her head, crying out involuntarily, "It's not me, it's not me." Chapter 27, Upheaval, 6. The 66th courtyard was the courtyard that Xiao Lingxi lived in. Everyone in the Shao clan was well acquainted with it due to how easy it was to remember. Upon hearing Xiao Jiao say 66th courtyard, the first thing they thought of was the courtyard's owner. The crowd separated and isolated Xiao Lingxi's location, giving her no place to hide from everyone's eyes. Xiao Lai's expression changed greatly while Xiao Chei's brows furrowed. His expression all of a sudden became incomparably overcast as he stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Lingxi. A wave of anger expanded with a rumble in his chest, threatening to explode. Only when Xiao Jiao called out the words, 66th courtyard, did Xiao Chei completely understand what the discordant feeling he had been experiencing up until then meant. Before, there were too many people in the way, and they were also standing relatively close together. As a result, Xiao Guangyun couldn't clearly pinpoint where Xiao Lingxi was. However, now, he could naturally get a good look. At once, his eyes lit up and emitted a glow similar to that of an vicious wolf. This girl wasn't as good-looking as Xia Qingyue, but was still a genuine young lady in every way. She had natural-born bright eyes and white teeth, a compelling elegance, and a gentle, beautiful, and charming face. Especially her eyes, which, though currently full of panic and fear, were still like pools of sparkling spring water, clear, transparent, and thoroughly moving. Xiao Guangyun forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his heart flipped and shook, that Xiao Yulong didn't lie to me after all. Even though this Xiao Lingxi is slightly worse than Xia Qingyue as far as looks go, she's only slightly worse. However, her flavor will definitely be just as good. Also, when she matures, she won't necessarily be worse than Xia Qingyue. After coming to this kind of backwater place, I unexpectedly met what could be considered two world-class beauties. This is simply heaven's reward for my long and difficult journey. Xiao Guangyun began to feel that his initial refusal to come to this Shao clan was simply an extremely stupid decision. Fortunately, he was unable to defy his father's order in the end and obediently came here. "Xiao Lingxi, how could it be you?" Upon seeing Xiao Lingxi, Xiao Yunhai's expression was first that of surprise, then shock, then finally disbelief. "It wasn't me. Clan master, it really wasn't me." Xiao Lingxi forcefully shook her head, a terrified look on her entire face. She really did have the thought to steal the profound opening powder last night, but after being caught by Xiao Lai, she obediently went back to her room and slept. She knew absolutely nothing about the theft of the profound opening powder. "Oh my, I didn't expect that the reckless thief would be a little girl," Xiao Guangyun said in a mystifying fashion, "but I did just say that no matter who it was, I wouldn't let them off lightly." "Ah. Xiao Lingxi, how could you act so willfully and do this kind of reckless thing? This box of profound opening powder is the treasure that the Shao sect traveled thousands of li to gift us. With this, what could I possibly do? Xiao Yunhai sighed heavily with an appearance of extreme grief. Clan Master. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me who stole it. There must be a mistake somewhere. It really wasn't me. Xiao Lingxi shook her head over and over, her entire face already pale. Xiao Kuangyun said with an angry and stern voice, "This box of profound opening powder was found under your pillow. If you didn't steal it, then are you telling me it grew wings and flew there? Young lady, I gave you a chance to admit your guilt before. It was you who didn't take it. Now that we have conclusive proof and also countless people from outside the Xiao clan as witnesses, you still want to deny it. It seems like you won't confess if I don't give you a heavy punishment." Give you a heavy punishment, those 5 words caused Xiao Lingxi's entire body to waver. If it wasn't for Xiao Che promptly supporting her, she may have already collapsed on the ground. Xiao Che's hands clenched as a pop sound continuously rang out from his knuckles. His carefully watched Xiao Kuangyun, his entire body emitting, for the first time since his rebirth, true, killing intent. "Young Master Xiao, please calm down." Xiao Yunhai immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. He said beseechingly, "Xiao Lingxi stealing from the Xiao sect is truly unforgivable, but she isn't a bad person. In my Xiao clan she is very well liked. The fact that she would steal the profound opening powder also involves some complications." Complications? What complications? Xiao Kuangyun asked with a dark expression. Xiao Yunhai used his eyes to indicate Xiao Lingxi and Xiao Che, who were standing together. He said with a remorseful expression, "Xiao Lingxi is the only daughter of our 5th elder, and she has a nephew called Xiao Che who is older than her by a year. This nephew of hers had the misfortune of being born with deformed profound veins. With deformed profound veins, no matter how Xiao Che grows in other areas, it's still the same as having his life mostly ruined. Xiao Lingxi extremely cherishes Xiao Che and has always been searching for a way to restore his profound veins. This is something that everyone in the Xiao clan and Floating Cloud City knows. All those present here can attest to that. Although the crime has been committed, and the evidence is conclusive beyond a doubt, I beg young Master Xiao to be lenient with his punishment on account of the fact that our Xiao Lingxi is still young and has a sincere heart. Our entire Xiao clan would be grateful for young Master Xiao's great kindness." Even though Xiao Yunhai's posture was low, every one of his spoken words were sincere. They struck straight at the heart, causing everyone to feel touched. His words also allowed those who didn't understand how Xiao Lingxi would have the audacity to steal the profound opening powder to suddenly realize. It turns out that the profound opening powder also had the ability to restore damaged profound veins. No wonder. Everyone in Floating Cloud City knew that Xiao Che's profound veins had been damaged since birth. The fact that Xiao Lingxi had always cherished him and unceasingly worried about the state of his profound veins was also something that everyone in the Xiao clan knew. With this, the fact that Xiao Lingxi would steal the profound opening powder was no longer reckless, but rather reasonable. More than a few people secretly looked down on the way Xiao Yunhai always fawned over Xiao Kuangyun. However, now, a kind of heartful admiration towards him started to grow in everyone's hearts. In order to protect a Xiao clan disciple, this Xiao clan master still begged for forgiveness with all his strength even though he faced a raging member of the Xiao sect. His words were also passionate, and he even knelt on one knee. Only Xiao Che was sneering in anger. What a flawless performance. On the surface, it was someone begging for forgiveness for the sake of Xiao Lingxi, but in truth, it was completely legitimizing the accusation against her. If he was an outsider, it's possible that even he would think that everything was Xiao Lingxi's doing. It turns out there was this kind of situation. After listening to Xiao Yunhai's words, Xiao Kuangyun's expression clearly mellowed quite a bit. He said lightly, "Humph. My noble self isn't some vicious and merciless person. Since she committed this blunder for the sake of her nephew, in light of these feelings, as long as she obediently admits her mistake and apologizes, I can still consider it gently. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me who stole it." Xiao Lingxi forcefully shook her head. She gritted her teeth and shouted in a slightly hoarse voice, "If I did it, I would definitely confess. But I really didn't steal the profound opening powder. I especially don't know why it would appear in my room. It must be some kind of mistake. Clan Master, please believe me. It really wasn't me." Xiao Lingxi shouting in this way not only didn't move anyone, but instead had the opposite reaction due to Xiao Yunhai's previous obfuscation. She is the one with the most reason to steal the profound opening powder, and it was also found in her room. These facts could already thoroughly determine her guilt. That Xiao Yunhai would plead for leniency on her behalf without regard to danger or dignity was already extremely benevolent and moving, yet she still won't confess. Xiao Kuangyun's expression that had just mellowed once again darkened. He said with a sneer, "Where was there a mistake? Our Xiao sect personally found this profound opening powder in your room. Are you saying that our Xiao sect member purposefully framed you, a young lady from this small Xiao clan?" Xiao Kuangyun said this sentence with full of anger and confidence. That the Grand Xiao sect would purposefully frame someone from the Xiao clan, which didn't even amount to anything in their eyes. It would be a joke to anyone who heard it. At this time, the Xiao clan's first elder Xiao Li stood up. He pointed at Xiao Lingxi and said with a stern voice, "Xiao Lingxi, you made such a large mistake, and thus humiliated the entire Xiao clan. The clan master still personally pleaded for leniency on your behalf, and even young Master Xiao was thinking of dealing with you mercifully. Yet you unexpectedly still don't know a good thing when you see it. You have really disappointed us too much." More than disappointing, it's simply extremely heartbreaking. Second elder Xiao Bo shook his head and said with a sad expression, she would go as far as to waste the clan master's persistent pleas for leniency. Xiao Lingxi, what kind of existence is the Xiao sect that they would deliberately and wrongfully accuse you? If you could change your ways after making a mistake, that would be best. But you acting like this in front of our various friends from Floating Cloud City shames us greatly. You, upon seeing pitiless and cold gazes one after another, Xiao Lingxi's lovely body trembled, and teardrops leaked from her eyes. Her mind was completely blank. She wasn't able to utter a complete sentence. At this moment, Xiao Che lightly squeezed her small hand with his. Standing at her side, he said with a warm voice that only she could hear, "Little aunt, don't be afraid. For the moment, don't say anything, because it doesn't matter what you say right now. It doesn't matter if they believe you or not. I will always believe in little aunt. Leave the rest to me. Leave the rest to me." His profound strength was minuscule, and his body was frail. He had grown up under her constant protection. Yet it was precisely this weak body that stood in front of her. When he said these few simple words, her frantic, helpless, and ice-cold thoughts quickly and unexpectedly became peaceful and warm. It was as if they had returned to their childhood, where, whenever she was bullied, he would always fly in from afar to stand in front of her and, using his hands, feet, and teeth as the most vicious weapons, prevent her from receiving even the tiniest scratch. "Xiao Che," she quietly murmured in her heart. Cough. Xiao Che stepped forward a few steps and faked a few coughs, attracting everyone's attention. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao and the other 3 friends that traveled here from the distant Xiao sect. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Lingxi's nephew, the Xiao Che that is considered by everyone to be without redeeming features. I have a few questions I want to ask the clan master concerning the stolen and subsequently recovered profound opening powder. There shouldn't be any problems with that, right? Oh. You are Floating Cloud City's infamous piece of trash." Xiao Kuangyun indifferently glanced at him and sneered with a sound of disdain, "You shouldn't be thinking of making excuses for your little aunt, right? Chuckle. That's fine, I actually do want to see what you can find out with your questions." Che Xiao Lai, whose face had long ago turned ashen, lightly uttered. The response he got was from Xiao Che's right hand behind his back, which indicated for him to be silent. "That's good." Xiao Che nodded as his gaze turned towards Xiao Yunhai. "Clan Master, I have a few questions I want to ask you about the profound opening powder." Not waiting for Xiao Yunhai's reply, Xiao Che had already started to ask the first question. "Clan Master, you, be it your cultivation of profound strength or mental fortitude, are preeminent amongst our Xiao clan. Even more so, your temperament is steady and prudent. If not, you wouldn't be able to become our Xiao clan's clan master. This matter, everyone in the Xiao clan, and even everyone in Floating Cloud City, all know without exception. Then the question is, this excavator. Oh, that's not right. With clan master's prudent disposition, after receiving the gift from the Xiao sect, the best course of action would be to keep it by your side, because only when it's by your side is it the safest. But clan master instead left it in the infirmary, which could be said to be the least secure location. Can clan master explain this?" Chapter 28, Upheaval, 7. Xiao Che. What do you mean by that? The first elder Xiao Li suddenly bellowed, "Don't tell me you're implying that clan master had stolen the profound opening powder from himself, and then shifted the blame to Xiao Lingxi." You're the reason why Xiao Lingxi had stolen the profound opening powder. If you keep blabbering such nonsense, be careful or else even you will get punished together if you don't step down. Don't be agitated, First Elder. Xiao Che shook his head as he laughed, appearing harmless. Where would I get the courage to even dare question Clan Master? I'm just voicing out the suspicions in my heart, and I believe that most of us here have the same question too. Many of us here understand Clan Master's nature and must be puzzled as to why Clan Master had handled the situation that way. Of course Clan Master is innocent. He couldn't have done this kind of low and dirty thing that even the world would despise. I'm sure Clan Master will give a perfect explanation. Am I right, Clan Master? TL, low and dirty, was interpreted from Chinese idiom that literally meant, worse than pigs and dogs. The people of Xiao Clan and the nobles of Floating Cloud City all stared at him surreptitiously. The Xiao Che they knew was a weak and timid person, someone who was terrified of even coming into contact with outsiders. However, not only was he able to speak frankly under the watchful eyes of the crowd in this tense atmosphere and situation, his expression did not even change when the First Elder had shouted at him. This Xiao Che and the Xiao Che they knew seemed to be two fundamentally different people. Low and dirty that even the world would despise, these few words caused Xiao Yunhai's face to cramp momentarily. He raised his head to look at Xiao Che, faintly smiled and said, "There's no need to get agitated, First Elder. It's normal for Xiao Che to question this way, and just like he said, many of our friends here should have the same question as well. Actually, when I received the profound opening powder from young Master Xiao yesterday, I indeed had prepared to keep it by my side. However, the profound opening powder is a high-grade medicine from the Xiao sect that's also extremely precious. The higher the grade of the medicine, the easier it is for the effects to dissipate. In the case of this treasure elixir, even if the effect was to dissipate by a bit, it would still be a great loss. If I were to carry it with me, it will often come into contact with impure vital energy, so even though it is protected by the black profound ebony box, its effects will still dissipate easily. That's the reason why I placed it inside the infirmary. After all, in the infirmary, a numerous variety of herbs have been gathered over the years, resulting in plenty of medicinal energy. In places with ample medicinal energy, the elixir's energy will not dissipate that easily. That is the reason. Another reason is that we of the Xiao clan have always been serious about abiding to the law. I never would have expected a domestic thief to appear, or even think that she would have the audacity to steal the important gift the Xiao sect had brought. But no matter the reason, it is nonetheless my fault that the profound opening powder was stolen. In regards to this, I can't escape that responsibility. I won't complain if young Master Xiao also demands my punishment. Xiao Yunhai sighed heavily after he finished speaking. Xiao Yunhai's explanation was completely perfect. The First Elder suddenly yelled once more, "Xiao Che! Did you hear that clearly? Clan Master had left the profound opening powder in the infirmary was because of this meticulous reason and wanted to protect the profound opening powder's potency. Who would have thought a house thief would appear? What else do you have to say?" Oh. So that's it. Xiao Che nodded his head, as if he was pleased with Xiao Yunhai's explanation. To even know the existence of medicinal energy, Clan Master sure is knowledgeable. Then, the second question that I wanted to ask is coincidentally related with this medicinal energy. Xiao Che narrowed his eyes and faintly laughed as he continued, regarding medicinal energy, our Xiao clan's infirmary has accumulated a variety of herbs over the years and they are indeed ample. Furthermore, the highest quantity herb we have in our infirmary is the thin net grass, so the medicinal energy's odor should be a sweet fishy one belonging to that of the thin net grass. Clan Master also knows that the box containing the profound opening powder is made from the black profound ebony, and black profound ebony is very good at protecting the effects of elixirs from dissipating to the surrounding. Then does Clan Master know the reason why black profound ebony can protect the effects of elixirs? Well, in fact, the reason is pretty simple. Black profound ebony has a very strong particle absorption ability, so when the medicinal force in its surroundings come into contact with the black profound ebony, they will get firmly absorbed and will be difficult to diffuse. After the surface has absorbed enough until full capacity, the medicinal force still would be unable to scatter even if it wanted to. I believe that anyone here with a bit of medical knowledge should understand this theory. Quite a number of people present nodded their heads silently. Then, if the black profound ebony box that contained the profound opening powder had been placed in the infirmary for a certain period of time, its surface surely would have absorbed a large quantity of medicinal energy when inside the infirmary. According to the nature of black profound ebony, it absorbs fast but diffuses slowly, so even if it was removed from the infirmary, you should still be able to smell the medicinal energy, even after 2 to 3 days, the sweet fishy smell of the thin net grass. Once these words were said, Xiao Yunhai's complexion immediately changed slightly. Xiao Che had calculated accurately that Xiao Yunhai would not really have placed the profound opening powder in the infirmary, because if the profound opening powder had really been stolen, he would have cried his eyes out. And Xiao Yunhai indeed did not place the profound opening powder in the infirmary. As for the infirmary doctor, Xiao Gu, he had already been informed about this beforehand, and under the Xiao sect's deterrence, Xiao Gu did not dare to refuse. I wonder if Clan Master dares to bring the box over, and let us smell to check whether or not the odor that should be there, is actually on the box. Xiao Che said as he chuckled. Xiao Che. As expected, you're still suspecting Clan Master, simply preposterous. Before Xiao Yunhai said anything, Xiao Li once again erupted agitatedly. In order to protect your little aunt, you are actually going to forcefully question Clan Master, simply ridiculous. Unreasonable. Our Xiao clan had totally raised you in vain all these years, why haven't you withdrawn? Hee, there's no need to be agitated, First Elder. Their aunt and nephew relationship has always been close, his attempt to exculpate at all cost is understandable. Furthermore, what he said is also reasonable and fair. Since he wants to know if there are any problems with this box, we shall just prove it to him. But, both the profound opening powder and black profound wood are precious treasures, how could we let anyone touch it as they please? Xiao Yunhai turned to face Xiao Kuangyun after he had finished speaking and respectfully continued, then, can we please trouble young Master Xiao to be a witness? I believe that if it's young Master Xiao, his word will convince the masses more than anyone else present today. Xiao Che secretly sneered, but his expression did not change, and nodding slightly, of course, if it's young Master Xiao, he will be the most trustworthy. Can young Master Xiao please do us the honor of smelling the odor on the box, to clear the doubts in my heart? Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Yunhai's gaze met. At the same time, they both thought that it was impossible for the dumb Xiao Che to realize that they had been cooperating from the very start. Xiao Kuangyun held up the box in his hand, smiled disdainfully, and casually replied, "This suspicion is quite interesting. That being the case, I shall smell it on your behalf." After he said that, Xiao Kuangyun lifted up the box that contained the profound opening powder, brought it to his nose, and started to earnestly smell it. He then knitted his eyebrows and spoke, "Even though the smell is not strong, there indeed is a sweet yet fishy smell." He narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, "Come over and smell it as well, First Elder, to avoid other people suspecting that I am collaborating with the Xiao clan master. How could it be possible that someone of young Master Zhao's status would bother to lie to us?" First Elder Xiao Li immediately flattered as he walked over obediently and strongly sniffed. He then nodded his head, "That's right, it does indeed have a sweet but fishy smell." He glared across the room and raised his voice, "What else do you have to say, Xiao Che? Young Master Xiao and Clan Master have already given you a heaven's amount of face. If you continue to pester endlessly, I will personally chase you down." "Whoa. Calm down, First Elder." Xiao Che waved his hands up and down as his expression became strange. Both young Master Xiao and First Elder unexpectedly smelled a sweet fishy smell. This, cough cough, actually, I was not careful just now and had misspoken. Young Master Xiao being of the noble status, surely only come into contact with the highest grade of elixirs. As for the common herbs like that of the thin net grass, you surely would not bother to take a second look. Clan Master and First Elder wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to training and does not dabble in medical knowledge, and therefore naturally has no time to visit the infirmary, so you might not know that the odor of the thin net grass is actually not a sweet fishy smell, but a sweet bitter smell. Any one of you know that if you go in the infirmary and take a sniff, Yet both young Master Xiao and First Elder had smelled a sweet fishy smell. This makes me unable to understand. I wonder if anyone here can do me a favor to explain this for me. Once those words were said, everyone's expressions had changed, becoming incomparably brilliant, while on the other hand, Xiao Kuangyun, Xiao Yunhai, and First Elder Xiao Li's expressions instantly became rigid. Although it was only for a moment, many people clearly saw that change. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan disciples who often frequent the infirmary, were familiar with the smell of the thin net grass and burst into stares. Numerous people's hearts began to pump violently. They began to scent an atmosphere, different from before. "Xiao Che. You still don't want to shut your mouth, brat. Not only did you try to shield Xiao Lingxi in vain, you still went as far to question Clan Master, to question young Master Xiao. I see you are deliberately playing with us, and continuing to babble nonsense. Xiao Li's face ashened and revealed an ominous glint in his eyes. Young Master Xiao, Clan Master, don't listen to his nonsense anymore. Since the truth of the stolen profound opening powder matter is already out, we need not waste any more time. Xiao Che, this brat, not only caused all this mess, he still tried to shield the culprit and offended Clan Master and young Master Xiao. He ought to be penalized. As long as one was not deaf, one could clearly hear that Xiao Li's words contained a hint of humiliation in his rage. As for the topic of smelling wrong, he had completely avoided the issue and didn't even give out a word of explanation. Since Elder Xiao does not want to hear my nonsense, then I shall cut to the chase. As for my last question, I want to ask this friend called Xiao Jiu from the Xiao sect. This should be an extremely simple question and I expect you to answer it. If you are able to answer it, then I will admit that my little aunt had indeed stolen the profound opening powder and I won't utter a single word of complaint. Even if you want to punish my little aunt, or even punish me together as well. Without waiting for Xiao Yunhai and the rest to respond, Xiao Che's gaze had landed on the corpse-like face of Xiao Jiu. His expression remained bland but his eyes had become incomparably sharp. Each word sounded like a small gong. Xiao Jiu, you say that the profound opening powder was found under the pillow of my little aunt's room. Then, can you tell me whether the bed in my little aunt room is facing east or west? What is the color of the pillow? And if the pillow was placed on the southern end or the northern end of the bed? Xiao Jiu's expression instantly stiffened while Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Yunhai's expressions all of a sudden became incomparably unsightly. If you did go into my little aunt's room and found the profound opening powder under her pillow, then those questions should be extremely simple to you. Come, tell me your answer, you just need to say out, my little aunt and I will immediately plead guilty without a second word. Yes, I guess you, young Master Xiao, Clan Master, and all the elders here want to settle this case quickly and start the main business for today, am I right? Then you should quickly tell us. It would be bad to delay your master and everyone's time here. Say it. Say it, what? Why aren't you answering me? Didn't you clearly go into my little aunt's room? Why can't you even answer such a simple question? Don't tell me, you never even went into my little aunt's room in the first place. But you claimed that the profound opening powder is found under my little aunt's pillow. How did that come about? Could it be that you know the legendary 1,000-mile chicken snatching skill? TL, mile still refers to the Chinese mile, li, which is still half a kilometer. Chapter 29, Upheaval, 8. No matter how big or small the courtyards were, the Xiao clan had a total of around 233 courtyards. The courtyards were all arranged irregularly and most of them looked almost exactly the same. If we don't even mention the Xiao sect members who came yesterday and only talk about people who have already been living here for 10 or even 20 days, even they would not necessarily remember all the courtyard's positions, nor would they accurately connect them with their owner. He should have been faking his search and instead just randomly walked around in a circle for a while until he came back with the box containing the profound opening powder. Xiao Jiu's silence and the dramatically worsening complexions of Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Yunhai would even let fools begin to understand what was going on. Xiao Yunhai flawlessly answered Xiao Che's first question, yet he did not know that it was only just a decoy. The second question that came immediately after made them sink into a deep hole. As for the third question, it was virtually a resounding slap to their face. Little Che. Xiao Lingxi buried her face in her hands as her vision became hazy. In her most helpless situation, everyone had kept away from her, questioned her, and wronged her for a period of time. Only he stayed the same as before. He fearlessly put his body in front of hers in an attempt to shield her. And confronted the people that not even those of the Xiao clan would readily dare to provoke. This silhouette left a deep impression at the bottom of her heart, and this memory may last a lifetime, without any chance of ever disappearing or fading away. Xia Qingyue's expression became bright once again. The questions were flawlessly answered and everyone was fully convinced of their act, but unexpectedly, he completely turned the entire situation around with only a few simple questions, while also exposing their lies. She yet again discovered that she actually did not truly understand him. No, it should be said that he had hidden his true self from everyone else. For no one even knew of his frightening medical skills that could shock the entire world. At the moment, he had only revealed a scheme that left others incapable of movement. The look on everyone's face secretly changed. However, there were no traces of any change on Xiao Li's face. Instead, he became even more ashen as both his hands quietly trembled together. He knew from the start that it was an act to shift the blame onto someone else. Except that Xiao Lingxi ended up with the position of the scapegoat. As he noticed the way Xiao Kuangyun's gaze changed when his eyes turned in Xiao Lingxi's direction, he went in a fit of rage. However, he could not open his mouth to speak, and could not possibly try to speak. This time, Xiao Chei's few sentences exposed their ugly and vicious intentions in front of all the people that were currently present. But after that, could they even be ashamed? Would shame cover their faces? Would they apologize? Or perhaps shout loudly to say that it was all a misunderstanding? Haha. That's absolutely impossible. This would only anger them even further, and make things get more out of hand, which in turn would make the consequences even more severe. The people who were present were well aware of this farce, but they did not dare to openly declare that it was happening. Instead, waves of anger came from the opposite party, like blades of grass swaying in the wind. This was because the other party was the son of the sect master of the Xiao sect. He could crush the entire Xiao clan with a lift of his finger. Without sufficient power, what was the use of having a brilliant tongue and an observant mind? In the face of absolute power, this so-called truth could not even be considered as just a joke. Xiao Chei! You unfilial bastard, you still haven't shut up. The first elder pointed at Xiao Chei and desperately bellowed in rage, you again and again search for a ridiculous reason to discredit clan master and our noble guests from the Xiao sect. What exactly is your motive? Why would the Xiao sect try to frame Xiao Lingxi? Everyone in the world knows of the Xiao sect and their word holds enormous weight. If they say that the profound opening powder was found in Xiao Lingxi's room, then it was found in Xiao Lingxi's room. No one in Floating Cloud City has the right to question their authority. This is truly outrageous, to question even the honorable guests from the Xiao sect. Clan Master and Young Master Xiao had repeatedly exhibited their accommodating patience, but unexpectedly, if you give him an inch, he'd want a mile. This is simply intolerable. Young Master Xiao, Clan Master, this old one pleads for the rapid arrest of the thief Xiao Lingxi and the nonsense babbler, Xiao Chei. Second Elder Xiao Bo shouted in anger. In fact, everyone present was well aware of the situation at hand, yet did not dare to say it out loud. First Elder and Second Elder shamelessly roared, and there was not one person who would speak in their favor, but there was a look of pity in everyone's eyes. The opposing party was the Xiao sect. Even if you saw through their trickery, even if you completely unraveled their scheme and the truth, what was the use? Xiao Kuangyun's expression had already darkened to the color of charcoal. He did not think that his perfect plan would backfire in his face in front of so many people. Although these people looked at him with a fearful expression, and didn't dare to make a single sound, he would bet his little toe that in their minds, they had inevitably sneered at him and saw him as a dog. And all of this was because of Xiao Chei. Xiao Kuangyun became more and more enraged as he directed his killing intent at the nobody that paid no heed to his importance. He spoke in a deep voice, I, from the dignified Xiao sect, have no obligation to answer the question of a useless piece of trash from the Xiao clan. Furthermore, I have no obligation to explain a matter belonging to my Xiao sect. Which elder in Xiao clan is in charge of law enforcement? Immediately arrest this thief and the piece of trash that tried to vainly shield her. We solemnly obey young Master Zhao's order. Roared fourth Elder Xiao Cheng, the chief of law enforcement within the Xiao clan, who saw his opportunity to make an appearance. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes revealing an ominous glint as they laid upon the victim Xiao Lingxi, and shouted in a loud voice yet again, Xiao Lingxi, Xiao Chei. You two have already committed a serious crime, come with me at once to the law enforcement hall to await your punishment. The situation had made a sudden change. It was obvious that they had been exposed, yet the opposite party acted without a care for their pride and immediately made a direct approach. Xiao Chei actually became alarmed as he retreated backwards, and whispered to Xia Qingyue, Hey! Qingyue, my wife, where's your master? Don't know, Xia Qingyue flatly replied. At #UN%, the reason why Xiao Chei dared to mercilessly slap Xiao Sec's face was not because his blood rushed to his head, but because he knew that Xia Qingyue's master was in the vicinity. Last night, he had even specifically reminded Xia Qingyue to notify her master. In the end, Xia Qingyue only offered him, don't know. This motherf asterisk cur. Xiao Cheng's profound strength was one of the top 5 within the Xiao clan, so it was fundamentally impossible that Xiao Chei and Xia Lingxi had the ability to resist him. But now, a tall shadow appeared all of a sudden, in a flash, and stood in front of Xiao Chei and Xiao Lingxi. With an entire body surging with profound strength, Xiao Lai had abruptly come forward. A vibration sounded as a sandstorm brew as far as anyone could see. The Shaoqing that had been rapidly dashing towards his target was directly hit as he flew backwards. After landing, he staggered backwards 7 or 8 steps until he regained his balance. Within the Shao clan. It should be said that within the entire floating cloud city, the only person who could make him yield in just one strike was the one in the 10th level of the spirit profound realm, Shao Lai. Shao Lai. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to brazenly shield them? If it was the past, Shaoqing would undoubtedly shrink in the presence of Shao Lai, but at this moment, he nevertheless shouted with complete confidence. Although he knew what was happening, and knew that there was no use in struggling to defend them, how could Shao Lai silently watch Shao Che and Shao Lingxi be brought away to suffer such injustice? Ignoring Shaoqing, he faced the platform and spoke, "Clan Master, regarding today's situation, I always had something I wanted to say. It is absolutely impossible that my daughter, Shao Lingxi, is a person that would steal the profound opening powder." "Haha, Shao Lingxi is your daughter, so of course you would say that." Shao Li laughed coldly. "However, the truth is already clear, whatever you have to say is completely useless. If you dare to shield and obstruct this arrest again, don't blame me for not acknowledging our Shao clan's relationship, as I'll also seize you together with them." Since he stood next to Shao Kuangyun, Shao Li had enough confidence to lie in broad daylight and spoke as if they were fact, with an incredible expression on his face. Shao Li was incomparably balanced as he looked at Shao Yunhai and lightly spoke, "Yes, it's true that I did tell Shi Er that the profound opening powder had the ability to repair profound veins. I instantly regretted it after I told her that, because knowing her personality, I was afraid that she would be impulsive enough to steal the profound opening powder. As a result, I stood in front of her courtyard's doorway all night, until dawn. She absolutely did not even take half a step outside her courtyard in trance." TCH. Shao Li scornfully sneered, "In order to absolve your daughter's crime, you could actually think up of such a ridiculous reason. Think about it, would anyone even believe your words? Our friends present today, do any one of you believe him?" In the presence of the 4 Shao sect members' grim faces, no one dared to speak. Shao Lai's expression became coldly resolute as he spoke in a loud voice, "I, Shao Lai, have always lived a straightforward and upright life. Although not a true gentleman, I have never looked down on a person of lower status. I have never harmed anyone, nor have I deceived anyone. If what I said earlier had even half an untruth, may the heavens and earth punish me, and condemn me to a terrible death." Shao Lai's words were sonorous and struck the hearts of the people. Every individual word was filled to the brim with a profound righteousness and spirit. Shao Lai was not only the strongest in Floating Cloud City, but his integrity was also well known. It was actually not necessary for him to swear that "may the heavens and earth punish me, and condemn me to a terrible death," both for others to believe his words. But, even though it wasn't necessary for him to say those words, with Shao Che's previous statement, everyone present had already thoroughly seen the real truth. However, in the midst of Shao sect's domineering power, it was fundamentally impossible to change the unfavorable accusation placed upon Shao Lingxi. Even if Shao Lai brought out more evidence, it was useless, and would merely cause Shao Kuangyun to be further enraged out of humiliation. Ha 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 ha. A burst of disdainful laughter suddenly rang out in the midst of the people belonging to the Shao clan. A Shao Yulong who had not bothered to speak, suddenly stood out and appeared. He turned towards Shao Lai, laughing as he looked at him. "In this matter, this Shao Yulong has absolutely no right to speak or intervene, but all of a sudden, when I heard Fifth Elder's grand speech, I truly couldn't hold back anymore. A person who has fooled the entire Shao clan these 10 or so years, unexpectedly professed himself to be a straightforward and upright person that had never deceived another. This is simply a joke bigger than the heavens itself. Has fooled the entire Shao clan these 10 or so years." Those few words startled everyone. As he listened to Shao Yunlong's words and saw his expression, Shao Che's brow suddenly sank, and a bad premonition surfaced within his heart. "Shao Yulong, what do you mean?" Shao Lai immediately knitted his eyebrows and asked in a low voice. Shao Yunhai also spoke with a serious expression on his face, "Yulong, Fifth Elder has always been a person of virtue and prestige. In the presence of our noble guests from the Shao sect, in the presence of our Shao clan, and in the presence of our friends from Floating Cloud City, you mustn't indiscriminately gossip." Shao Yulong bowed slightly, and said, "I request Father to rest assured, your son naturally would not dare to speak so casually in broad daylight." As he looked at Shao Lai, his eyes narrowed and he laughed faintly. "Fifth Elder, you claim to be a straightforward and upright person who had never deceived another, then do you dare to pledge on your son Shao Ying's lifetime of honor and glory?" that Xiao Che is indeed your blood-related grandson. Chapter 30, Upheaval, 9. Xiao Yulong's words made Xiao Lai's entire body tremble. His pupils immediately contracted as he dumbfoundedly stood there. Looking at Xiao Yulong's sinister smile, how could he not realize that the mumbling on that day, in front of his son Xiao Ying's grave, had entirely been heard? What Xiao Yulong had said caused the crowd to instantly break into an uproar. Everyone's jaws dropped open as they shifted their focus onto Xiao Lai, and when they saw Xiao Lai's unusual reaction, the astonishment in their hearts suddenly magnified several times. With this, the sound of the discussion had also started to increase. Xiao Che was completely stumped. When he took note of Xiao Lai's reaction, he was stupefied in place. Xiao Lingxi also had a dull expression, and looked at Xiao Lai blankly. Yulong. What is this about? Xiao Yunhai frowned as he asked solemnly. Xiao Yulong turned sideways and replied respectfully, "A few days ago when I went to the cemetery at the rear mountain to pay my respects, I coincidentally met Fifth Elder. At that time, he was standing in front of his son, Xiao Ying's grave, and was mumbling something to himself. But I heard it. Very clearly, he was saying that Xiao Che was in fact not Xiao Ying's biological son." From Xiao Yulong's words just now and Xiao Lai's reaction, the crowd had already faintly guessed the truth, but now that Xiao Yulong had so plainly announced it, it was like hearing a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone in the Xiao clan were completely astonished. Those who were familiar and friendly with Xiao Lai widened their eyes even more, with faces full of complete disbelief. This, Xiao Yunhai also had a face full of shock. He gravely said at once, "Yulong. This is a major matter that concerns our very bloodlines, you absolutely cannot speak recklessly." Xiao Yulong firmly replied, "Of course I wouldn't dare to lie about such a big matter. As for the truth, won't you know after you ask the Fifth Elder?" "Fifth Elder, I guess you already heard what I said clearly, if you have a clear conscience, and that Xiao Che is really your biological grandson. Then do you dare to swear on the honor of your son?" Everyone's gaze had all focused upon Xiao Lai. As he stood there stiffly, his expression became more bitter and astringent. He did not utter a single word or give an explanation for quite a while. His son, Xiao Ying, was the greatest pride of his life, and even if he had passed on, he would never swear on the honor of the deceased Xiao Ying, if that was the price. Xiao Che opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a single word. His chest felt empty as a heavy and stifling emotion quickly swept through his entire body. "Father, how can little Che not be your biological grandson? Father, quickly say something, quickly tell them." Xiao Lingxi strongly shook Xiao Lai's body as she shouted in a terrified tone of voice. But Xiao Lai did not utter a single word for a long time, as if he had turned into a statue. His expression quietly turned decrepit, and in a blink of an eye, he suddenly aged by more than 10 years. "Fifth Elder, how did that come about? Were the words that Yulong said the truth?" Xiao Yunhai agitatedly asked Xiao Lai as he frowned. Xiao Lai slowly raised his head and took a deep breath. Xiao Yulong had forced him to swear on his son Xiao Ying. But that was something he would never do no matter what. Henceforth, this matter which he had concealed for 16 years, was destined to unable to remain hidden from now on. He had thought that he could cover up the truth for an entire lifetime, until the day he died, but he never would have thought that it would actually be mercilessly revealed so quickly under this unimaginable situation, and in front of so many people. Xiao Lai's appearance had already tacitly agreed. If otherwise, he could have already sworn without apprehension and sealed Xiao Yulong's mouth shut. Everyone in Xiao clan were all flabbergasted. Even Xia Qingyue was also stunned. Xia Hongyi, who was standing at the surrounding quietly at this time, also had a face full of shock. Xiao Che was not Xiao Ying's son. How could this be? Grandfather. As Xiao Che walked in front of Xiao Lai, every step he took was incomparably dense. When he looked at a face that seemed to have aged considerably in an instant, Xiao Che felt a burst of pain in his heart. He tried his best to remain serene, and asked softly, "Grandfather, is this really true?" Xiao Lai drooped down his head and looked at Xiao Che. He gave a bitter smile, and in his clouded eyes was a complicated expression that Xiao Che was unable to see clearly. "Even though you aren't my biological child, but over these years, I have always treated you as my own grandson." If the silence before signified his consent, in that case, this sentence was the confirmation that everyone had now clearly heard. The Xiao clan instantly went into an uproar. Being in the Xiao clan for so many years, this was without a doubt the most shocking news that any had heard before. Xiao Che stood there expressionlessly without uttering a single sound for quite a while, as if he had lost his soul. Xiao Lingxi was dumbfounded as well. She shook her head furiously, rushed toward Xiao Lai and agitatedly shouted, "Father! What are you saying? Little Che grew up with me from a young age. He's the biological son of my brother Xiaoying. How could he not be your own grandson? You must be joking, am I right?" A hand stretched over and grabbed Xiao Lingxi's hand. At this moment Xiao Che's expression had changed back to normal. He looked at Xiao Lingxi and gently shook his head afterwards, revealing a shallow smile. "It's okay, little aunt. Grandfather will always be my grandfather, and you will always be my little aunt. We will always be the closest of families, so it doesn't matter if we are related by blood or not, our feelings will never change. So is it really that important if I'm not the biological child?" Little Che, Xiao Lingxi's eyes instantly became hazy. Whereas on the other side, a few of the mad dogs who suddenly got a hold of Xiao Che's huge weakness started to bark wildly. Simply ridiculous. Ridiculous. This youngster that our Xiao clan had raised for an entire 16 years does not belong to our Xiao clan, and is actually a bastard who carried the blood of an outsider. This is practically the biggest joke in the history of Xiao clan. First Elder Xiao Li roared with a face full of rage. "Xiao Lai! You actually brought a bastard into our Xiao clan, and let our Xiao clan raise him for an entire 16 years. How do you want us to even scold you?" Arg. Third Elder Xiao Zhe sighed heavily. "You clearly know he is a bastard, but you still kept him in Xiao clan, and let him enjoy the privilege of being an elder's grandson. Xiao Lai, you actually lied to our entire clan for 16 years. If you alone didn't discover this by luck, perhaps we would get duped by you forever. By that time, the descendants of Xiao clan would have been mixed with the blood of outsiders. Xiao Lai, do you know how big of a sin that is?" Fourth Elder Xiaoqing pointed at Xiao Lai as his face turned red due to his agitation. Second Elder Xiaobo scolded loudly. No wonder every of our Xiao clan's descendants had above-average talent, but all of a sudden a broken profound vain trash appeared. So it turns out that this trash Xiao clan had raised for 16 years was actually a bastard. If this were to spread, won't our Xiao clan become the laughingstock of Floating Cloud City? Not only the 4 big elders, but even the middle-aged, and the attendants who belonged to the 4 big elders all stood out, mercilessly criticizing Xiao Lai. For a moment, Xiao Lai became the target of a multitude of verbal arrows. Fifth Elder, this is. Arg. After Xiao Yunhai's facial color went through a series of changes as he sighed for a long period of time. "Hee, you guys have truly let me witness such an extremely amusing show. The Xiao clan, which have developed to what it is today with great difficulty, unexpectedly has mingled in a bastard that came from nowhere. Even I am feeling embarrassed for you all." As Xiao Kuangyan opened his mouth, his voice was the usual sound of sharp unpleasantness. He glanced at Xiao Che and enthusiastically continued, "Today is Xiao clan's general meeting. Other than the people of Xiao clan and the people that were invited, outsiders have no place here. Xiao clan master, what are you still waiting for? Quickly throw this bastard out, and from this day onwards, he should not be allowed to even take half a step into the Xiao clan." This, Xiao Yunhai had an expression of, cannot bear to. However, after hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth, faced Xiao Che and spoke, "Xiao Che, Fifth Elder has already admitted that you are not his grandson. You don't have our Xiao clan's blood in your body either. Although our Xiao clan had raised you in vain for 16 years, but in these 16 years, you were in the dark as well, and if we were to go after you for anything, it would instead show our pettiness. Just leave, quickly leave our Xiao clan. From now on, you have nothing to do with our Xiao clan, and you are not allowed to take even half a step into our Xiao clan ever again." The gaze is all focused onto Xiao Che again, and many people silently sighed in their hearts. However, Xiao Che did not even have a trace of a want to beg or sorrowful expression on his face. After listening to Xiao Yunhai's words, he just smiled slightly with signs of sarcasm. "Clan master and the elders need not be troubled. Since I don't belong to your Xiao clan at all, then I will leave. Furthermore, I will leave right now." He stood in front of Xiao Lai as his eyes trembled for a while, and then suddenly asked, "Grandfather, if I'm not your grandson, then who exactly are my biological parents?" Xiao Lai had knew in advance that he would ask this question. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "I don't know. Xiaoying had picked you up from outside. Even he does not know who your true biological parents were." From Xiao Lai shaking and his complicated eyes, Xiao Che knew this wasn't Xiao Lai's heartfelt answer. He must know the truth of his birth, but in front of so many people, he wasn't able to say it. With a plop sound, Xiao Che knelt down heavily in front of Xiao Lai and sincerely said, "Grandfather, even if I'm not your biological child, but these 16 years, you have treated me better than your own. You raised me, educated me, protected me, spent countless blood and sweat on me, and I can never return these 16 years of affection. I have always been extremely glad to have such a kind grandfather like you. Although it was only today that I discovered that I actually do not have the Shao clan blood, what of it? You are my grandfather and I am your grandson. Even if we are unrelated by blood, I will forever keep this affection in my heart. As long as grandfather does not mind, I will forever be your grandson. Those words caused everyone to feel a tremble in their hearts. Xiao Li's eyes started to moisten as he heavily nodded, said "good" with a hoarse voice, and walked forward, raising his hands with the intention of lifting Xiao Che up. However, Xiao Che avoided his hands, bent down, and heavily kowtowed 3 times towards Xiao Li. Grandfather, little aunt, no matter what happens after I leave, I request that you carefully protect yourselves, and take proper care of your health. When Xiao Che stood up, his forehead was already bruised. However, the smile on his face remained as gentle and calming as the autumn wind. He turned his body around and walked toward the direction of the gate. He didn't want to leave, because grandfather and little aunt was here. He still wanted to use his life to protect them, but he had to leave, or else grandfather and little aunt will get dragged into an unforeseeable mess. Regardless of whether or not he wanted to stay, he would still be forced to leave anyway. Little Che. Xiao sobbing shouts came from behind, and Xiao Che's footsteps paused slightly, but he didn't stop. He didn't look back, and walked towards the gate without hesitation. Nobody knew that under his calm and quiet facade, masked a multitude of anger, resentment, and the intention to murder. He was exceedingly wise and shrewd, but he didn't have power. Without power, he couldn't fight back, he couldn't protect his grandfather and little aunt, and he did not even have the strength to struggle. He had no other choice than to be expelled in this way. The day when he was just reborn, he desired to gain power, and power was something that humans had always instinctively pursued from the very beginning. At this moment, compared to his previous days, his thirst for enormous power multiplied by 100-fold, and could even be said to be 1,000 times more intense. He wanted to gain enormous power to protect his grandfather and little aunt, to wash away all this humiliation, and to make the people who had revealed their ugly faces today regret. He wanted Xiao Kuangyun to die without a corpse. And even wanted the whole of Xiao clan to pay an unforgettable price. Please keep my grandfather and little aunt safe. I beg you. While passing by Xia Qingyue, Xiao Che said in a voice that only she could hear. This man who was brimming with mystery and arrogance, when he said that, his eyes revealed a desperate plea for help. Perhaps, in his entire life, he had never begged anyone before, for his plea seemed to appear particularly heart-wrenching. Xia Qingyue's heart heavily quivered, and unexpectedly had an instant feeling of suffocation. She could not help but involuntarily and slowly nod her head. Chapter 31, Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies, Chu Yueli. Wait a minute. You can't leave just yet. A voice came from behind, and temporarily stopped Xiao Che in his tracks. Xiao Yulong walked quickly towards Xiao Che and, at the same time, said with a righteous face, "Everyone knows that Xiao Che just got married 4 days ago, and the one he married is our floating cloud city's #1 beauty, the Xia family's precious daughter, Xia Qingyue. But, everyone must not forget the reason Xia Qingyue married Xiao Che. It's because 5th elder's son, Xiao Ying, had saved Xia Qingyue's life in the past. The first reason was to repay the debt of gratitude, and the second reason was to honor the engagement from 16 years ago. But whether it's to repay the debt of gratitude, or honor the engagement, the one she should have married was Xiao Ying's biological son, and not this bastard who isn't of Xiao clan's bloodline, who popped out from who knows where." Xiao Yulong's words instantly reminded everyone, the fact that Xia Qingyue had married Xiao Che was because of the agreement made 16 years ago. Since Xiao Che was no longer the biological child of Xiao Ying, therefore the marriage was precisely an absolute mistake. And since it was a mistake, it should. Xiao Che didn't look back, and replied coldly, "Xiao Yulong, it's none of your business to interfere in my marriage affairs." "No, it is my business." Xiao Yulong smirked and said, "At the moment, the entire floating cloud city knows that the #1 beauty had been married into our Xiao clan. Once today is over, the entire city will also know that this #1 beauty had in fact not married into Xiao clan, but to a bastard child that the Xiao clan had been feeding in vain for 16 years. And what a huge joke it would be." Turning his gaze, he looked towards the silent Xia Hongyi that was standing at the back. Yulong raised his voice again and continued, "Master Xia, from what Yulong had heard, you and Xiao Ying had been brothers in arms years ago, and it may have been your wish to marry your daughter to Xiao Che. However, now that the truth is out, that this Xiao Che was actually not Xiao Ying's son, but was just a bastard child that was picked up from God knows where, I suppose that you must feel conflicted in your heart and is having trouble accepting this right now. Xia Hongyi remained silent, but his facial expression did indeed look somewhat terrible. And at this time, the rest of the Xiao clan disciples who could not bear to see Xia Qingyue's marriage to Xiao Che finally found their opportunity to vent their frustrations and started to yell. Xiao Yulong is right. Xia Qingyue belongs to our Xiao clan, and now that we know Xiao Che is not one of our Xiao clan people, the marriage should be annulled. The fifth elder clearly knew that Xiao Che wasn't one of us, yet he still went ahead with the marriage. This is simply a shameless swindle of a marriage. This good-for-nothing trash Xiao Che was not fit to be with Xia Qingyue in the first place. Quickly annul this marriage and then banish him from Xiao clan. Master Xia, please say something. Aren't you angry after being lied to by fifth elder and Xiao Che for so many years? Are you going to let your daughter's marriage become nothing but a joke? Sarcasm, criticism, rejoicement, insults, and even the sound of people fanning the flames were heard. The people who were jealous of Xiao Che marrying Xiao Qingyue finally found an outlet to release their anger, and with each shout, the insults became more ear-piercing than the last. Since all of them were supposedly on the correct side, each and every one of them continued to criticize with an upright face, as if they were at a common trial. At this moment, Xiao Yunhai gave his verdict with a cold face. Xiao Che, you have heard everyone. You have no right to marry Xia clan's precious daughter. In order to not let our Xiao clan become Floating Cloud City's laughingstock and bring shame to the Xia clan, hand over the marriage certificate before you leave our Xiao clan. Xiao Che did not speak as he reached into his chest and took out the marriage certificate. He had always carried around this marriage certificate with him. This was because the number of people within the Xiao clan who wanted to destroy this certificate were simply too numerous. Once Xiao Yulong saw the certificate, he rushed toward him with the intent to snatch it. However, Xiao Che just moved to the side and placed the marriage certificate into the hands on Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue subconsciously held on to the certificate, as if in a trance. As husband and wife, the decision on whether or not we should separate should always be between us. Not even the gods have the right to interfere. As Xiao Che looked at Xia Qingyue, his cold voice reached everyone's ears. Immediately after, he gentled his voice as he tenderly looked at Xia Qingyue, but at the moment, I don't have the power to protect this marriage certificate, so I can only pass it to you. If you still want to be my wife, then keep and protect it. If you want to regain your freedom, which is also good as well, then destroy it at once. Xia Qingyue. Although he lost some of his pride as man by passing the responsibility of the marriage certificate and decision to Xia Qingyue, at that time, he had no other choice. As he saw the quiet Xia Qingyue tightly clutch onto the marriage certificate, he gave her a slight smile and nodded. He took one last glance at Xiao Lai, Xiao Lingxi, and Xia Hongyi, and then walked towards the main entrance. He never turned his head back as he solitarily stepped out of Xiao clan, and disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Xiao Che was a nobody, and had always been since the beginning. Even amongst the Xiao clan, he was a dispensable existence. Even if his speech today had amazed quite a number of people, it still didn't change the impression people had towards him for the past number of years. Since his departure was only just a small matter, it at most let them gloat for a while. Instantly, all their attention were focused onto the marriage certificate in Xia Qingyue's hands. Lady Xia, I assume that you must be furious after knowing the truth. Xiao Yulong walked closer to Xia Qingyue, laughing as he continued, Xiao Che not only deceived our Xiao clan for 16 years, but had also dragged your Xia clan down too. But it's okay now, Lady Xia just has to tear up the marriage certificate in your hand and whatever that had happened before would just disappear. The entire Floating Cloud City will understand and support your decision. With your talent and beauty, surely you can find someone who is 1,000 times better than Xiao Che. Ever since Xiao Yulong's shameful performance, Xia Qingyue had always felt disgust towards him, and at this point in time, she was even further disgusted than before. She coldly replied, Do you not understand what my husband had just said? Outsiders have no business in interfering with our affairs. Xiao Yulong's complexion suddenly changed color. A lot of other complexions had also changed. Almost everyone thought that Xia Qingyue had only wanted to repay a debt of gratitude and thus was forced into marrying Xiao Che in order to fulfill the agreement from 16 years ago. If not, with her talent and appearance, why would she willingly marry a good-for-nothing piece of trash when she had the pick of any number of talented young men? They were under the impression that Xia Qingyue would not hesitate to rip the marriage certificate into shreds, but who would have thought that she would say the same words Xiao Che had said with an incomparable determination, and still called Xiao Che husband. Xiao Yulong's face became the red color of pork liver. This was entirely different from the play he had expected to happen. Now that Xiao Che had been expelled from Xiao clan, by right, Xia Qingyue did not have any relationships with the Xiao clan anymore. If she doesn't tear the marriage certificate, the Xiao clan fundamentally had no right to force her. Xiao Lai's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with splendor, and his gaze towards Xia Qingyue became extremely gentle. Under Xiao clan's pressure and chance, she had instead said those words, so no matter what the future may hold, she could be considered to have not let Xiao Che down. At least, she defended the last of Xiao Che's pride. Even Xiao Lingxi, who always had an unspeakable enmity towards Xia Qingyue, felt sincere gratitude for her. Xia Hongyi, who had been keeping silent the entire time, nodded his head at this very moment, with a very pleased look appearing on his face. Xiao Kuangyun's complexion had also become ashen. If Xia Qingyue did not tear up the marriage certificate, it would become much more troublesome to obtain her. This was because behind him was his overseer, Xiao Moshan, the vice leader of Xiao sect's discipline hall, who was old-fashioned, strict, and also someone whom even he feared. He came with Xiao Kuangyun this time to firstly protect him, but secondly to monitor him, and prevent him from doing anything that would sully the reputation of the Xiao sect. Xiao Moshan allowed him to flirt as he pleased, yet he would never allow him to steal another's wife. Even if he was the biological son of the sect master, he would still interfere regardless. However, he was still a young master of the Xiao sect. How could he not be able to handle a merchant's daughter from Floating Cloud City? He lowered his eyebrows and forcefully ordered, "This matter is not your decision to make. This marriage has affected Xiao clan's reputation, and since Xiao clan originated from the Xiao sect, this means it also affects my Xiao sect's reputation. I won't allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of my Xiao sect. Xiao Ba, go and destroy the marriage certificate for me." "Yes, young master." Xiao Kuangyun forcefully roared out an implausible reason, but no one dared to refute him. Xiao Moshan too did not take any action. Xiao Ba responded to the order by jumping down from the stage and charged towards Xia Qingyue, his target, the marriage certificate in her hands. Even if it was just a follower of the Xiao sect, who in Floating Cloud City would be able to stop him? Just as everyone thought the marriage certificate in Xia Qingyue's hands was unable to be saved, a whizzing sound suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a surge of extremely cold wind. Whoosh! Before Xiao Ba even reached the floor, he had already been blown back, and unsightly sprawled on the stage. He continued to lie on the floor, trembling, and did not get up. If one took a closer look, they would notice a thin layer of ice surrounding his entire body. The sudden change of events caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Xiao Moshan, who had been keeping his eyes closed all this while, suddenly opened his eyes and looked upwards towards the sky. At this moment, a clear and chilly voice came from above, "You Xiao sect have truly gotten more and more capable, huh? So much that you even start to meddle in the marriage affairs of my Asgard disciple. Who gave you the right to do so?" In the blue sky with the occasional white cloud, was a floating woman, fully dressed in white, who looked down on the crowd with her cold eyes. She had an exceptionally snow-white complexion and vermilion lips, a beauty with skin that was both smooth and fair. She had peerless elegance and a pure holiness, like that of a fairy who had descended from the palace in the moon. At the same time, she resembled a cold, prideful, and untainted icy lotus. TL, Palace in the Moon, referencing a Chinese folktale about Chang'er. Although her features were clearly distinct, it was hard for anyone to ascertain her true age. She seemed to be in her 20s, and then in her 30s, yet still appeared to be in her teens as well. A piece of sparkling and translucent ice crystal levitated around her body. She was just like a fairy, dreamy and absolutely beautiful. The beautiful sight in the sky stunned everyone. Suddenly, a trembling shout rang out in the crowd. Profound floating technique. It's the profound floating technique. This cry was like a bomb that had dropped onto everyone, and caused their jaws to open widely as their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A huge change in expression can be seen in every one of their eyes. That's right. The woman in the sky was clearly floating without any help of any profound items, nor any flying creature. She was purely using her own power to float in the sky, and the only people that can float in the sky, who should have mastered the profound floating technique, must at least reach the level of the sky profound realm. This woman in the sky was actually a practitioner of the legendary Sky Profound Realm. Frozen Clouds. 7 Fairies. Xiao Moshan whispered under his breath as both his mind and body began to tighten and deep fear flashed across his eyes. What? What did you say? Xiao Kuangyun, who was intoxicated by the woman in the sky, suddenly regained his senses after hearing the 4 words, Frozen Clouds 7 Fairies. These 7 women were the reason why Frozen Cloud Asgard was one of the top clans. They were people that even his father deeply feared. Rumors say that within the Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies, the lowest profound strength was already at the Sky Profound Realm. And the strongest of them was reportedly to be halfway to the Emperor Profound Realm. Xiao Sek's position was always below the Frozen Cloud Asgards because of the existence of the Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies. For 3 consecutive seasons in the Blue Wind ranking tournament, the Xiao sect had always lost to the Frozen Cloud Asgard. Young Master, she is the 5th ranked amongst the Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies, Chu Yueli. I don't know why she would appear here. But no matter what, do not offend her. Even if 10 of me were to come together, I will still not be able to win against her. Xiao Moshan whispered softly. He clearly knew what kind of lecher Xiao Kuangyun truly was. If he angered her by revealing his perverted nature, the consequences would simply be unthinkable. Chapter 32, The Ice Fairy Deterrent. When he heard what Moshan had said, how could Xiao Kuangyun dare be cocky? He rapidly curbed his arrogance and raised his head to speak, so it's actually Chu Fairy of Frozen Cloud Asgard, this junior's name is Xiao Kuangyun. To have accidentally encountered you here is this Kuangyun's great fortune. But, why did Chu Fairy decide to personally descend on this little floating cloud city today? Could it be that it's an important matter? Father had always lectured to be extremely courteous if encountering a fairy from Frozen Cloud Asgard. If there is anything I can help you with, Chu Fairy should not hesitate to speak. After hearing the words, Frozen Cloud Asgard, from Xiao Kuangyun's mouth, everyone became instantly stunned and a gulp sound could be heard coming out of their throats. This little floating cloud city had received the concern of a fairy. Normally, even third-rate sects held this place beneath their contempt, but today, not only had Xiao sect members come, even Frozen Cloud Asgard had sent people. It was not surprising that this woman had come forth in such an extraordinary manner, for she had a beauty that was out of this world, and also used the profound floating technique. She was actually a person from Frozen Cloud Asgard, and her status within Frozen Cloud Asgard was not low at all. Otherwise, Xiao Kuangyun, as the Xiao sect master's son, would unlikely go out of his way to be this cautious and polite. Why am I come here? Chu Yueli coldly answered, You Xiao sect are even bullying my disciple, don't tell me that you want me to watch silently and allow you to humiliate her. Your disciple? Xiao Kuangyun stared blankly for a bit, then afterwards he adopted a frightened look. Chu Fairy, the disciple you were talking about. Could it be Xia Qingyue? As he said that, Xia Qingyue walked up to Chu Yueli and respectfully said, Master. That one simple word had caused Xiao Kuangyun's face to fiercely convulse as Xiao Yulong fell into a complete daze. The entire Xiao clan and the various nobles of Floating Cloud City were all struck dumb, shocked to the point that their hearts had nearly halted. My heavens! This Xia clan's daughter was actually Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple. Unexpectedly, a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard had all along been within this Floating Cloud City. The faces of those that looked at Xia Qingyue had changed to become incomparably shocked and awed. The gaze of the watching Xia Hongyi had also abruptly changed. Xiao Yulong stood there for a long time, and then suddenly broke up into a cold sweat. Xia Qingyue was actually a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Previously, he went as far as attempting to molest her, but had been taught a lesson that had landed him in an awkward situation. His heart still held that resentment, but when he thought about it, coming back alive from that was simply like picking up what's left of his entire life. To have tried to take liberties with a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. How many people in Blue Wind Empire had that kind of courage? That was nothing compared to how Xiao Che and Xia Qingyue had been forced apart. This was his plan he offered to Xiao Kuangyun, so that Xiao Kuangyun could obtain Xia Qingyue after Xiao Che's departure, that had miserably failed. If this were to be found out by Frozen Cloud Asgard, he was practically doomed to die a tragic death. In his cold sweat, Xiao Yulong looked towards the direction of Xiao Kuangyun's face that was devoid of color. If it was his Xiao sect's disciple, Xiao Kuangyun would never let this go. But Frozen Cloud Asgard was different. Those of Frozen Cloud Asgard were not a blood-related sect. Their disciples were all female, selected from the ones with the best aptitude amongst the Blue Wind Empire. As a result, they were the smallest sect out of the 4 major sects. However, they still ranked second amongst the 4 major sects, which clearly indicated their extraordinary level of skill. The aptitude of every disciple within Frozen Cloud Asgard was extremely high, and none were mediocre. Each and every one of them received the protection of their Asgard. If he provoked his Shao sect's disciples of a lower position, perhaps it would only be a trivial matter. If he provoked another sect's disciples, their death would usually be the common result. But to provoke Frozen Cloud Asgard, even if it was the lowest level female disciple, the Asgard still wouldn't yield, still not give a satisfactory answer, and by no means abandon them. Misunderstanding. It's best if it's only a misunderstanding. Are you still going to continue to tear my disciple's marriage certificate to shreds? Chu Yueli asked with an indifferent expression as she swept her gaze downwards, and no one dared to meet her gaze, face to face. Although she was just a woman, all the men present felt that she was a fairy of the Moon Palace. As a common man, they were ashamed of their inferiority and felt the gap in between. It was fundamentally impossible for them to dare to take more than a single glimpse. Since it was a misunderstanding, how could this one dare? Xiao Kuangyun reasoned calmly, but Junior is puzzled about one matter. Although Junior may not know many things, it is understood that Frozen Cloud Asgard's fairies are forbidden to be passionate, and have to suppress their desires. They are never allowed to marry, yet why was this Xia Qingyue allowed to? Humph. Although my Asgard's Frozen Clouds arts indeed requires self-restraint and abstinence, it never forbade disciples to marry. Qingyue joined my Asgard at the age of 12 but had always been reluctant to follow me back to Asgard. It was simply for the weight of marrying Xiao Che at the age of 16. It wasn't out of passion, but merely because of her kindness and commitment. In the face of such heavy righteousness and genuine nature, my Asgard naturally would not prevent this. Even if my Asgard prohibited marriage, this may well be the biggest exception. Young Master Xiao, do you have any other questions? Chu Yueli coldly replied. It was said in a flat voice, and every single letter lingered in one's ear, laced in ice. It made the heart suffer an uncontrollable chill that didn't let one dare to have any refutable thoughts. No, this was truly just a misunderstanding, Xiao Kuangyun hurriedly said. He had no choice but to turn towards Xia Qingyue and say, Xia Fairy, just then, I was unaware that you were a Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple. If you were offended in any way, please do not take it to heart. The status of being Shao Sect Master's son was obviously higher than that of a Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple, but with Chu Yueli here, he had no option but to know his place. This was an inconspicuously remote place, so there was only Xiao Moshan, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao by his side. If he annoyed Chu Yueli in any way and made her unhappy, they could completely be exterminated on their road back home. Afterwards, they would be destroyed without a trace, and could only die in vain. Before arriving to this dump, how could he possibly anticipate the unexpected appearance of a person of status like Chu Yueli? His desire for a dip of Xia Qingyue pie was now impossible, and he had wasted half a day's worth of planning. In front of Chu Yueli, he had no choice but to hold back what he honestly wanted, and his heart stifled in oppression. As his chest heaved, he turned his gaze towards Xiaolingxi. Even though Xia Qingyue was already a lost cause, there was another one. Chu Yueli would protect Xia Qingyue, but she wouldn't protect Xiaolingxi, a stranger. Otherwise, she would have showed up when Xiao Che had been expelled instead of only appearing when the gazes shifted towards Xia Qingyue. Indeed, in regards to Chu Yueli, she only looked after Xia Qingyue. About other people whom she had no relations with, she simply did not care one bit. Furthermore, she had no reason and even less of an obligation to interfere. With Chu Fairy's visit, Yushao clan could be considered to have been graced with the light of her presence. And so, we ought to begin the business we're all here for today. Xia Kuangyun's complexion changed as his gaze pointed towards Xiaolingxi. So now, Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiao. First, seize the thief who stole the profound opening powder. Tomorrow the offender will be brought back for Xiao Sect to be dealt with. The sentence tomorrow the offender will be brought back for Xiao Sect to deal with. Once more would let the foolish understand the obvious reason behind Xiao Kuangyun's despicable and shameless staged play. Although this staged accusation had already been exposed by Xiao Che in front of everyone, it was suppressed under the absoluteness of the Xiao sect, and Xiao Kuangyun simply continued to execute it without delay. Yes, young master. Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiao stepped off the platform at the same time and closed in on Xiaolingxi. Master. Upon seeing that, Xia Qingyue promptly hinted at Chu Yueli with a meaningful look, hoping that she would help protect Xiaolingxi. At the very least, to not let Xiao Kuangyun take her away. However, Chu Yueli remained unaware, and did not respond. Xiaoqing Yue's expression became even more anxious as she wore her plea on her face and said, "Master, you have also seen how Xiao Kuangyun was aiming for me today. Xiao Che was expelled and had to suffer because of our implication. Before leaving, he asked me to protect his grandfather and little aunt. I had already agreed. Consider this as the last thing I will do for him. After this matter, I will immediately follow Master back to Frozen Cloud Asgard, remain in Asgard, and meditate to cultivate in the ways of the profound. I ask Master to fulfill this request." Chu Yueli's eyes brightened and stirred slightly as she let out a soft sigh. She lifted her right hand and gently waved. In a split second, a current of cold air abruptly appeared. Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu suddenly felt a chill and stopped in their tracks, not daring to venture any further. There was an immediate subtle change in Xiao Kuangyun's complexion as he took a deep breath. "Chu Fairy, what is the meaning of this? Chu Fairy had criticized my Xiao Sect's involvement in your noble disciple's marriage affair. No. I have no interest in getting involved with your Xiao Sect's affair." Chu Yueli said calmly with an indifferent expression that did not waver. "I'm simply somewhat unaccustomed to these matters, and as a result, moved as I pleased. Since you said that this is your Xiao Sect's affair, then is Xiao Lingxi one of your Xiao Sect's people?" Xiao Kuangyun shook his head. "No. What she had stolen was my Xiao Sect's profound opening powder. But from what I had heard earlier, the profound opening powder was a gift you brought from Xiao Sect that you had already given to Xiao Clan yesterday. What, the gifts you have already given out, still actually belongs to your Xiao Sect? If this affair were to spread out, are you not worried about being ridiculed by others?" Chu Yueli bluntly said without restraint. Xiao Kuangyun immediately widened his eyes as he became dumbstruck and was left speechless. "Xiao Lingxi is a person of Xiao Clan, not your Xiao Sect. The profound opening powder has already become Xiao Clan's possession and does not belong to your Xiao Sects anymore. In that case, even if Xiao Lingxi had stolen the profound opening powder, it is also up to Xiao Clan to administer the punishment. This affair has absolutely no relation with your Xiao Sect." Chu Yueli inclined her eyes and looked at Xiao Yunhai. It was merely just a gaze, yet it made Xiao Yunhai's entire body quiver and unconsciously made him shorten his height by half. Chu Yueli lightly continued, "Xiao Clan's master, how do you handle a situation where the culprit of a theft was one of your Xiao Clan members?" Xiao Yunhai glanced at Xiao Kuangyun and clenched his teeth as he was compelled to feign his calmness. If a child of this clan was guilty of a theft, the lightest punishment would be an isolation of 3 months in the rear mountains. What Xiao Lingxi had stolen was Xiao Sect's important treasure, so she ought to be given the heaviest of punishments. It should be a confinement of 15 years in the rear mountains. In those 15 years, she is not allowed to even think about walking half a step beyond the rear mountains. Reflection Gorge. Xiao Yunhai looked away and did not speak any longer. "Then what are you staring blankly for? You're not going to shut her inside that Reflection Gorge?" Xiao Kuangyun's calm and collected face howled in rage. Even though his heart was unwillingly humbled, even if he was more foolish than before, he still understood that Chu Yueli had already preserved a considerably large amount of his reputation. Otherwise, it was possible that she would directly expose his accusations, which at the same time, would make him unable to obtain Xiao Lingxi, lose the greatest amount of face, and publicly embarrass him enough to the point he would be unable to get off the platform. Although Chu Yueli didn't publicly expose Xiao Kuangyun to the public and didn't restore Xiao Lingxi's innocence, it still made Xiao Lai deeply respect her as his heart filled with gratitude. This dignified Frozen Cloud 7 fairy was an honorable person of character that took an extra step for a girl of the minor Xiao clan. This could be considered to be an extreme benevolence, a major favor, and a huge amount of kindness. At the very least, she had prevented the nightmare of Xiao Kuangyun bringing Xiao Lingxi back to the Xiao sect. The girl I taught had been misdirected and I had deceived the Xiao clan for more than 10 years, so I ought to suffer the same severe punishment. Xiao Lai's complexion remained serene and he spoke indifferently as he watched the 4th elder Xiaoqing who walked over. In Chu Yueli's presence, how could Xiaoqing possibly dare be rash? He didn't dare to speak a single sentence and yielded to the norms of society as he led Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi towards the direction of the rear mountains. Although it ultimately ended in a miserable confinement of 15 years, Xiaoqing Yue understood that this situation Chu Yueli had accomplished was her absolute limit. It was obvious that Xiao Lai's spontaneous request to be confined to the Reflection Gorge was to accompany Xiao Lingxi, and at the same time, protect her from harm. Perhaps in the case of safety, there was no need for any worries. As for what would follow, they have no choice but to take care of their own destiny. In that case, there is essentially no reason for us master and disciple to stay here any longer. After Xiao Lingxi and Xiao Lai were brought to the rear mountains, Chu Yueli indifferently spoke, "Young Master Xiao, after you have left Floating Cloud City, I will still be nearby. Qing Yue, let us depart." The final words Chu Yueli had said made Xiao Kuangyun secretly clench his teeth. "After you have left Floating Cloud City, I will still be nearby." It was obvious that her words warned him to not mess with Xiao Lingxi. Although she simply said it for Xiao Lingxi's safety, since she wanted to protect her, it was inevitable that this protection will last until the very end. After Chu Yueli left with Xia Qingyue, Xiao Kuangyun heavily punched and ruthlessly smashed the seat's handle. The Grandmaster chair vibrated in shock and broken down into wooden pieces. He was under the impression that he would obtain two beauties who were devastatingly beautiful enough to cause the downfall of either a city or a state, and didn't expect this scheme to actually become a wasted effort. The result was merely the expulsion of an insignificant nobody and the confinement of two people within the Xiao clan, to nothing more than a reflection gorge. It was absolutely, completely, and fundamentally different from the outcome he had desired. At this moment, he wasn't aware of the fact that he had not only failed to obtain what he wanted, but instead brought a disaster, similar to that of a drowning, upon him and the entire Xiao sect. Chapter 33, Star Concealed, for the Hated Blood Sacrifice. The outskirts of Floating Cloud City, in the corner of an abandoned house. Xiao Che sat there quietly and laid his powerless body against the cold wall behind him. His lifelessly glazed eyes stared into space, as if his soul had already left his body. He had remained in this position for quite a few hours now. In the Azure Cloud continent, he was abandoned by his parents, and until his death, he never knew who his birth parents were. The only connection he had with them was the pendant he always carried with him in front of his chest. In the Blue Wind Empire, both his parents died when he was young, but at least he knew who his parents were, and what were they called. He even had a grandfather, and a little aunt. However, God decided to pull another cruel joke on him. Everything was unexpectedly, all fake. Grandfather was not his real grandfather, and little aunt was also not his little aunt. He still did not know who his real parents were, and didn't even have a clue as to what his own surname was. 2 lifetimes of experiences had widened his frame of mind, but like before, he still was unable to accept the short and sudden awareness of not actually knowing his roots, and where he came from. Who exactly am I, and where should I go next? The expulsion from Xiao clan meant that he would never be able to set foot in Xiao clan and take another step inside. In his heart, he very clearly knew that not only was he unable to stay any longer in the Xiao clan, he also was incapable of staying in Floating Cloud City. The only reason he had not left was because he was worried about grandfather and little aunt. He at least wanted to confirm their safety. Time slowly flowed from morning to noon, and once more until the sky slowly, but finally, darkened. Having not eaten for an entire day, Xiao Che still did not have the slightest feeling of hunger. When the sun had taken back its last ray of light and completely set, Xiao Che finally raised his head slightly, as the once lifeless eyes slowly condensed into a terrifying radiance, as if belonging to that of an evil spirit. All of a sudden, he started to laugh silently, the corners of his lip curled up as he laughed in a sinister manner, similar to that of an evil spirit from hell. In the middle of his chilling laugh, he slowly stretched out his hand and a blade of a dark green grass appeared on top of his palm. It was indeed one of the star-concealing grass he had found in the rear mountain on the day he had married Xia Qingyue. As he stared at the star-concealing grass, a dark green glow suddenly shot out from his palm, enveloping the star-concealing grass within it. Under the dark green glow, the star-concealing grass started to twist and turn strangely, shrink, and change color. Then finally, it became a small pile of dark green powder. Xiao Che blew gently and scattered all the dark green powder. Only a transparent pearl that had unknowingly appeared was left in his palm. This was the Sky Poison Pearl's most core, and also most absurd ability that opposed the heavens themselves. Herb refinement. In order to create medicine, a diverse amount of herbs are often required to be crushed, processed, fused, added profound energy for additional effects, etc. This process was not only complicated but would also, unavoidably, cause a certain amount of medicinal force to be lost. Furthermore, it was certain that there would always be a probability of failure. Especially when it comes to high-grade medicine, not only was a huge amount of gold needed to purchase the rare ingredients, the chances of failure was extremely high as well, and, once you fail, everything would be gone. In addition, not everyone had the ability to make the higher grades of medicine. There was a very high requirement for the ability of the alchemist, the cauldron, the ambience, and the effects added using profound energy. However, if one used the Sky Poison Pearl's herb refinement, there was absolutely no need to worry about all this. This is because it could rapidly refine the most important part of the ingredient within the shortest time possible, and perfectly fuse it. The whole process would not waste any medicinal force, and furthermore, there was no chance of failure. As for the unused parts, they would be disposed of by the Sky Poison Pearl. After recognizing its owner, it could even follow the thoughts of the owner to refine and fuse a certain percentage of the ingredients. This terrifying ability was sufficient to make any human being in the world to go mad over it. At that time, the reason why every top-notch clan in the Azure Cloud continent chased after his life was not because of the poisonous ability of the Sky Poison Pearl, but was because of its terrifying and ridiculous refining and fusing ability. As long as there was suitable and sufficient ingredients, through the Sky Poison Pearl, it would safely become the most perfect of medicines in the shortest amount of time. If the ability of the Sky Poison Pearl were to spread in the profound Sky continent, it would certainly raise a commotion, and the amount of people chasing after Xiao Chei's life would not be any less compared to that of the Azure Cloud continent. Looking at the transparent pearl in his hand, Xiao Chei's smile became even more sinister. He opened his mouth, placed it inside, and directly swallowed it. Subsequently, his body suddenly trembled and slowly disappeared in place, as if it had suddenly evaporated. Star Concealing Pill only requires a blade of star concealing grass for a successful herb refinement. Once consumed, perfect invisibility would be activated for 3 hours. Regardless of body, sound, smell, and objects on the body, it would all be completely concealed. The star concealing grass was an inconceivable object. But the star concealing pill that was created from it was even more unfathomable to the extreme. Because what it bestowed exceeded the common sense of human knowledge in the profound Sky continent, so much that no one would ever dare to imagine the miraculous effect it would bring. Xiao Chei completely believed that he had used the very first star concealing pill in the entire profound Sky continent, because in this world, the only ingredient for the star concealing pill was the star concealing grass, and the only thing that could refine the star concealing grass was the one and only Sky Poison Pearl. Xiao Chei stood up and walked toward the Xiao clan without shape, sound and smell. The sky had already darkened and the lamps inside Xiao clan lit the way. Xiao Chei stepped through the gate of Xiao clan and casually walked in a straight line, without the least bit of cautiousness in his posture. As the disciples of the Xiao clan walked past him, no one took a glance in his direction. After consuming the star concealing pill, the concealment attained was said to be perfect, because not only did it make the body transparent, even the external and internal presence would be completely concealed, as if one was completely hidden in a crevice of an unseen space. When he had first used the star concealing pill at the time in Azure Cloud continent, even a clan master that ranked in the top 10 of the continent could not even discover him when he was within 10 steps. Before this journey, Xiao Chei's complexion was incomparably tranquil. On the road, he had heard the whispers of many. He became aware of Xia Qingyue being led away by her master, as well as Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi's imprisonment in the rear mountains. An isolation of an entire 15 years. The conclusion of today's General Assembly of the Xiao clan resulted in the very clear and final selection of Xiao Yulong, who would accompany Xiao Guangyun's group of 4 towards the Xiao sect the very next day. When he arrived at the guest hall, Xiao Chei halted in his footsteps as he silently listened into the conversation inside. Yulong, about tomorrow's departure with young Master Xiao to Xiao sect, you must always remember young Master Xiao's kindness of rebirth today. That is only natural. Xiao Yulong would remember young Master Xiao's great favor and huge kindness. Yulong once more offers young Master Xiao 3 cups. Xiao Yulong, although today's matter had failed, the blame was not yours. Who would have imagined that Xia Qingyue was actually a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard? Your character is actually one that I like, so as long as you are properly obedient in Xiao sect, I will not treat you unfairly. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, you are truly my life's greatest nobility. Yulong will certainly be loyal and true to young Master Xiao, and would never be disloyal. I didn't foresee Xia Qingyue's matter. But my plan to frame Xiao Lingxi is not entirely a wasted effort. Although young Master Xiao cannot touch her because of the nearby Chuyueli, young Master Xiao can just find a reason to return here after a year or so. How could Xiao Lingxi possibly escape then? He. Xiao Yulong's tone of voice had become somewhat careless, and it was apparent that he had already become intoxicated. As Xiao Chei was listening in, his complexion became more and more cold as the fingers in both hands rigidly tightened. Afterwards, he turned to leave in the direction of the east courtyard. As he came out of the east courtyard, there was an additional short dagger in his hands that came from who knows where. Then, he once again moved towards the direction of the North Courtyard. North Courtyard's number 11 was Xiao Yulong's courtyard, and at the moment, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Xiao Che pushed open the doorway and entered. In the middle of the room, he took a quick look at its layout. Afterwards, he coldly laughed and walked towards the window directly in front of him. As he lifted the short blade, he stabbed the middle of the window and then pulled out the dagger. The above-mentioned window suddenly grew an additional fist-sized hole. Then, Xiao Che just stood still to the side and quietly waited for Xiao Yulong to arrive. He did not have to wait for long, for the echo of the sound of movement came half an hour later. Subsequently, the room's door was pushed open and a Xiao Yulong who stunk of the thick smell of wine swayed inside with the support of Xiao Yang. "Boss, when you enter Xiao sect, you mustn't forget these years of this little brother, who was always at your beck and call." Xiao Yang fawned as he lifted Xiao Yulong onto the bed. Even if he were to die, he would still never have thought that at this moment, there was a person 2 steps left of where he currently stood, who soundlessly, motionlessly, and coldly watched him. "Oh. Hugh." Xiao Yulong was drunk to the point of unconsciousness as he fell directly onto the bed and vaguely responded with 2 sounds that were only made because he had groaned. Xiao Che walked in front of Xiao Yulong's bed and slowly raised the short dagger in his hands. In a head-on confrontation, he was obviously not a match for Xiao Yulong. Even with the support of the star-concealing grass, there was no certainty that he would be able to kill Xiao Yulong. This was because even if one were to be completely defenseless, in the event of an attack, the body's profound energy would conditionally release and protect itself. His body that fundamentally had no profound energy, and the ordinary dagger he held in his hand may not necessarily pierce through Xiao Yulong's body, that had a profound strength of the 3rd level of the nascent profound realm. The concealing ability of the star-concealing pill was not entirely invincible. During the period of invisibility, if someone were to come into contact with the concealed body, the invisibility would immediately be cancelled. If he had missed his attack and instead were to be touched by the opponent, he would completely get caught in a predicament, and result may even end in death. However, at the moment, Xiao Yulong was dead drunk, so thus it was the perfect opportunity. He took a look at the location of the hole he had poked in the window earlier, and after making sure of the position, he narrowed his eyes as the dagger in his hand suddenly dropped down. He used the strength in his entire body to ruthlessly thrust the left side of Xiao Yulong's dantian, a place 2 inches below the navel. In the instant it pierced through, he instantly jumped backwards and stood in the corner of the room. That one stab could have directly severed Xiao Yulong's throat and taken his life, but yet he chose not to do so. How could he bear to let Xiao Yulong die, if he died so simply? How could that possibly release the hatred inside his heart? He wanted to thoroughly crush Xiao Yulong's beautiful dream, to let him experience a fall from heaven down to hell, and to let him wish that he would be better off dead. The fun show had only just begun. Chapter 34, Star Concealed, for the Hated Blood Sacrifice, 2. Ah! A vast amount of blood blossomed out as Xiao Yulong's lower abdomen bursted open. The previously intoxicated Xiao Yulong let out a sound similar to that of a dying pig as he fell off the bed, both hands covering his stomach as he rolled around on the floor in pain. The door was suddenly flung open and a Xiao Yang who wasn't all that far away, rushed back in after hearing the scream. When he saw the situation before his eyes, his complexion paled and his hands trembled in panic. Boss. He wanted to help Xiao Yulong, but he didn't dare to touch him without permission. After his initial burst of panic, he rapidly dashed outside and quickly roared, "Clan Master! Clan Master! Xiao Yulong! Xiao Yulong has been attacked by an assassin! Clan Master!" Under the night sky, Xiao Yang's voice traveled a considerable distance and made the originally very quiet Xiao clan suddenly become extremely chaotic. As he watched the crying Xiao Yulong on the floor, Xiao Che coldly laughed, pushed open the door and leisurely walked out. It wasn't long until Xiao Yunhai, Xiao Gu, and several elders immediately rushed in. After seeing the dagger stabbed in the abdomen and the blood gushing out of Xiao Yulong's body, Xiao Yunhai was suddenly at a loss. He stumbled in the middle of rushing over. Yulong. Yulong. Xiao Yulong's consciousness did not fade at all. The previous drunk was completely awake as he reached out his hand to grab onto Xiao Yunhai's sleeve, and let out a weak sound of suffering. Fa. There. Hurry. Hurry and lift him onto the bed. Xiao Gu said as he quickly opened his medicine chest. The faces of the few elders who followed in closely behind them were full of complete astonishment. Who did this? After Xiao Yulong was lifted up on the bed and laid down, Xiao Yunhai and the first elder used profound energy to staunch his bleeding wound. Xiao Yunhai's complexion distorted as he asked, "Xiao Gu, how's the situation?" Xiao Gu's eyebrows were tense from the very beginning. When he heard Xiao Yunhai's question, he took a long, deep sigh. There is no major danger to his life. The assassin was clearly not aiming for his life, but this cut is truly malicious. It just so happened that the stab pierced right in the middle of the profound vein's profound heart. In turn, this stab to the profound vein is like the puncturing of a balloon. Not only is the profound vein damaged, all of the profound energy has also leaked out. When Xiao Yunhai heard that all the profound energy has also leaked out, it was like a clap of thunder that instantly changed his complexion into a pale white. He compelled himself to remain calm and asked with a trace of hope, "Then, how long will it take to recover?" Xiao Gu shook his head. It is a profound energy leakage that had already been depleted. This is fundamentally impossible to recover from. But fortunately, his profound vein injury could be repaired, and after repairment, it is possible to once more train from the beginning. Xiao Yunhai's body abruptly twitched as Xiao Yulong's complexion became completely covered in despair. This cut didn't want Xiao Yulong's life, but instead crippled his entire profound strength. Like a meat pie that had fallen from the heavens, Xiao clan had finally gotten an opportunity to enter the Xiao sect. Xiao Yulong took great pains to grab this extremely rare opportunity, to at last be able to soar into the skies. Yet on the eve of this beautiful dream that was about to be happen, his entire profound strength had been completely destroyed. Even if they had to use their toes as collateral, they knew that it was impossible for Xiao Kuangyun to bring back a waste with a damaged profound vein back to Xiao sect. Who the hell could be that malicious? Who? Xiao Yunhai's entire body trembled as his complexion became ashen. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yulong's immediate departure to the Xiao sect was an extraordinary happy event. He even thought of making himself available in the afternoon, and was so impatient about this that he had already prepared Xiao Yulong's traveling clothes for tomorrow. Unexpectedly, before even walking 2 steps towards heaven, he had suddenly dropped back down to hell. "Clan Master, you must calm down first. Yulong is still conscious right now, so he may know who did this evil act," Xiao Li said with a dark face. Xiao Yunhai woke up from his trance and quickly came over to Xiao Yulong's side. In a grave voice, he asked, "Yulong, did you see who stabbed you?" At this moment, Xiao Yulong's abdomen had already been wrapped with layers of bandages by Xiao Gu, so his injury had been temporarily stabilized. He shook his head and painfully answered, "Don't know. I didn't see anyone at all." "Didn't see anyone at all?" Xiao Yunhai's widened his eyes. Then, Xiao Cheng's gaze suddenly flashed and spoke in alarm, "Quick, look over there, at that window." Shockingly enough, on the diagonally opposite window, there was an additional fist-sized hole. Xiao Yunhai placed his hands on top of it and his entire body revealed his murderous intent. It's quite evident that someone had been hiding behind this window, waited until Yulong came in, took advantage of his drunkenness, and used this dagger to injure Yulong. Xiao Li cautiously spoke, "This courtyard is situated at the very center of the Xiao clan territory, yet someone actually infiltrated and pulled off such a quiet assassination. This person must be extremely familiar with our Xiao clan, or this may even be the actions of our Xiao clan members." After he finished speaking, Xiao Li's eyes inadvertently glanced at the respective Xiao Bo, Xiao Zhe, and Xiao Cheng. Xiao Li's reasoning fiercely shook Xiao Yunhai's heart. In Floating Cloud City, the Xiao clan was considered to be one of the top clans who practiced in the profound. Regardless of the degree of difficulty, to infiltrate the Xiao clan and assassinate the clan master's son was an extremely large risk. And in terms of outer appearance, Xiao Yulong was usually courteous, with an excellent reputation. Who, and for what reason, would assassinate him? If the assassin was actually a person of the Xiao clan, then it all of a sudden became easier to explain. If this was done by the Xiao clan's members, the infiltration would become incomparably easier, and would also easily grasp this fortunate timing of when Xiao Yulong would become drunk. As for the reason, that was naturally their jealousy of Xiao Yulong's departure to Xiao sect. If crippled or killed, the Xiao sect would then select another person. The assassin would also have that opportunity. As he thought about it, Xiao Yunhai's heart chilled and his vigilance sharpened. Because the second elder, third elder, and fourth elder by his side were the biggest suspects. They all dreamed for their own grandson to be sent to the Xiao sect. Faced with this rare opportunity that came from the Xiao sect members, it wouldn't be strange if they did such a crazy and ridiculous thing. "Xiao Gu, how is Yulong's injury now?" Xiao Yunhai said as he gritted his teeth to keep calm. "The wound has already stopped bleeding and the medicine has been applied. There is no immediate danger. Based on Yulong's current condition, it should take almost half a month to completely heal. But on the topic of repairing his profound vein, that may even take several months. At that time, the training of profound strength must also start anew." Xiao Gu answered truthfully. At this moment, a panicked yell suddenly came from outside the door like the sound of thunder. Fire! Fire! The infirmary and the southern courtyard are both on fire. What? Xiao Gu ferociously turned around and ran outside in a way that seemed like he had no care for his life. The infirmary stored a countless number of herbs and remedies, they were like his life to him. Xiao Yunhai and the others were also startled, because the southern courtyard was precisely the very place where the clan master and elders resided. The four elders did not speak anymore and immediately rushed out wildly. Xiao Yunhai slightly hesitated behind them and anxiously faced Xiao Yulong. "Yulong, your wound is no longer life-threatening. Take a good rest and don't think about anything else. I will definitely arrest the culprit of your assassination as soon as possible." After saying that, Xiao Yunhai also quickly ran out the door, and beelined straight for the southern courtyard. That place housed the important possessions he had accumulated throughout his entire life. Now that he'd heard it was on fire, if he didn't personally go over there, how could he possibly feel at ease? Xiao Yulong was suddenly left alone in his room. With his profound vein damaged and a serious injury, Xiao Yulong motionlessly laid in place. Don't even mention moving his body. His entire body was so weak that he was incapable of even lifting the smallest of fingers. He blankly stared at the ceiling as his vision dimmed. He sincerely hoped that what had happened was only just a nightmare. Tap, tap, tap. There obviously should not be anyone here, but the sound of muffled footsteps entered Xiao Yulong's ears. This sound made his hair stand on end as he inclined his head towards its source. He saw an approaching figure walk closer. An individual who should never have shown up here. Xiao Che. Seeing a person emerge like some sort of ghost, both of Xiao Yulong's eyes widened in disbelief as if he could hardly believe what he had seen. He had obviously been expelled from the Xiao clan, and was forbidden to enter again. How could he possibly appear here? In the middle of the 3-hour, star-concealed state, unless it had been removed by an external force, Xiao Che could freely cancel and reactivate the concealed state, until the 3 hours ended. He stood in front of Xiao Yulong's bed and coldly looked at him. "Xiao Yulong, you appear to be extremely surprised. How could you possibly be here?" Xiao Yulong said in an evasive hoarse voice. He struggled to lift his body to a sitting position but could barely lift his arm, so he completely softened, and laid back down. "How could I possibly be here?" Xiao Che smiled. It was an easygoing smile, in the eyes of the reclining Xiao Yulong, but he detected an odd awe-inspiring sensation from his body to his mind. He slowly picked up the dagger that Xiao Gu pulled out from Xiao Yulong and pointed it at Xiao Yulong. "Of course, I've come to collect your debt." "Collect debt? What debt? Do you even know what you're doing?" Xiao Yulong's body spasmed as his eyes suddenly contracted in alarm. "The one who tried to assassinate me, was you?" "No. Impossible. Impossible. You actually have the face to even ask me what debt I'm to collect." The smile on Xiao Che's face faded away, replaced by a demon's malevolence as his facial features twisted into a terrifying expression. The hand that held the dagger trembled slightly, as he revealed his endless killing intent and resentment that he had always held back. "On the day of my wedding, you tried to use the murdering heart powder to kill me. If it weren't for the protection of my fate, I would have already been a dead man. For your possible soaring success, you fawned over Xiao Kuangyun, didn't hesitate to falsely frame my little aunt, forced me and Xia Qingyue apart, and even caused my expulsion. My expulsion was nothing much. If it wasn't for Xia Qingyue being a frozen cloud Asgard disciple and her master being nearby, Xia Qingyue would be doomed. My little aunt would also have to bear the injustice of being brought back to the Xiao sect and suffer all kinds of humiliation. My grandfather would suffer the bitterness of being alone and spend his entire life harboring a grudge. Xiao Yulong, tell me, what kind of debt ought I demand from you? How should I treat you, to let you pay off this debt?" In his roar of resentment, Xiao Che raised the dagger and suddenly stabbed in Xiao Yulong's direction. Stop. Ah! The flashing dagger streaked towards Xiao Yulong's legs and blood spurted in all directions as the tendons on both his legs were mercilessly severed. Xiao Yulong let out a wretched howl that would usually take place in a bloodbath, and the hellish stab became even more acute as he convulsed in pain. As he watched him suffer, Xiao Chei's face filled with elation. He once more lifted the recently stabbing dagger, and with a low growl, abruptly chopped at both hands. 2 blood-splattering sprays later, the tendons in both of Xiao Yulong's hands were also viciously severed. Ah! Xiao Yulong's blood-curdling screech was like that of an evil spirit's shrill howl. With the 4 limbs on his body drenched in blood, his entire person entered and fell into a painful and dreadful abyss. He didn't expect that the usually weak and self-abased Xiao Chei would actually want to kill him, and in such a cruel and vicious way. No. Spare me. Spare me. I don't want to die. Don't want to die. Xiao Yulong's complexion had already become as pale as paper and the pain and fear in both his eyes had magnified by more than 10. Xiao Chei again raised the knife and cruelly laughed. Die. No, don't you worry, I won't let you die. Why would I be willing to let you die that quickly and painlessly? With this cut, I want your eyes to never see again. Chi. The 2 rapid stabs swiftly penetrated Xiao Yulong's pair of eyes, and turned his 2 wide eyeballs directly into a kind of black and white paste. Wah wah wah. This miserable shriek that sounded like it had come from the depths of hell was extremely tragic, so much that it would make the bodies of those who had heard it tremble, and the scalp on their heads, numb. Yet Xiao Chei's entire face actually smiled with glee, as if hearing music from the heavens. He pulled the dagger out, narrowed his eyes, and spoke with a faint smile. Tut tut, what a sonorous cry. Enjoy your voice now while you still can, because afterwards you may no longer send out such a pleasant sound again. Rip. With this cut, I want you to never speak with your mouth in this lifetime. The dagger mercilessly pierced into the center of Xiao Yulong's mouth. As it was pulled out, a chunk of bloody red tongue and several tens of teeth flew out together. With this cut, I want you to never hear with your ears in this lifetime. Chi. The dagger flashed forward as the color of bright blood fluttered about. Xiao Yulong's ears flew off his person and sprinkled blood as they fell onto the icy cold floor. With this cut, I want you to die without descendants. You're the sort of despicable person who's unworthy of having such a future. The bloody dagger dyed in red was raised, slanted downwards, and ruthlessly pierced through Xiao Yulong's groin area. Xiao Yulong's body became rigidly stiff, and even his extremely hoarse cry also slowly quieted down. Chapter 35, Birth Secret. The beginning of the fires in the infirmary and southern courtyard were exceptionally strange. It was obviously a malicious arson, but the people in the vicinity unexpectedly didn't even see a single suspicious shadow. Even the Xiao clan guard who stood outside the infirmary door had not seen anyone enter or exit the infirmary. But fortunately, the fire wasn't too violent and was easily controlled. Xiao Yunhai quickly put it in order, and afterwards burned in anxiety as he yelled at Xiao Gu. He then once more hurriedly returned to Xiao Yulong's little courtyard. As he pushed open the door, Xiao Yunhai was about to shout Xiao Yulong's name, but instead, his entire body stilled, as if he had been struck by lightning. He had on a foolish expression as he blankly stood in place. Xiao Yulong was no longer on top of the bed, but instead was trembling as he laid on his stomach, on the floor, like a dead dog. His entire body was covered in blood, both pairs of his wrists and ankles had the same thick scars, while his hands and feet were thoroughly twisted. His entire face was pasted with blood, on both sides of his ears, what remained were only 2 piles of flesh. His nose and upper lip had entirely disappeared, as if they had went missing, and he foamed bloody bubbles at the mouth. A stream of red, white, and black liquid alternatively followed one another from the middle of both his pitch-black eye sockets. His lower body was even more completely covered in a bright scarlet red dye. Xiao Gu's entire body trembled until both his legs half-kneeled limply onto the floor. Throughout his entire medical career, he'd seen numerous amounts of major to minor injuries but had never seen such a cruel, bloody, and extremely tragic scene. As he looked at Xiao Yulong's complexion, he could tell that Xiao Yulong was not dead. And his lifespan had not weakened one bit, but this kind of horrifying condition was 100, 1,000 times, more miserable than death. Xiao Yunhai's whole body trembled, as his heart shattered into pieces and his complexion became as white as death. As he felt someone getting closer, Xiao Yulong's body twitched and a sandpaper-like coarse and hopeless whine was let out of his mouth that foamed with bloody bubbles. Xiao Yunhai's body flashed forward as he staggeringly advanced a step. He suddenly bellowed wildly, as if he was insane, "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Get your ass out here right now. I want to hack you into 1,000 pieces of mincemeat. And suffer the death of 1,000 lingering cuts. To die without descendants." Xiao Yuhai's snarl contained an endless amount of resentment and madness that it seemed as if he'd suddenly become mad. He felt as if his chest had almost exploded, and that his blood vessels had ruptured. When he looked at his son's completely crippled body lying face down on the ground, that didn't seem to resemble anything human, he couldn't bear it anymore and hated that he couldn't loudly cry out forever. He furthermore hated the fact that he couldn't genuinely become insane. Who the hell did this? Get your ass out here right now. Get your... Aha! Xiao Yunhai swiftly dashed 2 steps forward and completely shattered the rear window with his incomparably loud and mournful roar. At this moment, he unexpectedly discovered 2 rows of blood-red characters on the wall beside his hand. The characters were written using his son Xiao Yulong's blood. Old piece of Xiao shit. This special present is to celebrate your B*TCH's son's immediate ascension into the Xiao sect. Please kindly accept it. Wah-wah. Xiao Yunhai ferociously punched against the bloody characters written on the wall and split it open with a loud bang. His mournfully loud howl made a sudden arrow-like jet of blood spurt out of his mouth. After that, both his eyes rolled up as he heavily collapsed invertedly on the ground. After the tyrannical bullying of Xiao Yulong, Xiao Che returned to his own room to put the clothing that Xiao Lingxi had made for him and all his personal savings into the sky poison pearl. His savings were only meager, altogether, a total of 1,800 yellow profound coins. Before leaving, he suddenly hesitated, and then also put the blanket that he and Xia Qingyue had slept under, into the sky poison pearl. 16 years of living in this place. In the future, it should be improbable that I'll return a second time. Xiao Che had a sense of nostalgia as he looked around for a while. His nostalgia was certainly not because of the Xiao clan, but was instead because of the many memories of him and Xiao Lingxi in here. Before he turned 11, this place was not only his room but was also Xiao Lingxi's room. In those days, whether it was day or night, they were inseparable and were almost always together at all times. After temporarily staying there for quite a while, Xiao Che finally returned to the concealed state, climbed over the wall, and entered the rear mountain area. The deadline of the star-concealing pill still had more than an hour left. The main reason why he used the star-concealing pill was to see Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi, to confirm their safety. A mere Xiao Yulong was unworthy of wasting a star-concealing pill. Although he had suddenly found 2 blades of star-concealing grass on the first day of his rebirth, he was certain that the star-concealing grass was a heavenly rare item, and in the entire profound sky continent, its total may not necessarily exceed 10. Torturing Xiao Yulong was only a convenience. It was only an interest for himself, even more for all of the hardships his grandfather and little aunt had suffered. Just a little interest. The one he really wanted to kill was Xiao Kuangyun. However, even with the mystical power he had borrowed from the star-concealing grass, there was no way he could kill Xiao Kuangyun. Although he didn't know the level of Xiao Kuangyun's profound strength, despite being an idiot, Xiao Kuangyun was nonetheless from Xiao sect, so his profound strength should be way higher than Xiao Yulong by many levels. However, even if he couldn't do it now, one day he would be able to. This debt, he swore to demand it back 1,000 folds. He was no longer the weak and cowardly Xiao Che, the one taking a larger percentage of his will was the Yun Che that had looked down on everyone. After his master was hounded to death, he had sworn to bury all the clans involved, together with his master. As for those who had hurt his kin, he swore he would make Xiao Clan and Xiao Kuangyun regret it for the rest of their lives. The way he had tortured Xiao Yulong was incomparably brutal, so much that it would send shivers and continuous nightmares to many if they had witnessed it. However, in his eyes, that was by no means cruel, but just the price one had to pay for going against him. By now, Xiao Clan was in a disarray and the piercing sounds of the alarms had been ringing non-stop for a long time. This was exactly what Xiao Che had wanted. Other than torturing Xiao Yulong, setting Xiao Clan's inner halls on fire was another reason that forced the Xiao Clan to issue the clan gathering order. Under the clan gathering order, all people guarding the rear mountains must also return as well. As he had expected, he didn't have to go far to see 4 Xiao Clan members impatiently charge straight ahead. Like the wind, they rushed past him, making a beeline in the general direction of the Xiao Clan. Xiao Che sped up his footsteps and went straight towards Rear Mountain's Reflection Gorge. The Reflection Gorge was a tightly closed area that the Shao clan used in order to punish offenders within their clan. The interior was dark and humid. In the summer, it was parching hot, and in the winter, it was as cold as ice. Fortunately, because of its narrow entrance, it was unlikely that an excessively violent profound beast would intrude inside. In Xiao Chei's memory, there weren't many people who had been imprisoned in the Reflection Gorge, and the longest period of imprisonment also was never more than 2 months. However, even when the members of Shao clan knew that Xiao Lingxi was framed, they still wanted to lock them up for 15 years. 15 years. How many 15 years could one possibly have in this lifetime? As of now, Xiao Lingxi was only 15 years old. If she was always locked up inside, then the most beautiful period of her life would just be spent under this dark and cold loneliness. That was the actually cruel torture. As he removed his concealed state, Xiao Chei stared at the entrance of Reflection Gorge and clenched both of his hands tightly. How could he possibly allow grandfather and little N to continuously be locked up in this place? However, the him now, fundamentally did not have the ability to rescue them. He had no other choice to look on helplessly, endure, and hate. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chei walked forward. Without his concealment, his advance naturally created the sound of footsteps. The sound of his footsteps aroused the attention of Xiao Lai in the Reflection Gorge, who automatically looked outside in alert. The moment his gaze met with Xiao Chei, he suddenly became startled and involuntarily cried out, "Chei-er!" "Ah!" A young girl's startled voice also rang out, followed by flurry of rapid footsteps. The silhouette of Xiao Lingxi soon appeared beside Xiao Chei. Her complexion was slightly haggard and her hair was somewhat messy. After seeing Xiao Chei, she covered her lips with her fingers and stood there in place. A split second later, huge amounts of teardrops began to well up in her eyes. "Little Chei!" As she shouted, she ferociously dashed forward and threw herself at Xiao Chei's chest. She used both her arms to tightly embrace him and cried out loudly. She was under the impression that since she was about to be imprisoned for 15 years, and that since Xiao Chei had been expelled from Shao clan, she would never again see him until at least 15 years. She didn't expect him to suddenly appear before her eyes, as if he was just an illusion. Xiao Lai walked over, and across his entire face was an emotionally stirred-up expression. "Chei-er. How are you here? Did the Shao clan allow you to return?" Xiao Chei shook his head and patted Xiao Lingxi on the back. "I secretly snuck back. But rest assured, grandfather, something major has happened in Shao clan, so everyone had all been called to return. No one will discover me." Xiao Lai nodded. He didn't even bother to ask what was happening to Shao clan. He had entirely given up on the Shao clan, so even if the Shao clan was being wiped out, there wouldn't be a major change in his expression. There were many caves in Reflection Gorge that were either deep or shallow. The decoration inside was extremely simple, and only a few cold stone tables could be seen with just a glance. Xiao Lingxi's cry went into a state of chaos. Xiao Chei didn't stop her from continuous cry. He wanted her to release all her grievances, fears, anxiousness, and hesitation to her heart's content, otherwise she may possibly fall into depression, since she had stayed in here for quite a long time. After all, she was still only a small 15-year-old girl. When Xiao Lingxi finally stopped, she had wept so hard that she was almost on the verge of fainting. Xiao Chei sat facing Xiao Lai in front of the stone table. Next to him, Xiao Lingxi's hands both held tightly and clung onto his arms as her small head leaned against his shoulder. She didn't care that Xiao Lai was also next to them and wasn't willing to loosen her grip, as if afraid that he would yet again disappear from her world. "After you've been imprisoned in here, did they do anything to you guys?" Xiao Chei anxiously asked. Xiao Lai shook his head and comfortably laughed. "Be at ease. The frozen cloud Asgard's Chu fairy hinted that she would protect us to the Shao sect before she had departed. With the backing of this powerful force, how could they dare to injure me or Sheer? After the Shao sect members leave, they would even more not dare to. After all, I do have the reputation of being Floating Cloud City's #1 expert here. Heh. That's good." Xiao Chei nodded, as his heart felt a bit more grateful to Xia Qingyue's master. Xia Qingyue is a good wife. To the very end, she did not tear up the marriage certificate. Xiao Lai said with a somewhat melancholy expression. Xiao Chei silently nodded his head. A period of sudden silence descended upon the three. After going through the calamities that had came today, their fate had undoubtedly turned upside down. Although they had 1,000 words to say in their hearts, they didn't exactly know where to start. "Grandfather, I want to know. You want to ask who your biological parents were, right? Xiao Lai said as he immediately continued the sentence with a tranquil expression on his face. Xiao Che nodded as his eyes solidly concentrated at Xiao Lai. I believe I wasn't randomly picked up without good cause. Grandfather, you do know something, right? Xiao Lingxi also raised her eyes as she stared in astonishment at Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai silently watched Xiao Che for a long time until he lightly sighed, and slowly closed his eyes. I had originally thought that this secret would stay in my heart for an entire lifetime, and that a second person would never know of it. Now that Xiao clan cannot tolerate you, and that you have already grown up, knowing this could be considered a good thing, finding one's original roots, is also the role of the offspring. Your biological father, his surname is Yun. Chapter 36, My name's Yun Che. Yun. Xiao Che was stunned. In the Azure Cloud continent, the surname his master had given him was also Yun. This was a truly strange coincidence. Aside from your biological father's surname is Yun, I do not have any other information. For example, I have no idea what his name was or where he came from. Xiaoying met your father during the days he traveled throughout the Blue Wind Empire. That year, your father had saved Xiao Ying's life when he was being attacked by a strong profound beast. Later on, the two started to travel together and after finding out that they were compatible, became sworn brothers right before they went their separate ways. Xiao Lai slowly raised his head as if he was reminiscing about the past and fondly said, after Xiaoying came back, he described your father to me and kept on praising him, saying that he was not only handsome but was also forthright and uninhibited. Furthermore, he had an incomparable and astonishing talent, and was truly an exceptionally unmatched man. At that time, Xiao Ying's talent could be said to be matchless in Floating Cloud City, when he frankly admitted that his talent wasn't worth mentioning when compared with your father's. I didn't believe that, so I asked him which realm he had reached, but Xiaoying just smiled and stayed silent about it. He said that I wouldn't believe him even if he told me. No one knows my son's personality better than myself. He would never say a lie. At that time your father was confirmed to be an exceptional talent. At a young age, his profound strength had already reached an astonishing level. You can clearly see his magnanimity and bearing when such an exceptional talent was willing to become sworn brothers with Xiaoying, who was beneath him in profound strength. That was why it was not surprising that Xiaoying kept praising your father, and was so honored to have become sworn brothers with him. After that, Xiaoying got married and had a child, and 2 months after the child was born, he saw your father again, together with your mother. Xiao Lai's emotions had now significantly changed. Xiao Che held back his breath and continued to listen silently. But at that time, both your father and mother were completely drenched in blood, and in their hands was you, who was also drenched in blood. You were only about 2 months old as well at that time, unconscious in your mother's embrace. When Xiaoying stopped them and brought them to a secret location, their bodies were entirely covered with wounds, and all their profound strength had been depleted. They stayed only for a while before insisting on leaving, because the people chasing after their lives were too powerful, so powerful that even the entire Floating Cloud City could not possibly contend against. If they stayed, they will only implicate Xiaoying with a burden. Xiaoying couldn't stop them from leaving, and he knew he had no capability to fight against the enemies that even your parents could not handle. At that time, he saw an inflexible and stubborn will in your parents' eyes. Obviously, your parents has exhausted all their energy trying to escape, and they already had no hope of running from the people that were after them. Therefore, Xiaoying used the excuse of carrying you, and secretly swapped his own son, my grandson, into your bloodied blankets, and hid you within his son's blanket. Xiao Che's gaze suddenly shuddered while Xiao Lingxi gave a small, cry. At that time, your parents were in a hurry to leave, so after taking back the protected baby from Xiaoying, when would they have the time to check if it was actually their son? After your parents had left, Xiaoying found me, knelt down in front of me, and begged me for forgiveness. He said he was still young, so even if he lost a son, he could still give birth to many more. However, if you had died, his brother, who is also your father, will completely lose his bloodline. If that happened, no one would be able to avenge him. Even though the pain in my heart was like being pierced by 1,000 arrows at that time, however, facing such an affectionate and righteous son, how could I bear to blame him? Other than us father and son, no one else knew that my grandson had been swapped with you. At that time, the 2 months old you had already suffered bodily damage and finally recovered after half a month. The reason why your profound vein ended up being deformed was also clearly due to the damages you had taken. In the middle of that level of aggression, it was fortunate that only your profound veins had been damaged and not your life. Xiao Lai's voice faintly paused. He tried his best not to show any signs of pain as he clenched his hands and continued. Not half a month after that, Xiaoying was assassinated and the veins in his entire body had been shattered. When I had heard about it and rushed there, with his last breath, he told me that the person who had assassinated him was the very one who was also after your parents at that time. He didn't know where the person had gotten information about him offering shelter to a young couple who carried a baby and were covered in blood. The person that had assassinated him went there to try to force him into revealing where your parents had escaped to. Before taking his last breath, Xiaoying was actually smiling, because the words that the person who assassinated him had said proved that he had not found your parents yet, which meant that they could possibly still be alive. Xiao Qi's heart started to stir, like a huge overflowing unquenchable wave that was unable to be suppressed. Looking at Xiao Lai's white hair, he felt an sour and immeasurable crack in his heart. No one was aware of his deep sorrow of losing his son and his daughter-in-law. He had even lost his only grandson, the last of his bloodline, long ago. At the knee was another's child who was exchanged with the life of his grandson. No wonder he had white hair when he was still in his middle ages. Under wave and wave of emotional setbacks, if an ordinary person took his place, not only would white hair appear, but perhaps he would have already collapsed long ago. Xiao Qi had only discovered the sorrowful truth today, that the source who had brought all these troubles was unexpectedly he, himself. If the real Xiao Qi's life wasn't used in exchange for his own, why would Xiaoying get assassinated? How would Xiao Ying's wife have followed her love? How would Xiao Lai's wife then die of depression? How would Xiao Ying's son be laughed at as if he was a failure? Their entire family could have been safe and secured, could have lived happily and peacefully. With Xiaoying unrivaled talent in Floating Cloud City and his father's incomparable power and prestige in Floating Cloud City, his position in the Xiao clan would have been extremely high. Perhaps he would have been the master of the Xiao clan by now. Xiao Lai wouldn't have to suffer from other people's supercilious looks and instead be in a superior position. Not only would the four elders not humiliate him, if they faced him, they would probably be as timid as a rat. Xiaoying had used his son's life to save him, while he let himself and his entire family suffer a cruel fate. However, these past 16 years, Xiao Lai had never released any anger or hatred on him, the main offender, but instead he protected and kept him safe without a word. He gave him unconditional love, even after knowing that his profound veins were disabled and even knowing that he would be a useless good for nothing for the rest of his life, he still loved him like usual. Perhaps, that was common for a grandfather to treat his own grandson like this. However, to treat another person's child like this, especially the one who had caused the ruin of his family, would demand an extremely large heart and open-mindedness. Xiao Qi's inner heart trembled and his nose soured. Like father like son. Being such a great man, it was no wonder he had such a righteous son like Xiaoying. He could never repay this debt that he and his parents had owed them during his entire lifetime. Xiao Qi placed both of his hands on the side of the stone table as his fingers gripped it more and more tightly. Seeing the sorrowful eyes of Xiao Lai in front of him, for a moment, he didn't know how to thank this person he had called grandfather all these years. After a while, he finally said with a trembling voice, "Grandfather, your affection and kindness, for my entire life, I will always. Heh heh." Xiao Lai gently chuckled and affectionately replied, "Chair, I have looked after you since a young age. Even if you're not one of my own, since long ago, you were no different from my biological grandson in my heart. You also had said that even if we weren't related by blood, we would still eternally be like family. Since we're family, all these that had happened, ought to have happened. I have no need for your gratitude or repayment as long as you are safe and sound from now on, even if I were to be locked in here my entire life, I would still be free of worries." Xiao Qi closed his mouth as his words of gratitude could no longer be spoken, and after a while, he then heavily nodded. "That's right, he's my grandfather, now, and will be forever. While he's still around, I need to be filial to him. When he's not around, I'll mourn for him and do whatever a grandson ought to do." As he watched him, Xiao Lai gratifyingly nodded his head and continued, "You must want to know more about what had happened that time. However, Xiaoying didn't say much about your parents. As for why they were being hunted, Xiaoying only told me that it was because they had one of the heavenly profound treasure on them. He even informed me that 3 words, heavenly profound treasure, were a grave taboo, and must never be said in the presence of outsiders. Heavenly profound treasure." Xiao Qi firmly beared this name in mind. "From the time after your parents had left, I've never received any information from them these past 16 years. I once thought that if they were still alive, they would have found out that the baby they carried away wasn't their own son, and would come back here to exchange the child they had. When it was safe. I waited a year after a year, but they never came back. But, this doesn't prove that they're not in this world anymore. Since you were a young child, I've always told you to never remove the pendant from your neck. That was because when Xiaoying swapped you with his own son, it was the only thing on your body. If your parents are still alive, perhaps it may possibly become an opportunity and help you guys recognize each other. Indeed, if they were still alive, they would have come back to Floating Cloud City already and exchanged their child. However, they had not come back for an entire 16 years, so the probability of them still being in this world was fundamentally uncertain. If they were actually still in this world, then was Xiaoying's child from that time still alive? As night darkened, the time for the star-concealing grass to lose its effectiveness gradually approached, and it was about time for Xiao Che to leave. Grandfather, little aunt. I should go now. Although he was reluctant to part, he had no option but to say this difficult sentence that he didn't want to say. Xiaolai nodded his head and took a look outside. You must quickly leave this place. If you were to be discovered, it would become even more troublesome. Ah. You're leaving. As fast as lightning, Xiao Lingxi raised her head up, and grabbed him tightly with both her hands. As he felt the reluctance in Xiao Lingxi's gaze, Xiao Che's heart felt bitter. He really wished he could take Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi away with him. However, with his current condition, what right did he have to take them with him? Even if they did leave, what was he supposed to use to protect them in the outside world? It would instead be them protecting him. He stood up and took a hold of Xiao Lingxi's hands. He looked into her eyes and stated word for word, "Little aunt, I have to go. However, you need not worry, I will return. Within 3 years, I will be back. By that time, I'll take the injustice and pain you two suffered and return it to them 1,000-fold. I'll make the entire Xiao clan kneel and beg you two to leave this reflection gorge." Chapter 37, Heavenly God's Spiritual Veins. Xiao Che said every individual word with resolute determination. He wasn't trying to comfort Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi, nor was he joking around. It was rather an absolute decisiveness which simultaneously also compelled him to accomplish that decision no matter what. His words stumped Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi for a long time. However, immediately after that, Xiao Lingxi shook her head and her misty eyes tearfully looked at him. "Little Che, you don't have to do that. I only want you to live normally and peacefully. It's alright as long as you only protect yourself. When the day of my release comes, I will definitely come find you. However, by all means, you must not do such a foolish thing, or anything dangerous." In her eyes, he was still the boy that needed her protection. After listening to his declaration, the fact that the thought existed in his mind was already sufficient. How could it be possible that she was willing to let him risk his life, to any kind of danger, for them? "Don't worry. Of course I'll protect myself well." Xiao Che smiled as he looked at her, "Because grandfather and little aunt are here waiting for me. Because I haven't fulfilled the promise that I made to little aunt." "Promise?" Xiao Lingxi's bright eyes swayed slightly as she stared at him in wonder. Xiao Che didn't explain and walked in front of Xiao Lai. He knelt down on both of his knees and kowtowed heavily. "Grandfather, I am the grandson of you, Xiao Lai, and have been under your protection for 16 years, but now it's time for me to spread my wings and soar. You are a great grandfather, so your grandson will not continue to embarrass you by staying a trash forever. Wait for me, I will be back. Before my return, you must take care of yourself." "Good. Good." Xiao Lai slowly nodded his head as his voice trembled and tears appeared in both of his eyes. He went forward to help Xiao Che up, took a wooden tablet with a hanging white tassel from his body and placed it in Xiao Che's hand. "Cheer, the Xiao clan had expelled you and there's no place for you in Floating Cloud City. Your profound veins have been disabled and you have never stepped out of Floating Cloud City in your entire life. Although I'm extremely worried. The look in your eyes allows me feel at ease and relieved. If you don't have a set destination to go to, then take this tablet and go to a city called New Moon, and ask around for a person called Sikong Han. Sikong Han came to Floating Cloud City a few years ago, and due to a certain situation, he became indebted to me, and thus gave me this tablet. Once you find him in New Moon City, pass this tablet to him for a look and tell him that you are my grandson. Perhaps he may arrange a place for you to stay." Even after saying he was at ease and relieved, there was no way he could hide his worry and concern in his gaze and expressions. This grandson that had almost no profound strength or experience outside Floating Cloud City could only stay outside from now on, with no one to rely on. How could he even be at ease? How could he not be heartbroken? Xiaoqie grasped the old wooden tablet in the middle of his hand and nodded fiercely. Afterwards he said, "Before I leave, I first want to go pay my respects to Uncle Xiao." N. Xiaolai nodded his head, pleased. Little Che. The moment Xiaoqie turned his body, Xiaolingxi once again grabbed onto him tightly with both of her hands. Her gaze full of reluctance to let go had nearly and completely melted Xiaoqie's heart. He yearned so much for him to be able to bring Xiaolingxi and Xiaolai away. But even just having a heart full of intention and impulse, he didn't have the ability nor the qualifications to do that. At least in this dark place without daylight, they were still considered to be safe. Little aunt. Xiaoqie lightly held Xiaolingxi's hand and looked at her gently. "I can't bear to leave you, even more than how little aunt can't bear to leave me. So I will come back within the shortest period of time. I swear, I will fulfill what I said that night, the promise I made to little aunt." Xiaolingxi slowly softened her grip while Xiaoqie's hands was holding Xiaolingxi soften as well. Then he turned his body and walked forward with slow footsteps, never turning back. It was because he was afraid that once he turned back, he would be unable to leave, and he was even more afraid that once he turned back, they would see the two streams of uncontrollable tears that flowed out the moment he had turned his body. "Grandfather. Little aunt. Within 3 years, I'll definitely return. Wait for me. Wait for me. Promise. Promise." Xiaolingxi looked at Xiaoqie's silhouette that was getting further and further away with blurry eyes, absent-mindedly murmuring that in her heart. Suddenly, what he said on that night reverberated inside her heart. "If you weren't my little aunt, I'll definitely marry you." All of a sudden, Xiaolingxi covered her mouth and in a split second, tried her best to hold back all her tears that were crazily gushing out like that of a flood. Xiao Clan Cemetery. Standing in front of Xiao Ying's grave, Xiaoqie's gaze was fixated on that old slab of gravestone for a long time. Then he knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times, his eyes filling with determination when he was finished. "Uncle Xiao, this huge favor you have done for my Yun family, I, Yun Che, will never forget it. If the day comes when I find out that my parents are still alive, I will try my best to find them, and also the baby they had carried away at that time, your son. On the day when I finally obtained power, I will find the person that assassinated you that day, and take revenge for you, and for grandfather." Xiaoqie swore an oath in front of Xiao Ying's grave and took another bow after getting up, before leaving with heavy footsteps. "From now on, I'm not Xiaoqie anymore. My name's Yun Che." News of Xiao Yulong's torture shook the entire Xiao clan, and caused unrest in Xiao clan for the rest of the night. Xiao Yunhai fainted for quite a long time after his fury dealt a blow to his heart, and after waking up, like a madman, he ordered the entire clan to find the culprit. However, after searching for an entire night, not even a silhouette or a trace of the culprit could be found. The best explanation would be that it was the doing of someone within the Xiao clan. Xiao Kuangyun was also furious at this matter, but he only got angry for a while because he only felt the great pity of losing an obedient and capable slave. He could get that kind of slave anywhere he wanted. However, now he couldn't bring back Xiao Yulong, who currently resembled neither human nor ghost, so thus his choice naturally fell on the person who was second to Xiao Yulong in yesterday's evaluation. Third elder Xiao Zhe's youngest grandson, Xiao Qingji. If this happened, Xiao Zhe and Xiao Qingji would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, the gaze of everyone in the clan had toward Xiao Zhe changed. Especially Xiao Yunhai and Xiao Li. When looking at Xiao Zhe, murderous intent could be seen hidden deep in their eyes. If it really was a Xiao clan member who had crippled Xiao Yulong, then Xiao Zhe would be under the greatest of suspicions. However, this was apparently none of Xiao Kuangyun's concern. In the afternoon, sent off by all nobles of Floating Cloud City, the 4 people of the Xiao sect took Xiao Qingji along with them to leave Floating Cloud City, and set foot on the road to Xiao sect. Actually, with Xiao sect's capabilities, it was extremely easy for them to send a few flying profound beasts. However, this time, under the Xiao sect master's orders, they were forbidden to use any flying profound beasts in order for Xiao Kuangyun to gain experience. After Xiao Kuangyun had left, Chu Yueli also prepared to bring Xia Qingyue back to Frozen Cloud Asgard. Master. After bidding farewell to her father and brother, Xia Qingyue returned to Chu Yueli's side. Chu Yueli turned her around, her snowy face, incomparably cool and elegant. The distance between Frozen Cloud Asgard and here is quite far, after you return to Frozen Cloud Asgard, you may not know when you would have the opportunity to return. Don't leave any unfinished business that you may care about. Rest assured, Master. Qingyue has already and completely made the appropriate preparations, so I may follow Master and depart at any possible time. Although Father is reluctant about parting, he has always been deeply grateful about Qingyue entering Frozen Cloud Asgard. Chu Yueli nodded. If that's the case, we can start our journey right now. Milady had always wanted to meet you for many years, ever since I have mentioned you to her. I believe that if she sees you, she would definitely like you. Father has already helped us prepare profound horses. I request Master to walk towards the foyer. Xia Qingyue respectfully said. No need. Chu Yueli shook her head and said, profound horses are too slow. I'll take you back using the profound floating technique. Also, you should take care to sense the changes in my body's profound energy in the middle of my technique. It will benefit your profound strength greatly in the future. Let us depart. Give me your hand. Xia Qingyue held out her delicately white right hand without hesitation. It was obvious that Chu Yueli's profound floating technique would speedily bring her up high into the sky. This thought had let a bit of excitement and expectation rise in her heart. Chu Yueli somewhat extended her ice-cold hand to grasp onto Xia Qingyue's. In a flash, the coldness on her body shifted and the formidable frozen cloud art started to rapidly swirl. But then Chu Yueli's entire body suddenly began to shake. The recently activated frozen cloud arts had also all of a sudden disappeared without a trace. She turned her body towards Xia Qingyue, her beautiful unwavering gaze fixed onto Xia Qingyue. It was clear that there was a certain kind of extreme astonishment in her eyes, as if there was an inconceivable worldly matter. Master. What's wrong? Xia Qingyue asked, alarmed, because of Chu Yueli's frightening and unexpected reaction. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chu Yueli absent-mindedly soliloquized as she suddenly extended her other hand. After both her hands grabbed onto Xia Qingyue's right wrist as the coldness on her body spread out. Chu Yueli's beautiful eyes then widened yet again as her entire body fiercely trembled more than before. On her face rested an expression of complete speechlessness and incredulous astonishment. And ecstasy. She firmly snatched Xia Qingyue's hand as she looked her in the eye and actually became temporarily speechless due to her intensely stirred-up emotions. Her expression let Xia Qingyue become more and more alarmed. Master. What the heck's going on? It was extremely difficult to be swayed and risen up with only momentum. It was not known for how many years, had her emotions been this out of control. Inform this master, what exactly have you encountered during this period of time? Did you come across an extraordinary person? Or did consume some kind of pill that's against the gods? Xia Qingyue momentarily stared for a while. Altogether, a person can only have a total of 54 profound entrances. An ordinary person is gifted with approximately 10 inborn profound entrances, while a person with high innate talent may be gifted with around 15 profound entrances. When I first found you, I discovered that you had 21 naturally open profound entrances, an exceptionally great gift only seen once in a million. If one has more profound entrances opened, their cultivation of the profound, and their activation speed will increase. No matter what, a practitioner with 20 open profound entrances would undoubtedly cultivate and activate their profound strength twice as fast as a practitioner born with only 10 open profound entrances. It is extremely difficult to open a profound entrance, for it even took Milady a century's worth of time to merely open 7 profound entrances and achieve the opening of 30 profound entrances. In the entire Blue Wind Empire, the people who have achieved the supreme state of opening of 30-inch profound entrances could not possibly surpass 5. The reason why the profound opening powder, the gift Shao Sect gave to Shao Clan, could speed up the cultivation process is due to it being able to temporarily open 3 to 4 profound entrances for a short period of time. However, that is merely a temporary effect. Even so, the profound opening powder is still a considerably precious medicine to Shao Sect. Yet Qingyue, your... Chu Yueli forcefully grabbed onto Xia Qingyue's shoulders as her beautiful eyes unblinkingly stared at her. 54 profound entrances have all been completely opened. And they all actually have been permanently opened. Do you understand what this implies? This means that the speed of your profound cultivation and activation would be almost double that of Milady's. It would also be quintuply faster than that of an ordinary person's. Not only that, the cultivation of any profound skill you practice in would be limitless. Whenever your profound strength makes a breakthrough, it shall never hit a bottleneck. When all the profound veins in the 54 profound entrances have been completely opened, they are what legends refer to as the heavenly god's spiritual veins, and it is said that only a god from the legends would possess these profound veins. This has never happened before in the entire history of the Blue Wind Empire. Qingyue. In this period of time, what exactly have you gone through? Chapter 38, Peerless Sage. Chu Yueli's words stupefied Xia Qingyue. Of course Chu Yueli knew of the profound veins' 54 profound entrances. It was common knowledge amongst the profound practitioners. She understood the concept of fully opening the profound entrances, but it was only plausible in theory as no one had ever heard of anyone achieving such a state. It has been said that only the ancient gods were capable of having heavenly gods' spiritual veins. It was simply an extravagant expectation that humanity could never obtain. Ever since Xiao Chei's acupuncture treatment, Xia Qingyue felt that her spiritual and physical state had improved tremendously. The channeling of her profound strength had become very smooth. The flow of her profound strength had also been completely unobstructed. These changes occasionally came with a "this body cannot actually be mine" sort of feeling. Having recalled what Chu Yueli had told her about the heavenly god's spiritual veins, Xia Qingyue went into a state of shock. The 54 profound entrances were fully opened. Heavenly god's spiritual veins. How could this be possible? How was this possible? But, as one of the frozen cloud's 7 fairies, why would Chu Yueli speak an untruth? Given her level of training in the 7th level of the sky profound realm, how could she not sense the state of Xia Qingyue's profound vein? As a frozen cloud fairy, Chu Yueli had long since sealed away her emotions, but at this moment she couldn't help but show genuine excitement on her face. But, how could I? Could it be? In Xia Qingyue's mind, she saw Xiao Chei's figure. She remembered the mornings they spent together as he treated her with those silver needles. She remembered the reasons he gave her for the treatment, to disperse the cold, and to clear the meridians. She remembered how Xiao Chei would be completely exhausted after each treatment. She recalled every one of the silver needles that pricked her body. There were a total of 54. It was the same as the number of profound entrances. Could it really have been him? No. It could only have been him. Aside from him, there were no others who have touched her body. And because of his treatment, her body had shown such an enormous change. But, he was only a member of the Shao clan, not to mention a person with a damaged profound vein. How was it possible that he had such an ability? It could be seen that Xia Qingyue did not have an immediate answer because her eyes were full of uncertainty and complex emotions. Chu Yueli extremely positive that, in the short span of a few days, Xia Qingyue must have went through an incredible experience. She quickly asked, "Qingyue, quickly, tell me who or what allowed you to clear all your profound vein entrances." It was a person. Only I didn't think he went so far. A person. Chu Yueli was filled with shock. What was this senior called? Or what did he look like? With such godly abilities it would be impossible for no one to have not heard of him. An ability that can shock all those under the heavens. These words used to describe the men with the ability to completely open the profound entrances was definitely not an exaggeration. If I told you I'm an exceptionally skilled spirit doctor, would you believe me? The words that she once ignored were now beginning to occupy her thoughts. Only, her feelings right now was earth-shattering different than of that time before. At the same time, she recalled that after Yun Chei's 3rd treatment, he breathlessly told her, "Qingyue, my wife, if one day your master discovers your changes, definitely do not tell her it was from my treatment. Unless you want to become a widow." One person who, in a short time, can open the profound for another. If someone with his capabilities were to have his name spread far and wide, one can imagine the uproar and danger that would follow from those who would, at any cost, seek out this power for themselves. He said he was a spirit doctor. Xia Qingyue had on a complicated look, only, he did not permit me to tell anyone else anything about him. I beg your forgiveness, master. Hearing Xia Qingyue's plea, Chu Yueli became quite disappointed, but she did not press further, and only gave a nod. To have such an ability that could even oppose the gods, he must be a saint with the power to transcend the mundane world. Let's not question something we have no hopes of understanding. Within the Blue Wind Empire, I am acquainted with a doctor who is not only very skilled, but also has the ability to open 3 of the profound entrances. He became known as Blue Wind's #1 doctor. But when compared to the men who can fully open the profound entrances, Blue Wind's #1 doctor isn't even fit to be the dirt at his feet. Hidden experts, like the one that treated you, typically try to avoid the public eye. You received his gift, and thus you should protect his secret. Yue silently nodded in her heart. Those days, each morning he treated me while exhausting his own profound energy, claiming to disperse the cold air and clear the meridians were only a cover. His true intentions were to completely open her profound entrances. Yue finally realized Yunche's intentions after listening to Chuyueli. And the ability that could even oppose the gods, her master said, were actually all done using merely a few silver needles. What exactly was he? Chuyueli had a very pleasant smile on her face. The way she looked at Xia has also changed. The way she looked at Yue was many times more passionate than before. Solemnly, Chuyueli said, "When we return to the frozen Asgard palace, I will definitely report this to Milady. I believe the lady will be very pleased and even accept you as her personal disciple. You will have access to all the resources within the entire Asgard. Given your current level of profound training, even if you only put in the minimal amount of effort, you will still become one of the greatest geniuses within Frozen Cloud Asgard. In the next Blue Wind ranking tournament, you will inevitably become famous, and your name shall be known throughout the Empire. Perhaps, because of you, we may finally break away from the fated suppression that lasted several hundred of years under the Heavenly Sword Villa. Our name would then be number one throughout the Blue Wind Empire. I will definitely work hard and not disappoint, Master." Xia Yue nodded slightly, as mixed emotions ran through her head. "Oh right. Yue, since that senior gave you such a great gift, he must favor you quite a bit. Did he leave you anything or tell you how you can find him?" Chuyueli asked with hope. Even if she were 10,000 times smarter, she wouldn't be able to guess that this senior was even associated with the useless trash in everyone's eyes, Yunche. "No." Yue shook her head. "Sigh, I got a little too greedy." Chuyueli tried to pay it no heed and smiled, but then was overcome with a sense of disappointment. However, should this skilled individual visit Frozen Cloud Asgard, even if only to grant us a tip or two, it would definitely be immensely beneficial to our Asgard. Then, Xia Yue suddenly recalled something in her heart. After some hesitation, Yue said, "Master, at that time he mentioned he was looking for 3 things. 7 profound gem grass, a purple-veined heaven crystal, and lastly an earth-profound realm beast's core. If we can find those 3 things for him, then perhaps he may visit the Frozen Cloud Asgard and express his gratitude to us." Xia Yue was not very good at lying, and when she said those lies she did not even dare to look Chuyueli in the eyes. Purple-veined heaven crystal, 7 profound gem grass, and an earth-profound realm beast's core. Chuyueli muttered the names of these 3 items in a low voice, and memorized the names in her heart. Although these items are extremely difficult to obtain, given the power of our Frozen Cloud Asgard, it would not be impossible. I will discuss this matter with Milady and she will decide on how to handle it. Yue, let us go now. The lady and the other members of our sect will never expect the surprise I am bringing to them. Chuyueli held onto Xia Yue and took her into the sky. In an instant they reached hundreds of meters, turned into 2 streams of phantasmal trails, and headed northwest. This was Xia Yue's first time flying through the air. Although it should have been a very exciting experience, her turbulent heart was preoccupied by something else. They soon passed the limits of floating Cloud City. Xia Yue glanced back, and tears formed in her eyes as the city grew distant. The restlessness in her heart could not be calmed. In the end, what kind of person are you? In this world, who can truly understand you? You've done me such a huge favor, just so that I won't be able to forget you. From now on, every time I train in the profound, I will surely think about you. You were banished from your clan, but where did you go? Where are you now? Yue, my wife, are you asleep? Wow. Yue, my wife, did you become even more beautiful today? Men always say their wives grow more beautiful by the day, and it was actually true. Asterisk sniff sniff asterisk, Yue, my wife, did you stealthily go pick jasmine flowers in the morning? If not, how can you be so fragrant? Could this be the legendary female body fragrance? Yue, my wife, after the month is over and you depart for the Frozen Cloud Asgard, we probably won't have another opportunity to see one another. When you're away, will you occasionally think about me? Yue, my wife, that was how he would always call her. He addressed her like that at every given opportunity. She slowly became accustomed to that title. From now on, she knew she would never again hear someone mention that title when referring to her. The thought caused her heart to tighten. As she thought about it, her heart continued to ache. Yue? What's wrong? Why has your heartbeat become erratic? Chu Yueli glanced at her from the side. Xia Qingyue gently shook her head. I'm fine, just a little homesick. Chu Yueli did not grasp the true meaning behind what Xia Qingyue meant when she said, home. Chu Yueli said with relief, when a girl leaves her home for the first time, it is only normal to be sentimental. But the day your profound training reaches the sky profound realm, traveling vast distances will become a simple matter. When that moment comes, it will be easier for you to return when you miss home. When Xia Qingyue mentioned home, Chu Yueli naturally thought of one person. She casually said, your younger brother, I remember his name. Xia Yuanba. Yesterday, I took the opportunity to check his profound vein. He was naturally born with 9 profound entrances. Although his talent is mediocre, his profound veins are a whole 2 times thicker than that of a normal person's. It was the first time I have ever seen anything like it. Perhaps, that is one of the reasons why your brother is so burly. I will try to find more information regarding his condition once we return. I thank Master for the consideration. Xia Qingyue said gently. Her eyes shifted towards the direction of her home and she gently murmured, after I'm gone, Yuanba will also head toward New Moon City by himself and enter the New Moon Profound Palace. I hope he won't get bullied and always live in peace. Chapter 39, Blood-Soaked Jasmine. Cyan Forest Town was located nearly 200 kilometers west of Floating Cloud City. Although it was located on a remote piece of land, there were quite a number of residents, and occasionally travelers would pass by. This place could be considered a necessary route when traveling from Floating Cloud City to New Moon City. The scorching sun and the ground covered in cracks because of its rays, made people feel more agitated than usual. At this time, a group of 6 people appeared on the streets in town. The first and leading one had a big and intimidating build, carried in 1.5 meter long bronze machete. His facial features were demonic, and his eyes emitted maliciousness. The ones behind him both wore jackets made of animal skin, wielding swords, knives, maces, and various weapons. Their appearance immediately tensed up the atmosphere on the street. Passerbys all quickly moved to the side of the street, their footsteps also became very cautious as their faces contorted with fear. Only until these 6 people entered a small inn in town were they finally able to feel relieved. And left hastily. Bang. The bulky man wearing silver armor slammed the huge machete that was almost as tall as a grown man into the biggest table at the center of the inn, and roared, "This table belongs to this granddaddy now, scram if you don't want to die." The 4 people who were enjoying their drinks were just about to express the rage, however their complexions quickly changed when they saw the bulky man's face. They didn't dare to even mutter a word as they left the table obediently. The man then stretched out his thick arm and swept the table, then Loli roared in the deafening sound of shattering tableware, "Bring out all the best dishes you have in this inn." The innkeeper was already there to greet them. As he looked at the remains of broken plates and glass, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. However, he forcefully smiled on the surface and said, "Silver Dragon's young masters, please rest a while, drinks and foods will come soon, very soon." Those 6 people belonged to Cyan Forest Town's infamous Silver Dragon mercenary group, and the bulky man wielding the huge machete was the head, Yin Long, who dubbed himself as the Silver Dragon. At the age of a little over 40, his profound strength actually reached the 2nd level of the true profound realm. Compared to Cyan Forest Town, where even one at the 4th level of the nascent profound realm would be considered strong, he was unquestionably an unsurmountable existence here. Because of this, the Silver Dragon mercenary group became the strongest mercenary group in Cyan Forest Town and acted as if laws doesn't exist, with no one daring to provoke them. TL, Yin Long, sounds the same as Silver Dragon, phonetically. After the group of 6 sat down, the 5 other mercenary members then started to spew out all sorts of flattery. The 6 sound of speaking, laughing, and cursing filled the entire inn. They had gotten used to this kind of lawless conduct a long time ago. The surrounding customers became more afraid due to Silver Dragon's tyranny and no one dared to speak more than the bare necessity. At this time, another group of 5 appeared at the inn door. At a glance, the leader of the group was a young man who appeared to be a little over 20, had a mediocre body figure, and a plain-looking face. However, inconsistent with his features, his apparel was nevertheless incomparably extravagant, and anyone in the town would lock onto his clothes for quite a while with envious eyes of thirst that were incapable of moving away. He stood in front of the inn for a while, his eyes swept over the people in the inn with an extraordinarily arrogant gaze, as if he was looking at lesser animals that didn't even deserve to be paid attention to. Right after, his brow slanted, and he coldly snorted. From behind him, a handsome youth that only looked 17 or 18 hurriedly came up, bowed before him and smiled with an apologetic overtone. "Young Master Xiao, all inns are like this in remote lands. It is probably not possible to find any decent ones within 50 kilometers. Please bear with it a little." Those 5 people, as expected, were Xiao Kuanyun, Xiao Moshan, Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiu, and Xiao Qingji, who was brought out of Xiao clan. They were on their way back to Xiao sect from Floating Cloud City. Xiao Qingji was exhilarated the whole trip, and when he thought of how he had almost arrived at the Xiao sect, he ended up laughing even in his sleep. In front of Xiao Kuanyun, he bended over to fawn and to curry favor. He didn't dare to make the slightest slip against him. If he could satisfactorily serve this Xia's young master, and get a good word from him at a later date, he should be able to live as he wants even in the Xiao sect. Humph. Xiao Kuanyun snorted from his nose, took another uninterested glance around, and walked inside. Xiao Qingji hurriedly rushed ahead and occupied the table at the best location, squatted down and cleaned the wooden chair with his sleeves. He then looked at Xiao Kuanyun with adulation, and shouted, "Owner, immediately serve the dishes. Select the best ones you have." Xiao Kuanyun's group had just came in, and they were already targeted by the gazes of the 6 from Silver Dragon mercenary group. One of them laughed with disdain. "Ha! That little brat is acting quite wild. Look at that expression he had when he saw us. TSK TSK. It's probably some rich family's young master who's sightseeing on a vacation. Just look at that succulent skin and flesh, it feels like water could leak out if you just squeeze them a little. But he actually dares to mess around in our turf. Does he not know how the word death is written? Boss, do you want me to go up and teach them whose turf they're in? Who cares which family's young master he is? Within the territory of Silver Dragon mercenary group, everyone will need to be obedient to us." Pa. Yin Long slammed the chicken leg he was eating with immense force, and lifted the huge machete near his feet in one go. "Let this daddy here personally go greet them. I've taken a liking to the clothes he's wearing. If I brought them back to my son, he would definitely be very delighted. Ha 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 ha." After he said that, he carried his machete and blatantly walked toward Xiao Kuanyun's table, smashed the table with his machete from 3 steps away, and said with an acrimonious tone, "Brat. Seems like your clothes are pretty neat. However, looking at your shameful figure, it's such a waste that they're being worn by you. Take them off immediately. Strip. Take them off now. You hurt me. If you don't want to strip, we'll help you take them off. If our boss strips you personally later, it won't be that gentle anymore. Ah ha ha ha." The Silver Dragon mercenary group's fodders continued to jeer. The people in the inn all moved away from them, and looked at Xiao Kuanyun's group with pity. The innkeeper and attendant hid even further away and didn't dare to come up and dissuade them. But contrary to the expectations of everyone there, when facing the notorious Silver Dragon mercenary group, Xiao Kuanyun's table of people seemed extraordinarily calm, to the point of being eerie. Xiao Kuanyun reached out his hand, wiped his clothes that got tainted with wine with disgust, and coldly spoke, "Dispose them all." Dispose? What did he just say? He said to dispose us all. Ahahaha, ahh. The mocking sound of the Silver Dragon mercenary group immediately turned into ear-splitting screams of agony. Xiao Ba's figure rushed out like a bolt of lightning, and blasted 3 of the noisiest flying. It was followed by the kacha-kacha sound of bones breaking. Yin Long's barbaric smile disappeared. He jumped back a step, and revealed a terrified expression, Spirit profound realm. When the words Spirit profound realm came out, it was as if a bomb went off inside the inn. Everyone was shaken and rendered speechless. Only sects and major cities would have these kind of superbly powerful beings. And in this tiny Cyan forest town, it was a level that no one had ever seen in their entire lives, that only existed in their wildest dreams. Just as Yin Long finished speaking, the other 2 mercenary followers were blown over 10 meters away by Xiao Ba with the swing of a palm and fell unconsciously on the ground. Yin Long's entire body began to tremble, then fell to the ground on his knees and prostrated excessively. So sorry. My eyes have failed to see. I was unable to recognize great beings such as yourself. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. If he knew the opponent was actually a master that had achieved Spirit Profound Realm, he wouldn't have tried to provoke them even if he were to die. Dispose of him. Xiao Kuanyun uttered coldly. As the voice faded, Xiao Ba's hand also swept down and shattered both of Yin Long's arms in midst of his screams of agony. At this time, a youth's silhouette appeared at the inn door. When Yun Che left Floating Cloud City, he didn't actually have a destination in mind. Thinking about the wooden tablet he received from Xiao Lai, he asked around on the way, and intentionally walked toward the direction of New Moon City. He needed to reach a bigger and more populated place, so that there would be a higher chance of finding the necessary items to repair his broken profound vein. His constitution was too weak, and since he couldn't bear to spend the little money he had on a horse, he could only travel by foot with a really slow speed. When he arrived at Cyan Forest Town, he was already extremely fatigued and hungry. As he saw the inn on the side of the street, he flipped through what little profound coins he had, made a self-deprecating smile and headed toward it. Just as he arrived by the door, he heard a scream similar to the slaughtering of a pig. Following the sound, he immediately saw the Xiao Kuangyun and Xiao Moshan that were sitting together, with Xiao Qingji standing beside. He immediately stopped on his tracks, rotated his body around and left hastily. But as he turned his body around, Xiao Ba's complexion immediately changed when he, by chance, looked in the direction of the door when he had just shattered Yin Long's arms. "Innkeeper, take these eyesores and throw them out," Xiao Kuangyun coldly growled. A group of trash lower than ants dared to actually ruin his interest in having a meal. Ah. Yes, 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 yes. The innkeeper's body shook at his growl, continuously nodded with panic, and cautiously started to carry the Silver Dragon mercenary group members outside, together with his attendant. Because Yin Long was at the second level of the true profound realm, there wasn't anyone who dared to offend him in Cyan Forest Town. But even a random servant of this extremely arrogant and cruel youth was at Spirit Profound Realm. How could they possibly dare to even slightly disobey him? "Young master." Xiao Ba walked to the side of Xiao Kuangyun and whispered a few sentences in his ear. You're talking about the good-for-nothing that got kicked out of Xiao clan." After listening to Xiao Ba's report, Xiao Kuangyun's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "Very good, I almost forgot about the existence of this character, and even the heavens has now presented him to me. Xiao Ba, go and disfigure his face for me." The sect master had said that you shouldn't use the sect's authority to oppress others outside. Xiao Moshan blandly said. "Humph. That Xiao clan's wastrel actually embarrassed me in public the other day. Not parading his corpse down the floating cloud city is already merciful enough. Xiao Ba, after you disfigure his face, cut his tongue out too. Wasn't he such a good speaker? I'll see how eloquent he is at speaking after that." Xiao Kuangyun said in a low voice. That day at Xiao clan, Yun Che tore apart his scheme in public, and slapped every single line he uttered in his face. How could he not bear a grudge in his heart? About him wanting to disfigure Yun Che's face, it was of course out of jealousy. He was even more jealous that this wastrel actually married the Xia Qingyue that he couldn't even obtain. Xiao Moshan didn't speak anymore. Xiao Ba nodded silently, steadily walked out of the inn, and chased in Yun Che's general direction. Chapter 40, Blood-Soaked Jasmine, 2. Although Cyan Forest Town's shops were few in number, they still had all the necessities. Knitting his brows tightly, Yun Che hastened his footsteps, and soon turned into a pharmacy on the right. "Shopkeeper, are there any purple lantern flowers and iron sand vines?" Yun Che said immediately after entering the pharmacy, and at the same time quickly scanned the pharmacy with his eyes. At a glance, the pharmacy shopkeeper looked like a listless and bored middle-aged man. The medicinal herbs Yun Che asked for were also the most common of medicinal herbs. Purple lantern flowers could dispel colds and iron sand vines could be refined into the lowest grade profound recovery pellet. Both could be found anywhere and were very inexpensive. The shopkeeper feebly responded, "There are, how much do you want?" "1/4 kilos of each," Yun Che said with haste. The shopkeeper readily wrapped the medicine, and threw it at him, 20 yellow profound coins altogether. Author's note, Profound Sky Continent's currency are split into 3 different kinds: yellow profound coin, cyan profound coin, and purple profound coin. 1 purple profound coin equals 100 cyan profound coins equals 10,000 yellow profound coins. Profound coin value reference, Profound Sky Continent's average household's annual income is about 30,000 yellow profound coin, or 3 purple profound coins. Putting the profound coins on the counter, Yun Che left in a hurry. Without stopping, he headed toward the town's southern exit. Xiao Ba, whom now has discovered his silhouette, didn't hurry to attack but instead trailed behind him without any expressions on his face. Cyan Forest Town's exit quickly appeared before them. To the south of Cyan Forest Town was a vast vein of mountains, namely the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range. These mountains were inhabited by a variety of profound beasts, making it very dangerous. Even the Cyan Forest Town's military unit and practitioners who practiced in the profound, who were known for their strength, only dared to move around in the outermost parts of the mountains. When one goes deeper into the mountains, higher-leveled profound beasts would be encountered, and this often ended with narrow escapes. The reason why the mountain was named the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range was because in the center of the mountain vein there lived an enormous fire-breathing great flame dragon, thus granting it that name. However, that was only in legends and no one had actually seen it before. Dragons were at the apex of profound beasts, so even the lowest-level dragons are terrifyingly powerful. And if they really existed, there was no possibility of survival after seeing one. Stepping into Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range, Yun-Che slowly inhaled, hugged the 2 bags of medicine he'd bought from the pharmacy onto his chest with his right hand, and covered the medicine with his left hand as the sky poison pearl's radiance twinkled. Suddenly, a large amount of flakes fell through from his hands. As Yun-Che removed his left hand, what's left in his palm was only a small pile of purple-black powder. The purple lantern flower didn't have any poisonous properties, and neither does iron sand vine, so there wouldn't be any poisonous responses even if both were consumed together. Even if it were poisonous, a normal poison's effect would be only minuscule against powerful individuals that had achieved the spirit profound realm, or may not even have any effect at all. However, a powder created by combining certain components of the purple lantern flower and the iron sand vine together had the properties to tremendously irritate the eyes. If touched by the eye, no matter how powerful one's profound strength may be, they would still lose their sight temporarily. Grasping this handful of powder, Yun-Che slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Ba, who wasn't even 10 steps away from him, that appeared like a ghost without presence. Xiao Ba became slightly surprised when Yun-Che was able to notice him. He looked at Yun-Che with scorn, and coldly said, "You're called Xiao Che, right? The good-for-nothing that was kicked out of Xiao clan." "No, I am named Yun-Che." Yun-Che leisurely stared back at him. There wasn't a single hint of fear on his face. Humph. Xiao Ba wasn't actually interested what his name was, nor did he react to Yun-Che's leisure gesture, since dealing with a super wastrel with damaged profound veins wasn't something he even needed to think about. "I've got orders from my young master to deliver you to meet your maker. In the next life, remember not to provoke those that you can't afford to offend." TL, original said Meet Yama, king of Chinese hell. As his voice faded, a short blade already appeared in Xiao Ba's hand. He then swung his right hand, and the blade flew toward with Yun-Che with the ear-piercing sound of space being torn apart. Xiao Kuan-Yin wanted him to disfigure Yun-Che's face and cut off his tongue, but he evidently didn't have the patience to waste so much time and energy on a complete trash like him. He was too lazy to even touch Yun-Che at all, so he just threw out a blade and aimed it directly at the throat. When Xiao Ba suddenly took out the short blade, Yun-Che's brow shook violently, and when Xiao Ba swung his right arm out, his heart finally dropped. He had prepared for Xiao Ba to rush forward and bash him, but he didn't expect that a person that had achieved the spirit profound realm from Xiao sect would actually use weapons against a worthless person like him. And even assassinating him using throwing knives. With the pitifully insignificant profound power in his body, how could he dodge a throwing knife thrown by a powerful being that had reached the spirit profound realm? Was this Xiao Ba's personality twisted? He actually acted offbeat from the logic of a normal person. To even use weapons in order to kill someone who didn't possess profound power at all like me, won't he feel ashamed if others knew about this? Yun-Che powerlessly cursed in his heart. As the blade reflected in his pupils got closer, his consciousness promptly tried to dodge the knife by reflex, but his slow body had no chance of dodging it at all. Just as the knife was about to pierce Yun-Che's throat, a red shadow shot out of Yun-Che's body like a lightning bolt, and darted toward Xiao Ba. Hisses. The short blade had not pierced Yun-Che's throat and simply vanished from his vision. But now behind Xiao Ba's body was the addition of a petite silhouette. She had her back towards Yun-Che, dressed in a white one-piece. She exhibited a naked shin and feet that were as beautiful as jade. As her red hair scattered all the way down to her waist, this enchanting allure was unparalleled. And in her right hand was clearly the short blade that Xiao Ba shot at him. This girl, her clothes, and red hair, don't tell me. Xiao Ba still kept the same posture as when he threw the short blade, his whole body froze like before. In the ghastly silence, he didn't turn around, nor did his expression and movements change at all, as if he was suspended in time. The only change would be that his pupils contracted to the size of the eye of a needle, as if at that moment, he saw the world's most horrifying scene. As a gust of refreshing breeze brushed by, Xiao Ba's erect body suddenly fell apart in the light wind. That's right. It fell apart, like the collapse of a pile of toy building blocks that fell down one block at a time, to become a pool of blood and a countless number of minute dismembered pieces. As the wind blew into Yun Che's face, it brought back the pungent scent of blood. His whole body was petrified in place. As he looked at the back of the girl, his pupils contracted violently, and couldn't breathe at all. Even his heartbeat had almost completely stopped. Her garment and red hair revealed to him that this was clearly the girl that he met during that night in the rear mountains, who also entered inside the Sky Poison Pearl. However, after going into the Sky Poison Pearl, she had always been unconsciously sleeping. But now, she had awoken, left the Sky Poison Pearl by herself, and showed him the most terrifying scene he had ever witnessed in the profound Sky Continent. In just that instant, it was doubtless that this girl was able to grab the knife that almost pierced his throat, rush toward Xiao Ba, and killed him. The whole process could only be seen as a flash of red light that lasted during an inconsiderably puny tick of time. Xiao Ba's body was entirely minced, and to be dismantled into such a state, it would at least take over hundreds of strikes. In other words, this girl not only intercepted the knife that almost took his life just a moment ago, but also used the same knife and chopped Xiao Ba at least several hundreds times. Was this even the ability a small girl could have? No. Was this even a realm that humans could reach? Dong. You. During Yun Che's extreme state of shock, the girl's short blade suddenly dropped to the ground, and she emitted a painful moan that usually could be heard from a small animal. Right after that, her entire body slowly assumed a squatting position onto the ground, and her petite body shivering slightly, as if bathing inside an icy cold gust. This hateful absolute god-slaying poison. How could I, the princess, experience such a rebound, when only using this degree of power? Yun Che carefully walked 2 steps closer, and every time his gaze fell onto the puddle of blood, his heart would feel a chill. Who was this red-haired girl? Xiao Ba was from Xiao sect, so his true strength was at least in the lower levels of Spirit Profound Realm. It was probable that almost no one in Floating Cloud City could even match him, however this girl had instantly killed him in a flash. The princess, an arrogant way of speaking whereby one refers to themselves as someone of importance. She may or may not be a real princess. Similar to that of the Japanese or, if in English, would just be I may translate this phrase into this princess or I asterisk next time. This girl undoubtedly appeared to be only 12 or 13. At this age, even reaching elementary profound realm would be rare. Xiaoqing Yue reaching 10th level of the elementary profound realm at the age of 16 was already considered to be the #1 genius in the entire city, but this girl. This was the first time, since arriving in this profound sky continent, that Yun Che was genuinely shocked for the first time. For when he looked at the scene before his eyes, it completely exceeded his apprehension gained from an entire 2 lifetimes. Yun Che took a heavy deep breath, strove to calm down with great effort, clenched his teeth, and finally spoke, "Little girl, you woke up." Hearing Yun Che's voice, the girl's body stopped shivering. She slowly stood up, turned around, and showed her face that was as delicate as a doll. Although this immature and tender face and was unbelievably beautiful, right now it had an apparent expression of pain. She looked at Yun Che, and spoke with a tender but icy cold tone. "How unbelievable, the Sky Poison Pearl would actually choose a useless common person like you as its master. Don't tell me that this heavenly profound treasure's spirituality had already become distorted." Strictly speaking, this was the first time Yun Che saw her face to face. Although he had visited her many times every day in the Sky Poison Pearl, as he looked at her again right now, Yun Che still was incapable of turning his gaze away. This was due to the extreme beauty of the girl. She was beautiful enough to the point of being able to steal souls. Every single feature on her snow-like face were exquisitely delicate and perfect beyond compare. Moreover, it reached the pinnacle of indescribably perfection. Her eyes were sparkling and translucent like precious black gemstones, but were also as profound as the night sky. From her eyes, Yun Che saw a kind of loftiness. Yet this loftiness was absolutely not like Xiao Kuanyun's kind of senseless and haughty arrogance that abused authority, but a noble aloofness that came from the soul, as if before her eyes, every spirit in this world were all, without exception, simply just large ants, while every living thing in this world was comparable to be as insignificant as dust. Cyan Forest Town, within the inn. All the entrees and side dishes had been served, yet Xiao Ba still had not returned. Xiao Kuanyun started to feel agitated, and snorted coldly. Against a piece of trash, he actually wasted this much time. Humph, perhaps he got lost in this unfamiliar place. Xiao Jiu, you go take a look. Yes, young master. Xiao Jiu accepted the order and immediately stood up to walk out of the inn, to then trail towards the direction Xiao Ba had previously gone. Chapter 41, Blood-Soaked Jasmine, 3. Yun Che had already quickly calmed down inside. But from what the young girl said just now, combined with her muttering before, there were a few phrases that stuck out to him. This princess. Absolute god-slaying poison. Heavenly profound treasure. She called herself a princess. Was she a princess from a certain empire? And what is absolute god-slaying poison? I knew all the poison in the world on the back of my hand. How could I have never heard of this name? And this heavenly profound treasure. Grandfather said that my birth parents were being hunted because they carried a heavenly profound treasure with them, and the words heavenly profound treasures were a kind of frightening taboo. And from what this girl said, she was clearly talking about the sky poison pearl. Is there actually more than just one heavenly profound treasure? But Yun Che didn't inquire about any of these questions, nor was it time for asking. He hesitated a little, and finally said, "Little girl, I don't really understand what you are saying. But since you finally woke up from such a long slumber in the sky poison pearl, could you tell me your name?" Facing Yun Che's inquiry, the girl's complexion and gaze didn't shift, as if she hadn't heard him at all. But after a short while, she nevertheless answered Yun Che's questions. Moving her pink and tender lips, she muttered an icy cold word, "Jasmine." Jasmine. Yun Che smiled, his gaze carried honest appreciation. Jasmine is cute and petite, has a rich aroma, and is beautifully white without imperfections. This name really suits you. White without imperfections. The girl's complexion of pain slowly abated, her lips slightly curled and tilted, forming an ice-cold angle. At this time, a wave of cold breeze passed by and made her scarlet hair flutter in the air. A emerald-colored leaf fell in the wind, and was caught in a grip by the girl. "I am Jasmine, a jasmine that had been dyed red with blood." As the girl loosened her grip, the previously intact leaf had now become a pile of tiny flakes, and fell out of her hands accompanying the wind. Yun Che's heart experienced a bone-freezing chill he had never ever felt before. Those tiny flakes dispersed with the wind, and when some of them flew toward the girl's body, an eerie scene appeared before Yun Che's eyes. As those flakes touched the girl's body, they actually didn't cling onto her, but passed straight through and scattered behind her. What is this? Don't tell me, this girl's body is actually ethereal. No. If she was ethereal, then how could she have picked up the short knife and catch that falling leaf just now? Is it that she can touch something willingly, but can't be touched otherwise? A semi-ethereal body. Your question, this princess had already answered it. Now, it's time for you to answer this princess' questions. Jasmine's black gemstone-like eyes stared straight at Yun Che's. The impeccably charming gaze, however, was like a razor-sharp knife, and pierced straight into the deepest part of his heart and soul. Where in the world did you obtain the sky poison pearl? My master passed it on to me. However, he has passed away, and I don't know where he obtained the sky poison pearl either. Yun Che said directly. Facing this girl's gaze as clear as a diamond, he had a terrified feeling that he shouldn't lie about even half a sentence. So he simply answered the truth directly. Since in this case, the truth was probably worthless to her anyways. The girl stared into his eyes for 3 whole seconds, then finally fluctuated a little. Using an icy cold tone that shouldn't belong to a 12 or 13-year-old girl, she plainly said, "Sky poison pearl, ranked 5th in the 7 heavenly profound treasures, limitless inner space, can counteract all poisons, refine all ingredients. When appeared for an instant 1,300 years ago, the whole world turmoiled to obtain it, then it disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that it actually landed into a wastrel with forever broken profound veins hands. 7 heavenly profound treasures. Ranked 5th. The girl's brow that was like a waning moon suddenly sunk, a wave of ice-cold murdering intent solidified and tightly caged Yun Che's body. If the sky poison pearl would even fuse with a wastrel like you, there is no reason it wouldn't fuse with this princess. Hiss. A flood of cold gale flew toward Yu Che, and his back violently crashed into the tree trunk behind him before he could even react. The girl's charming face full of murderous intent was now only a foot away, and her left hand tightly gripped on his throat. You. Yun Che opened his eyes wide, and his face rapidly turned ghastly under the excruciating suffocation. I'll give you 2 choices. The girl's absolute stunning features were now full of dreadfulness, and every word from her tender voice is chilling. Your first choice, obediently turn over the sky poison pearl to this princess. The other is that this princess will take the sky poison pearl from your dead body after I take your life. Although the young girl's hands were undoubtedly supple like tender jade, it rigidly constricted his throat, and rendered him unable to move at all with excruciating pain. However, his face didn't show even the slightest fear or panic, instead spoke dully with his weak and hoarse voice, "I choose the second choice, quickly kill me now." The girl's lovely eyes narrowed, and sneered, "You think I wouldn't dare to?" As she was speaking, her fingers abruptly tightened. 5 lines of frightening blood prints immediately appeared on Yunche's neck, and his complexion became even more anguished than before. However, he curled up his lips, and smiled with a ghastly white face, "If you really wished for me to die, then just now, you wouldn't have saved me despite risking the poison's rebound." "Jasmine." Yunche stared into her eyes, and continued as his face contorted with pain, "You were hit by a strange poison, but this poison not only poisoned the body, but also poisoned the soul. That night, your body already dissipated in my face, and you became only a soul tormented by this severe poison. The body you have now, is only a semi-physical body born from you forcefully sucking my blood the other day, while borrowing power from the sky poison pearl that was fused with me. This means that, my life, is also your life. If you had died, it wouldn't affect me in the slightest, but if I had died, you would have instantly died with me. If I turned over the sky poison pearl to you, I would have really invited my own death." An intense shock swayed through the depth of Jasmine's charming eyes, and she slowly loosened her small hands that were on Yunche's throat. As he finally had escaped the pain of being choked, Yunche harshly coughed with unrivaled intensity. He then violently vomited, to the point of even hurling out his bile, his complexion becoming even ghastly than before. "You don't actually seem to be as useless as you look." Jasmine looked at him with the corner of her eye. "How could you tell?" "Hey," Yunche smiled with a low voice, "because I'm an exceptionally skilled doctor. If you don't want to die, you must not only spare me, but must also protect me with all your might. To be able to consolidate your soul into a body, one would at least need to have the strength of Emperor Profound Realm. Your life, certainly would worth much more than mine." To reach Emperor Profound Realm at the age of 12 or 13, one could imagine Yunche's turmoil in his heart as he spoke his words. Throughout the Blue Wind Empire, if one had reached Sky Profound Realm, one would already be considered unsurmountable, and for people who had achieved Emperor Profound Realm, there weren't even 10 in the entire Blue Wind Empire. Without exception, these people can boast like emperors, for they were unparalleled between the heavens and earth. To reach this realm, one would not only need exceptional ingenuity and lucky opportunities, but also need an adequate amount of time. People in Blue Wind Empire who could reach Emperor Profound Realm were invariably over hundreds of years old. After reaching this realm, even if the physical body was destroyed, one could still take form by crystallizing the soul. If they could find a chance to rebuild the physical body, they would be able to flawlessly resurrect. However, this girl who had her body destroyed, whose soul was still alive and depended on his life force, clearly had the strength of Emperor Profound Realm. How terrifying of a concept is that? However, the girl's next sentence stupefied Yunche for an entire 5 seconds. Emperor Profound Realm. The girl's gaze didn't waver, but her face openly expressed a deep disinterest. "What's that?" Yunche. At this time, the sound of slightly hurried footsteps could be heard from up ahead. Jasmine's gaze congealed, and slowly snapped her body around. The owner of the footsteps sound quickly appeared in their vision. "Xiaojiu. Another one has come for my life. What to do is up to you." When he was facing Xiaoba earlier, although he had his secret weapon held in hand, it was impossible to assert that he wasn't nervous. But now, looking at the Xiaojiu in front of his eyes, he wasn't nervous even in the slightest. He leaned half of his body onto the tree trunk behind him. His gaze toward Xiaojiu actually contained a tiny bit of pity and disappointment. Why did only a Xiaojiu come? It would have been great if a few more came to accompany him in the grave. Xiaojiu first saw Yunche, then saw the puddle of blood and minced meat on the ground. Although Xiaoba's body was already broken into several thousand of pieces, he still recognized it since they had been companions for decades. Suddenly, he became aghast for a while. But as his gaze fell upon Jasmine, he became utterly flabbergasted. Xiaoba and Xiaojiu were both born from impure bloodlines. Their position in the humongous Xiao sect was at first meager. But because they had expressed exceptional talent, they were selected and went through impossibly strict training, and later became Xiao Kuangyun's personal guard. They not only possessed great profound strength, but their personality were also cold and ruthless. They only knew loyalty, and was uninterested in all other things, including women. Even if they had stunningly alluring maidens in their arms, their expressions and heat wouldn't waver and fluctuate. Even a little, as if they were robots without any sex drive. Of course, being a pedophile was further out of the question. But the moment he saw Jasmine, his eyes became dazed and his body experienced a numbing sensation he had never felt before. All of the blood in his body nearly boiled over. He didn't know what language he could use to describe the beauty of the girl in front of his eyes. Her eyes, as if it was the most dazzling pearl in the world, shimmered with a mystifying beautiful complexion. What exquisite flawlessness were her cheeks and features, impeccable to the point that it couldn't even be described as an immaculate statue made of jade. The petite and tender young body line that brimmed with immatureness was alluring to the extreme. Following the white dress downwards, beauty like nature itself poured out. Below the skirt hem, there exhibited two thin, straight, and tender shins. With faultlessly white and creamy skin as if crafted from jade, it overflowed with a honeyed milk sleekness, and announced its crystal clearness like that of ice. Her feet that touched the ground were like two blooming icy lotus blossoms, impeccably beautiful, as if they didn't belong in the human realm. In this world, how could there be something this beautiful? Xiao Jio was thoroughly frozen, both of his eyes opened wide and contained a sluggish gaze as his awareness entirely went beyond the heavens. As if his soul was taken away, he forgot about Xiao Ba who died tragically, and forgot about Yun Che whom he needed to kill. In his eyes, in his awareness, only the girl that was beautiful enough to drain the colors from both heaven and earth remained. Her long scarlet hair that blew in the wind added a bit of flirtatiousness onto her absolute beauty. It made his heartbeat speed up, and heated up his whole body. His heart entrenched the intense desire to possess her, pin her below his body and wildly ravage her with abandon. "You have a death wish." Looking at Xiao Jio's exceedingly feverish gaze, Jasmine expressed a sullen anger on her face. She abruptly lifted her tender and jade-like hand, and pointed her palm at Xiao Jio's chest. Chapter 42, Master Jasmine. Bang. Without any emotion or warning, the instant Jasmine raised her hand, Xiao Jio's expression abruptly changed. It changed into extreme horror, as if he had seen the most terrifying of hells at that moment. Afterwards, a terrifying sound of exploding body parts came about, and his body busted open with a loud bang. The head, 4 limbs, torso, and the organs, all shattered in an instant, blossoming into a huge bloody flower. His scattering specks of blood flew far away and splashed, dyeing the entire surrounding surface blood red. Yun Che. The two from Xiao sect, Xiao Ba and Xiao Jio, were superpowers for the Xiao sect master's son, yet one had his body split open instantaneously, and the other had his body instantaneously explode. They were both unexpectedly killed instantly all under Jasmine's hand, yet there weren't any signs of apparent struggle. Perhaps even until their death, they still wouldn't understand how they had died. Furthermore, the way they had died was more miserable than the other. This Yun Che with 2 lifetimes had killed countless people, so he was long accustomed to gore and cruelty, for when facing the people he extremely hated, his way of handling them was equally as sinister. Yet never was there a time that he could be as savage as she was to arbitrarily kill people as she pleased. To be more precise, he didn't actually have the ability to do so. This red-haired girl who claimed to be Jasmine, who exactly was she? Wawa. A painful moan suddenly came out from Jasmine's mouth as her petite body instantly squatted on the floor, and started to shiver all over. Xiao Ba had become a lump of mincemeat while Xiao Jio had become a pool of bloody water. Yun Che suddenly understood why she had claimed to be the blood-soaked Jasmine. From her way of killing, one could imagine how many people she had killed, and how brutally her victims died under her hand. She was clearly only a girl that had not yet grown up, but from her actions, it was as if she was a heartlessly ruthless god of death. Yun Che's inner heart uncontrollably gave birth to a cold and icy fear. Looking at her painful expression, Yun Che hesitated for a moment but still walked 2 steps forward and said, "You clearly could have used only the smallest of power to kill him, yet you wanted him to die without a full corpse. Your soul is now infected with a unique poison. Once you use your profound strength, this poison will take advantage of it and enter, to devour your soul." A woo. A long wolf howl suddenly sounded out from behind Yun Che, and this howl was obviously extremely close, so close that it was right beside his ear. Yun Che immediately spun around and sure enough, on his right, he saw a mature wolf covered in gray fur that had unknowingly appeared 20 feet from him that stared at him with savage eyes. Wild wolf. Yun Che's heart suddenly became alarmed. This was the borderline of the town. How could there a wild wolf even appear? Even though this wild wolf was only a normal beast, it was still a wolf, and it was in a place that was impossible for it to be in. Wait. The wind was still currently blowing, and Xiaoba was turned into mincemeat earlier, so if the scent of blood was carried by the wind, there was a high chance of it attracting bloodthirsty profound beasts. This wild wolf that had suddenly appeared didn't even give Yunqi enough time to react or think. It growled once to then charge in a straight line, leaping at a distance of around 7 steps straight towards Yunqi. Its glittering cold sharp claws were sufficient enough to immediately shred his body. What Yunqi had said previously wasn't wrong at all. In order for Jasmine to enter the sky poison pearl, she sucked Yunqi's blood, thus attaching her life to his, and therefore Yunqi's life also became her life. If Yunqi died, she will die as well. Even if she did not die, if she lost the sky poison pearl, her soul would scatter in a short period of time due to the poison in her body. Therefore, seeing the wolf pouncing towards Yunqi, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Jasmine's eyes, and raging profound energy began to condense in her hand. But in the moment she used her profound strength, she felt as if she was being pierced by thousands of arrows. Her entire body became stiff and a painful whine came out from her mouth as all the condensed profound energy from before dispersed. Her entire body started to twitch from the pain, her body suddenly blurred, becoming clear at times, yet also indistinct in others, as if she was only an illusion. When she first used her strength to cut down Xiaoba, she felt the strong rebound effect of the absolute god-slaying poison, and the second usage of her profound strength to exterminate Xiaojiu multiplied the rebound effect. Channeling her profound strength again this time activated the deadly poison in her body, and it started to devour her soul frantically, like a snake that had just awakened from its slumber. Let alone attack the wolf, she was already incapable of standing upright. Faced with the poison's outbreak, her half-transparent body seemed as if it may possibly vanish like smoke into thin air. Don't use your profound energy. As he looked at Jasmine's body that was appearing now and then, Yunqi started to frown. Meanwhile the wild wolf overhead began to drop head first, its razor-sharp teeth coming closer and closer to his eyes. Slash. The clothes on his right shoulder were ferociously ripped apart as it almost injured the flesh. Yunqi, who had dangerously dodged a sudden right pounce, didn't wait to get up and instead used all the strength in his right hand that was tightly clenched and swung in the direction of the grey wolf. The lump of powder that he had prepared to use on Xiaoba accurately scattered on the head of the wild wolf who had just landed. The wild wolf suddenly gave a mournful roar, and its body collapsed mid-roar as its claws desperately clawed at its own eyes. Yunqi immediately stood up and quickly grabbed the dagger Jasmine had thrown on the floor earlier. He suddenly gritted his teeth and using all his strength to pounce back towards the wild wolf, with the intention of piercing its throat by using the dagger in his hand. Although wild wolves were normal beasts, their skin and bones were all extremely sturdy. When a normal person used their entire strength to pierce its throat, the result would just be a mere flesh wound that wouldn't harm its life but instead would agitate its aggressiveness. Yunqi's dagger came down at an extreme speed and the place it landed was unwaveringly locked within his line of sight. The dagger accurately went through the space between the throat bones of the wild wolf and sliced open its throat. The wild wolf's roar began to lose power. Its entire body violently twitched before collapsing on the ground without a sound. Phew, Yunqi let out a deep sigh of relief and stretched out his hand to wipe his forehead filled with sweat. Although his strength was low and his body was weak, his battle experience and eyesight were still there. The fact that him, who previously disdained the entire world, had such difficulty with an extremely normal wild wolf, made him involuntarily reveal a bitter smile. With an expression of pain on her face, Jasmine was like wounded kitten as she laid curled up on the floor, while her body still continued to flash like before. After Yunqi caught his breath, he got up and went to her side. He placed his left hand on her shoulder, released the detoxification power of the sky poison pearl quickly, and restrained the poison that raged within her body and soul. Absolute divine slaying poison. What kind of poison was it exactly? That it would go as far as to take the life of this girl with monstrous power. The pain in Jasmine's small face finally started to lessen, however her body was still alternating between clear and indistinct. Furthermore, the rate of it changing started to get more and more frequent, as it clearly showed signs of dissipating. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly raised her face, stretched out her hand and immediately grabbed onto Yunqi's right wrist. She parted her tender lips, and used her snow-white teeth to firmly bite his forefinger. The pain from his finger caused Yunqi's face to distort. He felt his finger get bitten by sharp teeth, and the blood droplets that seeped out were all sucked into Jasmine's mouth. Compared to the fear of his blood being sucked by her the first time, Yunqi was much calmer now. He didn't struggle at all and also let her bite his finger in any way she wanted. The soft and warm feeling of a small tongue was pressing against the tip of his finger firmly, giving him an indescribable feeling of enjoyment under his acute pain. Along with droplets of blood being sucked into Jasmine's mouth, the rate of change in Jasmine's body started to slow down, before finally stopping half a minute later. Although her face was still pale white, Jasmine removed her teeth from his finger afterwards, for at least, she was no longer in pain. Yun-Che took a step back, looked at the bite mark on forefinger on his right hand that was still oozing with blood, and spoke while breathing in the cold air. "Are you related to a dog? To bite me every time you see me?" Jasmine stretched out her small hand and gently wiped the corners of her mouth, as her young and tender face still lingered with fear. She gritted her teeth slightly, frowned and said coldly, "Isn't that because you're useless? If not, how would this princess be forced to end up like this?" "Me useless?" Yun-Che laughed at himself. Compared to you, I am indeed useless. A normal wild wolf could easily take my life. If you had not saved me twice, I would have already died under the hands of the two you had killed just now. But, no matter how useless I am, I did save your life twice. If you had not met me that night, you would have already been poisoned to death. Just now, if I have abandoned you, a dangerous little girl, and walked away, your soul could have already dispersed. When you're saying that I am useless, have you ever thought about thanking me?" Jasmine kept silent. "Being able to meet the sky poison pearl at the brink of death is counted as your blessing. However, your luck clearly ends here. My profound vein has been crippled. If I don't fix it, I will only stay at the first level of the elementary profound realm my entire life. You are infected with a deadly poison, so you cannot, anyhow, use your power, and with only my strength, when facing a bigger danger, I could perish any moment, to thus drag you down with me." Yun-Che indifferently said as he used his hand to hold the finger that had eventually stopped bleeding. Jasmine continued to keep silent, however the expression in her eyes kept changing, as if she was hesitating or struggling over something. "But you don't have to worry, I will try my best to find a way to fix my own profound vein." "No. I must find a way. Before that happens, I will take care to protect my own life," Xiao-Che said with a calm and determined face. In his mind, appeared the figure of Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi once again. For them, he had to walk down this extremely challenging path within the fastest speed, no matter the cost. "Fix your profound vein." A disdainful smile emerged from the girl's face. "I've already taken a look at your profound vein. It wasn't damaged recently, but was seriously damaged when you were little, and it was before the complete formation of your profound vein, thus it was destroyed at the roots. As of today, your profound veins are crippled beyond comparison. With this kind of situation, there is indeed a way to forcefully fix it. However, even after you fix it, you can at most only open up 3 profound entrances. Furthermore, you had already missed the 14-year-old critical period of elementary profound foundation. With this state, in 10 years, you won't even be able to break through the elementary profound realm. In addition, you also will not be able to break through the nascent profound realm your entire life, and still remain, as before, a useless trash." Jasmine's words caused Yun-Che's expression to suddenly turn rigid, and both his hands began to clench. Jasmine's words stabbed at the truth he had always been avoiding in his heart. Just like she had said, his profound vein had been crippled at its roots. Even if he knew the way to fix it, he could only fix a small portion of it, so his profound vein would still be half crippled. Due to the fact that he had missed the most critical foundation period, not only would the speed of his profound strength cultivation G will be extremely slower, compared to others people by a multiplicative degree, but also, it was practically impossible to break through into the true profound realm. Yun-Che's chest heavily undulated. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I will find a solution for all of that. You wanted to collect all types of herbs and use the Sky Poison Pearl's refinement ability to make every type of medicine, to make yourself stronger, right? It does seem like a good idea. However, with your laughable ability, what can you rely on to borrow those high-grade herbs?" With complete set of clear eyes, Jasmine lifted her face, as if she had finally made a decision. "Keep your laughable ideas to yourself. You have saved this princess' life, therefore this princess shall indeed repay you. You only need to promise this princess 3 conditions. Then, this princess will immediately let you have a new set of profound veins." Under Yun-Che's startled gaze, Jasmine's expression in her eyes became deep and mysterious, as her voice suddenly became softer. "A set of profound veins with the strength of a god." Chapter 43, Master Jasmine, 2. To immediately have a new set of profound veins. Profound veins with the strength of a god. Jasmine's few sentences were like a sudden clap of thunder to the Yun-Che who had endlessly desired a way to repair his profound veins. He told Xiao Lingxi that he'd definitely become strong and return within 3 years of time, yet was very clear about the condition of his profound vein and understood that the repairing of his profound veins, within 3 years, was very unlikely. The reason why he made such a claim was to pressure himself to the limit. Only through such conviction can one achieve their maximum potential. And right now, Jasmine had clearly stated that she could immediately provide Yun-Che with a new set of profound veins. Furthermore, this new set of profound veins also came with the strength of a god. He did not know what the strength of a god Jasmine had spoke of, but the 3 words, new profound veins, caused his heart to fill with excitement. He suppressed this excitement, and stared at Jasmine. "You are speaking the truth. What reason would I, this princess, have to lie to you?" said the girl, her face pink with pride. Yun-Che didn't know what to say. Indeed, given the terrible might of her Emperor Profound Realm level of power, there would be no reason for her to waste her efforts in deceiving a normal person, let alone a cripple. To let a person acquire a new set of profound veins within a short period of time, in the eyes of a normal person, even in the eyes of the exceptionally skilled spirit doctor, Yun-Che, would be nothing short of a miracle. But as Jasmine uttered those words, there was not even a hint of deception from her aura. However, her red hair gave away the fact she was not a human from the profound sky continent, for her age was fairly young, her aura terrifying, and the poison on her person was something even the sky poison pearl could not identify. How many other mysteries did she still have? Perhaps, she really had a strange method that could allow him to obtain a new set of profound veins in such a short period of time. If that really was possible, then he would have a surefire chance to realize the promise he made to Xiao Lai and Xiao Lingxi. As he thought about it, Yun-Che's gaze started to burn. "Okay, then tell me, what are the 3 conditions I have to promise you?" Jasmine knew he definitely couldn't reject her offer, so she just cut to the chase and directly answered, "The first condition, you must promise to help this princess find 3 items. They are, a stalk of netherworld Adumbra flower, 3 profound beast cores no lower than that of the tyrant profound realm, as well as at least 35 kilos of purple-veined god crystal. TL, Adumbra reference." Yun-Che listened very carefully. When Jasmine had said until the netherworld Adumbra flower, his eyebrows went limp. He had heard of the name, netherworld Adumbra flower, from his master before, however he had never seen it before. When his master had told him about it that time, the netherworld Adumbra flower was an object of Een and evil in the world. It only grew in dark and cold lands, its stem and leaves were of a purplish-black color, and it took an entire 24 years to only bloom once. The bloomed flower was of an extremely pretty and flirtatious bright purple color. On its petals lingered a light purple mist that carried the breath of the netherworld, and while that mist drifted, it still faintly lets out the crying and laughing sounds of the nether ghosts. The flower withered 3 days after blooming, thus one would have to wait 24 years later for it to bloom once more. His master had not mentioned the usefulness of the netherworld Adumbra flower. He only said that if a normal person gets close to it, he would get invaded by the nether gases, ending in a coma in light cases and death in the worst. Going to a dark and cold land to find a stalk of flower that only bloomed once every 24 years, that could cause death when approaching it. Yun-Che moved his eyebrows and did not overreact. If Jasmine could really bestow on him a new set of profound veins, this request was not considered unreasonable. However, the second item Jasmine had said almost caused him to cry out involuntarily. 3 profound beast cores no lower than the tyrant profound realm. Are you kidding me? What was the tyrant profound realm? That was a legendary realm that numerous profound practitioners could not attain, a realm so high up that they couldn't even see it. If one looked within the entire Blue Wind Empire, there were a few in the Emperor Profound Realm. However, it was confirmed that none were in the Tyrant Profound Realm. Experts in the Emperor Profound Realm were known to reach throne, while for the Tyrant Profound Realm, they were known as overlords. This meant that once one attained this realm, one would be the absolute ruler of heaven and earth, that none could ever defy. Let's not speak of the present Blue Wind Empire now. Even within an entire 1,000 years, an ultimate expert of the Tyrant Profound Realm had never appeared within the Blue Wind Empire. And with just a word from Jasmine, she wanted 3 profound beast cores no lower than the Tyrant Profound Realm. To get these 3 cores, he had to kill 3 Tyrant Profound Beasts. The first problem would be where he would find the 3 Tyrant Profound Beasts. Within the Blue Wind Empire, who would even dare to offend a Tyrant Profound Beast? Above the Emperor Profound Realm, every step up brings one closer to heaven. Even 5 people at the peak of the Emperor Profound Realm had no chance of winning against someone at the first level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. With that said, it meant that even if all the Emperor Profound Realm experts of Blue Wind Empire gathered together, they still would not be able to deal with even one Tyrant Profound Beast. 3 Profound Beast cores no lower than Tyrant Profound Realm, one would reckon that the heads of the 4-inch major sects would fly into a outrage after hearing this request. And as for the third item Jasmine had mentioned, Yunche nearly fell on his butt in shock. At least 35 kilos of purple-veined God crystal. It was purple-veined God crystal, not purple-veined heaven crystal. Purple-veined heaven crystals were considered to be priceless treasures in this world. A piece of purple-veined heaven crystal as big as a fingernail was considered to be invaluable, and only those huge sects deserved to have it. Normal profound practitioners did not even dare to think about having one. Purple-veined God crystals are made by extracting from purple-veined heaven crystals. A house-sized purple-veined heaven crystal was estimated to only provide a purple-veined God crystal that was the size of a fingernail. In that case, 35 kilos of purple-veined God crystal. Yunche had the reason to believe that even if one added up all the purple-veined God crystals in the entire Profound Sky continent, it would not even total 35 kilos. And if there really existed this amount of purple-veined God crystal, in that case, its value would be enough to buy at least 3-inch Blue Wind Empires. Are you sure you aren't teasing me? When Yunche spoke, air kept leaking out between his teeth. He believed anyone in the Blue Wind Empire would be shocked that they would end in a stutter if they heard this request. The expression on Jasmine's face had no trace of joking around. She coldly stared and said, "The poison has invaded my soul. Even with the sky poison pearl, it would take a number of years before it would detoxify completely. After the poison on me had detoxified, I would have to rebuild my body. And these 3 items are necessary for me to rebuild my body, not a single one is dispensable." Then the time. 30 years. 30 years. This timing finally let Yunche let out a small sigh and slowly nodded his head. "Okay. I agreed to this condition." Rubbish. 30 years was still a long time, so of course it would be thought about after making the promise. As for the netherworld Adumbra flower, the Tyrant Profound Beast cores and 35 kilos of purple-veined God crystal, anyway there was still 30 years. It shall be done one step at a time. As for the second condition, Yunche held his breath and asked, if the first condition was already so scary, then the second one might be even more terrifying. The second condition, you must, within 30 years, reach the Sovereign Profound Realm. Jasmine said slowly and clearly, while looking at Yunche's expression. At $%%, Yunche suddenly had the urge to pin little Jasmine on the floor and start spanking her. He started to suspect that this little girl was actually just teasing him. I'm not sure about the Profound Sky continent. But looking at the history of the Blue Wind Empire, no one has ever attained the Sovereign Profound Realm within 30 years. Or to be more precise, no one has ever attained the Sovereign Profound Realm before. Yunche said as a matter of fact. However, the corners of his lips twitched faintly, revealing the resentment in his heart. Then, will you agree or not? Jasmine tilted her eyebrows. Agree, of course I agree. Yunche replied without hesitation, withdrawing the previous expressions he had on his face. Within his eyes lay a kind of tranquil and calmness that was its peak. Your first condition, perhaps I still feel a bit apprehensive. However, this condition was not really counted as a condition to me. As for why I say that, no one in the history of Blue Wind Empire could attain Sovereign Profound Realm in 30 years. If I was given the same starting points as everyone else, I would overturn the history of the Blue Wind Empire. I have the Sky Poison Pearl in my body, so if I lose to anyone on the Blue Wind Empire, then that would be considered to be really trashy. 30 years to reach the Sovereign Profound Realm. It's definitely not some idiotic nonsense. Yunche narrowed his eyes in half, his voice as calm as the water. He had thought that after saying these impassioned and blood-boiling words, the little Jasmine would look at him a few more times with extraordinary splendor, but to Yunche's disappointment, Jasmine only slightly nodded her head. He felt depressed and asked, however, why do you want me to attain the Sovereign Profound Realm within 30 years? A human's vitality is related to their own profound strength. This princess' weak body currently originates from your vitality. This princess wants to rebuild her body and retain her previous strength, so I must at least have the vitality of the Sovereign Profound Realm. Jasmine said calmly. Yunche nodded his head as if he understood, then he suddenly became alarmed. At least the vitality of the Sovereign Profound Realm, then she could retain her strength after rebuilding her body and merging with her soul. In that case, this means, her previous strength was above the sovereign profound realm. No. No, that can't be. That definitely can't be possible. I must have interpreted it wrongly. Yunche shook his head, trying to shake off this ridiculous thought. Jasmine's gaze once again landed on his body, becoming strict and proud. The third condition. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Yunche looked at her blankly without uttering a single word for quite a while. Are you willing to? Jasmine raised her eyebrows slightly, her small face beautiful and tender, yet masked with a layer of awe that would cause one's heart to palpitate. How old are you this year? Yunche asked with a face at a loss. Jasmine's gaze hardened but still answered him, 13 years old. 13 years old, this answer completely corresponded with her appearance, but it caused Yunche's inner heart to shudder and groan. 13 years old. F***ck. She was actually only 13 years old. This frightening profound strength, wisdom, and mature attitude that spoke as if she was proud of one's age and experience. I was under the impression that she was a grandma of a few hundred of years. She was actually only 13 years old. However, Yunche changed his line of thought and his inner heart suddenly relaxed. If she was really only 13 years old, then no matter how scary her profound strength was, no matter how noble and mysterious her birth was, no matter how cruel and proud she was, no matter how mature her thinking was, she at most only had up to 13 years of experience. Compared to him with the memory of 2 lifetimes, he would still have a way to deal with her. No matter how big and strong she was, in the end, she was still just a little girl that had not yet grown up. Is it because after you knew this princess is only 13 years old so you suddenly felt it is easier to handle this princess? Jasmine squinted her eyes and said coldly. This sentence directly stabbed into Yunche's heart. Yunche quickly shook his head, of course not. The reason why I asked for your age is because I wanted to tell you that I'm 16 this year, and is older than you by 3 years. Your age is a bit younger than mine, so, to be my master, isn't it, a little inappropriate? Age. Jasmine laughed disdainfully. Even when the experts of this continent knelt down in front of this princess for the past 10 years, this princess will not even look at them. This princess is now giving you a favor by offering to be your master, yet you still want to reject. That tone was so overbearing that Yunche started to feel suffocated. Yunche immediately made a decision on the spot and nodded his head. Okay, I can worship you as my master, but I will never kowtow to you. Reason. Jasmine said plainly. I can kneel to my elders, kneel to my benefactor, even kneeling to my wife is a possibility if required, but to kneel to a little girl that I had just met a few days, I cannot do it. This is the basic dignity of being a man. Yunche shook his head, his voice firmly absolutely. Jasmine laughed. Her laugh was as beautiful as blooming jasmines, yet her voice appeared to be cold and sinister. This is not up to you. Once her voice had landed, Jasmine's right hand had already grabbed Yunche's shoulder as quick as lightning. Instantly, Yunche felt as if he was pressed down by a mountain, his knees bended under a huge amount of force that was impossible to resist, and knelt down on the floor, heavily, in front of Jasmine. Yunche revealed an expression of rage and wanted to stand up. However, under Jasmine's strength, he absolutely did not have any strength to fight back. Even when using all the strength in his body, he was incapable of making his body stand. Immediately kowtow to this princess and this princess will officially become your master. Not only would your profound vein change, you shall be guided onto the right path during your cultivation of the profound. While struggling, Jasmine's cold and proud voice sounded out beside Yunche's ears. He shook his head forcefully and muttered, You give up on it. Even if I don't get the profound vein, I will definitely not kowtow to a little girl like you. Before Yunche could complete his words, a wave of heavy force caused his upper body to be pressed down onto the floor. Jasmine lifted a snow-white foot that was like a ice lotus, and stepped on Yunche's shoulder with a minuscule amount of strength. A crack sound of dislocating bones was heard. Soon after, Yunche's head that had been tenaciously lifted up was ruthlessly knocked on the cold soil, completing the kowtow ceremony. Jasmine's small foot continued to step on Yunche's shoulder without moving away, with her hands across her chest, ridiculing him. Did you think that your bones are strong, that you are extraordinary? Without strength, you don't even have the ability to refuse to kowtow to me. What rights do you have to act haughty in front of me? Without strength, your pride and dignity are nothing but a joke in front of the strong. Jasmine's words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed on Yunche's head without mercy, causing him to be stumped for words. He then laughed at himself silently. That's right, without strength, what right did he have to talk about pride and dignity? With the appearance of believing. What he did was proud just now, in the eyes of Jasmine, must have been extremely ridiculous. Even though it wasn't willingly, but you finally still kowtowed. From now onwards, this princess will be your master. Since this princess is your master now, do you have any questions you want to ask? Jasmine continued to step on Yunche's shoulder, as she looked down on him from above. Yes. Yunche lifted his face, his gaze lifting upwards, replying with difficulty, I want to ask. Did your hair not grow in time, or, are you a natural white tiger? TL, natural lack of hair down there. On the night Yunche had met Jasmine, Jasmine's body had disappeared, and left a pile of clothes on the floor. Yunche only picked up her dress into the sky poison pearl and covered it over her body, her undergarments had not been touched. After Jasmine woke up in the sky poison pearl, she naturally could only wear this white dress, leaving her private parts completely exposed. When Jasmine stepped on his shoulder, her legs naturally parted, and from Yunche's angle, the pink and tender area around her thighs clearly showed the beautiful pink scenery among the white. Chapter 44, Immortal Blood of the Evil God. Yunche's words made Jasmine freeze up. When she suddenly noticed the direction of Yunche's gaze, she finally realized. Yeek! Jasmine jumped backwards like a bolt of lightning, her two small hands reflexively pressing down hard on her skirt. In just an instant, her snow-white face brimmed full with exasperation, panic, and also a spread of rapidly expanding pinkness. That's right, this aloof and proud girl that acted with utmost cruelty was actually panicking and blushing. Right now, her panicked and enraged expressions, her reddened face, and her action of holding down her skirt was no different from a normal girl that had suddenly been peeked on. Moreover, there was a stirring charm that no other girl could have exhibited, which dazed Yunche for a while as he looked. Of course, if there weren't such a bone-chilling killing intent mixed in with that, it would have been completely perfect. Jasmine's face was full of anger, her two pearl-like molars that tightly clenched together flickered with cold light, and the expressions in her eyes were even more ferocious, as if she wanted to skin him alive. She grew up bathed in the respect, worship, and fear of others. Except her family, it would be hard to find a few who would dare to meet her in the eyes. She had never thought that her body would actually be desecrated by a common man, moreover by an utterly good-for-nothing. The killing intent surrounding Yunche was terrifying enough to be compared to tangible blades, as if the owner of the killing intent would completely tear him to pieces in the next second. Yet Yunche's complexion didn't waver, he exercised his neck that almost got dislocated by Jasmine's feet, and said straightforwardly as he stood up while slapping the dust off his buttocks, I have agreed to all three of your conditions. Earlier you said that I would be granted a new set of profound veins, isn't it about time for that to happen? Jasmine's murderous aura didn't diminish in the slightest as the crisp redness in her face eased. With her noble body, let's not talk about completely desecrating her with one's eye, even if someone had only touched her fingertips, she definitely would still chop him into pieces. However, against Yunche, though she had extreme hatred in her heart, with enough killing intent that could even reach the skies, she couldn't do a single thing, because his life was also her own. Eternally forget what you've just seen. Jasmine's expressions were ominous and cruel, with chilling killing intent as cold as ice. However, her visage was in all honesty, too petite and cute. Even if her expressions were much more malicious, it would still be remarkably pleasing to look at. Which didn't make Yunche feel the slightest hint of deterrence. If it's not for me sharing the same life as you, I would have definitely gouged out your eyes, and made sure there won't even be a grave for you to rest in. I definitely didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen just now. Yunche said with a panicked expression, but quietly added in his heart, everything I saw just now was something that I ought to have seen. Facing the Yunche that she couldn't lay a hand on, Jasmine's anger finally died down bit by bit, but her hands still consciously held down her skirt, anxious that even the slightest breeze would lift her skirt up. She coldly spoke, I will let you be my disciple, but it's only because I don't want to teach the ways of the profound to a random person for no reason. To be able to become my disciple, it's the biggest fortune you'll have in your entire life. From now on, it is absolutely necessary for you to always address me as your master. This. However, Yunche had a face full of hesitation. You're not willing. Jasmine's moon-like eyebrow slanted. Of course I'm not unwilling. Yunche shook his head, and said in a careful tone, it's just that, earlier I've told you that I had a master before, who passed the sky poison pearl on to me. My previous master was a kind-looking old man with white hair, and I've already called him master for many years. So every time the word master is mentioned, I would unconsciously think of him. But since you are so beautifully cute, you definitely wouldn't want me to overlap the image of an old man with you every time I call you master, right? Jasmine. How about I just call you Jasmine? That name's cute, pleasing to the ears, and also fitting for you. Or, I can also call you Little Jasmine. Little Jasmine. Jasminer. Little Jasminer. Jazz. Little Jazz. Little Min. Calling you Princess, Your Majesty, or Princess Jasmine is also okay, or... Jasmine's eyebrows slightly convulsed and the edge of her lips also lightly spasmed. Unable to endure any more, she finally spoke, "You can call me Jasmine, but you must not forget in your heart that I'm your master. Furthermore, you must not forget your duty in place as my disciple." Alright. Yun-Che nodded immediately, and faithfully said, "If Jasmine can really grant me a new set of profound veins, I will treat you as my master, respect you, be obedient to you, and follow your orders. I'll do my utmost to purify all the poison in you, and help you restore your physical body." Yun-Che's last sentence made Jasmine's gaze waver. Then, her voice frosted with hidden killing intent, "Also, you are not allowed to do any disrespectful things to me, or else." "That's certain," Yun-Che said with a sincere expression. "What happened just now was just an accident. Be quiet." As she heard Yun-Che mention the incident where she had been sullied by his eyes earlier, a burst of embarrassment and anger overcame Jasmine, and her tone of voice also weakened quite a bit. "Ah." Yun-Che quickly stopped talking, and led the topic to the one that he desired the most, "Then, about granting me a new set of profound veins, can we start now?" Jasmine stayed silent for a while and said, "Bring the asterisk to a place that no one will come near." Since it was also Yun-Che's first time stepping into Cyan Forest Town, he was entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings, and the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range were even more obscure to him. Yun-Che's digestive tract was rumbling with hunger by now, but Jasmine's words made him so excited that he completely ignored his hunger. He carefully walked deeper into Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range. After detouring around a small mountain, he arrived at an area with thick green grass. Seeing that there was no sign of human or beast activity, Yun-Che stopped his search. "Let it be this place. No one should come here, right?" Yun-Che swept the surroundings with his eye, and said with indecision, "Jasmine, in the end, how are you going to do this?" Yun-Che asked. After all, getting a new set of profound veins in a short time seemed to be against common sense, no matter what angle it was considered from. Jasmine, who had followed behind Yun-Che all along, slowly came over. Although her feet were exposed, they weren't contaminated by even the slightest hint of soil and dust along the way. Her feet were so tender and snow-white, that they would give anyone the impulse to touch and feel them with a single glance. Stopping in front of Yun-Che, her gaze stared far ahead, and her eyes lustered. "Do you know for what reason I was chased, and infected by this terrifying poison afterwards?" "For what reason?" Yun-Che asked in coordination. "Because of this drop of blood." In Yun-Che's bewilderment, Jasmine slowly lifted her right hand. Her thin and delicate index finger erected toward the sky, and from the area of her fingertips, a drop of a dark red water droplet-like object slowly rose, accompanied by a shimmering ball of eerie light, until it hovered over her fingertips. "This is..." Yun-Che came closer and steadied his eyes. It looked like a drop of blood. 300 years ago, someone found an ancient book while exploring a dangerous ruin from the ancient era. There recorded a message: in the primordial era, there existed a true god also known as the evil god. He was the last god who remained after the downfall of the divine era. His downfall marked the true end of divine era. And during the evil god's downfall, he left a droplet of immortal blood that embodied his source of power. If one could acquire this drop of immortal blood and infuse it into their body, their profound veins would be able to generate the power of the evil god. Many people quickly gained knowledge about this record. The words, "power of the true god," was irresistibly alluring to everyone. Thus, many people started to madly search for the blood of the evil god. But for centuries, no one had any success, and it was not until 1 month ago that someone found the location of the evil god's downfall. Hence, innumerous people rushed to that place in order to find the remnants of the evil god. Inadvertently, the legendary, immortal blood of the evil god was actually found, and caused everyone to scramble for it. But in the end, it fell into my hands. They chased you because you possessed the blood of the evil god? Yun-Che asked. At the same time, a wave of confusion passed through his heart. Blood of the evil god. Numerous people fighting over it. If it were really such an uproar, how come I had never heard of this? Even the two words, evil god, were news to me. Also, things like the ancient true gods actually exist. Actually daring to snatch my asterisk possession, it's like they're simply asking for a death wish. Jasmine's eyes emitted a glint of malice, and spoke with hatred. Only after I had acquired this blood of the evil god, was I able to find out that the power hidden inside was entirely different from my expectations. There wasn't even a trace of destructive power. If one injected it within themselves, it would only forcefully change the structure and attributes of the profound veins, and even erase all the built-up strength in the old set of profound veins. Everything would have to start from scratch. That is all. Afterwards, the profound strength would still have to be trained by oneself bit by bit. At the very least, what people expected about the power of the true God was fundamentally not there at all. In fact, it was nothing more than a mere trace of the evil god attribute. At most, it ought to be a little bit more powerful than an ordinary profound vein. I definitely couldn't afford pay the price of having all of my current powers erased just to use this blood droplet of the evil god. But using it on you, it seemed like it couldn't be more fitting. Jasmine moved her finger, and made the tranquil droplet of dark red-colored blood hover in front of Yun-Che's chest. Your profound veins were broken from the start, and your profound power amounts to nothing. After infusing you with the blood of the evil god, your profound veins will be quickly reborn into the evil god's profound veins. Although I couldn't feel much power from this blood droplet of the evil god, there still could be a chance that it'll grant you some kind of special power from the evil god's profound veins. Even if not, you wouldn't stay as a good-for-nothing anymore. As she spoke, Jasmine's eye suddenly flashed and brightened, as she lowered her luminous snow-white wrist. Her delicate fingertips suddenly stimulated the blood of the evil god to float adrift and pierce into Yun-Che's chest. The pit of Yun-Che's chest immediately split open to reveal a blood stain, and the sinister scarlet blood droplet touched Yun-Che's overflowing blood, as if it were attracted. In a flash, it entered Yun-Che's body. Chapter 45, Rebirth of the Profound Veins. The moment the dark red drop of blood entered Yun-Che's body, tens of bloodstain-like crimson lines wildly fanned throughout his body, originating from the blood print in his chest. The lines spread across his whole body in an instant. His chest, hands, legs, face, ears, and even pupils were now full of blood-colored channels that looked like demonic markings. Ugh! At that instant, Yun-Che felt as he was stabbed by tens of thousands of blades. Immense agony fiercely beamed from every single corner of his body, and made him let out a painful whine. His entire body started to shake tremendously, as his vision also became blurry, until it completely became a shade of crimson red. A wave of pain emanated from a force digesting the insides of his body. Yun-Che knew the human anatomy like the back of his hand. The parts that were being digested was doubtlessly his broken profound veins. The function of profound veins were to hold profound strength, so even if there were no profound veins, a person could still live, and just won't be able to cultivate even the slightest amount of profound energy. Although profound veins do not affect one's life and death, it still was a part of the body. The broken profound veins continuously being eaten away was not unlike internal organs that were being slowly ripped apart and shredded, and one could only imagine that degree of misery. Jasmine had just said before, that this drop of evil god's immortal blood would devour the previously present profound veins, and give birth to new profound veins. Since my profound veins are being devoured right now, then it meant that Jasmine wasn't lying earlier. If it really can form a new set of profound veins, how could I not bear this little bit of pain? The indescribable pain continued. It was a pain that no real word could express, a pain that far surpassed a human's capability to endure. This pain continued and continued on. The devouring speed of the broken profound vein was extremely slow. At this rate, it would at least take half a quarter of an hour to finish. I don't need anything like the evil god's power, nor do I need a profound vein stronger than common people. If I could just get the same profound veins as everyone else, I won't have any complaints, even if it's a little weaker. If that could come true, even if it's 10 times more painful, I would still definitely do it. Terrifying pain made all the nerves in Yun-Che's body fiercely spasm, but in his heart was a haze of tranquility. Or even, excitement. As Jasmine forced the evil god's blood into Yun-Che's body, Her lips curled up, and revealed a very gleeful smile at his agony. Recalling the memory she obtained from this drop of immortal blood, she knew it would start to forcefully devour the original profound vein the moment it entered the body. And while devouring the profound veins, the process would be as if one's profound vein was being cut off. Minced, cut off, minced over and over again. This was undoubtedly an inhumane torture, an ultimate kind of pain that would even make the world's strongest beings roll on the floor and shriek. Did you think I would really just forgive you for sullying my body with your eyes earlier? This blood of the evil god would indeed grant you new profound veins, but it'll also bequeath you with the most brutal punishment in my stead. Jasmine cruelly smiled as she saw the red demonic marks all over his body, as she saw his eyes suddenly turned crimson, as she saw his whole body tremble, as she saw his face contorting in pain. Slowly, her smile chilled down and disappeared, and what replaced it was a face that expressed an ever-increasing shock. His four limbs trembled, his whole body spasmed, and his facial features were more so bunched up together in contortion. On his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat slid down in a terrifying fast speed. It was impossible to imagine how considerable the pain must be for the body to react in such a startling fashion. However, aside from that first moan, Yun-Che didn't utter a single sound of pain afterwards, not even a single trace. As time ticked away, 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Jasmine's expression eventually changed into complete astonishment. Devouring the profound vein. Under such frightening agony, he actually still didn't let out a single roar of pain. Sweat already permeated through Yun-Che's entire body as every spot of his skin and flesh trembled in pain. Yet between his clenched teeth, the fact that no sound had escaped was extremely shocking. In his distorted face, there actually hid a little excitement. He obviously ought to be in enough pain to wish for death as an escape. How could this reaction be possible? How could he, a common man with a broken profound vein, have such daunting willpower? Wrong. Was this really the willpower a human could possess? That kind of pain, even if it were my father, would not even be able to bear it as leisurely as he is. This ordinary, mortal man. A person fused with sky poison pearl. What exactly is he? At this time Jasmine realized, in her shock, that she had entirely, and unfairly looked down on him. His body was weak, and his profound strength was meager, but at this time, he exhibited a terrifying willpower that was at a complete disparity with what he had. Before, she had always wondered why the sky poison pearl, being one of the heavenly profound treasures, would actually fuse with such an inferior and lowly human. But now, she had started to feel that it seemed the sky poison pearl didn't actually lose its spirituality, nor had the sky poison pearl's spirituality gone mad. Half a quarter of an hour went by. At this time, the demonic marks all over Yun-Che's body suddenly twinkled with red luminescence, and his contorted face finally started to slowly ease down. The profound veins devourment had finished. What had followed was the construction of the new set of profound veins. From the areas that had been devoured, he felt the growth of the new profound veins, and the growth speed was extremely fast, over 10 times faster than the speed of devourment. The hollowed feeling from just before was quickly replaced by a new feeling of fullness, and the pain he had experienced also dissipated like the ocean's tide. His sweat no longer flowed and his muscle spasms stopped, even his expression became calm. Yun-Che closed his eyes, and remained motionless. If one looked carefully, they would see a gentle smile hanging from the edge of his lips. In the quiet stillness, Yun-Che switched on his inner vision, and joyfully looked at the rapidly growing profound veins in his body. At this moment, he had lost any doubt of Jasmine's words. The rebirth of profound veins, this unimaginable miracle had clearly and truly took place in his body. A human's profound vein starts growing from the time of birth, and reaches maturity at around the age of 14. However, his newly born profound veins were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and completely developed in less than 2 minutes. The fully shaped profound veins' size and shape were all the same as in Yun-Che's knowledge of a human's profound veins. At least, he couldn't find a single disparity when using his inner vision. Under his fastidious senses, the locations of the 54 profound entrances were quickly found. Even the distribution and sensations were no different than an ordinary person's profound veins. At the same time, out of the 54 profound entrances, a total of 11 opened. Speaking from the standpoint of talent, it was a little above mediocre. Among them, there contained not the slightest amount of any hidden profound strength, the Zeroth level of elementary profound realm. There was none of the so-called power of the evil god, nor were there any different attributes. It was absolutely the most ordinary of profound veins. but Yun-Che didn't even possess a sliver of disappointment. His heart was overwhelmingly ecstatic with joy, and his blood boiled within his entire body. Because these were perfectly complete, reborn profound veins, without the slightest degree of any scratch or any damage. This meant that he could finally graduate from being an eternally useless wastrel that couldn't advance further than the first level of the elementary profound realm. Despite being still far from his goal, his pledge to make the entire Shao sect kneel before him in under 3 years was no longer as difficult as reaching the heavens. Grandfather, little aunt, I'm finally no longer a useless trash. If you knew about this, you would definitely be overjoyed. Wait for me. In under 3 years, I'll definitely return to your side, then never let you suffer humiliation and oppression ever again. I'll make those people who mistreated you pay the cost, hundreds of thousands of times more. Yun-Che howled loudly in his heart. At this time, the crimson-colored demonic marking stopped shimmering, and instantaneously vanished altogether. Along with it, Yun-Che finally opened his eyes. How does the reborn profound vein feel? Jasmine narrowed her eyes that glinted like a star. During this period of time, she had thoroughly observed him for a while now. He was only 3 years older than her, and should still be considered a half-grown child. Other than his pretty good looks, he had nothing else worthy of note. But how could he possess such a horrifying willpower? Had he actually experienced hell before? It really succeeded. Yun-Che tightened both of his hands into fists, as he said that with excitement. Right after, his tone changed and said with confusion, however, are you sure this is the so-called profound veins of the gods? It clearly wasn't any different when compared to regular profound veins. How many profound gates were opened? Jasmine didn't answer his question, but questioned back. 11. Yun-Che answered. Jasmine's eyes flashed with a glimpse of disappointment. Then she said in an indifferent tone, what I obtained by losing my body and almost even dying, ultimately only gave you a small advantage in the end. But on your body, this extent is probably the limit. Did you think just anyone would have the qualifications to dabble with the power of gods? If you want to unlock the special abilities of the evil god's profound veins, then you must open all 54 profound entrances. Had it innately opened with over 20 profound entrances, I would still be able to help you achieve it in 30 years. But with 11 innately open profound entrances, even if you gave me 100 years of time, it would still be impossible for me to do. Open all 54 profound entrances. Had this kind of words entered someone else's ears, their mouth would have promptly become agape due to shock. For 54 profound entrances to be all opened, it would have to be the heavenly god's spiritual veins from the legends. In the Blue Wind Empire's 1,000 years of history, there existed not even one. Yet Yun-Che's expression was very calm, and instead looked at Jasmine with an unusually curious gaze. Are you sure that it would work if all 54 profound entrances were open? Let me see. As he finished speaking, Yun-Che lifted his left hand, held it against his chest, and muttered, Sky Poison. Purification. Sky Poison Pearl instantly emitted a beam of dark green light, dissolved into Yun-Che's body and went through his newly born profound veins. The number of innately open profound entrances essentially decided the height one could reach during his entire lifetime, because it was extremely difficult to open profound entrances postnatally. Extremely advanced miraculous medicine, chance, and luck, not even one of these factors could be absent. Using external forces to open profound entrances would be accompanied by extremely high risks, that even the slightest mistake would cause irreparable damage to the profound veins. In the profound sky continent, over 99% of profound practitioners did not have any additional profound entrances opened. But, what kind of existence was the Sky Poison Pearl? Purification power into Xia Qingyue's 54 profound entrances. Not only did he open all of her locked profound entrances, all of the innately open profound entrances were also purified, making her profound strength impeccably pristine, without the slightest hint of impurity. However, Xia Qingyue was somebody else, and using Sky Poison Pearl's purifying power on others had to be a little troublesome no matter what, which resulted in him being tired to death after every time. But purifying his own profound veins was as easy as playing with one's own fingers. Under Yun-Che's guidance, the Sky Poison Pearl's purifying power made a trip through every single of his 54 profound entrances with ease. Yun-Che could almost hear the SII sound of the closed profound entrances opening. Not even half a minute later, all of the newborn profound veins' 54 profound entrances were opened. Alright, all 54 profound entrances are open. Now what? Yun-Che said with a relaxed expression. After he finished speaking, he had not heard a word from Jasmine for a long time. However, as he lifted his gaze, he found that Jasmine's starry eyes were wide open, and the gaze that watched him was as if she were looking at an oddly shaped monster. Chapter 46, Evil God's 7 Realms. Sky Poison Pearl unexpectedly had this kind of ability, said Jasmine in surprise, as she stared at Yunche's left hand. Strictly speaking, it's not solely the power of the Sky Poison Pearl, said Yunche with a face full of pride. Even without the Sky Poison Pearl, as long as we find the purifying medicine, I can still find a method to open all my profound entrances, only, the time and effort I have to put in would be many times more. You. Jasmine eyed him suspiciously. Didn't I tell you that I was an exceptionally skilled genius doctor? As a genius doctor, it's a given that I have full knowledge of the ins and outs of the human body. I am overly familiar with profound veins. In my lifetime, I've opened thousands if not tens of thousands of profound entrances. Before the passing of my teacher 3 years ago, never once have I failed to open any profound entrances. It also happens that even the highest grade of medicines can't compare with the Sky Poison Pearl's purification ability. Using its powers to open my profound veins was no more than just a simple matter. Yunche spoke in a very relaxed manner, relaxed to the point that one could not even see any self-confidence or arrogance, as if he was narrating something extremely common and trifling. However, Jasmine unexpectedly was incapable of producing any suspicions at the bottom of her heart. She stared at Yunche for a long while, then finally said in a low voice, "What a weird fellow. However, did you think that you're amazing just with all the profound entrances open? Your foundations alone are already far behind any others." Yunche didn't mind Jasmine pouring cold water on him, and asked directly, "Just before, you said that after opening all the 54 profound entrances, its unique ability would be revealed, but why do I not feel any change? Carefully examine your current profound veins once more." Jasmine replied. Yunche shut his eyes and started to look within his new profound veins. All 54 profound entrances had been opened. Although it was empty inside the profound veins, the odor was incomparably clean. Yunche attentively investigated, and then he started to have an inharmonious feeling. In the next second, his focus was firmly locked on the center of the profound veins. The profound veins inside a human body was like a robust and mature tree with many branches spreading out in all directions, and on each branch laid a profound entrance. As for the trunk, it was the most important core position of the profound veins, the base of all the profound veins. On this base, there were no profound entrances. However, at this moment, he astonishingly found out that on the core position of his profound veins, actually appeared 7 imprints similar to profound entrances. Furthermore, it assumed in the arrangement of the 7 stars of the Ursa Major. Ursa Major is the Big Dipper. Although they were shaped like profound entrances, they had a different kind of feeling when compared to ordinary profound entrances. They had a dull color, in the location in which they appeared at immediately shattered Yunche's knowledge and caused him to be surprised beyond words. "How come there are 7 additional profound entrances?" Yunche asked in astonishment as he opened his eyes. "No, those are not profound entrances," Jasmine said faintly. "Those are used to activate the 7 realms of evil god arts. The 7 gates." Tez. It was Yunche's first time hearing this term. The profound veins that the immortal blood bestowed upon you has indeed no difference in other aspects when compared with normal profound veins. However, the main difference lies in that evil god's exclusive profound art that it carries, the evil god arts. This profound art has in total 7 big gates. It does not need to be cultivated or anything, but rather just exists within your profound veins. Every time the evil god arts have increased by a realm, one of the gates will open. No. It should be said in reverse: every time you opened a gate, the evil god arts will be increased by a realm. At the same time, in every realm of the evil god arts, there will be a corresponding formidable evil god's profound skill. Do you understand if I say it this way? Jasmine slowly explained. Yunche. Of course, Yunche did not know the general concept of profound arts and profound skills. In the profound sky continent, almost half of the profound practitioners have pure profound strength instead of profound arts. Profound arts are split into different categories, but none could strengthen profound energy directly. Some could change the attribute or channeling of the profound energy. For example, the frozen cloud arts of the frozen cloud Asgard, when used, transformed the profound strength into an ice-cold aura. The higher the realm of the frozen cloud arts, the colder the profound strength and profound energy. Rumors say that when trained to its peak, one could instantly seal everything in ice within hundreds of kilometers. Similarly, the Burning Heaven secret arts of the Burning Heaven clan, one of the 4 major sects, could also change the attribute of the profound strength, but it was the exact opposite of the frozen cloud Asgard. It could change into a burning hot profound energy and profound strength. When trained to the peak, rumors say that one could use their hands to melt weapons. There were also some profound arts that were not put to use for profound strength, but instead, are used to assist in the training of the profound strength and etc. For example, there was a sinister yin-yang combination art which allows men and women to raise their profound strength through sexual intercourse. Profound arts are usually inherited and passed down in sex or family but were never divulged to the public, thus those wandering profound practitioners usually do not have profound arts. The Shao clan also did not have any traditional profound arts. The only things their ancestors had left behind were just a few weak profound skills, and nothing more. As for profound skills, as the name implies, it was a skill that uses different methods to execute a greater power using one's profound strength. Some profound skills require specific profound arts on one's body in order for it to be executed. So this means, now I can use the evil god arts that you mentioned? Yun-Che asked in wonder. That's right. Jasmine nodded her head. Your profound veins are still empty now so you couldn't feel it, but once you have profound strength, you will naturally feel the existence of the evil god art. You also said just now that this evil god art did not need to be cultivated, and every time I open a gate, the evil god arts would increase by a realm. In that case, how do I open a gate? Yun-Che inquired. He had never come into contact with the concept of gates in the past, so he did not dare to be reckless. Also, if its method of opening was similar with the method of opening profound entrances, then he could effortlessly open all of them in a short period of time, allowing the evil god arts to reach the highest realm in an instant. In the hands of others, it was considered to be impossible, but in his hands, it was truly as easy as turning over one's palm. That's very simple, 1,000 times much simpler than you opening all the profound entrances. Jasmine started to smile, and as she smiled very strangely, the contents of her comparison caused Yun-Che to be even more stunned than usual. It belongs to your profound veins, so if you want to open it, it will naturally open. If you wish for it, you just have to use your imagination and all 7 gates will open. Just have to imagine it. And then all the 7 gates will be open, letting the evil god arts reach its highest realm straight away. However, as he saw the indisputably dangerous smile on Jasmine's face, Yun-Che of course, did not dare to believe what she had just said and feebly asked, "It's that simple?" "That's right, it's that simple. However, the result will be very terrifying. You will die. Instantaneous explosion from within your body and die," Jasmine said in a low voice. Yun-Che's mouth slightly opened. The attribute of the evil god arts abilities are classified as Berserk. The first realm, Evil Soul; the second realm, Burning Heart; the third realm, Purgatory; the fourth realm, Rumbling Heaven; the fifth realm, Hades. Jasmine's voice paused there, prompting Yun-Che to ask impatiently, "Then what about the sixth and seventh realm? Why would I die once I use it?" This princess also has no idea about the sixth and seventh realm. In the memory imprint of that drop of immortal blood, it only recorded up to the fifth realm. Thinking about it, it's probably because when the evil god left the drop of immortal blood behind, he believed that with a human's body, opening the fifth realm would be the limit. Unless one is seeking death, otherwise, it would essentially be impossible to open the sixth gate at any time. Therefore, he did not leave any information about the sixth and seventh realm. Because every time you open a gate, the evil god arts will increase by a realm, and accompanying it will be a sudden increase of stress that your body would not be able to bear. If you force the evil god arts to reach a realm that you're incapable of handling, in light cases, your body would suffer serious damage, and your vitality would be heavily injured. In heavy cases, your profound veins would explode and your body will disintegrate as it shatters into pieces, resulting in death. With your current body, even if it's just opening the first gate, you would immediately explode and die. It's that scary. What's the meaning of the Berserk attribute of the evil god art? What level do I need to be at to be able to use it? Yun-Che asked. Jasmine rolled her eyes as a scornful look flashed across her delicate face. Don't you think that you're asking this question way too early? You have just gotten your new profound veins without even a single strand of profound strength and you're already dreaming of reaching the heavens in a single step. Okay, you are right. Yun-Che had no retort, nor did he continue to question closely. As he shifted his focus away from the gates, he took a deep breath. Even though it's quite late, I will definitely not let these profound veins that came from the evil god go to waste. I will immediately begin to cultivate right now. Gruel. As soon as Yun-Che brimmed with determination, an untimely growl came from his stomach, instantly dispersing all the grandeur he gathered just before. He had not eaten for an entire night and afternoon, thus his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Since you're so familiar with profound veins, you do not need this princess to teach you how to enter the elementary profound realm. This princess must now return into the sky poison pearl. You are not allowed to disturb this princess within the next 3 days. Previously, Jasmine had suffered from the rebound effects of the deadly poison after repeatedly using her profound strength. Although the rebound was being suppressed by the sky poison pearl at the moment, it still allowed the deadly poison to infiltrate further into the soul. If it did not get purified by the sky poison pearl, it could even spread to the origin of her soul, and by that time, even the sky poison pearl would be unable to save her. Please wait a while, I still have a few questions I want to ask. You keep referring to yourself as this princess. Could it be that you're a royal princess of some empire? Hey. Before Yun-Che had even finished asking his question, Jasmine's body had already disappeared as it turned into a scarlet light, and entered the sky poison pearl. Although he was hungry, he could no longer go back to Cyan Forest Town. Xiao Kuan-Yun and his gang probably have already found out about Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu's horrible deaths, and would inevitably link their deaths to him. If he were to meet them with his current body without any profound strength, he would at least die 10 times. After a moment's time of careful consideration, he surveyed the mountain range that extended outwards, to who knows where. While lightly gritting his teeth, he hastily walked towards the opposite direction of Cyan Forest Town. The road of profound cultivation in this lifetime will start off from this Scarlet Dragon mountain range. Chapter 47, The Boundary of Life and Death. Yun-Che sat in place and closed his eyes. A few breaths later, his expression became completely tranquil as his heart emptied. In addition to the pangs of hunger, his excitement and rashness from receiving the new set of profound veins also completely faded away. His mind and consciousness were all centralized in the middle of the new set of profound veins within his body. Due to his 2 lifetimes of cultivating in the ways of the profound, he no longer needed another's guidance when progressing from zero to hero. The first wave of profound strength in the profound veins came from one's vitality, precisely, by slowly pulling one's vitality bit by bit into the profound veins, it would slowly transform into a sparse profound energy. Once the profound veins were filled to the brim with this sparse profound energy, it would be the first official step into a profound strength of the elementary profound realm. Practitioners with mediocre talent generally required around half a year for this process. Practitioners with great talent could complete it within 3 to 4 months. Once this extremely important foundation was completed, one could then continue to further cultivate by absorbing the vitality from the sky and earth. There was no way around this process, because only after officially entering the elementary profound realm would one have the ability to use their profound vein to absorb the vitality of the heavens and earth. In the midst of silence, strands of elementary profound energy started to condense in Yun-Che's profound veins. With all his 54 profound entrances opened, the vitality from his body influxed from 54 directions all at once. Its speed was as fast as one could imagine. Before Jasmine had entered the sky poison pearl, she had told Yun-Che not to disturb her within 3 days. However, she had not expected that after she awakened from her slumber, 7 days had already passed. After falling fast asleep inside the sky poison pearl for the past 7 days, the negative aftereffects from using her profound strength previously had finally been completely eliminated. She looked toward Yun-Che from inside the sky poison pearl and let out a faint asterisk sound of surprise from her pink lips after a while. Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range, waterfall between the mountains. On the wall of the mountain that was about 200 to 300 meters, a gigantic waterfall rushed down and crashed into the pool below, causing mist to rise into the air. The enormous deafening sound was like the rumbling of thunder, which traveled far and wide. At the edge of the waterfall, a topless barefooted youth was currently walking step by step towards the screen of water that looked like it was falling from heaven. All his profound strength was being released without reservation whilst protecting his head and his back. His figure seemed especially minuscule under this gigantic screen of water. Although the height of this waterfall wasn't too ridiculous, the force of the water crashing down was still enough to easily smash one's body into pieces. However, the youth continued without a care, and walked toward the huge boulder that the waterfall had been smashing on for who knows how many years. When Jasmine left the sky poison pearl, what she saw was exactly this scene. She took a look at the height of the waterfall, and her moon-like eyebrows faintly rose. Boom. The impact of the huge current collided ruthlessly onto Yunche's body, breaking apart his weak profound energy defense instantly, and smashed him ruthlessly into the violent and churning pool. A hot and searing pain enveloped Yunche's whole body as his entire upper torso turned completely red. In the corner of his mouth, a frightening line of blood leaked out. However, there was not a single trace of retreat nor fear in both his eyes. Panting heavily, he floated up from the churning waters and used all of his strength to resist the heavy current as he climbed up the shore with difficulty. The blow of the waterfall caused quite a bit of damage to him, and by resisting the current and swimming to the shore, he nearly exhausted the last of his energy. However, he did not fall down and pant after he climbed up the shore, but instead, once again, walked toward the boulder under the waterfall with his swaying body. He then focused the strands of feeble profound energy, the last of his profound energy, and gathered it above him to protect his head. Already at the first level of the elementary profound realm. He is actually that fast. Looking at the tiny profound energy Yunche was releasing, Jasmine was amazed in her heart. In just a short span of 7 days, he actually officially stepped into the first level of elementary profound realm. This speed, even among the people she knew, was enough to startle another. It was clearly a mortal's body, and before his new profound veins had activated the evil god's secret arts, it was no different from an ordinary person's profound veins. What method did he use to enter the elementary profound realm within such a short span of 7 days? With the body of a human, even if all the profound entrances were opened, it would normally take at least a month. However, to actually challenge this kind of waterfall at just the first level of the elementary profound realm, this was clearly a death wish. And after getting heavily damaged by the waterfall the first time, under the condition of nearly having all his profound strength routed, he barely had any rest before stepping toward the waterfall once more. Jasmine rushed over and yelled in a charming tone of voice, "Are you wishing for death?" Yunche heard Jasmine's voice and his footsteps paused for a while. However, it was only a short while, for he continued to walk toward the waterfall. Boom. The last of the remaining profound energy were immediately dispersed without question, and in an instant, over a dozen tiny wounds split open on Yunche's back. As his vision turned black, he spewed a big mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth, and then smashed into the churning waters once more. How truly reckless. Jasmine frowned. In a flash, she rushed toward the direction in which Yunche was swept away, ready to throw him ashore. Soon enough, Yunche's silhouette floated up to the surface of the water, but when she came closer to Yunche and was about to pull him up, she instead heard a hoarse and weak, yet determined rejection. "Do not help me." Yunche's face that floated out from the surface of the water was white as paper. The scars on his body was a horrifying sight. As he opened his eyes halfway, his gaze seemed to be lax, yet at the same time, extremely sober. He actually didn't lose consciousness. Jasmine retracted her hands, and her heart was amazed once more. Wrong. According to his previous condition, if it was an ordinary person who took that impact, there was no way possible one could remain sober. As she looked at him, Jasmine suddenly wondered, was possible that he was using only his willpower, as if his life depended on it, to stay conscious? It's impressive enough that you did not lose consciousness. Are you sure you can come ashore? As he wished, Jasmine floated above him and did not give him a helping hand. After she finished her sentence, as if she suddenly remembered something, her face flushed and she quickly retreated in a frightened sort of manner. She continuously withdrew in a straight line, her two small hands simultaneously pressing downwards on herself, until she was quite a distance away. Only, at this moment, it was evident that Yunche's attention was obviously not on her. If he was in his normal condition, he could still resist this kind of current. However, to him now, this rapid current was undoubtedly a nightmare. He squeezed out his nearly exhausted profound veins and raised his practically numb arm. As he unwaveringly resisted the heavy impact of the current against his body, he proceeded to slowly swim ashore, bit by bit. A few breaths later, the muscles in his arms and shoulders began to convulse. This was the natural reaction of the body when one had completely depleted their strength. Under this situation, the arms were already fundamentally impossible to be lifted, and could be considered to be more or less disabled. The scars on his back grew larger as they slowly split apart, as blood cascaded downwards without stopping. Jasmine's heart grew more and more apprehensive as she continued to watch this scene, for even her previously clenching hands involuntarily loosened. However, both of Yunche's arms began to raise and move, and his body gradually approached the shore. It was impossible to imagine where he had squeezed out that energy from when it was clear that his body had reached its limit, for his strength was completely depleted, and even his consciousness ought to have scattered. Perhaps it was not strength that propelled his body forward, but willpower. An incomparably frightful willpower. Under Jasmine's blank gaze, Yun-Che once again climbed back ashore. At that moment, Jasmine's heart shuddered as if she had just witnessed an incomparably large world war. Just when she'd thought Yun-Che would faint after being this weak, she instead saw him sway about as he stood up once again. He could actually still stand up. Yun-Che, who had stood up once again, walked in Jasmine's direction. His footsteps were extremely slow, and with every step he took, his body would sway violently, with the possibility of collapsing any time. He continued to walk onwards for over a dozen steps before finally stopping to a halt. It was then that Jasmine discovered a small pool in that direction. The pool was obviously man-made and was no longer than a meter. Its interior was filled with a black liquid. Yun-Che entered the black pool and sat down with difficulty until his entire body, aside from his head, was submerged in the black liquid. It was then that Yun-Che closed his eyes and finally lost consciousness. Jasmine landed from the air and watched the unconscious Yun-Che with a complicated expression. The pool was obviously dug by Yun-Che, for there was a large spread of assorted items near its surroundings. Most of which were different kinds of herbs, perhaps with over 20 types of different varieties. Among them, the item with the highest quantity was a pile of pitch-black branches and leaves that looked like dry firewood. The odor it gave out was extremely similar to the one the pool let out. Jasmine casually picked up a root, placed it at the tip of her nose and took a light sniff. Immediately, her complexion slightly changed. Demon skull vine. He actually soaked himself in this. So he used this type of method, in a short span of 7 days. No. Maybe even less than 7 days, to forcefully push himself into the elementary profound realm. Jasmine stared at Yun-Che's face in silence. His soft and immature face was proof that he was indeed only 16 years old, yet how was it possible for him to achieve this level? Could it be that he really had experienced hell before? 2 hours later, Yun-Che woke up to see Jasmine floating beside him. The moment he opened his eyes, she coldly looked at him with her little face. Once she saw him open his eyes, she immediately pressed down as if it was her conditioned reflex. "You've been continuously doing this these past few days?" Jasmine opened her mouth and asked. "More or less." Yun-Che straightened his still powerless body, while the wounds on his back were more or less healed. In the pool, there were not only the demon skull vines present, but also the herbs he'd personally picked, which were used to make the best of recovery fluids. "Are you not afraid of sudden death?" Jasmine's face became somewhat chilly. "I won't let myself die." "Absolutely not." Yun-Che lightly laughed as he said that with complete self-confidence and determination. Jasmine smiled disdainfully. "You overestimate yourself. Did you think that there will only be water in that waterfall? If a boulder somehow had gotten mixed in, fell and smashed on your body could snap into 2 halves. I want to know, for what reason are you so desperate?" "Because I need to have a strong enough power." Yun-Che looked up halfway in the pool, and slowly said, "If I had enough power, my master wouldn't have been forced to die, my family wouldn't have had to suffer humiliation either. Previously, my profound veins were crippled, thus I had no qualifications to pursue strength. Now the heavens. Oh, that's not right, it was Jasmine who gave me a brand new set of profound veins, so of course I had no reason to continue to be lazy and negligent. And you? My little master Jasmine, you opened your mouth and the first thing you wanted me to do was to reach a realm that no one in the entire Blue Wind Empire had ever reached before, in a mere 30 years, for your sake, how could I not be desperate?" Chapter 48, Seed of the Evil God, Fire. Yun-Che's method of cultivation was very simple, but also very extreme and very frightening. Using the waterfall's immense power of impact, he completely scattered his own profound energy, while also withstanding a substantial amount of trauma that was being dealt to his life force. Then, under this near burnt-out state, he exploits and teared apart the limits of his body in profound strength. Because toppling the limit also means advancing a step further. However, during this process, even the slightest trace of inattentiveness would result in immediate death. Afterwards, he submerged himself inside the medicinal liquid made from demonic skull vine. The demonic skull vine contained an acute poison, and would also intensely stimulate the body. After Yun-Che lost his consciousness, the cells on the surface of his body would still continue to spasm, contract, and invigorate under the stimulation. This sped up the healing process, and forcefully pushed his body a step further, breaking its limits. As for the poison carried by the demonic skull vine, Yun-Che, who possessed the sky poison pearl, wasn't daunted by it in the slightest. This was essentially how he had passed these last few days. He trained with his life on the line using this extreme method, as if he was a suicidal madman. If you are this desperate, I naturally won't stop you. So, how long are you planning to stay here and train? Jasmine said haughtily with her charming voice. Of course, it'll be until I've conquered this waterfall. Yun-Che said with determination, as a glimpse of resolution flashed across his eyes. If I can't even conquer a mere waterfall, what qualification do I have to conquer my goal? Alright, then this princess will observe how long you'll need to conquer this waterfall. But before that. Jasmine's petite face turned to the side at this moment, and her cheeks revealed a hint of bashfulness. Immediately, go buy a new set of clothes for me including underwear, outerwear, shoes, and hair ribbons. Is that really necessary? I think your current attire looks pretty good. Yun-Che evaluated Jasmine from the top to bottom, and said with a serious face. If you don't go and buy them, I will get angry. Immediately, an icy cold aura filled with killing intent began to seep out of Jasmine's body. Fine, I'll go after I've finished recovering my profound strength. Yun-Che adjusted his seating in the medicinal pond. While calming his heart and breath, he felt the once again completely empty profound veins, slowly becoming satiated. A short while later, he suddenly asked, Jasmine, before you entered the sky poison pearl last time, there seemed to be a question that you didn't answer me. Where did you actually come from? Are you an imperial princess from some kind of empire? Jasmine stood up, and said with a flat complexion, of course I'm a princess, but not some kind of imperial princess. As for where I came from, that is a place you wouldn't know even if I had said it. From this place. It's extremely far away. From Jasmine's mannerism, she clearly did not want to completely answer his question. Yun-Che thought for a little bit, and said, if it's that far away, why did you come to Floating Cloud City? Was it that you were forced to escape there because of the people chasing you? Jasmine's petite and cute eyebrow promptly sunk, and said coldly, all of the people who chased me are already dead. But I didn't expect that they actually had this kind of taboo poison. I was actually poisoned unawares. As for the reason why I came to this place, it was to find the 5 evil gods' secret grounds, mentioned in the memories of the evil gods' blood. Amongst them, one of the evil gods' secret grounds location was vaguely around the Blue Wind Empire's eastern area. As I was searching for it, the acute poison became active. The rest of the story, you should already roughly understand. Evil God's 5 secret grounds. Yun-Che had a face full of bewilderment. The evil god's memories had mentioned that this profound sky continent was created by the evil god at that time. On this profound sky continent, he had 5 places of refuge. Before his downfall, he left 5 seeds in these respective 5 places. It also clarified that Jasmine took a glance at Yun-Che. Only those who had inherited his power would be able to find them. That means, only we will be able to find them. A wave of excitement hit Yun-Che, and he hurried said, what exactly are those 5 seeds? Are they powerful? And how am I supposed to find them? How could I know? But since it's something left behind by the evil god, how could they be powerless? However, you right now should better stop having these extraneous thoughts. The evil god's secret grounds, the level of strength in the surrounding area will certainly be outrageously high. How would you be able to touch or even go near it? Someday, when you're able to arrogantly look down upon the entire Blue Wind Empire, think about it then. Jasmine said those words like an elder, proud of one's wisdom and experience. Yun-Che could only shut his mouth, collect his thoughts, and quietly recover his profound strength. 7 days had went by, and there was essentially no chance of Xiao Kuangyun remaining inside Cyan Forest Town. Yun-Che brought out a new set of clothes from the Sky Poison Pearl, changed, and then went back to Cyan Forest Town. With only one goal in mind, to buy a new set of clothes for Jasmine. But in the end, Yun-Che returned empty-handed. It was because the process went like this. Jasmine, how are these clothes? They seem to look pretty good. Don't want it. I'd never wear anything purple. Then, how about this one? How could the dresses in this place be this crude? How can this princess wear something so unrefined? This is only a remote town, and the clothes from this shop could be considered the most luxurious. It's the same if you just put up with it. I'd rather not wear anything than to wear something crude like this. I don't want any of these clothes. Wait until I've conquered the waterfall, then I'll be heading to New Moon City. There should definitely be better clothing there. If you don't want the clothes here, we'll have to buy them then. Or let's get some panties first. You're seeking death. Want to bet if I'll kill you right now? Unknowingly, 4 months had subtly passed by. Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range, waterfall in the mountains. The season had already quietly entered wintertime, for the waterfall's water began to progressively become more and more bone-chilling. However, a youth was actually standing under the waterfall during this period of time. His upper torso was exposed, and his eyes were tightly closed as he let the violent flow of ice-cold water frantically stream down his body. Yet his face didn't falter, as if he was rooted there like an unyielding boulder. In his body, profound energy desperately surged to defend against the water flow's impact. Until the last hint of profound energy was completely squeezed dry. Boom. The youth's body started to waver some, then when it finally was incapable of bracing itself anymore, he crashed into the torrential pool of water. Climbing out of the pool onto the bank with difficulty, Yun-Che breathed heavily, walked to the small new pond he dug out and submerged himself. He then snatched up a few black-colored herbal medicine pellets that were beside the pond and stuffed them in his mouth. They were low-class profound recovering pellets synthesized from the iron sand vines he collected from the surrounding area. They could slightly boost the recovery rate of profound strength for a period of time. After consuming the profound recovering pellets, Yun-Che took a long sigh of relief, closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. 54 profound entrances were all open, and quickly recovered the profound strength severe deficit. These few months, he had always stayed at the edge of this waterfall. He tore open his limits again and again, and at the same time, no irreparable damage or wounds had been dealt because of the demon skull vine's liquid immersion. Jasmine looked at him from afar in complete silence. Regarding Yun-Che's suicidal method of cultivation, she had already gotten used to observing it. She had expected that the Yun-Che would only be able to endure this degree of training for a few days. But what made her utterly astonished was that for an entire 4 months, he did the same thing, every day, without relaxing a single day. However, this insane cultivation was definitely not because he had lost his mind. Whenever he felt that his body's burden or damage was too much, he would promptly return to soak in the demon skull vine's medicinal pond to slowly let his body recover and strengthen. As time went on, the amount of demon skull vine he collected every day increased more and more, and the demon skull vine's extracted liquid became thicker and thicker. The concentration was high enough that a profound practitioner at elementary profound realm would immediately die after being submerged for a mere 5 or 6 seconds. An hour and a half later, Yun-Che opened his eyes and jumped out of the small pond. He wiped his body, grabbed the leftover roasted bunny from his previous meal, and started to wolf it down. This time's perseverance lasted 23 seconds, a slightly improvement compared to last time. Jasmine came to his side, arms crossed in front of her petite chest, as she unemotionally said that, "At this pace, in another 1.5 months, you'll be able to break through to the 5th level of elementary profound realm. This speed can be considered as not too shabby." Starting from 0, he reached the 1st level of elementary profound realm in 7 days, the 2nd level of elementary profound realm in a month, the 3rd level of elementary profound realm in 2.5 months, and 10 days ago, he had also reached the 4th level of elementary profound realm. This speed was not just not too shabby. Even within the history of profound cultivation of the Blue Wind Empire, this speed was qualified to be considered as something that had never been seen before. Yun-Che's 54 profound entrances were entirely opened. He was well acquainted with the structure of the human body, the constitution of profound veins, and cultivation process when training in the ways of the profound. Adding on the immense grind that ignored day and night as if his life depended on it, the possibility of having this kind of astonishing speed was in no way just an exaggeration. As of now, not only was his profound strength incomparable to the state it was at 4 months ago, his body also became excessively resilient. However, the increase in protective profound strength was only a small part of the reason. The bigger reason was that he took the impact from the water and soaked in the demon skull vine's juice for a countless amount of time. Although his profound strength was only at the 4th level of elementary profound realm, perhaps his body's strength may not be defeated by profound practitioners at the 6th level of elementary profound realm. You. Then, when will you teach me profound techniques? You've already named yourself as my master for 4 months, but still hadn't taught me anything. Yun-Che unclearly said as he was eating. You clearly knew about the basics of training in the profound, so you obviously didn't need me to teach you anything. Jasmine stiffened her face, and assumed a look with a master's imposing dignity. What you currently need to do is to consolidate the elementary profound realm. After you've broken through the elementary profound realm and enter nascent profound realm, I** will naturally teach you profound techniques. As she had spoken until here, the expression in Jasmine's eyes suddenly fluctuated, and her voice also dampened. Someone is coming. Wouldn't people come here often? Yun-Che said casually. There are 5 people altogether, their profound strengths all at the sky profound realm. And one of them is already half a step into the emperor profound realm. Jasmine slightly knitted her brow as her voice faintly stiffened in heavy concentration. WH. At. Yun-Che almost bit his tongue as he yelled without composure. Sky profound realm. At this little cyan forest town's Scarlet Dragon mountain range, why would profound practitioners at the level of the sky profound realm appear? The sky profound realm was situated at the pinnacle of the Blue Wind Empire. It was something that only a person of character, like Chu Yueli, would be in, and usually received the idolization of many, a transcendent existence. Half a step into Emperor Profound Realm was at the 10th level of Sky Profound Realm's apex, yet there was a supremely strong being who's only half a step's distance away from the Emperor Profound Realm. This strength was an ultimate existence that had sufficient enough power to touch the title of the Blue Wind Empire's top 10. These kind of characters are generally born from those enormous sects of long influential standing. Even within those enormous sects, their positions would be extremely high, for they were fundamentally impossible to be seen by ordinary commoners. Why would they appear in such a remote area? Not only that, it was 5 of them at the same time.